Good Monday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell now for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us on after another crappy weekend of baseball. Holy crap.
You told us
That
last
is just
weekend
bad.
was crappy.
They're
So
two and
this
two and
weekend's
eight
crappy
in their
too?
2-8 in their last 10. Just garbage. Just I mean, Friday night was the big game. Friday night you could have gotten away. You could have gotten that one. You had Hunter Brown on the mound pitching like Hunter Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And you just didn't come up with anything. You lose 2-1 in extra innings. You couldn't even score a run with a runner on second and nobody out in the extra frame. It just is that was the start of what would be a garbage weekend. I hate the Red Sox beating you. That's just I don't know. They're not great. They haven't been good.
They're
They've
not
been
great.
nothing.
Well, how about most of the teams who are beating you now? The A's aren't great either.
No, and now
You don't have to be great to beat the Astros right now. It's
I'll
bad.
tell you who is great right now is the Marlins, and that's who you're going to see.
Mm-hmm.
The Marlins are playing really good baseball now.
They scrapped it out with the Yankees over the last few,
Yeah.
last week. They were in some fights.
And
They do not give up. Now they can ruin a bullpen. I saw that. So I don't know. This is they took the Carlos Correa momentum and did nothing with it. 0-3. It was nice. I mean, he had a home run over the weekend, which was fine. But it was
he hit one to the wall on Friday night. He crushed that ball.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not on Carlos. Sanchez is interesting. I don't know. You rarely have a 3-hole hitter who gets pinch hit for, because he can't hit lefties at all. So
I didn't know about where he was in the lineup. That didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Joe wanted to indoctrinate, hey, welcome to the club. You guys
welcome to the
3
club.
and 4.
Here, stepping up a RISP position. They hit 111 over the weekend with runners in scoring position.
I didn't think it was that high.
That's it. Yeah, it feels lower than that.
Yeah. So this is not great. This has been a really rough time. You still got a 2.5 game lead, which is really nice. But you're 3 games out of the best record. I don't know why I'm talking about the best record, but you're still only 3 games out of the best record in the American League, which is crazy.
Well, the problem is how far are you away from not winning your division?
2.5.
Yeah. So that's even less than that.
And Seattle might be better than either Detroit or Toronto. So
yeah,
we'll
I mean,
see.
you got a much better chance of losing your spot in the division than catching the best record in baseball.
Yeah, by a half a game.
But trending poorly.
No, the whole thing is trending poorly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they'll
you can't afford to have Fromber have a game like he has. Like, you basically have no wiggle room for any shenanigans from a pitching staff at all.
No.
This offense sucks booty hole. It's just, man, this has been going on for a long time now. You know what, Cam Smith? I was looking at Cam Smith. Good Lord. Mm-hmm. Good Lord. Israel jinxed him. Israel, the caller, not the country.
Yeah.
Hit 209 in the month of July, which isn't ideal, with a 548 OPS. And he's off to an 0 for 10 in August. Mm-hmm. It's a long run of yuck for Cam Smith when there for a little bit. And really it started around July 10th, July 11th. He has been awful since then. Awful. And that's been a big, that was somebody you were really dependent on offensively for a while. And that the drought there is substantial.
Yeah, not only him, there's, it's been rough. It's been a rough go for this entire offense.
Mm-hmm.
It just is, you can't expect, I mean, they had 2 games against the Nationals. Otherwise, it's been a couple of weeks of just garbage.
I'll give you an example. Cam Smith's OPS is down to 701. He's getting ready to drop below the 700 mark in OPS.
No,
and that was the guy that we were celebrating for being in the 800s, and and it has really gone bye-bye for him. And and the reason I'm pointing out him is because the Astros really need him. I mean, of course, Altuve Pena comes back, immediately gets a bunch of hits the first game in, but you're going to have, like, it's unfortunate that a rookie has so much on his shoulders, but he's one of those, if Jordan doesn't come back, he's one of those guys that we really need to hit like he was hitting earlier in the season, like he was hitting in June. You just have to have that. But it's normal for a rookie to run into these kind of, spots, unfortunately. This is just kind of what happens with rookies is they kind of hit a wall once teams get a little bit of a book on them, and this season is going, it's long for him. This is deep into the season for him.
Yeah. Again, he was in college last year.
Mm-hmm. They're long
about
done
14,
in college.
14 months ago, he was in college. So 13 months ago. So yeah. So they don't play anything like this. So this is the lull. We'll see. We saw early this year that the Astros, and we didn't feel like this was a championship team, and certainly it's not a championship rotation now with all these injuries. Spencer Arrighetti coming back, but with all of these injuries, I mean, honestly. Jason Alexander, Colton Gordon, part of a rotation that's going to win a division and possibly get to a World Series. They've got to get these guys back. I mean, you have helped the offense. You've done a nice job bolstering the offense with the guys that you brought in, although it hasn't worked out just yet. But it will. It probably will. This is a better lineup than it was just last week. It's a better lineup. And they'll hit, and they're proven hitters, and we'll see what happens. But this rotation, holy crap! If Framber gives up a 6 spot, it's over.
It's over.
Yeah, I mean, you can't
come back from that.
No, there's no way to come back from that.
I'm looking
at
Cam.
The way they're hitting anyway.
This is really, how many home runs do you think Cam Smith has off the top of your head? You may know.
7.
He has 7 home runs for the year. I'm just thinking of how we were feeling about him then versus now. He had 3 home runs in May. In April. He had 3 home runs. Since then, May, June, July, he's had 75 at-bats, 89 at-bats, 98 at-bats, and now in August, 8 at-bats so far in August. So that's, 106. You're looking at 195. 270 at bats, 4 home runs. Yikes.
Yeah, that's not good.
No. So, we can't just rely on the rookie to pull it off. This is going to have to be Correa's got to really step up. Altuve is going to have to play his best baseball. Jeremy Pena is going to have to. And, you're really missing Paredes right now. Sanchez needs to step. I mean, they got to start we're in the games that matter, John. Remember when the games don't count in April and May, and people will tell you these games don't really count. Do these games count?
These games count right now.
These games are counting.
Yeah.
I feel like these games are counting, and they got to get it turned around and quickly. And you see when Hunter Brown is just okay, although he was good the other day, but you can't have Framber. Hunter and Framber have got to be great. Arrighetti, hurry up and get back. Hurry up. And be good. Be good.
Yeah.
Don't just get back. Be good. Hurry up, Jordan.
I wonder if we're going to regret seeing Alcantara tonight. If we're going to regret, not doing that. I'm not doing Dylan Cease because I'm not giving up Arrighetti, but there must have been some other way that they could have. This pitching staff, maybe, I know they needed hitting. It was vital, but they needed a lot. They need a lot of stuff. Mm-hmm. They need a lot of stuff. They need help. They need bullpen. They need a starting. First and foremost, they need a starter right now. Mm-hmm. And Spencer Arrighetti needs to step up and be that guy. He needs to do it in a hurry. And that sucks because the guy's been gone for months and months.
I know.
And immediately you're like, dude, we ain't got no time for you to work your way back.
You know what it reminds me of? It's when that like you see the things when the dad gets home from a long day of work and immediately the wife hands him the baby and he's like, oh
yeah.
That's like Spencer Arrighetti. Here you go. Here's the rotation. Baby. And just hand him the baby. Here's the rotation. Fix it. I just got through the door. I don't care, Spencer. Fix it, Spencer.
Yeah.
We had no pitching for the last month. Yeah. I don't want to hear it, Spencer. Okay? It's your turn to start getting wins.
I'm sick of Colton Gordon right now. You know how many times he spit up?
And Colton Gordon just hands him the baby. Here.
Yeah.
I don't want to do this no more.
I can't do it.
I can't do it anymore. I'm worn out. Okay, Spencer, you do it. Spencer's just like, I just got back from Sugarland. Come on.
I was working all day in Sugarland.
Yeah, 7-15 over the last 22 for the Astros. That is not best record in Major League Baseball world.
I don't think
best record.
No, and they're only 3 games out. That's how bad it's been for everybody.
I know. Well, they had a lead though at one point. They were just 6 up on Seattle just the other day. What the hell?
They were 20 games over 500. 20 games over 500 was the high water mark, and now they're 12. It's bad. Mm-hmm. It's not good. I've seen a lot of good things, and this ain't one of them. Well, it's good for everybody else, not the Astros.
No, but Christian Walker has continued to creep back up. Yeah. He continues to creep up. I mean, there's some little things right now, but it's really it's a lot less about we're not nitpicking anything. This is not really about nitpicking or trying to find little silver linings. This is about you're just at a point now where when you lose this momentum, you got to be careful. And you don't have a lot of margin for error, which we've covered. You've got a little bit more margin for error on paper with the offense now. I mean, on paper you have more, but it's just it just shows how important it was for guys to pitch above their pay grade for a little bit, whether it's the bullpen or the starters. When you had that going on and you had timely hits, even if you didn't get a ton of them, you're able to manufacture wins. You're just not manufacturing wins right now. I think the loss of Paredes has obviously really been big.
Yeah.
I mean, it really has. I mean, Paredes was really playing well this year. That's been a big one.
Yeah.
Still leads the team in home runs with 19.
Yeah.
Even after ripping his hamstring into shreds a few weeks
off the bone.
It's the bone, they say.
He's like the ribs at Houston's.
Mm-hmm.
It just falls off the bone.
Yeah, not the kind you have to pull real hard.
No. What's it called now? Hillside?
That's Hill Country?
Hillside. No, Houston's. Remember Houston's?
The restaurant. Yeah, it's called it's not Hillside. Yeah, they had to change the name from Houston's. What is that called? Houston's
those ribs.
It's
fall
called
off
Hillstone. Yeah,
Hillstone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Although I had that lime, I hadn't had anything from there for a long time, but I had that lime chicken salad, that Thai.
Yeah,
good stuff. Chicken salad, that's good. But
that's our commercial for Hillstone.
There you go. Bring some food in. Me and Del want some food.
Yep. If anybody wants, hey, Hillstone, if you want to bring us food in, well, you can't bring me food in. Next, when I get back there, I get back there, you can.
I assume you're still in Chicago, right?
Yep, and I'm back.
Are you ever going to get back in your home base of L.A. where where everything is nice and friendly?
I'll be from my studio there in L.A. tomorrow. I'll be leaving today.
Maybe you can bring some wins from L.A.
That'd be nice. That'd be great. That'd be fun if we could just bring some wins. That sucked. That just sucked all weekend. God, I hate the Red Sox. And then them stupid yellow uniforms. Hate them. We got a break. 713-780-3776, the number. If you want to get in here with us on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Hey, this week we're giving away 2 more spots in our Golden Nugget fantasy draft. So you got to keep on listening. Listen all day Thursday, and you'll find out. Thursday we'll tell you how you can get in. But you can have your fantasy, even if you don't get in ours. You can have your fantasy draft right there. I love the Nugget. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. There's so much stuff about Las Vegas. It's just dying, and there's 19% down. And one of the reasons is because the Golden Nugget is right here. 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. You don't have to fly all the way to Las Vegas. I'm not telling you don't go to Las Vegas, but I'm telling you got Las Vegas just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I mean, what are you doing? It's so much easier to get to, so much cheaper to get to. It's just as nice. The casino's just as nice. The hotel's just as nice. The restaurants are just as nice. Everything is awesome. You're looking for the best way to get your gamble on. Let's get over to Golden Nugget. Or you can just go to the swimming pool. You can go play golf, whatever. You don't have to be a big gambler. You just get a nice little getaway. Just 2 hours, 15 minutes down the road. You're looking for a great way to have some fun and get away. It's the Golden Nugget LC, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Okay. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
What's wrong with you?
What?
What was that crazy noise about?
Well, because we changed how we're doing the video, and I can't.
I know.
Part of the reason that you want to do the video so that we could all see each other. Now I can't see anybody.
You can't? Oh, I can see on ESPN, but it's delayed.
Yeah. Why did we change it? Why?
Because
it was fine.
They have to make videos, and the quality is not as good with the other one, so they changed it.
Okay. Well, now we can't. But part of the thing was that we could see each other, and that was better.
I don't know if that was ever their priority, but I'll send you a link.
Yeah, I don't see any videos on Restream at all. Oh, no one else is.
No one else cares.
Listening even knows what this is. So
no. But okay, all right. 713-780-3776 if you want to get in here. We got what did you learn this weekend in one sentence going to come up here shortly and in less than a half hour, as a matter of fact. So you learned something this weekend. What is it? Doesn't have to be about sports. Could be about anything. All right. I learned, well, you know what? This is not going to be what I learned in one. But do you guys think CJ's fat?
Did we what?
Do you think CJ Stroud is fat? Do you ever go, he looks kind of fat right now?
Oh, no, like he's never been until you just said that, it's never really hit my radar.
Dell, does he got kind of, maybe got some cheeks on, a little fat face thing going on.
I didn't think of it as that. I know his lower body would suggest, maybe it's because I saw him in those jeans once, but I don't think he's fat. He did have like jeans that would accentuate your childbearing hips, but I never thought of him as a fat guy.
He's not Debo.
No, he's not. His body type he's got a very average body type, but by quarterback standards. So
why did he have to defend himself? So we got sound. Here's CJ. I guess he had to tell everybody that, hey, listen, I'm in pretty good shape, I think. Okay, well, here's CJ.
I feel good. I feel fast. I feel strong. I feel healthy. I don't know if I look chubby or look fat, but I feel good. I don't know. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, I feel good though. Yeah, I'm running fast. So.
I don't know what that's about. Obviously, somebody has said something that bothered him. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
I didn't know that narrative is out there.
Did they say, hey, have you put on a few pounds? Maybe that was the question.
I don't know if anyone in our media would have even approached him that way. I know there was.
You have a friendship media here.
Yeah, I don't think that would have happened. He's talked about how he was more intentional and he wanted to add muscle to his frame. He's mentioned that. I don't know if anyone was like, yeah, you missed the mark on that, and it's really fat. So,
well, was somebody that mean to our quarterback?
No, I don't think it happened unless someone got in his DMs and said he's looking a little. But other than that, I don't think a media member would have posed.
I got a new nickname for you, Pork Chop.
Yeah, I don't think,
like somebody say that to him. Like, well, what's that? Well, why
Well,
are you saying pork chop? Why are you saying pork chop?
Was he hanging with Chaz McCormick at all?
I don't know.
Puddin'?
Chaz McCormick. I barely even know him anymore.
Well,
I don't even know who that is. The young kids aren't going to know who he is.
Puddin'. They know him by Puddin'.
They don't know who that is anymore.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I hate that he has to defend himself in his body type. You think he's got childbearing hips?
I don't think he has childbearing hips, but the jeans he was wearing were right in the mom jeans category. So,
yeah.
So they weren't slimming the hips, but I don't think he has childbearing hips.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So he was wearing mom jeans. That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah,
picture.
he's done that in the past. Mm-hmm. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. So Ariante met the media, and this is good, but I didn't know this line from it. I didn't know what ads is. Did you guys know do you know what ads is?
No, I know what ABS is. I did not know what
ADS.
I did not know what ADS is. I've never heard that before.
Adductors?
No. He'll
ADS.
He will talk about it.
Okay.
All right. So he's going to talk. Ariante is going to talk about AD. This is something new. You know what I learned this weekend? ADS. And here's Ariante explaining it.
I feel good where I'm at right now, but ADS, man, I ain't really did nothing. Like I said, I'm just a speck on the wall, and trying to earn everything. Nothing is given. I got to earn everything. So it's been good so far.
Now we're gonna have to break
ADS is ain't did ship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what
I like that attitude though.
Yeah.
I was a little concerned when the first thing I saw was his Instagram and he's standing next to a car in fashion clothes. And I'm like, oh, not another one. Not another fashionable offensive lineman. And then, but it's been straight ball since then. Like if you check his Instagram, it's almost like D'Amico said, hey, listen, you're an offensive lineman, so cut the crap.
Yeah.
And he's like, all right, let me post pictures of just ball.
Yeah.
not
Well, and
handbags.
apparently he's been balling out.
Well, I mean,
And
stepped right into a starting spot, John. Stepped right into it.
how about that? I mean, I assumed that I thought he was going to be a learner. He apparently in OTAs, he wasn't even close to being one of the five. And yet here we are. And D'Amico says, and Ariante is clearly in that right tackle spot.
Mm-hmm.
Here is D'Amico talking about how this offensive line is being solidified right now.
We're getting settled into, first group, second group, getting settled in, and we have to find out throughout this camp who our top 9 guys will be. And so we'll continue to go through that process, but start to see it get solidified. Guys starting to separate.
Guys are starting to separate, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, our very own Will Kunkel was out there on Friday, and he tweeted out.
Did we have Will on last week?
It hasn't been solidified, but that's coming where he'll be on weekly.
Okay.
They're figuring that stuff out. But he tweeted out during Friday's practice that C.J. Stroud was sacked, put it in quotes, sacked 10 times. Not all on the offensive line. Some of it was about pass coverage. But, yeah, the first-team quarterback on Friday in 11-on-11, 10 times.
They
about 10 times. Yes. Not overall, not all the quarterbacks. C.J. himself sacked 10 times.
10 out of 11?
No, 11-on-11. 11-on-11.
10 sacks, 11-11.
I gotcha.
Yeah, I mean, look, Mark, when I was out there, now it was kind of hard to. He's going to have to put the. You're going to have to just switch that to your airplane mode when you're off. But don't do it now; it'll disconnect you. But yeah, that was. It's not. It has not been good for the offense in camp. The offense is way behind the defense. Now you're going to have one of the best defenses in pro football, so it's kind of to be expected. You have a brand new offensive line. The offensive line, frankly, is not super talented, so you're gonna have some ups and downs. So they really have to play well together. They have to do all that. I'm not gonna get too broken up about what's going on right now in camp as it relates to the offensive line, just because I mean, is it going to be good? I don't know. It may not be that great, but I'm not going to judge anything right now off of camp against this defense. We'll see how it plays out further into camp. We'll see how it looks. And I guess the thing is, you can't really worry about preseason either. I mean, Ursary needs to play in the preseason. Frankly, all the offensive line needs to play. Other than Titus Howard, I don't know that I'm sitting anybody. Everyone needs work. Everyone needs to work together. If you're going to develop continuity, the only way that happens is by getting game reps together. Frankly, maybe the offensive line needs to be playing more than everybody else does together, including all 3 games. The starting offensive line gets reps, maybe 1 full quarter in the first game, maybe a full half in the second game, maybe a quarter in the third game. They need reps.
So, for those of you who haven't heard, the main group with the ones so far, Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews at center, Titus Howard at right guard, Ariante Ursary at right tackle. So one guy left from last year's offensive line. One guy. And, I mean, when you're one of the worst offensive lines in football, I guess that's the way it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's going to be difficult for them to all come together in one training camp. And there's some history. I mean, listen, you got a rookie at right tackle. You got a guy who was DFA'd at left tackle. You've got a guy who was benched. 2 guys. Jake Andrews was DFA'd too, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, goodness. Wow.
Yeah, I think so, because that wasn't that long ago I wrote him up. So, yeah, I think so.
I mean, it's not like wow. This is.
Oh, no, you're not loaded with talent. You're loaded with guys that other people didn't want.
I'm not concerned because, Nick's not concerned.
Yeah, no, Nick and D'Amico are not concerned, so we shouldn't be concerned.
No.
That's the most important thing I take from that.
Honestly, this is going to be scary to find out whether or not they can run 3 second routes. I mean, the quick passing game is going to be, boy, Nick Caley's going to earn his money. He is going to earn his money.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, you just said you're not concerned.
I'm not concerned because we got Nick Caley calling the good plays.
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
You keep going on and on, so it doesn't sound like you're not concerned.
Mm-hmm.
It should be I'm not concerned, then we move on to something else.
Yeah, it shouldn't be I'm not concerned, and let's talk about our levels of concern.
Yeah, if you're not concerned, you're not concerned.
Well, yeah, I'm not concerned because they're not concerned. I'm not concerned. So how's that?
All right, that's that. Let's move on. Then.
That. So we're done with that now.
Thank you.
I don't want to talk about Ariante Ursary anymore, being a rookie, and Laken Tomlinson and all the other guys
John,
being cut.
You sound
all the other cuts we have on the offense.
You sound concerned again.
I know. You keep drifting into concern.
There's no level of concern here because I was told that we're not concerned.
No,
now.
Let's have you be told again because I sense a disturbance in your lack of concern.
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it. So we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
You heard from the man himself again.
Yeah. Okay.
Talk about something else now.
You got something else on your mind that you want to talk about other than that?
Not really.
I'm not sure why you keep challenging.
What about 10 sacks?
That's past coverage. We got to lock down secondary. You know all those picks I made in the secondary? That's why. No, not everyone else can make the picks I can make in the secondary.
How many pick sixes do the Texans need this year to score points?
Hopefully not a lot.
I don't want us to be leaning on pick sixes.
I like them. I just don't know. I just hope you don't have to have them. But, is there anybody in this division that's going to get you, though? That's the scary thing is you could Bill O'Brien this thing into a nine-win season and get another division.
I heard over the weekend that AR-15 is balling. Okay. So watch yourself.
Okay.
AR-15 is having a huge camp.
He's playing better in camp. That's verified. But, once the bullets fly and the games start, can he stay healthy? I mean, I don't know. The last 3 years of football would say no.
Is he tapping the top of his head? I need a
Yeah,
break.
I think those days are over. He
You don't think he's going to come off the field? I think
he's learned some really tough lessons. I don't think he was a pro. They've already come out and said, yeah, we shouldn't have started him. We should have made him sit behind a pro and learn to be a pro. He wasn't ready to be a pro yet. And sometimes that happens. Some guys are and some guys aren't. But our guy's ready. Just people are calling him chubby, making him feel bad about himself.
I know. How about that?
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
It's terrible. We come off getting swept by the Red Sox, and immediately our quarterbacks, somebody's telling me he looks fat in those jeans. Immediately you two are saying, do I look fat in these jeans? You do look fat in these jeans. That's what you two are saying.
Look fat. I just said.
You're not supposed to say that to your wife or your quarterback. You're never supposed to say you look big in those jeans.
See, I didn't say look fat. I just said
unless she wants it to look.
He was wearing mom
jeans.
He's
got childbearing hips, is what he said.
That's not a compliment to a man or really anyone.
I said the hips. I said the pants would accentuate those if he had those.
Del, do I look fat in these jeans? Yes.
Well,
that's what you told him.
Well, no, that question never gets asked of me because of the real threat of honesty. So they're aware of who I am. So there's a real threat that something might be said that they don't want to hear. So they don't ask that question. Know your opponent.
Yeah.
Don't ask that question.
Do you think Amber Rose pats that bubble?
I don't know
that they're
together,
she's in the
John.
mix anymore. I think she's out.
She's out?
I saw CJ's mom at camp, and if CJ's mom's anything like Jaden Daniels' mom, we ain't letting.
Does she live in Houston?
Them thoughts we're not going to let them around here.
Does she live in town?
Jaden's mom, yeah, she's boss of CJ too.
CJ Stroud's mom.
I don't know. She was at camp. I think she might. Maybe. I don't know if she is or not, but I met her at camp. She was a lovely lady. I did see a video of. Did you see the video of Jaden Daniels' mom running up on the set when Jaden's interviewing with Colleen Wolfe and Mike Garofalo from camp?
She's
and Jaden's
around.
mom just walks right into the shot and just sits there and is just watching the whole thing. And Colleen Wolf finally goes, "Hey, come over here. Let's." It's like,
did she hear?
And Jaden's like, "Oh, I do all this stuff. My mom just makes sure of that." And so, it's like David Carr all over again. Only his dad would just go to practice. The mom, Jaden's mom, who's his agent, best friend, boss, manager, chauffeur, I don't know, Uber driver. She does everything. She literally just slammed her way on television and said, "Let me get on this microphone and tell you about."
Did
Jaden.
she hear about a recent? Nah, I'll ask you off there. It's
no, you better.
Well,
ask
who
that
was
later.
it that she was mean mugging at the basketball game? It was a.
Oh yeah.
It was Juju.
With Juju.
Yeah, Juju Watkins.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's just trying to live his best life. Jaden's trying to you know what? This may be somebody special for me. And the mom immediately came and sat between them.
Nope. That ain't
You
happening.
want to talk about a blocker? I got no problem with I know we may worry about the blocking for C.J. Stroud. I'm not worried about the blocking that's going on with Jaden Daniels. There's lots
in
of
the
blocking.
C gap. Not in the C gap.
No, not in the C gap, because there's going to be lots of blocking in that gap.
Well, she may be looking out along the landscape and going, "You ain't gonna be no Shannon Sharp."
No, wait a
Yeah. Oh, no.
wait. That's an athlete though. That's Juju. Stop it, Del.
I'm not saying Juju would be the type. I'm just saying his mom is generally speaking.
Shannon got a little aggressive.
Yeah, generally speaking.
Shannon's got 2 settlements on his docket.
And
Jaden's got to wait a minute. Jaden's got to get past his mom and the girl.
Let me tell you something. There's no getting to the quarterback with Jaden.
This is what I'm saying. Shannon Sharp allowed Jaden Daniels' mom to even have more evidence to say, "Look, you're not becoming that. I'm not allowing some 21-year-old OnlyFans model to retire off your back."
Right. All right, we got a break. We're still, we're only about 10 minutes away from what you learned this week in one sentence, so get yours ready. 713-780-3776. I want to talk right now about the Air Team, though. Air Team has been great to me. Air Team actually put in 3 air conditioners for me. I mean, how about this? I mean, and their workmanship, their professionalism, the price was great. It sucks to put in air conditioning. It just sucks. There's no way around it. It just sucks. But if you got to do it, you got to do it. But you don't have to do it if you actually take care of your stuff. I didn't take care of my stuff, and it cost me. And don't let it cost you. If you want to it's hot every single day. Air Team is really, really busy. But you know what? They will take the time to come and look at everything that's going on with your air conditioner, from the coils to the Freon to cleaning it out to the fans, everything. They'll find out what's going on with yours and make sure that it's running well. If it's not, there might be just some little thing that they can fix that won't ruin your air conditioner. So if you haven't done anything with your air conditioners in a while, you really need to call Air Team. AirTeamLTD.com, 713-936-5346, and let them come to your home and fix this before it becomes a new air conditioner. AirTeamLTD.com or 713-936-5346.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Ooh, you called out Israel, and look what happens. Look what happens.
I didn't
Israel's
call out.
Call it in.
No, I didn't call out. I'm watching Lyles versus.
You said Israel kind of jinxed him or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Because we were rolling. We were rolling with Team Cam Smith, and now it's slowed down. But it happens with rookies.
Yeah, no.
Now I'm watching this Bednarik and Lyles scrap. Did you see this, John, on the track? Bednarik is a monster. God, he is huge as a sprinter.
No, I didn't see it. No. Did you see the Jeff Passan, Doug Mankiewicz scrap?
No. No, I've been in one, though.
It was ugly.
Passan got a little saucy.
He
did get saucy.
This is what happens.
He doesn't like when you criticize
He does
him.
not like criticism one single bit.
Not a little bit. Not even a little bit. Let's get Israel in here because this is a short segment because what did you learn this weekend? One sentence is coming up in a very short period of time, so get yours ready. Israel, we're talking about Cam Smith. You might have jinxed him.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hey, first of all, Cam is a rookie. He led off with Cam. Out of all the big bats they didn't get, Sanchez, Carlos, he going to go to Cam. Cam still bat 252, all right? That's average for us. And he have no errors in right field. He's doing just fine for a rookie. He got a 1.8 WAR. Only last year, only one player batted over 300 for the Astros. So he's doing just fine. They're not, when they got their trade, the third baseman is hurt. He was the primary in that trade. The pitcher, he was a rookie. You was debating, he should be even in the minors. So don't even, you Captain America, you cap a lot, man. You cap so much. And you thought about me all week. Cam is having a bad day. Oh, Israel. Okay. First thing you say, Cam Smith. Cam is doing just fine. They had him. He didn't even play yesterday. And look what the right field to do. Sanchez, he's good, though. He missed the cutoff, man. The man go and put another man in scoring position. Cam is doing great. He is the future of the Astros. And, hey, Joe Dale, I know you ain't messing with no sister with the bubble butts and the jeans. You messing with them flat back cans, ain't you? All right, yo.
Israel, you don't know me. And it's been well documented. White, black, whatever. Flat back is what he said. Not my thing. That's all. That's all I'll say on that.
That's all. I mean,
we can lead off with Cam if he does well, but if he's not doing well, you can't say anything. It all should go away.
Yeah, Cam has not been good. I don't care.
Any
way you cut it.
Yeah, for the last 40 days, it ain't good. It ain't good. It's a problem.
It ain't good, brother.
But it's
listen.
We were calling him Rookie of the Year, like literally Rookie of the Year. It felt like not that long ago.
Listen, his OPS in July was 563. That's really bad. Really bad. It was 849 in June. 563 last month.
And the reason that it matters is because we as Astros fans and the Astros had become like dependent. And Israel's right. He's a rookie. These things are going to happen. But we turned it on for Cam and said, hey, this guy is – because Jeremy Pena did it. Now he did it into the postseason as his rookie season. But it became a situation where you knew you needed Cam. So Cam Smith was helping you do things that you didn't expect to do. And you see when Cam Smith is not playing well, not that it's all directly correlated. It's the point is that you can't afford to have, when you have so few guys that are really dudes on your team, you can't afford to have a guy who was a dude in and frankly, I mean, the home run stuff, it's kind of weird. He had 3 in April. He had 4 in June. And he had none in May and none in July. So that's really been kind of the weirdest thing, is to see the home run numbers completely dry up for him. But it's a factor because he's one of your best players, even as a rookie. Now, Carlos Correa and Christian Walker's got to – and Christian's been getting better. It's been a slow run, but Christian's gotten a lot better. Hitting with a lot more power. But you need to have these guys. Did I know that I would summon Israel when I mentioned Cam? I might have.
Yeah, you did.
I might have
Yeah,
known I'd summon him. Maybe.
Well, it's like saying Voldemort, and then he just appears or something.
You say Cam Smith, Cam Smith, Cam Smith is like Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think more Candyman than anything else. He would probably prefer Candyman, honestly.
A little bit more like Candy.
More Tony Todd than anything else. Yeah,
good point. If you don't know the TV, if you don't know the movie series, yeah, Candyman would be more what he would.
Yeah, what he would like. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's break and let's do what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Quick break here. And then what did you learn this weekend in one sentence? Brought to you by Game Day Men's Health. You learned something this weekend. You got one sentence to tell us what it is. Tom, and I'm sure the collection of Toms will all join in. But if you've got something that was unusual and you say, wow, I didn't, that's crazy. I learned that this weekend. It's funny. Then you get to give us a call, 713-780-3776, 713-780-3776. Right now I'm talking about HRP. HRP is where you get your business, you make your business better, okay? It's what HRP does. HRP, you've heard all the testimonials on our air of people. And listen, clients come in and they're like, yes, absolutely, I will speak for HRP because of what they do for me, what they do for my business. Love what HRP does. You will love what HRP does for your business as well. You're not an HR person. You're not a payroll person. You're not a tax person. You're not a CPA, although you might be a CPA. I don't know. Maybe that is your business. If that's your business, then you don't probably have to worry about the taxes. But if you're not, then you probably do. And you don't know anything about it. You don't know anything about the 401k game. You don't know anything about the insurance game. You sell your widgets. Sell your widgets and let HRP take care of the other stuff. If you're trying to do this stuff yourself, you're doing it wrong. You're not doing it as well as you possibly could, as economically as you possibly could, as technologically as well as you possibly can. So you're looking for the best way to make your business better. It'll be better. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I will start. What did you learn this weekend in one sentence? You get one sentence to tell us what you learned this weekend. Okay? That's it. One sentence. And then we will discern exactly what you meant by that afterwards. I learned that there are odds out on what color the next Bilbo will be that's thrown on a WNBA court. And green is the overwhelming favorite.
It's happened twice now.
No. Yeah.
Better be no color, or you'll get arrested, like the first person was.
You were arrested.
Somebody's going to see you, right? It can't be anonymous.
Yeah, you pulled out a green sex toy. Someone's going to see you.
Somebody's going to see that.
Well, the second one hasn't been arrested yet.
Yeah,
though.
we'll see. It took a little time for the first person. We'll see.
Well, they've got cameras all over the place, so they'll find the person.
Okay, now, you remember that famous picture of Wilt Chamberlain with the 100?
Mm-hmm.
There's Angel Reese's face over him now.
Oh, no.
And there's she's holding up a 3 with the picture of a Bilbo on it. And,
how's she catching this?
Yeah, why is she the one?
I don't know.
Because you know why.
Well,
because those people hate her.
That's true.
Yeah.
Lance, if you learned anything this weekend, or did you,
I learned that my jumper's coming back. It's going to be problems for people.
That's it.
I said comma, and it's going to become, or I had a conjunction in it.
Okay.
And it's going to be a problem?
It's going to be a problem for people. It's about to be a problem.
Okay. Dal, did you learn anything this weekend?
I learned that the 10:35 start for a baseball game on a Sunday is tough. It's tough to get up for.
Oh, it's the best. It's the 10 over. Then it's over.
Well, of course it's good that it's over early, but
then you got the rest of your day. How about at 10:45? It's 8:45 in LA.
I'm looking to be up and alert for baseball on a Sunday at 10:35. That's scheduled for 1 o'clock.
Get up at 8, go to church, and then watch your game.
None of that happened.
Okay. All right. Who's up? Keith, what did you learn this weekend in one sentence?
I learned this weekend that the Vanderbilt Football Stadium South End Zone Premium Club starts at just $1,700 a seat, and it's all you can eat with full access to the Commodore Club for a 10-2 football team.
You couldn't have learned the 10-2 part because that won't be figured out until the
end
end
of the
season.
That.
You didn't learn that.
No, you didn't learn that. 10-2 football team. $1,700, all you can eat. How many games do they have? 6, 7 home games?
7 probably.
That's not a bad price.
No. I mean,
if you got the money, if you want to suffer through Vanderbilt football all week.
Yeah, with a win total. What do we find? The win total is like 4.5.
Don't let Keith suck y'all into this Vanderbilt crap again.
We did this already.
Right. They did it. Who's next?
We moved to Ocho. Ocho, what have you learned?
Yeah, I learned as of yesterday, Marv Levy is alive and well at 100 years old.
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
No kidding.
I forgot I saw that. He turned
Marv was a young 80, though.
Yeah.
Happy birthday, Marv Levy. 100 years old. I was like, what? He's alive still?
100.
Yeah.
Man, but he was a young
football coach. He
was old in the 70s.
But a football
80s.
coach getting to 100 years old? All the stress that comes with that.
Yeah,
now?
that's almost impossible.
You know, Pete Carroll's like that.
He was alive during the Great
Depression. He would be the guy I would think
Marv
would get
Levy
there.
was alive during the Great Depression.
Yeah. Did you?
He wasn't real old, but he was alive.
Yeah.
There was a great Pete Carroll was teaching some class, and he just had a wonderful dissertation about leadership.
We
it was
can
good.
play it. We can play it later. I sent it to my son to look at.
It's really good.
He talks about. They ask him about Belichick, and he talks about the Belichick way. And yeah, we probably should play that. It's a really good one later.
It's really good.
Or we can
All
just
right,
keep
who's
talking
next,
about the Astros' failures.
Mm-hmm.
We could do both. Let's move to Pena. Pena, what have you learned?
Hey, what's up, guys? I learned that this weekend that Burger King is doing something with some anime, and they're charging $75 for the meal. That's crazy. Thank you. Have a great weekend.
$75 for a meal at Burger King? Do they know what they offer?
Burger King?
You can have things your way, is what they're saying.
I'm aware. It must be. I'm not an anime fan, so it's not going to move me.
Mm-mm.
But for you guys, have at it.
Oh, I learned from Carl Lewis that it doesn't look like the revenue share is hitting track and field at all. It's just basketball and football. Only basketball and football gets stuff. Everyone else, suck it.
Pretty much.
That's not the way it was supposed to work.
No, but well, it's not. Well, okay.
No, not if you're going to cancel the other
or,
sports.
Right. Well, do they bring?
I learned the phrase "pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered" from an Olympian.
NIL. It's supposed to be NIL.
I heard that. No, it's not.
Yes, that's what it is.
No, I'm talking rev share where you get $20.5 million to spend.
To disperse across the sports.
That's across all sports, and track and field is supposed to get some
also,
too.
the selfish football and basketball teams are taking advantage.
I heard the phrase "pigs get fat and hogs get slaughtered" from an Olympian. That's all I'll say.
Well, he needs to be a proponent for his sport. Someone does.
Well, I would argue that he's probably right. You can't, because you start
somebody
canceling,
does.
You start canceling other programs, and you're going to draw the ire and attention of the government.
That's a whisper in the wind. So yeah, I'm not sure anybody's hearing it. So who's next, Del?
Let's go to Peter. Peter, what have you learned?
Hey guys. I learned that the average number of fingers an NFL player possesses is now over 10.
I don't know the reference.
I don't know what that means.
The average NFL player what?
The average number of fingers an NFL player possesses is now over 10. So did he find out about an 11-finger player?
Obviously.
Well, but wait a minute, but
he's not active anymore.
The New York Giants defensive end who brought that down.
The average, it's different. He's not active. So the average goes above.
Oh, don't we have anybody else with no fingers?
I don't know if we have a 9-finger player anymore.
Do we have an 11-finger?
According to Peter, that's the deduction
I did not
I'm making.
know that. Look up 11-finger NFL player.
I will do that. We got a full board, so let's get through these before we wrap it up. Right. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Morning, gentlemen. I learned when your girl takes you as her date to her high school reunion, she will introduce you to one of her best friends, which is a woman you've already dated.
Well, that'll happen sometimes when you're running around like Tom.
Yeah, Tom.
You're running around with that Tom life. Maybe you're going to run into people.
When you and Stephon Diggs, Community D, just out there.
Well, so
okay.
I never thought he'd be Community T.
Well, that's what it sounds like. He's throwing it all over the place.
Yeah.
Every day he's got a different one.
So I don't know if Peter's talking about this player because the fingers have been removed, but it's a Giant, but not Jason Pierre-Paul. Rookie DB Corey Black, selected in the 7th round, was born with 12 fingers.
12?
I guess that's it.
But he had them both removed. Well, his parents did when he was young. There are extra pinky fingers on each hand, and he had them. They were both removed. So maybe that's what he's talking about. But he is still at 10 now because he had them both removed. Let's go to Tony. Actually, there's another Tom. Let's go to Tom. Tom, what have you learned?
Tom.
Maybe they're under the wrong name. I'll figure that out. Let's move to Tony from Friendswood. What have you learned?
Yeah, I learned this weekend that the Astros and Cardi B's BBLs had the same smell. Thank you, Booty.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
That's rough.
The Astros and Cardi B's booty?
They have the same smell.
Same smell.
Wow.
Same BBL smell.
BBL. That's gross.
Mm-hmm. Cardi was on one in France. She met someone who they got into an altercation, I guess, in America, and she told a story about throwing a JBL speaker at this girl's head in the airport because she said she did it because she didn't want her Crip bodyguard to think she was soft. So she decided. So when she first saw the woman, she didn't do anything, but when they got into the lounge, the private lounge. She goes, "Oh, you keep staring at me. You already got your lick on me. I'm gonna get mine on you." And she didn't want to be soft, so she threw a JBL speaker at her head and hit her. And then she said, "That's it. Let's piece it up. We both got our licks in. We're done." Stephon Diggs was nowhere to be seen. He was probably at Patriots camp at the time.
Well, he was being community. He was out there spreading the word.
I don't know. Maybe he was actually doing football
Spreading
stuff.
the D word.
Oh, no.
No, that's not what you spread. Let's move to our last two. Let's go to Carlos. What have you learned?
Hey, guys. Hey, I learned this past weekend that Charlie Bleeping Morton still has juice.
Yeah, he didn't get the win, but he pitched well yesterday.
Yeah, it hasn't been great all year for him.
No, he's got an ERA in the fives, but he only gave up. I mean, he gave up one run yesterday. He was good.
Yeah,
they didn't score, but he gave up one run. AJ's team is kind of drifting away.
Yeah, not great, not great. One more. Who is it, Dell?
It is a Tom with a moniker, but I can't catch it, so I just talked to you, Tom. What have you learned? Tom.
Tom on a tulip.
All right, you got Tom.
Tom on a cricket. What's going on?
Tom.
Tom on a tulip. Morning, gentlemen. I learned that you don't do stuff with a big girl on the tulip.
Is it Tom on a toilet? Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I guess so.
I don't know. I couldn't catch what the
You
moniker
don't do stuff with a big girl
on a something.
On a toilet?
On a tulip? I don't know. Either way, the lesson is don't do stuff with the girl if it's not on a regular bed, I guess.
How about don't do stuff with a girl unless you're married to her and you wait?
Or you're happy, or you're in love.
Okay.
Love can, I think,
How about you wait so it's special for you, Tom, on a toilet? So you're not having toilet love.
Yeah. How about you wait till you're done?
Do you like toilet love?
There's a word for that, but we can't.
I don't know. Was he suggest? No, I don't want to get into it. Never mind. I don't want to get you down and start at some road. I don't want to. Nope. Let's go on. John, what do you want to talk about?
Right now, I want to thank everybody for participating and thank Game Day Men's Health for sponsoring. What have you learned this weekend? You guys are great at it. You got to get better on Fridays when we play. What did you learn on the show this week in one sentence? What did you learn on the show this week in one sentence? That's Fridays at 9:30. So make sure that you're there for that. And because you do learn stuff from this show. And one of the things you learn about from this show is about Brinkman Quality Roofing. Brinkman Quality Roofing is if you've been around for over 50 years, which the Brinkmans have, all right, Jason Brinkman's grandfather, he was the head of the photography division for NASA. Might have worked with Dell's dad. You don't know. No one knows right now. He said he instilled a sense of pride and commitment to quality that continued through the generations. Jason Brinkman's family has been doing Brinkman Quality Roofing for over 50 years in the Houston area. Now, they can go anywhere. And by the way, they will come to your home absolutely free. I love this when people come and don't say, well, we charge you or you take it off the bill. No, absolutely free. Don't hesitate to reach out. 844-215-2876. This is another one of those things. I talk about it with air conditioning, and now I talk about it with roofing. You've got to check it out. You've got to make sure that everything is good. If you don't pay attention to this, it could cost you. You want to replace your roof? No. Maybe you can replace some shingles, or there's something going on. Do you want to replace all of your living room furniture and carpeting? No. But if there's a leak, you will have to do that. And the insurance company isn't going to pay for it because you never checked your roof. If you've been living in your house 5, 10, 15, 20 years and you haven't done anything about your roof, right now, BrinkmanQuality.com or 844-215-2876. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You know, I'm at my brother's house in Chicago, and I just went out to get, a little more coffee. And I could just see, he can hear the show from in there. I can just see the disappointment in his eyes and in his voice. I mean, there's zero social value to this show. None. I mean, honestly, Bilbo's and Community D.
These are all things you did.
Well, that's where the disappointment comes from.
Yeah, don't say this show. I mean,
well, but you're part of it.
You did all that.
I know, but you're part of it.
Yeah, by default. But let's not pretend like Lance or I was like, what we should bring to the show
I was
today.
trying to stay away from that.
Yeah, I know you do.
I did learn that there is an 11-year-old listening to the show.
Oh, great.
On Friday, that he listens to the show, and he doesn't like John. He thinks my Spanish is bad.
I bet.
He thinks John's gun commercials sound stupid. I don't know why. I don't know. I'm like, what? My Spanish is
We got the greatest gun store in the world. What are you talking about?
He thinks you do it poorly, I guess. I don't know.
I don't think it has anything to do with collector's firearms. I think it has something to do with you.
I think it's you. Yeah.
Well,
he's taking a shot at you
dumb
for some
because
reason.
it's the greatest gun store in the history of gun stores, and that kid is stupid. He's probably on his way to summer school because he can't pass regular school.
Not on his way to summer school.
Okay, whatever.
Not on his way to summer school.
Okay, whatever.
John can't take criticism from an 11-year-old.
You know what it reminds me of? John Passon.
Jeff Passon?
Yeah.
John Passon.
John Passon. That's
Anyone
me.
says a little something about you, all of a sudden you got to blow up and go after everybody.
Okay, I got you.
I read the whole Doug Minkiewicz and Jeff Passon thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had my run-in with Jeff Passon before. Like, he likes to just empty the clip.
He does.
When he gets
does
his
not
feelings
hold back.
hurt, oh, my God. Look out.
How about he's calling him stupid?
Oh, I mean, he doesn't bat. Yeah, he just goes full bore now. Minkiewicz. Now, I can tell you that a lot of guys hate to be called, like, when they get their credibility checked because they didn't play or whatever the case may be. But, I mean, Minkiewicz made some pretty good because, wait a minute, we're talking about a guy who hit 209 at A-ball or 241 or 209 in A-ball, and he's using phrases like quality. I don't know. He used
excellent swing decisions.
Swing decisions. Yeah, he used a baseball term. And it turns out he got the baseball term from a scout, but he didn't say it because next time maybe credit the scout instead of you trying to take credit for his comments and his work. And it was just one of these dumb
It's about a prospect.
We used to never have these arguments before social media.
With former athletes?
Yeah. Well, just in general, there was these just battles we see. Like I said, I worry for Ryan Clark's mental health because he's in a constant fight with somebody at all times.
So, Doug Minkiewicz responded to Jeff Passon talking about this prospect with his excellent swing decisions, with what you said. He also went on to say, I swear some scouts and writers will say anything to sound somewhat intelligent to non-baseball people. And this is where Passon unleashed. So Doug Minkiewicz didn't say something very complimentary, but do you think Jeff Passon's response was over the top? It's a good thing I'm trying not to play Doug. The sad part is that you're trying to think and you're absolutely terrible at it.
That goes right for the groin. He went to kick him in the groin right away.
Yeah, there's nothing more sad than an old ball player who wants things to be like they once were, and is too incurious to care the game passed them by.
Wow. I mean, Jeff, ease up. Goodness
I know.
gracious.
You got to.
You know what you do? You just hit mute. I don't have to hear from Jeff.
Yeah, that's too much. That is too much.
If you come back at it, it just makes you look. It makes Jeff Passon, and this is not an isolated case with Jeff Passon. He is, you want to talk about thin skin. Holy crap. I mean, just let it go. Doug Minkiewicz
but
has
the things
his
he
opinion.
said got really personal with Minkiewicz.
Yeah.
Who was a 12-year major league player.
Yeah, he just said, hey, dummy. It's pretty much what he said, which is ridiculous.
Everyone laughs at you. I read the whole thing. It goes, everyone laughs at what you say. You think you're smart, but everyone laughs at you.
That's what he said to Mankiewicz?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was like, man, too much, brother. That's just too much.
Yeah.
Here, my apologies in advance. You've got my number. Call, and I'll give you another private apology there. Oh,
no,
gosh.
no.
And everything you said was correct about the Astros and all that. So there, I don't have to
Look
deal
at
with
you
that
bending
anymore.
the knee to the great passer.
Hey, you have to. He's right.
Lance got called to the principal's office on that one.
Oh yeah, you can't say anything bad about him. All right, let's get to the Astros. Astros lose. They've lost 3 in a row. Carlos Correa comes back. You can feel a little juice. You can feel a little juice with I don't know. I say feel a little juice. I mean, I felt it personally, but it didn't result in any wins for the Astros this weekend. You have, Hunter going to work, didn't get it, lost late. You have Fromber getting beat up. That was not ideal, and Colton Gordon getting beat up. Offensively, once you got behind, you were cooked. You had no chance after that. You are not scoring runs with men in scoring position. Now, for an extended period, you're 7-15 in your last 22. You're 2-8 in your last 10. You've gone from having a 6-game lead to a 2.5-game lead rather quickly. And I think there's a little bit of a concern right now. I think you have to be a little bit concerned in terms of, you got to be a little bit concerned in terms of your ability to just kind of steady the ship. I know everything, you got guys coming back. We've been hearing that for, I don't know, at least 6 weeks about how players are coming back. It's been a long run of players are coming back talk, but realistically, this should be happening within the next week to 10 days. We should legitimately have players back. I'm talking about pitchers.
Yeah, no, that's hopefully. I mean, Arrighetti's going to make his next start in the majors, right? So it could be tomorrow night. So, and they got that open on ESPN. They list the pitchers that are going to be pitching, and it's open. So I'm figuring Arrighetti. What's the sense of sending him if he's going to throw 70 pitches down in the minors? Throw 70 pitches in the majors. I mean, it'll be better than whoever else they're going to start. At least you got a shot. So just if it's going to be a bullpen game. If he can only throw 5 innings, he throws 5 innings. That's fine. That's fine. I mean, I'd rather have Arrighetti out there trying to get command than, I don't know. I mean, it's just guy after guy. Who's next up? We're down to Jason Alexander in the starting. He's in the rotation now. Jason Alexander is in the rotation.
Awful
because of all the injuries.
Mm-hmm. He actually did okay last time out, but it's. Yeah, we got to. Sorry, guys, y'all got to make it back. We can't do this anymore. This has been a long. It's been a long run, and it's over now for the AAA Astros. Sugarland, you did your job. We appreciate all your efforts. Thank you for your service, Sugarland. It's time you all went back home, all of you. Beat it.
Yeah, we got to get back to being.
We got to get back to players with major league experience.
Houston baseball, not Sugarland baseball anymore. No. Nothing against Sugarland.
No, you did it. It was fine.
You and Richmond Rosenberg are very nice places.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right.
Leave us out of it.
Great personalities, both.
Yeah, we've got Lamar Little League, so leave us out of it.
Richmond Rosenberg, Sugarland.
And Rahil's showing me pictures of this is what Richmond is now, and it's people at kombucha places doing. Coffee shop renditions on their guitars. I'm like, that doesn't look like Mud Alley. What is this? This doesn't look like Richmond to me. He said, this is our Richmond now. Like it's a flex.
No, we don't. No. Okay. That's just it. You're great for Little League. Great. You're great for AAA base. That's great. We don't need you at a major league level. That's not what we're looking for. You're not up to the bigs yet. Mm-hmm. You got Kamchuka or whatever you said.
Kombucha.
Whatever. I mean, Rahil used to call it something else, and he got in trouble for it.
That's completely different. Lance is going to the home of that.
That's right. You're going to Japan.
Eventually.
Yeah.
Gonna take a little.
No. That's great.
Gonna take a little while. Yeah. By the way, do you know my? We got break right now, right? We're past break.
Way past.
Yeah, we're way past break.
Oh
Let's
my
just
God.
wait. Let's just take our break.
I'm my what do we we got, don't we have guns? Don't we get to talk about what that 11-year-old stupid kid doesn't like?
He just wants you to do better.
Yeah, he said be better.
He's be better than the best?
Yeah, he said try to be better.
They're the best. You be better.
Yeah.
Well, what am I supposed to say?
I don't know. Do a better job. I don't know what to tell you.
Firearms Collectible is the best in the history of guns.
Collector's
okay,
firearms.
What does the kid want me to do? I got to talk about it in superlatives. You know why? Because it's the best. It is not even close. Okay, you go to another gun store and see how good they are. They're not good. They're not. Do they have the collectibles? Well, when it's called Collectibles Firearms, then collectible firearms, then that's what it is. I mean, honestly, when you're collectiblefirearms.com, then you are about collectibles, right? Not only collectibles, though, about new and used guns as well. I mean, the selection of new guns is incredible. The selection of used guns, incredible. And whether it's a rifle, if you don't know anything about them, that's fine because they got the experts that are going to help you out. That's not a big deal. You don't know anything. Let them tell you exactly what you want protection, or you're a hunter, or whatever the reason is that you need a gun. You feel like you need a gun. Collectible Firearms is here for you. Collectible Firearms is the best. It's not even close. And they have the biggest selection. They have the biggest store. They got a tank out front. They've got everything from civil. They got everything from Revolutionary War through today. Collectible Firearms is the best. So Westheimer and Voss, if you've never been there, it's an incredible store. It's like a museum, and yet they got all the new stuff as well. Collectiblefirearms.com. Tell them you heard it right here when you go there. But if you haven't been there before, if you're a gun enthusiast, collectiblefirearms.com. Westheimer and Voss, got to go.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Stupid 11-year-old kid got me all messed up. It's collector's firearms. I apologize. I was calling it collectible. I can't get my computer locked up here, and the whole thing's making me nuts today. So, collectorsfirearms.com. Collectors. Yeah. So I apologize I was saying collectible, I think. I don't know. But that 11-year-old kid is he's too stupid.
No, he's in your head. He's too smart. He's the Hannibal Lecter. And he just said it kind of in passing. He wasn't even thinking about you hardly. He told me my Spanish wasn't good. He got in my head a little bit.
Yeah,
your Spanish
well, it's not good.
He said, "You're Spanish." I was like, "What?
I was like,
what does that mean?"
Did he go, John's Espanol basura? Did he say that?
No, he didn't say that.
He didn't say John's. He said
Lance's Spanish basura.
I can't get in. This room was already claimed by someone. Sorry, Del. Doesn't work.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Continue.
My son got back Saturday night. He was with the Steelers for 8 or 9 days. He was there on a scouting internship, and he really he learned a lot, man. He did a good job. He had to get up in front of the whole room, and one of the other interns there was Willie Colon, the guy who's learning scouting stuff.
Really?
Yeah. I said, Grandpa coached him and won a Super Bowl with him as a starting right tackle, right? He goes, what? I said, yeah. Yeah, he knows Grandpa. Willie's like, I didn't know that was your son. I said, yeah, he didn't talk a whole lot, but he said, yeah, it was a little nerve-wracking getting in front of the GM and the entire scouting department, reading my scouting reports on 2 college players, Nick Singleton and some other guy from running back from Penn State, and some guy from I guess he read reports on 4 different players over 2 different days. So it was good, really good for him. He had a chance to go, and he learned a lot. He was making people he said, I'm going to check y'all's ankle flexibility. So everyone was having to check their ankle flexibility. Zerlines, poor ankle flexibility as a family. Very poor.
Well, really?
Oh, yeah.
What with you in a walking boot every other week?
Poor ankle flexibility. Hips are okay. Knees are okay. Hips are average. Ankles, bad.
And you're walking with the limp right now.
Yeah, well, when I get up, it's sore. I was doing some running yesterday on the basketball court, and it was not like playing. I probably will never play again except half court, but I'm not stupid. I'm not courting danger. I'd rather not do that. I'll just shoot. You want to play some horse? We can play some horse, or just have 3-point shootouts. That's it. Nothing else.
Well, but your jumper is wet right now. That's what I heard.
It's getting better. I mean, it's not Joel Osteen level, but it's getting better.
It's not moist outside.
Right. I don't know. And once again, I don't even know if Joel can shoot anymore. I'll bet you in his mega castle, I'm sure he's got a basketball court. In his $20 million home that Jesus gave him, I guarantee you that he's got a basketball court in there. No question.
Yeah. No question. Oh, yeah. Are you kidding? Have you seen his estate?
Yes. That's what I said.
Of course there's a basketball court.
100% has a basketball court in there. Not a goal. Not a goal.
No, a court.
A court.
Indoor court.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. The indoor court. What do we make of the Micah Parsons situation? Is it just a big popcorn party?
It's going to get done.
It's
going to get done.
Yeah.
I don't have any doubt it's going to get done. This is just for people to get mad at Jerry Jones, and I don't think Jerry's handled it great. I think Jerry should just be quiet and get everything done. He said it's a negotiation.
This
is all part of what Jerry does. We've seen him do it, and guess what? He's going to lose, and he's going to have to pay money.
It's a negotiation that now includes a trade request and also a clapback from Rock Nation because
but why? What's the clapback from Rock Nation about?
Because Jerry, in talking about Micah Parsons and the trade, he referenced the Dez Bryant negotiations, who was represented by Rock Nation. People who don't know, that's Jay-Z's. That's Jay-Z pretty much. So apparently they were discussing Dez Bryant's contract, and Jerry called back to that and said that Jay-Z told him that, hey, I was never late. No one who I work with is ever going to be late. He goes, because my office used to be the street corner, and so on and so forth. And then when Jerry got going, he got going, and he said at some point that he tried to call Jay-Z once about these negotiations, and they never called back. And then Rock Nation said, not only is that untrue, it's comical. They had a little letterhead and said, what Jerry's saying is not true. It's comical. And then they said, pretty much go on with the rest of your day. Des Bryant said, hey, Jerry doesn't want me to talk about what actually happened. I've been kind of nice because I like the Cowboys. I want them to win. But there are skeletons in this closet that he doesn't want released. So he should probably stop talking about what happened back then. So Jerry's in a fight with a lot of people, I guess, right now.
It's what Jerry do.
Yeah, it's stupid. I mean, Jerry just, it's not about you anymore. You had a little run. Let football people run. I know that you're there, but you just got to get deals done. And I'm okay with it taking a while. I'm okay with it turning into some, hold-ins, and that's part of the business, right? You got to fight for your numbers as well as the players and the agent fight for their side. You got to fight for yours, and that's the way it goes. Fans will get mad. I get it. That's all part of it. You don't want it to get like this, though. This is getting too contentious. And you already know Micah Parsons is already going to have a lot to say. He's not going to go quietly into that conversation. That's not really going to be the case. So if you know that, tread accordingly to try to diminish most of it. But a deal's going to get done. Micah requested a trade. I can't play for Dallas anymore. I don't want to play for them. But you will. You'll get a big paycheck. You'll be the highest paid defensive player in all of football. That's how that's going to end. I mean, I'll put that on anybody. If you want to put something on it, I'll win easy money. He's going to be the highest paid player in football, and it's going to be with the Cowboys. And then we're glad we were able to get this done. We'll put everything behind us. All right, and we're real glad we love him so much. Well, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Hurry up. This is a bunch of drama that doesn't need to be taking place. You're taking up my TV. You're taking up TV time.
What? You don't have to watch ESPN.
I don't care about all this. I don't care about all this business.
You can watch
It's
Assessment
on everything.
again.
It's everything is Micah Parsons. And it's important. This guy's one of the premier pass rushers in all the game. It's important, but it's going to get done. Do y'all have any doubt? You don't think he gets traded, do you?
What about McLaurin?
That one's well, here's the thing with that one. Pass rushers, now Khalil Mack got traded. So it's not like pass rushers don't ever get traded. We see wide receivers get traded way more, though. Wide receivers looking for a bunch of money get traded way more. The problem is, I don't know what's going to happen here I think he'll just start collecting his checks once week 1 starts, and that's going to be that, and they can figure it out somewhere else. He's not missing a paycheck. It's impossible. With that said, wide receivers, you can ask Dell. He picked up one of them. Kansas City just said, we're just not paying Tyreek Hill this amount. You can do it. Devontae Adams traded. Tyreek Hill traded. A.J. Brown traded. Wide receivers get traded once they want to get to a certain amount of money, but they're not going to leave Jaden Daniels in a lurch with no, they didn't draft a running back to take over for McLaurin. So I don't see any way that they move him at all. He'll eventually start collecting his paychecks, but he ain't going to go through camp. Well, he came back in, but he'll be a hold-in. So he just wanted to stop the fines from bleeding. But he'll play. He'll collect his checks.
I'm just glad we have a management that just gives guys everything they want for full guaranteed contracts. We don't have any of this garbage.
Yeah, just
you know what? We're not even going to negotiate. Let's just give you a fully guaranteed second round contract. That's what we do. I mean, yeah. So that's what we do. That's what I'm talking about. How
do you fellas? We got preseason games coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's football time in Houston.
Okay.
Are you ready to
play? When we come back, what are we going to learn? What are we going to learn from preseason football games?
Not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. We used to learn some things here
when we
there.
come back. When we come back, we'll do that. But first,
I mean, possibly a lot. You got to come back to here. Maybe you'll learn a lot actually.
Well, maybe if guys actually
better come
play,
back here.
We'll see. Well, what about Aqueduct Plumbing? We've learned a lot from Billy over the years. You and I both have learned a lot from Billy, and a lot of our listeners have too. Billy will tell you, and he told us at the golf tournament, he said this is the best return on investment he thinks he's ever made. Okay, that our listeners love Aqueduct Plumbing. Our listeners call Billy when they have an issue. Our listeners trust in Billy like we trust in Billy because they've been calling and they have, our listeners probably have a lot of, stuff that they're putting in their toilets. I don't know. You don't know. But that's probably our listener. He throws stuff in toilets that he shouldn't. Your kids do that, Lance. And then what? You got to call Billy.
I screwed something up outside when the freeze was coming, and I screwed up something on the line, and Billy had to come out. Aqueduct Plumbing Company came out, kind of an emergency basis, to get everything taken care of. They do emergency jobs. They check up to see if you have a leak with the hydrostatic testing. When you do, they can tunnel under your home and do the repairs. Because if you have that galvanized iron that's going to rot away and rust out, and there's holes are going to develop and you're going to have leaks, it's 100% going to happen. It's a matter of when. So if you have an older house built in the 50s or 60s, if you haven't had your pipes replaced, you're going to have it done. There's just PVC. There's just no way around it. And Billy and his guys over at Aqueduct Plumbing Company get it done the right way. Moving gas lines for a project in the home for renovations, that's what they do. Make sure that for jobs big and jobs small that you have the name Aqueduct Plumbing Company at the ready. It's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Guns. We're Texas. We love guns. All right. Handguns, rifles, shotguns, hunting guns, whatever. Protection guns. Okay. There's no better. And so we love guns. Where's the best place to get your gun on? Collector's Firearms. Collector's Firearms is the best place in the history of places to get your gun on. Okay. Because they have more guns. They have more new guns. They have more used guns. They have more collectible guns. Collector's Firearms is the best place in the Okay, I'm going to say it, in the world. Okay, they got locations in Dallas and Austin. Ours is incredible. It's at Westheimer and Voss. Used to be in Richmond. Now it's at Westheimer and Voss. But it's like a museum. If you've never been there, like a museum, only they have all kinds of new stuff as well. Okay, I mean it's incredible, the selection of new and used guns. But they also have all the stuff from wars past, war after war after war, and a different kind of guns and bayonets and knives and rifles, everything that they used to use, muskets, everything. They've got everything. So if you're looking for that gun, if you're looking for any kind of gun, there's really one place to go. It's the best damn gun shop in the history of gun shops, collectorsfirearms.com, collectorsfirearms.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. You're more than welcome to get in. Y'all got in when it was time to play What'd You Learn This Week in One Sentence. Maybe you didn't get in, so maybe you want to get in. All right, so what are we going to learn from the preseason in games, okay? How much is CJ going to play? How much is the starting offensive line going to play? Right? How much? I would imagine we'll see the rookie wide receivers a bunch, get them a lot of work. I don't know how much we'll see Christian Kirk. Right? I don't. Nico. Not. We don't need to see anything from Nico. But that time you talked about, possibly getting a week, a quarter in with the offensive line. Do you honestly see that? Do you think the starting offensive line is going to be together for a quarter or more in any of these games?
Yeah, I think that, to me, there should be, I think D'Amico's going to handle this where it's just going to be most starters don't play a whole lot. I think that's just such a mistake. I think that offensive line has got to play. They got to play some snaps. There's no way around it. You want to rest Will Anderson Jr. or not? You're not rest him, but kind of hide him, prevent any kind of injury. Danielle Hunter, whatever, that's fine. I'd play some defensive tackles. Maybe play the defensive ends a series. But the offensive line, to me, I would make a point of playing different combinations of 8 players a lot. I'd like to see Juice Scruggs play. He hasn't been. He's odd man out right now, but I'd like to see him get some reps. Blake Fisher needs to play plenty on the right side. Can he play it on the left? Maybe they've already made that determination that he can't play on the left, but I think you handle the offensive line a little differently. I think you ask more of them in this preseason, not only just to let them play, but let them compete. Let's have some real competition. I know you're having competition, and let's have some competition on the field also in snaps. That's what I'd like to see.
Yeah. I don't know that they will. It sure would be nice, for them to work together, even against second-team defensive lines, right, that aren't preparing, that aren't really throwing at what they would at you in a game, right? You're not going to see any complicated blitz packages or stuff like that. You're just going to – it sure would be nice just to be able with vanilla stuff to be able to block and protect the quarterback. That would be great if they could get together and do that in the preseason. That would be great. Because in practice so far, apparently, well, the defense is ahead, and the Texans' defense is awesome. So, that's a problem when you're facing the Texans' defense every time. That just sucks because they're really, really, really good. So you got that going on, but it would be nice. Anything else that we really would like to see? The linebacker position, I guess. I mean, see some who's going to be on the field, because Christian Harris is apparently not, I guess. Is Henry To'oTo'o has proven that he's a player, right? That he's going to be on the field. Azeez is going to be on the field. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are trying to win jobs. They're trying to win jobs as backups, but defensively, I don't know who has anything to prove.
There's not as much defensively. It's just a matter of shuffling, here and there.
Who was hurt? Jalen Smith or Jalen Reed? Which one was hurt?
Jalen Reed was hurt, right?
Was it Jalen Reed that was hurt? One of the Jalen's was hurt. Anyway,
it was Reed. He's expected to be out a couple weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we got to see who's going to be, because we need more corners. That's something, right?
I mean, defensively, you're not really looking at the corners, the backup corners. It's not great. It's really not great.
They've got something to prove.
Arthur Mallett has been around forever. Tremont Smith, we know, is more of a special teams guy. Damon Arnett is just trying to make a team. MJ Stewart, safety, he's been around. He's played with this team. D'Angelo Ross has been on this team. Miles Bryant's been on the team. Yeah, I mean, you got, once again, special teams guys. You got guys who are special teams players, so we'll see. Defensively, I don't think there's a whole lot to learn. They're going to find out a little bit more about Chauncey Gardner-Johnson with every practice, every competitive practice. But, I mean, it's looking at everything here. I mean, it looks pretty steady. It looks pretty. EJ Speed, to me, is going to be I would keep an eye on EJ Speed. I think EJ Speed is going to end up being your starter and going to end up being a factor. That guy played for the Colts. He's got good speed, no pun intended there. And if Christian Harris can't find his way onto the field, he'll just be done, because it'd be unfortunate, because he was a third round pick and played really well for that 1 year. He played really, really well that he had for you, and then injuries crept up on him, and you're having a hard time getting him back. But EJ Speed has starting experience. He can step in and be a factor, I think.
Yeah, he'd be a factor. EJ Speed is absolutely going to be on the field.
Offensively, you look at, you need to, I mean, yeah, you got a lot going on over here. I'm looking at our lads doesn't even have this right. They don't even have the scouting report, everything. Am I missing something? Is there an injury that I missed? Is there an injury to no, there he is. I'm sorry. Laken Tomlinson's right there. So yeah, Cam, Laken Tomlinson. Those are two veterans. They may not play a whole lot in the preseason. That's typically how it goes, but I would hope that they would play plenty. I would hope that Juice Scruggs gets some opportunity, and he probably will at guard, I would imagine, instead of center, since you have Jake Andrews and Jarrett Patterson, who are both going to get reps. Jarrett will get a few. Jake's going to get a lot. Titus Howard may or may not even play. We'll see how we'll see how aggressive they are with playing time for any starters at all. And then Ursery. It's funny, I'm looking at the our lads depth charts. They've got Blake Fisher starting at right tackle. That's not going to be the case.
Yeah, so they have Patterson there too, and as of this last 3 days, it's been Andrews at center as part of their starting 11. So when you said number of snaps for Patterson and Andrews,
it could be the other way around.
Yeah, if Andrews is their starter, do you think he still needs snaps?
Well, I don't
anyway?
know. I don't know if he is a starter. That's why it could be a real competition where they're okay. You're going to get most of the snaps this game, and he's going to get most of the snaps the next game. That's probably what happens, because I don't know that anyone's in the lead necessarily. I mean, that's hard to believe, man. You are dealing with your starting center. Your starting center could end up being a guy who was last waived by New England. And he was an undrafted free agent in 23. He had some published time in 24, was on the IR in 24. I mean, he's barely played. He's barely played pro football because of injuries. And now he's waived by New England in April of this past year before the draft, and he was claimed by Houston, and now he's going to be a starter. And this is not – Jake Andrews does not have a lot of starting experience at all. He has very little game experience, to be honest with you. So this is going to be – his total game experience is – I guess he's played 16 games with one start. And when I say played 16 games, maybe he was active for 16 games, I should say, because his total snap count, yeah, I mean, he was on special teams. He had 50 snaps on special teams and 70 snaps on offense. So he started one game, got 70 snaps. This is in 2023. He did not play football last year. So we're dealing with a guy who over the last 2 years has played 70 snaps of offensive football in 2 years. And he's basically a rookie. He has rookie experience, basically. And this is going to be the starter? Woo. Woo. I mean, Jarrett Patterson can't beat him out? Ooh. When I wrote them up, I kind of viewed Jarrett Patterson as a little more limited. I actually like kind of Jake Andrews a little bit as a late round guy who could be, maybe a low end starter. I think that's maybe who he could be. And that's kind of how I saw Jarrett Patterson. I wasn't, Jarrett Patterson is kind of what I thought he was going to be. But Jarrett Patterson's played football. He started on a team. He started on some teams that have played in the on a playoff caliber team. Jake Andrews hardly played any football at all. He's got one start in 2 years. Didn't even play football last year. Man, we're asking a lot of that guy.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Well, I'm going to say I think that this coaching staff might be biased against the guys that were there last year. Like
yeah, but they drafted a lot of them.
Yeah, but they got rid of 2 of them, and then they said, the other 2 beat it. Or you know what? Titus is the only guy that they feel like they can trust.
Do I have to point to the sign again?
Okay.
Do I have to point to that sign?
Hold on. Point to the sign.
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
New guys, old guys, it doesn't matter. Who cares if Jake Andrews has barely played any NFL football in year 3 of D'Amico, and he has to start in year 3 of D'Amico Ryans' regime? Who cares?
Yeah.
And why?
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned.
We're not concerned. Move on.
Not concerned.
This is the second segment where you've done something that he's not concerned about. You started with who's going to play a lot of snaps and what are we going to learn? Then you devolved into another offensive line conversation.
Mm-hmm.
What did he tell you?
I know he's not concerned.
We don't listen very well.
Well, we know that. That's why
Unless
that 11-year-old's
it's a
on your ass.
11-year-old. Unless it's a stupid 11-year-old.
Yeah, he had
kid.
you shook.
You just a shook one.
He's in my head, that 11-year-old. I'm like the Jeff Passan of 11-year-old.
John had to do 2 commercials for one. He's so shook.
No, the reason was my computer locked up, so I couldn't get there, and I was like, never mind. Time to talk about another client. And how about this? Okay. Kent Jones over at Dream Rate Mortgage. He is really, really good. Here's the deal. You can see the Rocket Mortgage golf tournament. There's a Rocket Mortgage golf tournament. You know what? There isn't one. Kent Jones golf tournament. You know why? Because he's not gouging you to make all this money so that he can put his name on a golf tournament. There's no split commissions, no glass towers, doesn't have a gigantic building. He doesn't have his name on a golf tournament. Does he know the hacks? Yes. Are brokers better? Yes. Is he the ultimate mortgage hookup? Yes. Is he Better Business Bureau? Give him an A+? Yes. Does he have BBL smell? No. No.
That's not in the. Is that in the bullet points?
Well, you got BBB. Yes. BBL smell. No. Okay. So there's that. Shop your loan. Yes. Shop your loan. Find an agent that will rebate part of their commission. Okay. He does. Okay. Other listeners have saved thousands of dollars. He's got, okay, there's a listener named LJ. He called him last minute. Dream rate was $4,000 under his best bid. That's what dream rate was. He got another listener, James, huge savings. So you're looking for if you're going to buy a home, you have to use Kent Jones because he's the best. 975loans.com, 975loans.com, 832-689-4416, 832-689-4416, or 975loans.com.
Hey, guys. I want to talk about John Daspit and why it's important that you have the number 713 call now. When you're in an accident of any kind, the first thing that's going to happen is you're going to be in a lot of shock. Your head's going to be spinning. You want to make sure you're okay, but a lot of times you're not okay. When you are injured, when there has been, someone else's negligence has put you in a tough spot, hospital, doctor's bills, you're in a lot of pain after a wreck. You need to go to the doctors. Maybe you're too worried because you can't, you don't have the insurance. And John Daspit says, don't worry about it. We're going to get you in. We'll get you seen. We'll make sure, get your MRIs, your x-rays, CAT scans, whatever needs to happen. If surgery is needed, get the surgery. They're going to make sure and recoup all that money back from the insurance company on the other side. And they're going to make sure your pain and suffering is accounted for. They're going to make sure any time missed from work, that's a big one. How are you going to pay bills when you can't work? In the short term, or unfortunately for some, it's the long term. It's injuries that last, a long, long time. That can have a huge impact, not just on you, but your entire family, people that, you have to support. So John Daspit wants to make sure and support you and give you what you need to, to recover all the money that you are going to lose from not being able to work or from hospital bills, whatever the case may be, and that you're taken care of with pain and suffering for an injury that you never asked for. It's someone else's negligence caused it. 713 call now is the phone number. Remember the number. Put it in your phone right now for when you need it or somebody you know or love needs it. 713 call now or daspitlaw.com.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Our final hour of the morning. Astros lost, got swept, blah, blah, blah. They're in Miami now, taking on the Marlins, they're playing really good. Then they got the Yankees after this. So this ain't going to be easy. There's no question. And they got, who knows, throwing. I mean, it's just Jason Alexander tonight. What could be Spencer Arrighetti tomorrow. If not, then it's going to be Joe Blow. I don't know who. And then Hunter Brown. So it's Hunter Brown threw really well on Friday night. That was the best outing that they had by anybody. Colton Gordon and Fromber both got lit up. And then the offense sucked. So that's basically the weekend. 2.5 game lead down the division, 3 behind for the best record in the American League, and off we go, off to Miami. Some other stuff that went on this weekend. Elijah Arroyo went viral. His first interview at training camp. Why do you think it went viral?
What happened, Del? Did he have a great catch?
Oh, I didn't listen to it. I saw you guys put in group chat, but weekends are for ignoring you three, so I didn't see it. What did he do? I saw he had.
I thought weekends were for the boys.
No, not for me. Weekend is to ignore the boys, particularly the Glory Boys. But I don't know what he did. I saw him in.
It wasn't what he did.
What did he say?
What did he sound like? Wearing.
What did he wear?
He was wearing hot pants.
Oh, yeah. Deion Sanders is railed against that. He would like more uniformity with the uniforms because he says some guys go out there and they look like they're in bike shorts.
He had him pulled way up.
Yeah, I mean,
I seen that.
I guess he's a big fan of his legs.
I'm sure he is. Probably.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, well, it's not. Well, I just looked at it again. I don't think the legs are the problem for some people.
He's hugging.
Yeah, he's highlighting. I would say the shorts and what they're doing are highlighting a certain.
I see what he's doing.
Yeah.
You think he's out there marketing?
Well, I mean, here in a new city, you want people to know, hey, I'm here.
I'm right here.
I think
all of me.
I don't know what his status is, but hey, if you're in a new city, you might want to announce to at least the people you want to announce to that look, I'm available and
right.
I'm gifted.
All this is available.
Yeah, if I'm a Seattle Seahawk fan and I just lost Noah Fant because you wanted to move on, hey, just catch some passes. I don't care what you do at the podium in training camp. Just stay healthy, which you had an issue with in college early on, and go go get some TDs. Be a vertical threat. But yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, them shorts are standing out a little bit. I would agree.
Yeah. You think stuff's standing out there.
I mean, I didn't pay attention initially, but then you brought it to my attention, and it's right there.
It's all right. It's all right there for you.
It's all there for everyone to see.
Yep. The Texans' offensive line is solidified. I heard that this weekend, so we got that. That's good. It's all solidified. No more concerns. All solidified. Just
watch your tone. Knows. Just watch your tone.
I'm just saying. That's all I'm saying. You got that. How about where the Texans coaching staff was ranked?
Did you see this, Lance, by one of your favorites, Ben Solak? He ranked all the coaching staffs.
Ranked all the coaching staffs in the NFL.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you now. I get that. So right now, ESPN's in the midst of a huge ranking thing where Bill Barnwell's done a lot of it, and they try to do all 32. So how many first-round players does all the 32 teams have on their? What's the most incredible trade that things like that? And that's fine. It's summer. You're doing your all 32 stuff. How would any of us know about an entire? You want to say? I'm assuming they just mean OC, DC, and head coach.
Yeah.
Because how in the world would you know?
Well, that's what they
Staff?
rank. They don't do the whole staff, right?
Okay.
They rank. It's the head coach, offensive coordinator.
Well, I'm gonna assume it's Ben Solak's not gonna know Nick Caley, but he may have respect for the Rams. This guy's never been a play caller. Matt Burke is defense coordinator, but he works in conjunction with DeMeco Ryans. So I'm gonna say he's gonna have that somewhere in the top 14.
In the top 14, yeah. Well, last year they were 7.
What are they this year?
12.
Yeah.
They were 6, last year. 6.
Well, they're 7th because Bobby Sloak was considered an up-and-comer.
6, not 7. 6.
Yeah, because Sloak was interviewing for head coaching jobs. You were mad because you said, we're going to lose Sloak. We should have never hired him.
Yeah.
Well, you did lose him.
I was right.
Well, you did lose him.
We should have never hired him.
You did lose Sloak.
Right.
You left him at the airport, like this story I saw with these parents. These parents were taking a trip. They were going to go to Spain. A couple in Germany forgot their 5-year-old daughter at Berlin Stuttgart Airport. Oh, no. This most recent one, and this may have what happened with Bobby Slowick, actually. He may have been left at an airport accidentally. A 10-year-old was left at an airport in Spain, was able to get to, unwilling to miss their flight. His jet-setting parents boarded the Airbus, leaving their son in the airport terminal where a family member would eventually, hopefully, retrieve him. And they just took off because the kid's travel visa was expired. So they're like, and she probably the wife said, I'm not missing. I'm just doing it in English. I'm not missing this flight. We've got this planned. You need to call somebody to come pick up Henri or whatever the kid's name was. You need to have somebody come pick him up because I'm not missing this flight. All right. Well, I guess let's get on. Hopefully, are you almost here? We got to go. We're boarding right now. Yeah, his travel visa's expired, and they left this kid. They left this kid at an airport, hoping somebody would pick him up. They got in a lot of trouble.
How did it work out?
And I'm wondering, did this happen with Bobby Sloak, or did they just fire him, or did they leave him accidentally?
No, he came back from Kansas City. He was here.
Okay. So did the kid get picked up?
Well, I don't know.
We don't know that yet.
No one knows for sure. They're assuming.
John, can you give us a reenactment of that conversation? It's in Barcelona, and you speak Spanish. Can you throw on the Barcelona accent?
Déjalo. No, sí, vamos. Déjalo. Oye, siéntate aquí, no te mueves, y nos vamos, y alguien va a venir. No sé quién, pero va a venir para ti. Siéntate aquí, cállate. No digas nada.
I get that. Sit down and shut up.
Sit down and shut up. And don't say a word to anybody.
Yeah. Wait for your auntie to come pick you up.
Wait
for your abuela to come pick you up. Your grandma.
Well, no, I said we don't know who's going to pick you up.
We don't know.
Right now we don't know.
Someone
we'll
will
figure it out, though.
It'll either be your abuela, your tia. We don't know.
Somebody.
Don't worry, mija. Someone's coming for you.
Yeah.
But stand over there.
No,
Just go sit down. Here's your iPad.
Here's your coloring book. Okay.
Tia Luna's coming. Don't worry.
Tia Luna?
Yeah, I just made up a Tia.
Auntie Moon?
Yeah, Auntie Moon.
I made up a Tia. Tia Luna.
Tia Luna. Okay. I didn't have an Auntie Luna.
No, you're also not from Spain. You're not from Barcelona. All your tias are old Italian women and Greek women.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, right. We had a family picnic this weekend where the entire family tree was, and my grandparents, my father's parents, had 13, and the tree was spread out, far and wide. They even mentioned the ex-wives, and some people didn't know my father was married before he was married to my mother.
Oh, did it create any drama?
It was like, what? Now what now? That was, yeah. There was some some eye-opening stuff on the family tree we didn't know about. Some stuff happened. Yeah. Things happened in the family we didn't know about.
Yeah, my kids didn't like hearing that about me. That was not a good. That's not a good.
When did they find out you had a life before them?
Young. They were
right.
Better you do it younger than older.
My ex was up on the tree too, so yeah, that happened.
Hey, what's she doing here? I don't know that lady. Must be a mistake.
No, but I'm glad my wife wasn't here to see it. And I'm glad my mom wasn't here to see my dad.
You're glad your wife wasn't there to see the tree with the old one up there? Yeah. No, no doubt.
That's tough.
No doubt.
So
no, my mom would have tore the whole thing down if she saw the X up there.
So should the X be up there if she isn't the mother of a child? Are they
still put the X's up there even if they didn't have any children?
Like I get it with you, kind of, because Steffi, but wow. Maybe we exclude if there's not a child that comes from that union.
That's what I thought too. Why bring up?
Why? What are we doing here?
You bringing up old
stuff.
Put
the tree down. Put the tree down.
Why are you bringing up old stuff?
Wait, trim the tree. Trim it.
What are we doing? What do y'all think the purpose of this is?
Mm-hmm. We're just trying to bring. So
and here's
wounds.
John.
Open
and you remember this one? Not so good.
Remember when you? Yeah. Hey, my dad. Remember when you made that mistake? All right. Yeah. So that happened this weekend. 713-780-3776. You got anything that happened this weekend that you want to talk about? You're more than welcome to do that. But you know what? We have got some other stuff, other Texan stuff that we got to get to on the other side, right here on the air. By the way, the Minnesota Vikings were ranked the best staff. Kevin O'Connell, Wes Phillips, Wade's son,
right,
and Brian Flores. I think Brian Flores kicks that staff up, right?
Yeah.
Andy Reid, Matt Nagy, and Steve Spagnuolo. The thing about those two, and the top three, they got Kyle Shanahan, Clay Kubiak, and Robert Saleh as the third, ahead of Baltimore, which I totally disagree with. John Harbaugh, Todd Monken, and Zach Orr should be ahead of Kyle Shanahan. I mean, he's won Super Bowls. They're consistent every single year. They're right there. And Kyle Shanahan hasn't been consistent.
But how long has Zach Orr been defensive coordinator? Why does he get
just the 1 year?
Yeah, why does he get the benefit?
Well, pretty good. They're pretty good.
Yeah, but I mean, the defense coordinator in San Francisco has been
if you go by playing the Texans, it's the greatest staff ever.
Well, yes, they do dominate the Texans. Yes,
they do that.
Well, I don't know if that helps Zach Orr because it doesn't matter who's on the staff for the Ravens. They dominate the Texans.
They do.
Yeah, this is our Golden State for sure. And I mean, this goes. It doesn't matter who the quarterback is. Remember when Matt Schaub threw that pick six to end the game and post in the? I've still got a video of Alec throwing a football down when he was watching it when he was young. It was a Monday night game and the Texans are playing the Ravens long before Lamar Jackson. Didn't matter. Anytime you play the Ravens, you get beat. Ravens and Patriots, you're getting whacked.
Right. Monday or Sunday night game?
Oh, you know what?
Might have been a Sunday.
You're right.
Game.
It might have been a Sunday night game.
They got the Rams 5th, which is pretty good, right? Sean Payton and the Broncos. McDermott and the Bills are 7th. The Eagles don't get enough credit, I don't think. Sirianni, Patullo, and Fangio. A lot of these are the offensive or defensive coordinators are just guys. The head coach is, pretty much calling the shots. And the Texans end up 12th on this list. 12th. Which is a little disrespectful. No, a little disrespectful. I'm sorry. We got a break. 713-780-3776. I'm talking game day men's health right now. I'm talking about locations all over the city. You're looking for the location nearest you. All right. They've got 11 locations. Jarrett is downtown in the right downtown, just off of downtown. You got Kyle in Friendswood. Mina is in Katy. Paul, Mont Bellevue. James is in Nassau. Connie is in Tomball. Angelia is in Pearland. Ray in Sugarland. Jeremy in the Woodlands. Crepala is in West Chase, Westheimer. And Sean is in Willowbrook. I don't care how far the location is from you. I drive a little bit. I used to have one right where I was taking testosterone right around the corner. I said, nah, I'm gonna drive a little bit because I just think it's that much better. I do. I think it's that much better at Game Day Men's Health. I think their attitude, I think their professionalism, I think their commitment to you and their attention to you as a client is much better than all of these drive-through. Let's just get you testosterone, and then let's keep it moving. Keep the wheel moving. Nope. You're not a number. You're a person, and they want to make sure that you achieve your goals every single time. I love what Game Day Men's Health is doing for me. You'll love what Game Day Men's Health is doing for you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the location nearest you. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Hey, Houston Restaurant Week's going on right now through Labor Day, September 1st. You can go across the Houston area. They've got great lunch and dinner menus at 350 participating restaurants. If you get a $55 dinner, you're going to provide 15 meals to those who need them. If you get a $39 dinner, you get 9 meals provided, $25 lunch or brunch, 3 meals provided. So, I mean, and the restaurant list is incredible, incredible. Federal American Grill, B&B Butchers, Brenner Steakhouse, Grotto, The Palm, Cadillac Bar, Tarasco's, McCormick and Schmick. I mean, it's a Perry Steakhouse. I mean, it's on and on and on. So it's really, really cool. These are restaurants that you normally might not be able to eat at because they're too expensive. And you can, okay? Is Tony's on here? I think Tony's is on here. I love that. These are places that you normally would not be able to go. Like Lance goes, but you can't go. Right?
You would
Lance
normally not be allowed to go.
No, you
that's
go
what they
to the
want.
most
That's what they
expensive
want
place.
from a business standpoint. John telling people they can't go there.
No, you normally couldn't because you can't afford it, but you go there anytime.
I
Because
can barely afford to go to
you're a
restaurants.
foodie.
Anymore.
You're a foodie.
I can barely afford to go to restaurants.
Yeah. Well, all I know is that
this
you
is
can
this
do it
is
now.
what we do to get back out there and enjoy it and help out the restaurants, but more
Right.
importantly,
And help
this is
out people who need meals.
do it selfishly also. This is a chance for you to explore some different, like John said, this is a prefix menu that allows you to, 3 courses. These are great. These are really great ways to take advantage of hitting up some restaurants that you've never had before. Maybe you just think you can't afford them. Like John said, it's a great way to do that. It's been going on. This has been going on. Cleverly Stone started it years and years ago. Her daughter runs it now. It's gone from a week to a month. So take advantage of it for sure.
Yeah. And even longer sometimes. Sometimes they extend it. So, but you got to do it now before September 1st. So get on out there. It's a great way. Yeah, how about you go take somebody on a date, first date, and it's $55 or $39. That's at a really, really nice place. Let's see, she'll think you're a big spender when you're really not. But you got no. We're gonna order this. We're gonna order that's all.
By the way, you know something I learned this weekend, and a lot of
What'd
other
you learn?
family members with the HISD, people who have kids who go to HISD. You know what we learned this weekend? We learned on Friday.
What'd you learn?
We learned that phones will not be allowed at all in school this year.
Wow.
0. Kids are freaking out. Now, what I learned from my son Sebastian is that this is going to lead to a ton of fights. Everyone's going to start using drugs. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, this is the dumbest thing ever. Now, without phones, what are people going to do? They're just going to start using drugs. They're going to start selling more drugs, and there's going to be more fights without phones. I was like, I don't think that's how that works. I don't think because you don't have your phone on during lunch period that you have to now start using and selling drugs and fighting people. That sounds like a big excuse because you want your phone. And then he told me, say good morning to me say goodbye to me every morning before you go to work because, maybe the last time you ever see me. I'm like, what? Yeah. What's going to happen if there's an active shooter? I said, we're not doing this. You're not going to try to use this excuse because you have to have a phone. Stop.
Were you able to get through school without your phone? No.
Yeah, miraculously, I was able to get through without a cell phone. I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I was able to do it without a phone, but somehow I did it, and we paid attention to more.
I love it.
And look, I didn't always pay attention. I often didn't pay attention. You know what you did? That's when you doodled. That's when you wrote on stuff. That's when you started drawing up football plays, but you didn't want Miss Arrington to catch you, and she did catch me drawing up football plays. She goes, what are you doing? I said, and what I was doing was actually scribbling up some plays that I thought might help if my dad ever got fired from University of Houston. I was developing a defense to beat University of Houston and the Veer offense. So it was probably very unsound when I was only 15 years old, but that's what I was doing. I was like, if they ever fire him, I'll promise you I'll have something for their monkey ass right now. put a little have a defense ready to shut down this triple option. Trust me. Trust. Whereas Lamar Jackson would say, big truz.
Okay.
And then she called me out in front of everybody. No, I was able to get through my day, but this is going to be a nightmare. I have no idea. The addiction runs so deep, and so many parents are such pains in the ass about this, where they just want to, like, nothing that their beautiful babies could ever do would ever be wrong. Ever, ever, ever. So they won't even help the school district.
That's how you are.
What are you talking about?
All right.
I am pro.
Now, doesn't he
I'm
all
pro
the time?
teachers to my wife's dismay.
My kids
I'm like,
are the
I
best.
promise you anything.
My
if anything
kids.
happens, I love my kids. If you're saying I don't love my kids, I do love my kids.
No.
But if the school says something, then yeah, I don't care what. I'm on the teacher side. I'm on the school side. I don't want to hear all your excuses, kids. Sorry.
Yeah.
Like I said, to my wife's dismay. You always just take the teacher side. Yeah. Because I know how this works.
Yeah. I told Mom when I got home, I got hit today in school by the teacher. You probably deserved it.
I got news for you. It's not like that anymore. Parents are anti-teacher, anti-school. A lot of them, not all, but a lot. So when this pops up,
well, then homeschool your kid.
My son Sebastian was in a class at Lamar where a teacher took a kid's phone and he got punched in the face, and the video went viral. The student socked the teacher and just knocked him silly, and it was a freshman when it happened. So this is going to happen a lot in HISD. It's unfortunate. I don't want it to happen, but if you get caught with your phone out, you get it taken for the whole day, and only your parent can come get it. You get it taken. You get caught a second time, you lose it for you lose it for a full 24 hours or maybe even 48 hours, and then eventually it gets to a suspension. But I promise you, parents are already going to be fighting over this.
What's the legality? Because that's what a kid's going to do.
So it was just passed. A bill was just passed.
Okay.
So that's what makes it illegal. A bill was passed, and I love that bill was passed, because it will at least get HSD's losing a ton of teachers, because it's hard to. A lot of school districts are losing teachers because it's hard to teach kids anymore. A, they're disrespectful. B, they don't have any attention span. They've had phones and iPads in front of their face since they're 2.
Well,
in some cases, and they don't have attention spans.
And taking away phones is the number one cause for teachers to get their ass kicked.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
No, that's what I'm saying. This makes me nervous. You better have big ass security guards coming in there to take them.
Yeah.
Because but it is it is a state law now, and it is it's going to be
call the cops.
It's going to be inconvenient for parents, right? Yeah, they're going to have to, but it's going to be inconvenient for parents who need to reach out to their kids and give them messages. But I mean, it was for our parents too, I guess. And it's just you just wait until after school. Turn your phone on after school, you'll be good to go. But I learned that, and my son has already decided here comes the drug sales, and the drug usage is about to skyrocket because you can't be on Snapchat.
Well, there's a lot of
on
time
fights
that you
too,
spent on your phone. There's a lot of time that you spent on your phone. Now you got to make up with doing something else, dealing drugs. There you go.
Yep.
Okay. So I can see that. Hey, best position battles. This is a good one. The training camp position battles going on at every team. Like the Bills are backup quarterback. The Dolphins are corner.
Mm-hmm.
Patriots, who are their wide receivers going to be? The Ravens, who's their kicker going to be? Browns, who's their quarterback going to be? What do you think the Texans battle is?
Well, I'll give you my opinion. Who wrote this article?
This article was written by each reporter from each team.
Oh, so DJ Bieneme?
Yeah, Bieneme.
Oh, okay.
Wrote it.
Well, so he'll know. I would say, man, it's a tough one. A battle. Maybe right tackle?
Tackle, period.
Yeah.
Offensive tackle, yeah. And it's right tackle, right. It's Ursary versus Blake Fisher, right?
Yeah, that's what I would think, yeah.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah. That's the most unsettled, or is it? I mean, apparently it's solidified, and we're not worried about it. There's no concern. So it looks like Ariante Ursary. Well, they love the way he's gone about his work. Okay, I think he's been aggressive. They feel like he's better than Blake Fisher.
Yeah, but how long does it last? Like, does he play well enough that he keeps? I think there's going to be, even if he wins a job, there may be a time where we're having discussions. He's a rookie. There may be times where you and I and Dell are talking about, well, do you pull the trigger and bring in Fisher now? I guarantee you that conversation we have.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it probably absolutely will be. In Indianapolis, it's the quarterback position. It won't. How long before Daniel Jones is the quarterback?
Probably, I don't know. They may have to pull the trigger on that. So I don't know. That's a really tough one for
week 3.
By
week 3,
if it's by week 3, your season's over. Daniel Jones ain't going to do a lot more than probably not. The fact that Daniel Jones hasn't just won that job should tell you something.
Yeah.
And Daniel Jones has experience. Daniel Jones had one season with Brian Daboll that got him a big paycheck. That was an outlier season for him. And he can't, and Anthony Richardson has been one of the poorer quarterbacks in football, and you can't beat him out convincingly by now? That's not a good
sign. Apparently he's having a good camp.
Yeah.
That's what I hear.
Well, Anthony has talent, but let's see what happens when the lights come on and the rush comes up and you got to complete more than 52% of your passes. We'll see what happens.
I'll tell you what's scary and good for the Texans, actually. These reports on Matthew Stafford's back. Apparently not good. Not good.
Hasn't this been an issue? What was the issue for him previously when he was missing time? A couple of years. There was a real concern about his injury, and I'm trying to remember if it was shoulder. I want to say it was elbow. It was an elbow injury.
That's right. This is back.
Okay.
And so, fantasy-wise, for Puka and for Devontae Adams, what do you do if he's down? Apparently, Stetson Bennett is having a nice camp, but there's a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo talk. That could derail a season, and I think it's going to have an effect on Puka and his fantasy draft status. I don't know if I want him anymore. If Matthew Stafford's not there, I definitely don't want him. But we'll see. And that could be good for the Texans. We'll see if Matthew Stafford is good, if he's healthy, if he's out there. But
see, you're coming around now to my way of thinking. Let's hope he's not healthy.
Yeah, well, week 2 is fine. It's still 16 games they'll play.
I always hope every player that the Texans go against, it sounds worse than it actually is.
Is it?
No, it's
pretty bad.
I hope that none of them are healthy.
God don't like ugly.
I hope every quarterback is unhealthy.
You've heard that before. God don't like
ugly.
ugly.
I've heard God don't make junk, and he made me, so I'm not junk.
But God don't like ugly.
God don't like ugly, but I don't think it's ugly. It's honesty.
Ugly.
It's honesty.
Well, get that.
I don't want for your team to be super healthy.
Do you need to
I want
repent?
your team to be injury prone.
Are you hoping for injuries to happen to other teams?
Yeah.
I wanted to.
He's a bad person.
That's a tricky
way.
Like
when you heard about Savon Ahmed and what happened to him, were you like,
no, I'm not for that.
Were you like, man, I wish it was Jonathan Taylor?
No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Of course not.
Okay.
Ahmed's like third running back.
I know, and that's why I said, did it cross your mind that too bad that wasn't Jonathan Taylor?
No.
Yeah. That's a lie.
Probably. How about the hip drop tackle in practice?
Yeah, what an aggressive move that is. I can't. Boy, that better have been a really good player.
No, it was an undrafted free agent.
An undrafted free agent linebacker? I'm saying linebacker.
I think it was a linebacker. Trey Washington.
He hip dropped.
As Savon, if you don't know the reference, Savon Ahmed, he's been around the league for a pretty good amount of time now. He's, like you said, third or fourth running back. That's kind of where he is. He was about to go into the end zone, and undrafted free agent Trey Washington broke out the hip drop tackle on him as he was, I guess, maybe about to cross the goal line. They were going live, so they're one of the few teams allowing actual tackling to go on to take you to the ground, and that opened up the opportunity for Trey Washington to drop the hip drop on him, and he suffered a severe lower leg right injury. Savon Ahmed did. Was taken to the hospital for X-rays. That's as far as they're going. That's probably they don't have to go further than that because it's only training camp. But yeah, he grabbed at his ankle. It was in an awkward position, so you can kind of guess what that might have been.
Well, he had teammates all on a knee praying for him.
Yeah, they said severe. One thing I'm reading, well, it's a comment. It's not anyone who was there who just said, undrafted rookie severely injures practice squad running back. There's a real chance this is it for both of their NFL careers.
Yeah.
Washington's a safety, undrafted, as we said. And like you said, Savon Ahmed was a former, I think maybe his entire career with the Dolphins.
Yeah, he was.
But he is that type that is always trying to make the roster. That's kind of where he is in his NFL life, and this one is probably going to put him on the IR for the rest of the year.
All right, we got a break. We got a couple segments left, so if you want to get in, be able to hurry. Right now, I'm talking about Coors Light. I'm talking about a great week here in the city of Chicago with Coors Light. Now, this has always been like an old-style town, always, but Coors Light has taken over. I'm just telling you, it's just taken over this city. It's taken over every city that I go to places and, oh, sorry, we're out of Coors Light. Well, how could you be out of Coors Light? Well, everybody's buying them. Well, then order more. That's ridiculous to me. You should never, ever, ever run out of Coors Light, okay? We've got, my brother's here. We got cases of Coors Light here. And one less than a case. We had people over yesterday, less than a case now because everybody was drinking Coors Lights. Love the taste, love the cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. It is the world's most refreshing beer. And if you're looking for a great way to be refreshed and have yourself a nice beer after, during, whatever it is you're doing. Doesn't matter what you're doing. There's always a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. It's the world's most refreshing beer. I saw a billboard once. You can't lie on a billboard. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Better get in a hurry. 713-780-3776. We got some news of the weird coming your way. Julian wants to get in here. Hey, Julian.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. There's a crazy bet online. It's about the WNBA. What color will the next item be when it's thrown onto the court? And then also, how is it going to be handled? Kicked? Is it going to be handled with your feet, hands, stuff like that? We're living in a crazy world. Blue is plus 1,400.
Yeah, John already went.
Dallas, you guys want to make a bet?
Yeah, John already went through the odds on that. Green is the big favorite.
Green's a huge favorite.
Oh, man, I didn't know.
Yeah, we talked about that a couple hours ago.
Yeah, but yeah, there's all kinds of other bets as well. It's not just that. I mean, you can, like, is it going to be on the visitors, thrown on the visitor side, the home side? Is it going to be, how's it going to be handled? Is it going to be kicked off the floor? Will it be picked up? Will one of the players pick it? I mean, there's also all kinds of prop bets.
By the way, did you see our conversation that we had on Friday? The brief one turned into an all-out think piece on social media about why Vegas why the Vegas numbers have gone down. And it is true that young people are just used to doing everything on their phones, and they're not going to spend for flight, hotels, expensive meals when they can just do everything on their phone. They don't know what to them. There's no necessarily any allure to the Las Vegas thing. For other people, it's just gotten way expensive, like the rooms and all that compared to what it was. And it was interesting. It was interesting seeing what people's different experiences and comments were about Las Vegas. I mean, you even talk about it. It's just easier to go to. It's easier to go to to drive to Lake Charles than to fly out there.
There's casinos all over the place now.
It's faster, and it's faster. And so Vegas, and then there's the international. The Canadians aren't coming. There's international stuff there's a lot of stuff playing into it. But it turned into a whole big, think piece about what's happening to Vegas. Vegas may be in some trouble, come to think of it. Because sports betting, I don't know a lot of people who travel to Las Vegas to just bet live in a casino. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to pay for your flight and your hotel and all that, and primarily you're just going to the sports book?
No, I think football season will bring it back. This is a slow time for gambling.
Well, it is, but you can play on your phone.
Yeah, you can.
I mean, that's why, that's what, I mean, it was bound to cut into Vegas. Everything online, it was bound to cut into it some.
Yeah. There's a big 19% decrease in Vegas action right now, which is big. That's a lot. So,
but it's not like people aren't gambling. People are gambling still.
Well, here's another thing. Summer in Vegas it's a ridiculous place to go during the summer. So that's another thing. Although it is down from years past, I just think in the fall and winter it'll pick back up. Because it's so hot there, dude. It's so hot. I've been in the summer. You go by the pool, you can't sit outside. It's just ridiculous.
Last time I was in Vegas, I don't know how often I've ever even been outside in Vegas. In the times I've gone, I think I've been outside one time ever.
You go to shows, you go to, dinners at some places.
A lot of times that's self-contained.
Yeah. No. It depends. Yeah. Well, sometimes. Yeah. Or you do other stuff. You go see shows at other places. So, yeah, I think it's a little bit overstated, but yeah, I'm sure it's down, and probably with this generation, it may not come back. It may not. I don't know. We'll see. Let's break because we got news of the weird. We got some good stuff. News of the weird coming your way right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And a reminder, speaking of casinos, we are going to be on Thursday. We're going to tell you how you can be in our fantasy draft. We had a bunch of registrations last Thursday. We expect a heck of a lot more this Thursday. We want you to be part of it. We're giving away 2 spots on Thursday, and hopefully you can come August 28th and 29th. If you can't do it August 28th and 29th, then please don't sign up. But if you're looking to get into our fantasy in Lake Charles, which is awesome, we got a $200 dinner ticket for you. We got dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. We got a room for you, and we're going to draft. And we got all kinds of prizes that we're putting together for the league as well. So it's going to be fun, and we want you to be a part of it. And we will pick one more person, basically two names, on Thursday. Right now, I'm talking about Chastain Ford, and I'm talking about an unbelievable deal right now. Summer sales event. Now, there are still 2024s on the lot at Chastain Ford, and I don't know that there's a better deal in anywhere on anything than if you're buying a 2024 this deep into 2025. They want them off the lot. They're going to do whatever they can to get them off the lot. Brand new cars or trucks, only they're 2024s. Okay? 0% for 48 months, 0 down, no payments for up to 90 days on select new 2024 and 25 models. Plus a complimentary 2-year maintenance plan. I mean, what more could you possibly want? Nothing down for 48 months, 4 years of no interest, 0 down, and no payments for 90 days. Plus 2-year maintenance plan. I mean, this is ridiculous. No dealer added fees ever at Chastain Ford. No markups, no add-ons. The price that you see, the price you're going to pay, transparency, and just the best deals that you're going to find. Especially if you're in business and you need a pickup truck, this is the best time you could possibly go. ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead, 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So a British television station is under fire. Apparently, they aired on, this is a Channel 4 in, I believe it's in London, a British television station. They aired the Bonnie Blue documentary. And there are graphic scenes in it. Do you wish you lived in London now so that you could watch the Bonnie Blue documentary on TV?
Well, explain to people who Bonnie Blue is, John.
Well, she had sex with 1,057 men in 12 hours.
Hard pass. No, I don't wish I wished in London could watch that.
1,057 men in 12 hours.
Like even if that alarming number wasn't on her jacket, like. Why do I don't need to be in London to watch the Bonnie Blue documentary. If I want to see what Bonnie Blue has to offer, I ain't got to live in London for that.
Do you remember we just had a segment about phones?
Yeah.
What they're capable of. I got one for you, John. Nowadays, people are relying on AI for relationship advice, money-saving tips, and now help negotiating salaries. However, if you're a woman or minority using the technology, chat bots might be causing you more harm than good. A study found that in one test, a male applicant applying for a senior medical position in Denver was advised by ChatGPT to ask for $400,000 as a starting salary. Meanwhile, an equally qualified female applicant was told to ask for $280,000. Minorities and refugees were also consistently recommended for lower salaries from AI. Our results align with prior findings, which observed that even subtle signals like candidates' first names can trigger gender and racial disparities in employment-related prompts. So apparently AI is like, you need to ask for less, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All AI is saying is, look, let's live in reality here. The world suggests that you are going to be paid less. AI is like, I wouldn't do it, but the human beings
want the job?
would. But the human beings will. So I'm just giving you some advice.
Would you like the job, ma'am?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well,
thanks, AI.
I think AI is going about it wrong. They should ask for a picture so that you see what she looks like.
A picture.
Right.
They'll just be somebody
and then
with,
you can decide,
with three fingers on their hand.
What she gets paid.
And then AI will crank that picture out and turn it into somebody with 3 fingers.
They don't do well with fingers?
They don't do well with hands, no. AI struggles with hands.
With hands, they do.
Yep.
An 88-year-old Russian man. He gained local fame for building his own aircraft, right? But now he's dead because when he tried to take off, it fell apart. It self-destructed. Do you think it's more because he's 88 years old or because he's Russian that it fell apart?
Was he poisoned?
No,
or did he just crash on an 88-year-old? Yeah, I just think building your own anything like that is I can't believe the Wright brothers ever try. Every day I think about, well, I don't think about the Wright brothers often, but when I do, I just think, man, the balls to go on that first trip.
Yeah, right.
And second and third and fourth.
You really got to trust your brother that he's, my brother couldn't trust me.
Even if you fall, you'll fall into some wheat fields. I mean, how hard can they be?
Well, no, it would be, they would fall and you'd die. But my brother would be like, I ain't building no airplane with you, okay?
No.
There's no chance.
The Granado brothers?
Yeah.
Masters of aviation?
Can you imagine if we owed flight to the Granado brothers? Like,
it's all we'd be hearing about.
If that's the reason we took that jump is because they were the culprits. No, I can't imagine, in fact.
You don't know. My people have invented flight. What have your people done, Dell?
If a Granado was behind flight.
You don't need a Granado behind.
Could we get through any show?
Pure aviation. No, we wouldn't get through the show.
Well, thankfully, the Wright brothers took control of that.
I see John on screen. I'm not sure I think he may have disconnected.
It might be the case because we were talking about him and his family.
Yeah, he hasn't even responded.
He hasn't responded. I don't know what's going on. Well, this would be a good time to end the show to get out on time, but John still has to do a live spot. So We have to wait.
I'm back.
Oh, he's back.
I'm back.
He's back. Well, do your live spot then.
How about the most important segment? It falls apart. How'd that happen?
We were doing fine.
Yeah, we're doing just great, and then it falls apart.
Well, you heard us say we cannot believe, or we would not want the Granados to be behind flight, right?
No, to be behind what?
Like to be the reason we have airplanes.
Yeah, thank God it was the Wright brothers, not the Granado brothers. We never hear the end.
Like if the Granados had brought flight to the modern world.
What my people brought us flight. What did your people do, Dell?
Yeah.
Your people brought us.
Are you kidding?
Your people brought us one of the worst times in the history of the world, Lance. Like,
well,
not my people.
Well, my people, Hakeem Olajuwon. Those my people.
Oh, see.
My people.
Oh, we're gonna take Hakeem.
If you're gonna take anything an Italian ever does, yes.
No,
that's fair.
If it was named Granada.
No, but you celebrate any Italian.
Not just Italian.
You're like Spencer Arrighetti is your brother.
You celebrate any Italian accomplishment.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
See?
Thank you.
So I can take Olajuwon.
I feel like you should just thank me and be on your way.
For what? You didn't do anything, so I can take Olajuwon.
No, the Italians did.
I just want everyone to know.
No, the Wright brothers are not Italian.
Yeah.
Well, I know, but if we did, then
just understand 2 of the happiest years of your basketball watching life are because of my people. That's
the Granado
all you need
brothers
to know.
would have opened
Thank
up
me.
Spirit Airlines
or JetBlue or something.
Yeah.
JetBlue is awesome.
JetBlue used to be really good, but no, it gets put on blast also all the time. I notice.
Yeah,
I don't know why. They got really nice. My wife flew them. She said it was awesome. It was really good. I've never been on one.
A comeback for JetBlue.
Yeah, I've never been on one. And finally tonight, a Boston woman armed with a knife allegedly stole 8 boxes of ice cream from a CVS store. Do you feel like she may have overpacked here? I mean, do you really need an armed robbery to steal ice cream?
Nah.
Well, not from a CVS.
No,
they're instructed to. I think they're instructed not to confront you. They may try to stop you, but if they're not going to get physical, you don't need a knife for that.
At CVS, just do whatever you want. I mean, yeah, you could take them without a knife. Why are you going to get armed robbery charges?
Yeah, it doesn't seem smart.
You just overpacked for the whole trip. That's all.
You brought a knife to a CVS robbery, and that's too much.
Right. You brought a knife to a spoon fight.
Yeah.
I mean,
not even. Your hands are fine.
I don't even know that there's any kind of fight. You don't need that in your life.
I've seen those employees. We've all seen them, depending on the location. But yeah, they're not looking for conflict. Just take your ice cream and walk out.
And go ahead. You're done. All right, we are done as well here on the show. I'll be back in Los Angeles tomorrow, everybody, and back in Houston as soon as I can. But here's the deal. As soon as I get back in Houston, I'm going to go to Texas Card House. As soon as I get there, because to me, it's as good a poker room as there is. Okay, I go out in L.A. quite a bit. The poker rooms are not as good. They're just not as good. Texas Card House is awesome. Texas Card House, secure. Walk through a metal detector. Parking lot is lit. Huge parking lots at both locations in Spring and on Westheimer. Okay, so that you feel safe. You've got a bar open till 2 a.m. every night. You've got games 24/7. You've got an app, Hijack Poker, where you can play at home. So if you got kids and I can't make it to the card house, okay. But you can go to the card house and deposit or withdraw your money there at Texas Card House and put it into your Hijack Poker account. So if you want to do it with cash, that's fine. People don't see that. Your wife might not see that. That's great. That's a great way to go about that. Maybe you got a little stash that she doesn't know about. You can use on your Hijack Poker app. That's great. But here's the deal: is there's no better poker in the city of Houston than Texas Card House. You're looking for a great place to play tournament or hold'em or cash hold'em play or PLO. You got it all. TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com.
All that juice from the trade deadline gone already. I wouldn't even say it took yesterday. I wouldn't even say it took 3 days. How long did it take for the buzz of acquiring Carlos Correa and Jesus Sanchez to dissipate? Did it last until we had a base running error from Sanchez? Did it go until we thought Pena was hurt again? Of course, he came back. Turns out it was very minor. He did get pulled out of a game. I kind of equate like the deadline or any acquisition to like the draft, because you get the buzz of, okay, my team made a move. But with the draft, now you have to wait months to see all the guys you're excited about at least play kind of real football. They get mini camps and stuff, rookie camps, but you see them in pads and out there. And that starting in July, you're like, okay, now I know that Olaleye Series is better than I thought. Or throw in depending on who you're rooting for. Oh, look, oh no, this guy can't play. Those things start to pop up in training camp. With the trade deadline, it's like, yes, we got Carlos, we got Jesus Sanchez, and then reality hits. We got games to play, and the team still loses 3 in a row. So did it last a whole game? Did it get you to Saturday before you realize this team still has problems? And when you have a series that has Hunter Brown and Fromber going and you get swept, that's tough. That's a tough look for your best 2 pitchers to go, and you couldn't scratch out a win. Now, you have the extra inning loss, but what happened yesterday with Fromber, and I saw it get people to react like, oh, this is old Fromber. This is why he's not going to get re-signed. Fromber can't do this. He's allowed one blow up. I mean, he had gone, 14 straight starts when he was nails. He's allowed one of these. So I'm not going to crush Fromber. You're desperate for a win. You're trying to avoid getting swept. He didn't get it done. And I got to say, Sean, the combo of the Saturday night sleeping pill because you can't go to sleep and the 10:35 first pitch is a tough combo to fight. It's tough. And this is a reference to me, not Fromber. Because I don't know what he does on a Saturday night before it starts.
Probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, but for me, I was like, you know what? I can't sleep. Let me pop a sleeping pill. And it's just one. I ain't got a problem, I swear.
It's Saturday?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere. Let me pop a sleeping pill and get myself to sleep. I woke up in enough time, but the sleeping pill doesn't wear off just because you woke up. So I'm watching the game, and okay, Fromber's going pretty good. He had a little trouble early, but he found a way to get out of it, induced a double play. So okay, we're good. I gotta admit, I fell asleep right before the 4th inning. I wake when it's scoreless. I wake up and it's 6-1. I'm like, I wake up about I think I woke up in the 6th, so I wasn't gone for a long time. But I was out. I couldn't fight the sleeping pill and watching baseball on a Sunday morning. Those two combined to knock me out. So I missed the disaster that was that 4th inning from Fromber. I went back and watched, and it was just errors from everyone. Fromber, you've got Yainer Diaz, you got Fromber cutting off Carlos Correa to keep him from making a play on the ball, and then Fromber botches another opportunity. We've known for a while that Fromber's not good in the field. That all showed up in that 1 inning in multiple ways, and it led to the Red Sox getting a big crooked number up there and walking away with the sweep. So I thought we could get to Carlos Correa's return before all the realities of a pennant race and the team not being whole and the pitchers being not being around. I thought we could get through about a 9-game stretch before we actually started to, realize that, it's still going to be a race.
You thought we were going to get 9 straight days of good vibes?
I didn't think we'd win all 9, but I thought we could get through a weekend, and then the Marlins series, it turns out the Marlins are one of the hottest teams in baseball, so good luck today, Astros. But I thought we could get through that before we start to look at the reality of the situation. That with the Mariners taking, 2 out of 3 from the Rangers? Was it 2 out of 3 or 3 or 4? 2 out of 3 from the Rangers. They now are only 2.5 games back. Maybe it's 3 out of 4 now that I think about it. But either way, they're only 2.5 games back. The Rangers aren't that far behind. And you're hoping and praying Arrieta's going to come back and be whole. And by the way, when Arrighetti left, he wasn't great. He might have had one good start and one bad start, but he wasn't great. So I get that he's supposed to be the great savior to have a solid number 3 in this rotation, but I'd like to see him prove it. I don't quite understand this assumption that he's just going to come back and be locked down. He started, what is it now, 20-plus games in the major leagues. The track record ain't great. So I'd be far more comfortable if it was Javier or even Luis Garcia closer to returning. But that's the lot we have, that Arrighetti is the next one to be back. And so a lot of hopes are being pinned on a guy who is still young or new to his to this spot. He hasn't pitched a lot, and he certainly hasn't been depended on in the way that he will be. He's got to come in and be really good because we're on fumes right now when it comes to the starting rotation. And he was a couple starts, ERA over 5 in his short tenure as an active player this year. And then you go back to last year, 7-13, ERA over 4.5. I'm just not quite sure why everyone's looking at him and going, you know what? He's going to save us. I get the desperation of wanting him back because you expect him to be better than Jason Alexander or Colton Gordon or whoever has to go. At a time, it was Ryan Gusto. Now he's a Marlin, and it was pointed out by people on the Marlins side that the Marlins are so deep that Ryan Gusto won't be pitching in their rotation. That's where they feel like their arms are. The Astros were depending on that guy, and he went there in the Jesus Sanchez trade. So it's tough. Those 3 games are tough. Watch Alex Bregman make play after play at third, and Carlos was fine at third. It's not a comp or comparison between the two because they were both fine. But there are a couple of plays where he casually was in foul territory and just threw out Christian Walker, and the announcers talked about, he's smart. He knows who the base runner is, so he can set his feet, take some time, and then gun Christian Walker out. And that's the Alex Bregman we remember, particularly last year when he won a Gold Glove. But you needed to get 2 when you have those 2 guys on the mound, Fromber and Hunter Brown. It just didn't get done, and can't blame them completely. The offense wasn't what you would want either. So all around a tough series. You can point at multiple guys for why it happened, but now you go to Florida. You're in Miami with a team who's playing great baseball, 31-15 over their last 46 to get back to 500. That's the best that city has felt about the Marlins in a long time, and they were supposed to be sellers. They did trade Sanchez to the Astros, but they were trying to deal Alcantara. There are multiple ways to pronounce it now. I've always just stuck with Alcantara because sometimes I don't want to roll an R or mess with the back half of his last name, but I've heard it said different ways now. We'll see what the likes of Jeff Blum say when Alcantara is on the mound. This
Sandy.
You think he just sticks with Sandy?
Big Al.
I think Todd Callis will throw that last name out there, but maybe Jeff. I think Jeff will try.
He'll do it once.
Yeah, does Alcantara have a nickname that he can lean on? I can look
the
at
Sandman strikes out another one.
No, you only do that if you're the Marlins.
Oh, yeah.
If you're the Marlins guy. Jeff can't say it with that type of verve. if Alcantara is on a run striking out Astros, he can't do that. But he will be one of the guys in the rotation.
Putting the Astros offense to sleep.
Speaking of, the Sandman on Netflix, not bad.
I have no idea.
It's a Neil Gaiman's an author. He writes a lot. He writes a lot about fantasy, sci-fi stuff. They turned it into a TV show for 2 seasons. It's fine. I've watched season 1. Pretty good. Season 2 I haven't gotten to yet, so we'll see. But that's an actual Sandman who he's the Lord of Dreams. In that one, I don't need Alcantara putting the Astros to sleep. I mean, enough pitchers have done that over the course of particularly with runners in scoring position. Like, they get guys on base, and then the guy who has to drive them in gets put to sleep.
I was gonna say Criswell did that on Friday.
Yeah, they get snuffed quite a bit by guys who are trying to keep a rally from beginning. That's been their problem. Not getting traffic on the base paths. It's their inability to drive in those runs, particularly when they're in scoring position. So let's try to avoid that in this series against the hottest team in baseball. Not a great time to play the Marlins, particularly when you are one of the coldest teams in baseball, excluding the 2 games against the Nationals. The Astros have gone about 3 weeks of playing bad baseball, at least in terms of winning games. I mean, the quality of the baseball you can determine, but winning baseball games, which matters, they have not done a lot of that.
Honestly, I'd rather them be playing terrible baseball and winning all these games.
Have all the Jesus Sanchez and Altuve base running errors you want, as long as it follows up with a 3-run home run. I don't care. I don't care about that. But it'll be Alcantara tonight against Jason Alexander.
Sandman.
No.
Versus Costanza.
I wish it could be – if it was Savannah Bananas baseball, it would get announced like that. But I don't know that it will be tonight.
Yeah.
Speaking of that, I didn't know the Portland Pickles were like a sort of version of the Savannah Bananas, because what happened over the weekend for them is I think it was a plant, at least my conspiracy brain thinks it was a plant, but they brought in a fan from the crowd at random, we'll see, and then he hits a home run. And then they sign him to a 1-day contract. That feels like a plant to me, but they're treating it as a random occurrence. I forgot the guy's name, but they just pull him out of the stands. He takes the pitcher deep.
Like in a real game.
Real game. It was, that's what they're saying. Was it more Chan Ho Park grooving something to Cal Ripken for a bit? And then they sign the guy? Maybe.
A guy who probably is already on the team, but no one knows what a Portland Pickle looks like.
Yeah, for most of us, we don't know who a Portland Pickle is. Maybe, but at least the current narrative is this guy is not anything but a random fan.
I will say it's not the most insane thing that someone could hit
a home run.
Yeah, like if they just randomly picked a guy who played like D2 ball,
sure.
Like, it's not insane that this guy hits a home run. If he's like relatively young.
Yeah, he's a pretty young guy. He had I don't know from what year, but he had like one of those all-star jerseys from one of the, I don't know, whatever all-star game it was. He had one of those, and they just threw a Portland Pickle ball boy jersey on him, or bat boy, jersey on him. And he went out there, swung away, took the pitcher deep, which, if it wasn't a bit, is very embarrassing. And that guy who should lose a spot in the active roster.
Yeah,
if you pull a guy out of the stands and he just takes you deep, you gotta be off the team.
That's are they like the Savannah Bananas, where they're not like competitive?
They're a collegiate summer baseball team, whatever that means. They play in the West Coast League.
Okay, I was gonna ask, do they play in a league?
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty tough for that's actually the like sad story.
This, like, everyone's celebrating the guy who hit the home run, but what about the pitcher who gave up the home run?
It's like, not only am I pitching to the Portland Pickles, I got taken deep off of a guy who walked in, stumbled, had 2 Miller Lights during the first inning.
Kid he looked pretty young. I don't even know if he was old enough to drink it legally. I'm not saying it couldn't have happened either way. But yeah, so that was my baseball weekend. Falling asleep during Fromber's disaster of a 4th inning, catching wind of a Portland Pickle hitting a home run, and then signing a 1-day contract. If he can hit a home run, maybe give him a 10-day. I don't know if that's not a baseball thing, that's a basketball thing, but maybe.
Well, yeah, it was a 1-day contract.
Yeah, what's that mean? Does he get to play? Or
Portland Pickles.
Yeah.
Like, I could probably play for you. If I can hit a home run, I can maybe play for you.
Yeah, I don't know what a 1-day does. Does it simply get him a uniform and he takes batting practice and doesn't get put in the lineup? But give me a 10-day. Why not? What else are you guys doing? You're letting me come out and hit. You might as well just give me an actual roster spot. That's the point. Yeah, I mean, how ridiculous. Like, no, we draw the line and actually giving you a roster spot. Yeah, let me come in and hit in what you were staging as a competitive baseball game. All right, we move on. The Texans are in West Virginia. Get ready for a lot of man out of water type of tweets. This isn't like Texas. A lot of stuff will be coming. A lot of content will be coming your way of that. Bunch of dudes talking about how West Virginia is different from Texas. Who would have thought?
How do you talk about the differences between West Virginia and either where these guys are from or Houston.
Without insulting West Virginia?
Yeah, without playing into some harmful stereotypes about the West Virginian.
You talk about the landscape, right? Like if there's a lot of trees, much greener than...
Wow, there's a hill.
Yeah.
Don't see a lot of those in Houston.
Stuff like that.
Okay.
You don't talk about the people very much unless you say they're very nice.
Will someone wear overalls at some point? Will a Texans player wear overalls? Be photographed wearing overalls?
I don't know. That's usually... Do we got a bunch of jokesters on the team? I don't know their personalities really. I can see like we know a veteran, like Vince Wilfork years ago came in like overalls with no shirt on.
Will moonshine be mentioned?
I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. It's hard to like. What's the thing to talk about with West Virginia that isn't the plight of the Appalachian people?
Don't mention coal mining in any way.
Hatfield McCoys probably stay away from.
Yeah, the wonderful whites of West Virginia, maybe stay away from that if you haven't. Even if you've seen the docs, that's probably a real reason to stay away from that. Maybe you mentioned Mountaineer football. You talk about Bob Huggins or something. I don't know.
Rich Rod.
Yeah, Rich Rod being back. Yeah, maybe that's what you do. Maybe Geno Smith, something like that. You stick with the football stuff. Maybe you're safe. I don't think they have any West Virginia players on the team. That's a missed opportunity for the media in this town. If they had a West Virginia player on the team, they could lean on that guy.
Yeah, they should have signed a guy to a 10-day contract while they're there.
Yeah, waive one of your excess DBs and just sign a guy for West
Stedman
Virginia.
Bailey. What's it like being back in West Virginia?
That's right.
And in the NFL after like a decade.
Yeah. Oh, they do. They have Will Greer. No, they don't.
No, they don't.
They have.
You've been doing this all. They have so many other white backup quarterbacks.
Oh, it's not Will Greer. Who is it?
It's Graham Mertz.
Yeah, another Florida transfer.
Keaton Slovitz.
Yeah, no, it's the Florida transfer thing. Okay. That's what it is. Graham Mertz. That's what it is. Dang it,
Davis Mills. Like they're all kind of the same guy.
Yeah, but the thing that's in my head is the Florida transfer quarterback and who now is playing for the Texans. That's what it is. Yeah, they do not have a Will Greer. Too bad. They could have ran Will Greer out there. Will Greer's like, I'm from North Carolina.
Yeah, I went to school here. Dude.
Yeah, I don't really care about West Virginia that much. That's why I got out of there. Well, he actually found his way there. All right, we'll go to break with that. If you want to get in on the show, the number is 713-780-3776. We've got tickets to the listener appreciation party to give away today. We're going to do that today. We were instructed to do that at some point in the week. I just want to get out of the way. So we'll do that today. If you guys want a chance to join us for our annual listener appreciation party, stay tuned all week. Shows will be giving away those tickets. We'll do ours today. We got free reign to give them away when we want. So we'll do that before we're done today. So we'll get that to you. I've already given my... Hey, do you want to give listeners tickets away? Like we were told, hey, you can give a couple listeners tickets that they don't have to win them on the air. I've already set mine aside just to, once again, get it out of the way. So if you want to hit up Sean for his pair of tickets he can give away to a listener, you can do that.
Wait, what?
Well.
What'd you just sign me up for? I'm sorry.
You remember that
I was looking for a log. And
during our Saturday,
I heard, hey, hit Sean up.
During our Saturday meeting, we were told we can give a name to Joe for someone who's a listener who wants to be at the party.
Okay.
I said, if you want to hit up Sean, you can do that. It's his choice whether he puts you on the list or not. But you can do that for BMAC as well.
I don't like this. Hey, harass us.
That's why I'm doing it. That's why I'm doing it.
Did you already give yours away?
Yes, I just said while you were looking for your log. That's why you don't harass me. I've already given them away.
I also have given mine away.
Too late. You can tell he hasn't.
I definitely
don't let him trick you.
Plan things out a month ahead of time.
Yeah, September 5th, I believe.
I've had these tickets for 2 days. Of course I already.
No, I got hit up. No, the reason I'm giving mine away is because I got hit up for, as a joke, I got hit up for Fantasy Football League spots. And I said, I can't give you those, but I can give you these. So that's what I'm doing. Yeah, we had a meeting.
Chances are I won't give you my tickets, by the way.
Chances are.
Unless I know you. Like, sorry.
The person I'm giving them away to, I know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. All right, we'll go to break here. Someone wants to talk FCC. I'm going to assume that says SEC football.
Yes.
I don't know a conference named the FCC. That's more of a regulatory branch of the government. we've been able to not run afoul of that particular organization.
Somehow talking about West Virginia.
No, there was WNBA sex toy talk on the morning show, so that's what I meant. We are pretty good here. The morning show, you never know. All right, we'll get to you and anyone else when we get back. But first, I want to talk to you about Monument Chevrolet. It's a place you go to when you want a great car. Forget about all the nonsense we talk about. Now we're talking about things that actually benefit you, and that's the cars and the people over at Monument Chevrolet. So the website is monumentchevrolet.com, and once you go there, you will see all they have to offer. And the best part about them is the prices on the website do not change once you get out to the lot. They may call it a campus because of how big it is. You have your pre-owned vehicles, you have your new vehicles, and you also have vehicles for your fleet. So if you're a business owner and you want to add to your fleet, or you're just starting a business and you want a car or a vehicle for your fleet, they have those out there for you too. And it's back to school time. The district near my home starts next week. I'm sure that's happening around the city of Houston. And if you're on a budget and you're looking for a quality pre-owned vehicle, you can go there right now, particularly if it's for a new driver and you don't want to get them something really crazy, but you want to get them something that's great for them and it's affordable for you. It's back to school season at Monument Chevrolet, and that's the place you go to for pre-owned cars and trucks, 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty, limited warranty. You can shop for those vehicles at Monument Chevrolet. Just go to the lot or the store, the campus. I said lot. The campus, it's on Beltway 8 and 225. So that's in Pasadena. So you go to the website, monumentchevrolet.com, pick the car you want, then head out to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And remember this, Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Welcome back to the show. Let's get to Keith, who, for some reason, has a bug. I don't want to say where it is, but he has a bug up a certain spot about Vanderbilt football. I don't know if this is specifically a Vanderbilt call, but he does want to talk SEC football, I believe. So what's up, Keith? There it is. Apparently, my intro shook him a little bit, and now he's gone. We'll see if Keith wants to call back in. I love talking college football. I mean, we can talk about that particular school if you want. I don't know why you think a team with a 4.5, their win total is like 4.5, is a team you want to promote as a 10-win football team. You want to be out in front of everything, that's cool. I watch a lot of Diego Pavia. It's a fun story, but fun stories generally don't win 10 games when they play in the SEC. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. They got to 6 last year.
They may have won a bowl game to get to 7.
I don't count that, but okay.
Okay. Fine. It would count towards a win total, right?
Yes, but
I mean, as far as the betting win total.
Yeah, but no, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
No.
Okay, so, yeah, you're right. It's out of 12. They only count the regular season. So it wouldn't even help if they...
Because then it's you could win if a team has an 11.5 over-under, they can win 10, then win their conference championship game, then win a playoff game.
Because
there's just so many games now.
The playoffs don't count for the NFL with the win totals.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's also... It's very dumb. It's for teams that win 9 games to win a bowl game where the other team has 45 guys transferring out and be like, we had a 10-win season. It's like, congrats, dude.
Well, it would get sold that way.
That's why I don't like it. I think if you go 10-4, you didn't.
But you're selling the coach.
You don't have a 10. Tom Herman, you didn't have a 10-win season in Texas. Sorry.
Tell it to Tom Herman. The coach will do that for multiple reasons. Of course, you're selling the fan base that we won 10 games. You're telling recruits we're a double-digit win team. You got to do what you can. Now, we got our human eyes. We can see how you got there. But 10 wins on a graphic, what do they say, Sean, about baseball? If it's a line drive or a bloop, it all counts the same. And that's how they're going to treat a 10-win season. Doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter that Cam Ward left the game in halftime, Iowa State. You beat Miami.
In 15 years.
I don't know if in 15 years we'll be talking about the results of the Pop-Tart Bowl.
Not us, but when they talk
on
about
the Wikipedia page.
And then I don't know if that got them to 10 wins or 11 wins. Yeah, it'll be, hey, we won 11 games, and so what if the number 1 overall pick decided he was done with college football at halftime? Who cares? Who cares? That doesn't matter. All right, we got a couple calls that aren't named Keith. Let's go to Eric first. He wants to talk about Fromber. What's up, Eric?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I have a controversial topic. I think we should have traded Framber during the trade deadline for a up-and-coming pitcher, maybe a rental. Just looking at him yesterday, he just breaks down easily when he gives up a run. He just, So since y'all say we're not going to sign him this year, they should have got an up-and-coming pitcher, another batter, maybe a rental to get through the rest of the season. And also, Jordan Peele is a way better director than the Kugler. On him and listen.
This may be simply because Eric has a long-standing agenda to let us know how much he doesn't like centers. Fine. Jordan Peele was someone who really wanted to direct the upcoming movie Weapons. The story is he got rid of people on his team because they didn't secure that so he could direct it. That's how much he wanted to.
What?
Hey, tell me.
No, it's just like we lost. I assume it's a bidding war. It's like, well, we lost a bidding war. What?
Didn't secure it.
Fired.
Yeah, I'm
Outta here.
not sure. Maybe there's a meeting that didn't go well. I don't know, but he wanted weapons. And the story, Hollywood story, you can believe it or not, is that when he found out that he wasn't getting it, he told people, "You guys got to go." So yeah, Warner Brothers got it. Bidding war of it made it to like $38 million. And so the question is, did Jordan Peele really fire reps? And so that's I type it in and it's right there. Let's get to Pena. We'll talk. He wants to talk some actual sports.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got distracted because he brought up Jordan Peele for some reason. But weapons looks like it's going to be good. So maybe he had every right to be upset. Maybe not to fire the people, but whatever. Let's get to Pena. Let's talk some Texas football. What's up, Pena?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, so what? College football's coming up. Can I get your thoughts on the Longhorns' upcoming season? Do you think they're actually going to make it to the national championship this year? How do you think Arch Manning is going to do? And the receiving core. I know last year their receivers had some years under their belt. This year's wide receiver core doesn't have that much, but they're well talented. So you just give me your thoughts. Thank you. Have a great day.
Appreciate it. Yeah, Ryan Wingo's talented. He'll get elevated because of, as you mentioned, they had older players taking opportunities. Look, they're going to be younger, but I wouldn't say they're less talented. Look, Matthew Golden's first-round pick, of course. That's tough. Isaiah Bond had injury issues, so he wasn't what he was projected to be. But when you talk about Wingo and DeAndre Moore, who's one of the older players who came on certainly last year, they're going to be fine at receiver. We'll see if there's a go-to guy. We'll see if a Golden this year emerges. But you're gonna have talent everywhere. As far as the Arch Manning thing, that's a big question. What's Arch Manning going to be? I have never been wowed by his physical gifts. That's fine. He doesn't have to be the greatest traits guy to be a great quarterback, particularly on the college level. Let's see. He'll have great talent around him. Maybe Arch is more, at least in year one, because I do expect him to be back for a second year as a full-time starter. Maybe Arch is more distributor his first year, point guard, than he is a playmaker. Look, he can move around a little bit. Sure, he's not the Quinn Ewers statue in the pocket, but do I expect Arch Manning to be the driving force? I don't. I think the talent around him, if they're going to win a national title, it's going to be everyone uplifting Arch until he's ready. Maybe Arch Manning by game 9 is what you want him to be and all the hype about him. But early on, you got to go to Ohio State. I think that's going to be about the talent of that roster early for him.
That the way Texas is going to have to win that week 1 game is going to be with defense.
Yeah.
Like that. And, luckily
they're breaking in a quarterback
Ohio
too.
State's got. Hey, remember that guy that was really good on last year's Ohio State team? If it's not Jeremiah Smith or Caleb Downs, chances are they're in the NFL now.
Pretty much, yeah.
So it is going to be two teams. It's probably going to be like a top 5 matchup, but it's going to be two teams that are completely different, or for the most part, completely different from last year's team. So yeah, I think it's going to be like you said, just kind of spending a lot of the year figuring out who's the cream rising to the top kind of thing. Because even Matthew Golden last year, you watch the games, he wasn't really the go-to guy for Quinn Ewers until after Ewers came back from his injury. The first part of the year, he wasn't really that not that involved, but he wasn't like the number one target where on 4th and 13, gotta go to Golden. He wasn't that guy until later in the season, probably until like October. So, I mean, no, it probably will happen again like that or similar to that. I would put money on Ryan Wingo being the guy because he is, one of those freshmen. He was one of those freshmen last year who he just had guys ahead of him, so he didn't play as much, but he showed in those limited glimpses he was just as talented. So,
yeah, there are no concerns about the talent on that Texas roster. We all know things pop up that you can't predict, whether there's a big injury someplace. But as far as what Steve Sarkisian has built, they're going to be a real contender.
There is a little bit of just the train keeps moving kind of thing of last season It was look how many guys they replaced that went to the NFL draft, and they replaced them, and all those guys now got drafted this past year. It's like at a certain point, it's like this kind of what really good teams do. When you make the semifinals, a lot of times you have a lot of draft picks, and if you're doing it right, you have a deep roster where you just keep elevating guys who end up getting drafted eventually.
Yeah, at this point, Texas is not a year-to-year thing. They're a program. And sure, there may be different levels to the strength of your team. You may be stronger in one position, weaker in another, depending on the year. But overall, as far as what they're doing to stack talent, just throw them in. And as it's always should be the case, but there has been a lull. We can recognize that. They're the Georgias. They're the Alabamas. They're the Ohio States. They don't have the pedigree of a national title recently like those schools do. But as far as Sean mentioned, being in the semifinal 2 years in a row and the level of talent to get back to another one, if not the final, it's there. And I know we will all have our thoughts and takes on Arch Manning, but that's a young quarterback as far as starts. I will point to the rest of that roster, unless he's an abject failure or a star. I will point to that rest of the roster, helping him get to a point where by the time the playoffs roll around, you can lean on him and not worry.
I mean, just think about the last 5 quarterbacks to win a national championship. Will Howard last year, J.J. McCarthy with
Michigan
with handcuffs on at Michigan.
Yeah,
you have 2 Stetson Bennett teams
and then
and Mac Jones with Alabama, who was pretty good, but it wasn't
put up numbers. But he had Devontae Smith.
But but it's what you're talking about, where it's he was handing off to Najee Harris and throwing it to Devontae Smith.
Yeah. As much as, and we got a question about quarterbacks coming up. We'll get to you, Julian. Hold on. We'll get to you when we come back. We'll get to a break here right now. As much as the conversation will always be about quarterbacks, we've seen, as Sean laid out, over the last 5 years, you don't have to have a great star at quarterback to go win a national title.
Burrow's the last guy.
Yeah. And Mac Jones was drafted in the first round, but anyone who, at least I say anyone, at least I saw Mac Jones in college and didn't think to myself, clear first rounder. And despite a pretty good rookie year, we have seen what Mac Jones is as a pro. Fine, you might even want to say great college player, but I will tell you that roster certainly elevated Mac Jones in his 1 year as a full-time starter. All right, Julian, we'll get to you when we come back. Anyone else got questions? We welcome you. We'll get to Julian and you when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Julian here. He's got a question about college quarterbacks. Speaking of that, DJ Lagway back at practice for Florida, so no concerns for their young quarterback who is going to be up for, that whole debate about who's the best quarterback in the SEC. We just mentioned Arch Manning. DJ Lagway will be part of that. Lenora Sellers will be part of that. So let's see who Julian wants to talk about. What's up, Julian?
What it is, Job Turkeys. Hope y'all had a good weekend. So I have two things. One is going to be relevant to you and I, and the other is just SEC. Austin Simmons is getting a lot of hype. I hadn't heard too much about him until maybe the last couple months. Apparently he's some young stud for Ole Miss. And then also Lenora Sellers. Who do you think will have a better year? And then now this goes to us. John, I think his name is John Beck, right? Y'all quarterback? I think he sucks. But and then we got Castellanos from Florida State. I think he sucks too. Who do you think's going to be better out of them? Castellanos is writing checks his ass can't cash, talking about Alabama, and I feel bad for my boys. Y'all have a good one.
Thank you, Julian. The name is Carson Beck. I think he's painfully above average. I don't think he sucks. But I think it'll be a come down for most of the people who watched Cam Ward and were amazed by, oh, look at that. Miami has a super talented quarterback. Carson Beck was at one point a guy people thought would be a first-round pick. Didn't play well against SEC competition last year. Then got hurt late in the season. He's fully healthy, will be the starter for Miami. He'll be fine. That's my baseline. He'll be fine. Whether there's a fluctuation one way or the other, I'm sure that'll be a lot about the environment around him. I don't think he is an elevator. I think he is a guy who can rise as if the tide rises, and if the tide is low, I think he can go. He's not going to raise it any. And even with a Georgia team that didn't have a great wide receiver play, in fact, those guys dropped a lot of passes. He did not do himself any favors. He's got one of those faces when things aren't going well. You can tell it's not going well. It isn't like, oh, Carson's going to lead us back. It looks like, oh, okay, we better save Carson from himself. But I'm not even talking about his general face. I'm just talking about
general appearance.
Yeah, I'm just talking about what happens when things.
His demeanor.
Yeah, demeanor is probably a better way to say it. Definitely a better way to say it. His demeanor when things aren't going well.
Yeah, it's not Tom Brady.
And he's not even Cam Ward, who had no fear when things were going poor. I think you'll see all the fear. In fact, you'll see the Tyler Van Dyke-like fear on Carson Beck's face if things aren't going well. He'll get an early test against Notre Dame, who's breaking in a quarterback themselves. A lot of top teams who have hopes are breaking in quarterback. Speaking of another one of those teams, Austin Simmons is the lefty from Ole Miss that Julian mentioned. Doesn't have a lot of reps. Forget about even starts. Doesn't have those. Doesn't have reps.
Yeah. This is where I get into my people are like, Arch Manning, what has he proven? And then also at the same time being like, Austin Simmons, sleeper for the Heisman. It's like, what has he done? Yeah. It's just so I have his stats up right now.
He's big, strong, athletic, and inexperienced. All those things combined. Look, the Ole Miss offense produces.
Yeah. I don't. He'll throw for 3,600 yards. Yeah.
He will put up numbers. Whether he will be a great decision maker, we will find out. Whether he'll get rattled by better defenses, that's what the season will determine. If he starts and plays well enough to keep that job, he'll just put up numbers because that's what the Ole Miss offense allows you to do under Lane Kiffin. Whether he's going to be a real difference maker, that's what this season is for. I mean, you're asking me if he's going to be a stud. I don't know.
Yeah,
he's
barely, like half the SEC. It's just
he's barely played any snaps.
These guys are highly rated. I don't know if any of them can play.
Yeah, well, I imagine.
Actually, Lenore Sellers is one of the only, high. I would say only high level SEC returning starting quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, DJ Lagway gets some hype, but he wasn't the starting quarterback last year. Yeah. That went to the Texans' backup, getting it right this time, Graham Mertz.
Yeah, it looked good out there, by the way. I don't know if that's true. I just want to hype up Graham Mertz.
We'll ask Will Kunkel what he thinks at some point, I guess. But Lenore Sellers really came on in the back half of the year. He had the He wasn't a giant game against Clemson. Clemson had a good defense, but he made enough plays. He was okay against Illinois in a game they lost, so he still has plenty to prove. I mean, the touchdown to INT ratio isn't great, but he's big, strong, and people love all that stuff.
Yeah.
And he can make plays with his feet, so he's going to be a problem, as they say.
He is gonna be a problem. Yeah, I guess him, and I almost forgot before we get angry Texan calls. Garrett Nussmeier also returning.
That's the other guy who's another in that tier where I go,
yeah.
I shrug and go, he'll put up numbers, but is it because of him? Look,
and also at some point, Texas A&M defensive backs were like, I can't believe he's still throwing us these picks.
Yeah, it's like
that was an actual quote from, I forgot which one, but it was just like, I couldn't believe he threw that ball.
I remember we talked about it.
I can't get it out of my head.
Yeah.
Of like every time I see Garrett Nussmeier like high up on the 2026 NFL draft, like way too early stuff, I always think of the A&M defensive back being like, I couldn't believe he threw that ball. And then couple drives later, he threw me another one. I can't believe the passes this guy's throwing.
And if we remember, this is the same Garrett Nussmeier who called out the environment at A&M, saying it wasn't as loud as other places.
That's not good. Don't do that.
Yeah, he said not even close to Death Valley at LSU or in other places, or the Swamp, he said. So A&M was like,
didn't he lose there too? But that one's hard. I get it.
It's harder to play there, as you might imagine. So that's why he lost there. But so those are some of the top quarterbacks. He mentioned Thomas Castellanos as well. He is the former Boston College quarterback who had some issues with Bill O'Brien. Imagine that. And now he is at Florida State. Julian mentioned that the checks his ass can't cash, or possibly. They got Alabama, and he pretty much said, Alabama can't hold me. It's pretty much what he said. So we will see how that plays out. That's a Florida State team coming off a awful season. They banked on a lot of players who came from power programs, but they didn't play at those programs. It was their transfer strategy. It didn't work out. The year before did work out great. So we will see. Castellanos is about 5'10", if I'm being generous, maybe 5'11". They'll run around and make plays, not a lot of them from the pocket. We will see how Mike Norvell tries to get his new Jordan Travis, the only only quarterback he's ever won with at Florida State. We'll see if Thomas Castellanos can do anything that Jordan Travis did and kind of help Florida State bounce back. Am I looking for that to happen? No. I love more misery.
I think Thomas Castellanos can at least double the amount of wins that Florida State had last year.
So 4?
At least 4.
At least 4. Congratulations, Thomas Castellanos. You have a believer in Sean May.
Honestly, congratulations, Thomas Castellanos, and the entire 2025 Florida State Seminoles. The expectations are so low for you guys. That FSU running out there going 7-5, you're like, you know what? That's 5 more wins than they had last year. It's pretty good.
That's a great improvement.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
So
and sure, 2 years ago they went undefeated in the regular season, cried about not making the playoff for 14 straight months.
And did it directly affect their season? Probably.
Maybe.
The 2024 season? Probably.
But after that 2024 season, it's a nice little refresh of like, oh, FSU fans. I don't know if they'll actually take it like this, but at least on the outside looking in, it's like, you know what? If I was an FSU fan, I'd be like, man, just give me 7 wins, dude. Like, I don't need to make the playoff. I just want to be a normal the normal record when a blue blood team is bad.
Like 8-4.
Yeah,
something like that.
Oh, it's
the ACC.
That's asking a lot.
Yeah, it's the ACC.
I know
they do have Alabama on the schedule.
That's 4 times as many wins.
The Alabama and Florida on the schedule. Certainly, those could be losses.
L.
But the ACC. They might be able to find your way.
They lost to everyone
that was
except
last
Cal.
year. That was last year.
And whatever, like Furman or whoever they
new
played.
Season, Sean. It's a new season.
I'm just saying. That's
all it takes. Hey, they won all their games the year before. So why can't they revert back?
Why can't?
Because they don't have Jared Verse and Jordan Travis.
Yeah.
That's probably, to name a few.
Braden Fest.
Yeah, to name 3.
Keon Coleman.
4. Johnny Wilson, 5. Yeah. you keep going. I mean, sure we'll.
But then they transferred in a bunch of other guys too.
Yeah.
They also transferred in guys last year, and one of them was DJU. It didn't work out.
Now it's Thomas Castellanos' turn. Good luck. But that's actually fake. Bad luck, honestly. Let's go to break. We'll close out hour one with that. If you want to join us, you're welcome. 713-780-3776. Got one more hour to go. We'll be back. So you mentioned something in passing during the break when we were riffing on a Adam Schefter tweet, and I just thought you were adding some context to a bit we were doing. Turns out what you were talking about is real, Sean. I did not know that at the time. Cam Robinson went down today in practice for the Texans. About an hour ago, it was put out there by everyone at practice in West Virginia. He goes down favoring a leg. He got up, but with his absence, it triggered a shuffling of the offensive line. So an offensive line that was solidifying hell, D'Amico Ryans talked about it over the weekend, how they were getting to a point where they felt pretty good about their top 5, and they're trying to find like 7, 8, 9, because, you need about, 8 guys on game day. Some teams may go more, but right around 8. Maybe you go with the backup center. You want a guard and who can play both spots, and then you have a swing tackle at a minimum. That gets you to your 8. But Cam Robinson, once he went down, the lineup turned from Ursery at right tackle to Ursery at left tackle, Titus Howard at right tackle, and also Drew Scruggs came in at guard. So with an injury, Blake Fisher still remains someone who would not shift into the starting lineup. So Blake Fisher, who was the prohibitive favorite before camp got going to be your right tackle, right now is at a point where they wouldn't even use him as a swing tackle. They just moved Titus Howard back to right tackle and then insert Drew Scruggs. So it's early days, it's only August 4th, and they'll have practices against other teams, and then they'll also have the preseason. But right now, it looks like Blake Fisher, your recent second-round pick, not your most recent second-round pick offensive tackle, that belongs to Ursery, but your 2024 right tackle is someone who, not out of the rotation period, but isn't their number one option when an injury hits. So we'll see if we get any word on Cam Robinson. Cam Robinson, much traveled at this point. He was on a couple teams last year. Texans got him for a relatively cheap price for a left tackle, but throwing slander at him for his 2024 season aside, he had been solidified at that spot. We were going to find out if that was the right path for the Texans, and we may still. But right now, at least, Cam Robinson is someone that has to be administered to. So we'll see if that's a serious thing or just simply a tweak, and maybe he's back in practice the next couple of days. We
didn't see carted off.
No, thankfully.
No, although that could even just be like someone stepped on his toe.
Yeah.
So even carted off used to mean something. Damn it.
Yeah, I will say this: I appreciate reporters out of practice because they can give you, at this point, second by second things of what's going on. Particularly if it's an 11-on-11 period, you can see how the players are going. If CJ's throwing touchdowns or picks, whatever, that gets fans excited. But the inability to discern what's a real serious injury and what's not is a scourge, because if you type out that Cam Robinson, which hasn't been the case, but if you type out that Cam Robinson's been carted off and it turns out he got stepped on and his foot's a little sore, but they just want to check on him, that leads to a level of concern that wasn't necessary. Like it happened in a practice report. There was a receiver who got carted off at the end of practice. It was for another team. Turns out he had a cramp and he came back. He was ready the next day. So it went from I can't believe, what's wrong with him? Oh, nothing. He just had a cramp. It was the end of practice. It was better for him just to sit on the cart. And so when you say the cart, it turns into how serious is this?
Another one. This is from last week with Tyler Guyton, the left tackle for the Cowboys.
Yeah, the Rappaport thing.
He got they fear it's a torn ACL, which is not saying it's a torn ACL, but you are saying he went down in practice and the 3 letters ACL in the same headline or
tough.
Same tweet. And then MRI showed that he did not tear his ACL. He did fracture a bone,
So
but
he's
that
going to be out
4 to 6 weeks,
Yeah,
as
not
opposed
the whole
to
year.
the whole season's
Yeah.
over. So, that it is big. Like, I don't know, just there's one phrase that could just derail a fan base's mental state for 24 hours until you get the follow-up, or it could just be that bad. And no disrespect to Cam Robinson, not exactly the same situation as a lot of guys going down in practice.
Your starting left tackle, Sean?
Cam Robinson.
Your favorite to be your starting left tackle goes down for an offensive line that's already being questioned. You don't think that's a big deal?
In my mind, he's a 71 overall and his backup's a 68 overall. Who cares? Who cares? We have issues no matter what. Who cares?
Point made.
That's what I'm saying. It's like the fall off from Cam Robinson to your backup. There has to be some there, or else Cam Robinson wouldn't have won this job, or seeming to have won this job. But really that worried about
it? Was Rappaport who we're talking about with the Guyton injury, and he reported that from afar. So which is maybe even worse because he's getting information from inside the Cowboys building, and he is a name that resonates when he's talking about an injury. So everyone's going, Guyton's gone.
I mean, anytime anyone injures their knee, can't you say that like someone inside his team is worried about that it's a ACL? Yeah. Now, it could be nowhere close to an ACL. You know, it could be a completely different way to injure your knee that is. But when someone goes down grabbing their knee, someone's fearing an ACL.
Throwing non-contact, and we got real fear. And, you know, we have talked about D'Amico Ryan's approach to injury reporting and saying, do you guys really care about the player? And, you know, I laugh at that because, of course, they don't. It's about getting news. And I am not agreeing with that approach, but I will agree with coaches who maybe take issue with people reporting on their practices because of scenarios where a guy goes from he could be out for the year to actually, you know, he got leg whipped because that happened with Jalen Phillips. He goes down. He's had recent leg injuries where he's missed a full year or nearly a full year. So he goes down. Everyone's freaked out. What's going on with Jalen Phillips? He had to come out and tweet out, I got leg whipped. It's just a bruise. Don't worry about it, guys. But because reporters are at practice and they're retweeting everything they see or tweeting everything they see, you got an entire fan base going, oh, no, our pass rusher is going to be out for the year with another ACL. Turns out football happened, and he got kicked. And he'll maybe miss a day or two because it's a bruise. Thankfully, he decided, let me calm everyone down. So that's what you get. You get the practice reports. You get to know that Ursary is your starting right tackle for the last couple of days. You get to know that Jake Andrews is maybe leading the center race because he started the last couple of days. And you also get the premature assumptions that a guy has suffered a debilitating injury when it could very well be he got stepped on and he'll be back tomorrow.
How do you feel about the Texans' seemingly plan that they had to like, hey, we'll figure out our 5 by the time we get to West Virginia, and like we will just kind of roll with this 5 throughout the rest of training camp and hopefully to week 1? Because I'm kind of two minds of it, of like, I understand you want to get as much continuity as possible with one group. At the same time, what did we talk about before camp started, where it's like all these guys are in open position battles? Like I don't feel great about really any of them being the starter, except for Titus Howard at right guard, a position he's never played just because he's Titus Howard. He's gonna have to start. I'm not sure if after 2 weeks, seen enough. Cam Robinson's our starting left tackle. I'm not sure if I love that plan.
It depends on how they got there. Like the outcome, whatever. What was the process? We are going to pick a 5 no matter what, or did the 5 so clear the other competitors that it's pretty clear that these are a 5? It all depends. Like I can't see it every day. We talked about it on Friday. Will Kunkel, who's out there, said they gave up 10 sacks. Not all offensive line. Certainly some of it was coverage, but C.J. Stroud was sacked 5 times. I don't know the composition of the unit. Did you have a backup in there for a sack or 2? I don't know. But if that is an indication of how the offensive line is doing, I think it's a problem that you decided that you needed to have a firm 5 before you took your little road trip to West Virginia, unless they're so much better than the others, which also is a problem. Because if the offensive line who just gave up 10 sacks, to this, by the way, was C.J. Stroud playing, not a combination of all the quarterbacks. This was 10 sacks with C.J. Stroud taking snaps.
Yes, who barely takes snaps.
Yeah, according to some others. So if he is taking 10 sacks, whatever reason, a running back misses a pickup or coverage or simply offensive lineman gets beat, whatever it is, and you're still cool with that 5.
Yeah, this is where it happens. It's like these guys, if it was like you're choosing between 8 really good offensive linemen and you have to pick 5, maybe this is like more of a college thing or something, because no NFL team actually has
that
8 good offensive linemen.
8 starting offensive linemen.
Yes, but like if there's a position group where it's like, yes, it's so talented that we need to figure it out and then roll with these guys, like I'd understand that more. But the fact that we're dealing with like Like Cam Robinson was like a scrap heap guy, and he's the starting left tackle after a week of practice.
And they would say we've had him slotted there since we had OTAs and mini camps as well.
They
would say that too.
Still a terrible offensive line. The Minnesota Vikings last year cut this guy.
Yeah, they did a lot to improve their offensive line. The Texans did stuff, but not to the level that the Vikings did as far as talent that they brought in.
Yeah, same thing with the Bears. Like the Bears had a bad line last year.
They went out and got Joe Tooney.
Yeah,
and others.
tackle like the Texans. Hey, let's hope that Cam Robinson and one of our second round picks are tackles, and then
particularly for a unit where you're going to have
Jake Andrews.
You're going to have practices where you're practicing against other teams, and then you have the games.
That too is like specifically like you're doing joint practices and preseason games. You want to decide it before then?
Those even occur?
Yeah, I don't understand the rush.
I get that your defensive line is really good, and they're going to cause problems, maybe more so than any other unit, but maybe you want to see them all line up in a game to see how they handle things.
See them against another team.
And maybe you'll get them in a practice where the defensive coordinator will actually call stuff as opposed to the game where he'll be pretty vanilla. But in the joint practices where, for the most part, there isn't any filming, you're going to be able to see some more exotic looks and see how they can pick them up. Or you can decide before August 3rd that these are your guys, and now you get on a flight to West Virginia and you practice in the Mountaineer State. Hey, I'm a process over results person generally, because generally the process, if it's a good one, will lead to better results. But hey, if whatever it takes to put an offensive line out there that is at least replacement level so your quarterback and your weapons can operate, so you don't have a scenario where you're picking out blame. You're making the blame pie and giving everyone a piece. How about I would rather do the credit pie when we start to talk about the resurgence, the turn of this offensive line from a really bad one to at least an above average one. If we can get there, all those hopes that a lot of those Texans sites have about what this team could be can be substantiated. Because if it's still going to be a thing where every week we're worried about the health of the quarterback, no matter how much he's done to help his body in the offseason, which was a topic of conversation yesterday, or at least over the weekend, none of that's going to matter if we are near what happened against the Chiefs in the final game of the season. But hey, it's up to them. They've drafted guys. They've brought in guys. Let's see if a unit can come together. And they got plenty of time, except apparently they're not going to use that time if the five have already been solidified. But now with an injury, we'll see if that changes matters. We'll go to break with that. If you want to join us, you can. 713-780-3776. And be ready, because we're going to give away a spot or a pair, because it'll be you and someone else. We're going to give away 2 tickets to the Listener Appreciation Party. I'm going to give you a time so the people who listen on the app or watch on the stream have an opportunity. I know there's a delay, and that can mess with people. So we'll do that in the next segment. Just be ready. Sean and I till noon. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
First interception, I seen the scramble drill, so I knew scramble drill applies it to your man. I ran, then I seen the quarterback, he looked at us. Then he caught back. I'm like, ain't no way he finna throw this. You see me right here. Like, ain't no way he finna throw that. But he threw it, and, you know, the rest is history, you feel me? The second one, I seen Lacey in the slot. You know, we was in the coverage. I wanted to bang him, make sure I got a real bang on him because I know he had a slot fade. So I ain't want to let him get in his route too much. Banged him, ran to the flat. Another thing, I'm looking like, ain't no way he finna throw this ball. He threw it. The rest was history. That's what it was.
That's BJ Mays. We made that reference in hour one. We were talking about quarterbacks in the SEC, and Sean, that quote you can't forget. That's about Garrett Nussmeier.
I can't believe he's still on this ball. And then he did it again.
He did it again. Yeah, that was from the Aggies' win over LSU last year. And that followed Garrett Nussmeier talking about how Kyle Field wasn't so intimidating because he had played, and obviously he plays at home against teams in Death Valley, and of course he's played at the Swamp. He said, hey, that's tougher. And then he goes in there and throws picks that the DB can't believe he's throwing. One of the best quarterbacks in the SEC this year, by the way. We'll see how it plays out. There. Okay, so we talked about the Astros in the first hour. We did not get to this. They are a team who has done tribute videos and then brought guys back almost immediately. Now, the Correa thing took a while. We know they did they had one for Verlander. At least, did he make a return before they made the trade? He might not have come back, but I'm sure they had one edited and ready to go. I don't remember the timeline there. Another guy that has seen his tribute video and may be on his way back, Ryan Presley. Bob Nightingale's reporting that the Astros are weighing whether they should bring Ryan Presley back. He has not been good this year. He wasn't good last year with the Astros. So let's not rule it completely out because they brought back Hector Neris. So desperation can make you do things you didn't think you were going to do. And credit Neris for being Neris. Nearly starting an altercation with the Red Sox as he was yelling at the third base coach because he thought he was helping to steal signs. Didn't he? He balked the guy on purpose to
get him from second.
Eventually got out of the inning. But as you saw the third base coach running past him get to his dugout, Neris was barking at him, and then it led to, I guess, the benches clearing for the seconds that needed to take to show that, hey, I care about this, so let me run out there, and then not do anything. So that happened. So they brought back Neris. That's the second time they've brought back Neris. So yeah. Ryan Presley, we joked about having him out there to eat up innings just in the final week of the season, just save all the arms. We're going to treat you like the fifth string running back in the third preseason game. Just run out there, get all the carries, get beat up, and then you're not part of the playoff roster. If this is a real thing, I don't know who does it say this about? King? I don't know if it says that much about Ort, who generally just comes in now when things are out of hand.
Is this a Sousa?
Is this a shot across the bow for Sousa or King?
Is Sousa calling his agent right now?
asking what's up?
I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know about what Ryan Presley has done that would make this a thing, other than you know him and you know his number.
Yeah, especially because I think this is something where it's especially hard for Ryan Presley to come back specifically to the Astros because part of the reason he wanted out, or not wanted out, but kind of had to leave, is that he was upset he wasn't the closer anymore once they signed Josh Hader.
Is he going to be okay being at minimum?
Yeah, now we're talking about Bennett Sousa calling his agent
about six-inning guy. What's he going to be happy with?
Yeah, so that's why I feel like it's hard. It's a little bit.
Or not even at minimum. At best, the 6 inning.
Yeah, it's a little bit like the Jalen Green thing of like it's hard for the offense to be like, hey, you know what? Actually, we need Jalen Green just to be the sixth man after being, viewed as the up and coming star, one of them on this team for the first 4 years of his career. It's hard to like de-emphasize a guy that much to take him from a star to a role player, and that's what Presley is going to have to do. And it would be one thing if this happened over the course of years, but this was What was last? He got traded in like January.
I don't
like it's crazy.
I don't get the.
Also, at what point does competitive balance tax come in? Because I thought
apparently
they were
they're
up
not.
against it.
Apparently
and
that
now...
that initial number is not real. I saw another spot where they would have plenty if they wanted to bring it back.
Okay.
A prorated salary, they'd be under it. So we'll see about that. Some other news surrounding the team that for moves that did get done or didn't get done. This is all from Bob Nightingale. Oh, he put this out yesterday. They offered Christian Walker in one deal for Correa. So that would have certainly cleared it up, I guess, next year where guys are playing. But
yes, but I do feel like that also clears up next year what the plan is.
Yeah. They may not be married to another year Christian Walker.
Yeah, that might be the they tip their hand on to step on our radio shows in November. How are they going to make all these guys fit? Seems like we heard the plan.
Trust us, we thought about it too. Don't worry about it. We're thinking about it too.
You know what? We noticed that Correa and Paredes have more than 1 year on the contract. We looked into that before we made the trade, guys.
Yeah, we're aware of there might be a glut in some spots. They had a chance to bring back Verlander, did not do that.
Wow.
That was one
That's the hardest. Jim Crane's going to be like, that was the hardest phone call I've ever had.
His hand was shaking.
To not bring back.
He was
Justin
jittery
Verlander, who
to make that move.
Yeah. Who's 1-8, even though I know win-loss records aren't everything. But
he hasn't been
1-8's tough.
Yeah.
1-8. I think win-loss records aren't everything unless you're one of the extremes. Then it starts to tell me something.
Yeah, if you're 15-2, I gotta believe you've had a pretty good year.
Yeah.
And if you're 1-8, things are going poorly.
I'm guessing your ERA starts with at least like 4.5.
Yeah, Justin Verlander was an option. Surprisingly, the Giants were willing to part with him, and the Astros said no. He's 1-8, 4.5 ERA, just over 4.5.
Okay, so he's as good of a 1-8 season as
you can have. Yeah, because some 1-8s are different. 1-8 could be a 6, depending on what's going on. And also, of course, Nolan Arenado. That pursuit that seems to never go away. He was the backup if they couldn't get a Correa, according to Bob Nightingale. So that's another guy that we've heard attached to the Astros for years now. He would have been the option if they couldn't have come to an agreement with the Twins, whether have been sending Christian Walker there or what actually happened, where they sent a low-level prospect and got the Twins to take on some of the money, around $33 million worth of that money.
Which is basically a third, because that's about as much as he makes the rest of the year.
Yeah, so they were active, we know. Did not help them in their series against the Red Sox, and you get swept by the Red Sox, and then you go play a team next who swept the Yankees, who was playing great baseball. The Marlins are 31-15. They're back to 500 after an awful start.
Yeah,
and
record sellouts.
People are actually showing up. Now that was Yankees. Certainly, the Yankees coming to town helps. I don't know if that's going to play the same way with the Astros in week series as well.
I don't think it's going to be like Miami has caught Marlins fever over the weekend. I do think that you won't get now I could be wrong, as soon as like 6 o'clock today.
Yeah.
But I don't think you're going to get like they say it's 6,000 people at this game, but I can look and count, and it does not look like there's 6,000 people at that. I feel like there might be regular Monday night attendance for a team that doesn't, that isn't like the Yankees or Red Sox. Mm-hmm. They might be like a normal road game environment.
Even normal for
most MLB teams.
So what's normal on a Monday night? We're in the
light,
summer.
Yeah, pretty light crowd, but not
embarrassingly light.
Yeah, not where you see a highlight and you're like, wait, was this from the pandemic season? Oh no, it's Marlins baseball when they're not playing the Yankees.
And the Marlins win in ways that are improbable, at least when you talk about this Yankee series. They had an outfielder.
The Yankees definitely helped.
Yeah, the Yankees were awful as far as trying to close those games out. The play and right where the ball just gets by. It was awful.
They have been described as and now the red hot Marlins come to town. I'm like, I'm not. Hey, listen, I'm not casting any stones here, but the way that they won at least one of those games, I'm not ready to give all the credit to the Marlins.
Yeah, they were 28-15 going into the series, I believe, and now, of course, they get to 31-15. So they had been playing good baseball before then, and the Yankees found ways to keep keep the hot streak going.
Yes, if you're saying that they've been hot, use the entire streak or the entire, cherry picked from this date on. Don't say, don't mention that. And they just swept the Yankees.
Yeah, the Yankees
I
did
saw
a lot.
the highlights.
The Yankees did a lot to lose that series.
Jazz Chisholm got thrown out after a pop up in the infield. He got thrown out at first.
I saw that.
What the hell was that guy doing? What could he possibly have been doing?
What did he know about that?
It was a routine pop up.
It wasn't a guy scrambling. It's indoors, so it wasn't wind. I don't know what he thought was going on. But either way, he got thrown out.
Austin Wells forgot how many outs there were at some point.
It was an atrocious series.
It's crazy
from them. And the Astros play the Marlins. Let's hope the Astros
won't make any base running errors though.
Jesus Sanchez,
not what this team does.
Nah, Jesus Sanchez known for his base running errors and
Altuve will take him under his wing.
And showed that assertion about him was right. As soon as he got an Astros uniform, all he did was duplicate what he was doing with the Marlins. So that wasn't, you put him in an Astros uniform, he stops learning how to run bases.
No,
he did that
he's
before.
A scheme fit.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, it wasn't a square peg in a round hole when it comes to bad base running with Jesus Sanchez. I mentioned we would do this, so I'll give you the time. Let's go 11. It's a random time because I'm doing this at random. Let's go 11:38. In like 4 minutes. If you want to win a spot in the listener party, call in. The listener party will be September 5th. By the way, caller 4 at 11:38 for everyone. Caller 4. The party is going to be September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold. We're going to be giving away pairs of tickets throughout the week. So just stay tuned. Listen to all to the shows throughout. You're going to get your chance. This is the first of many chances, but caller 4 at 11:38. You get a pair of tickets to the listener appreciation party. We have a fun time. They'll feed you. They'll give you drinks. All that's there for you, and you'll get to meet everyone. If that's something you want to do, you can do that as well. Say your hi. Say your I love what you do. I hate what you do. That's all in store for you at St. Arnold, September 5th. That party is from 6:30 to 9:30. I'll be there. Sean will be there. In fact, we were told it's mandatory. So everyone has to be there. So don't worry.
Everyone will be there.
No one can skip out. It is mandatory for everyone, not just us, Paul Gallant. Everyone will be there because they have to be. And you can be there too because you want to be. You can be that caller 4 at 11:38. We'll go to break with that. We'll come back with a couple more segments. We will be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So we have our winner, despite the random call-in time. You people figured it out. And if you didn't win with us today, as I said, you'll get your chance to win across the shows throughout the week. But you can go to the ESPN975.com app right now. And we're giving away 9 pairs of tickets right now. So if you haven't downloaded the app, download the app right now, and then enter your contest to win. I believe you do have to sign in. So if you've downloaded the app but did not sign in at any point,
yes,
you do have to sign in because that's how we get your information, so we know who signed in. That's how we get a winner.
And then I think there's just like a banner. Like
yeah,
it's very
there's a
easy to
banner.
enter.
If you have signed in and you have not opened up the app today, but you have downloaded it, you're signed in, we got your information. We're not selling it to China or anything. But this is your chance to win something from us. The banner's right at the top, just like when we were doing the fantasy football giveaway last Thursday. The banner's at the top. Just click on it. That's your chance to win, and we're giving away 9 pairs. So this is your opportunity. We're only doing that today. Like I think the rest of the time it's just going to be across the shows.
Yeah, we were told we have 1 pair to give away at any point this week.
Yes.
Monday at 11. Boom. That's done.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
But as far as
Paul, you'll probably have until Thursday or Friday.
Yeah. No rush.
That's how we do things.
No rush.
12 to 3.
But for anyone who did not get a chance to call in and win, all you got to do, go to the app, download it, sign in, and if you've already downloaded it but haven't signed in, just do that.
Yep.
And then you get a chance to win. 9 pairs of tickets going out today. So plenty of opportunities to join us at St. Arnold's on September 5th. Okay. We do have a list. Kind of. I mean, it's list season. We talk about that. We joke about that. But this one, at least, it's somewhat important to some people. And Sean pointed out during the break, it's not that important. It's the least important poll in college football today.
Of the polls.
Yes. We know the CFP poll matters most. We know the AP is the one that at least you get to see on television.
Before the CFP
comes out. This one used to decide 1/2 of the national title. And when the BCS came about, a little less of the national title.
Yeah, like a quarter.
Yeah, but they used to be able to give a national title out, the trophy. Now, not so much. They still rank a team number 1, I think, at the end of the year, but no one cares.
Yes.
But the coaches have their poll out.
The coaches poll.
Let me rephrase that. The coaches poll is out. Not the coaches have their poll out. The coaches poll is out. Let me rephrase. The coaches poll
2 L's.
Yes.
Poll.
Yes. It's POLL.
Yeah.
You guys remember
Don't
John.
worry about Hugh Freak.
Yeah, you guys remember John's morning poll, right? It was POLL as well, back then as well. The coaches poll is out. There are 9 SEC teams in the top 25. And number 1, the Texas Longhorns. The Texas Longhorns are the coaches' number 1 team in the country to start the year. So the talent that we talked about earlier, the presence of Arch Manning, the consistent winning over the last couple of years, the 2 semifinal berths, all lead to Texas being number 1. Which sets up what we like to call a game of the century in week 1. Because Ohio State is number 2 in the coaches poll. I love a game of the century.
I love a 1 versus 2. 1 versus 2, there's something aesthetically pleasing about 1 versus 2.
Yes, we don't get a lot of them.
Yes.
We get a lot of big matchups. The SEC provides them, of course, because whether they deserve it or not, those teams get ranked very high early, certainly.
Yeah.
And then they just remain in the rankings, so they get to be ranked.
There's an Ohio State-Michigan one.
Yeah.
A couple years back, 20 years back.
And that's cool.
Chad Henne was the quarterback.
It's right around 20 years, yeah. We're like 16, 17 years ago at this point. Yeah. But early on, 1 versus 2 is fun.
Mm-hmm.
And you get it in Columbus.
According to the coach.
At 11 a.m. We'll see.
According to
local times. We will see what the AP says. Maybe they don't have one of these teams 1 or 2, so we don't get 1 versus 2. But at least the coaches believe these are the top 2 teams in the country to start.
I don't want to be number 1. It's my hot take.
Yeah, who cares?
I don't want to be preseason number 1.
Yeah, who's looking?
I'd rather actually be 3rd.
Honestly,
it doesn't really make a difference, but it makes a little bit of a difference.
I mean, it makes a difference for the Texas social media team. We'll put the graphic up.
It does. Let's see if they have a graphic up already.
We'll see. Maybe they don't care about the coaches either, and they'll wait for the AP. So we got those 2. Another Big Ten team at 3, Penn State, Georgia at 4, Notre Dame at 5. So we've got 2 top 10 matchups. The Canes Notre Dame game is Sunday. The Texas Ohio State game is Saturday morning. So we'll have 2 top 10 matchups that weekend. And the rest of the top 10 is Clemson at 6, Oregon at 7, Alabama at 8, LSU at 9. The Aggies make it at 21. SMU makes it at 16. Texas Tech is at 24. And they made a list of teams who are under pressure because of their investment. They also are a senior-laden team, Texas Tech, so this could be their year to be good before they need to take a step back. So they have a lot of seniors on that team. So if you like Tech as a team to possibly win the Big 12, maybe be a dark horse to make the playoff less of a dark horse because there's more teams. But look at Tech. They're older, and their guys know that this is their time.
But the coaches are disrespecting them
by making them 25,
by having the fifth
or 24,
the fifth Big 12 team.
Yeah, they're behind BYU, Iowa State. They're all in order. Iowa State, BYU, Texas Tech, and then you throw in Kansas State at 20, and then
Arizona
State 11, the defending champions.
It is the Big 12 is the toughest to say to look at a preseason poll and be like which one of the Big 12 teams, because you have to include Arizona, BYU, but you skip over SMU.
Yeah,
it's a weird mix of teams. I think as Big 12 teams and teams that aren't but are, and the teams that aren't but seem like they should be.
Hell, the number 1 team in the country is only a year removed. No, is it 2 years now? Right.
This is year 2.
This is year 2, but only 1 season removed. From
Wait, they used to play in the Big 12.
Yes, acknowledge that you were once. You won the conference the last time you were in it. You guys celebrated that. Hey, we go out winners. Yeah, all that stuff.
My dad talks about them playing the Big 12. I'm used to this SEC life.
Are you? Are you? Well, in 20 years,
that will be true.
Oh, yes, you will be. And if there's
when I'm yelling at my kid about Michael Crabtree, yes.
Whatever progeny you create will never remember that Blake Gideon should have caught that pick.
He should have. He really should have.
Yes, actually.
He really should have.
Jokes aside, because this show always makes some, yes, he should have caught that pick.
It was a pop-up.
Yeah. It's like what happens in CFB 26, all those picks that get dropped that people complain about, I guess. Blake Gideon, now an assistant coach someplace. I don't know where he is.
Georgia Tech defensive coordinator.
So I got to deal with him the rest of my life.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
it. Cool. Blake Gideon remains in my life. Great.
Carson Beck, 0 interceptions.
No, they don't play them this year.
Oh, okay.
Remember? That's why I don't have to worry about it. They don't play them this year. All right, so that's kind of a quick overview of the top 25.
That's our list of the day.
I can't believe Michigan's in the top 15. I don't know about that.
I mean, this is what happens every preseason poll. When I was in college, Texas would go 5-7 and then start the year 22. Yeah. And then start the season 1-3.
Michigan's a prime candidate to start in the top 15 and then finish 7-5.
Yeah.
They're a prime candidate for that. All right. That is our list of the day, but at least it's something somewhat contrived, but at least it's something we're used to.
It gets put in the newspaper.
Yeah, at least we're used to this thing.
It's not just something like a writer thought.
Yeah, yeah.
I also, from last week, because I'll just see a list and put them in here, I still have the Madden ratings in this list. So the coaches polls a step up.
I saw that. I was like, no, even this show won't delve that far.
Nico Collins, and on the top 10 of wide receivers.
I can't get upset about
Messed up.
No, unfortunately, because I don't play Madden, so I can't be upset about it. I'll get over it. I imagine Nico Collins will too. He's spending time in West Virginia this week. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go. Certainly, you can join us, 713-780-3776. One more segment before the Paul Gallant Show. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So while we gave away those tickets to the listener appreciation party, I do want to tell you about Houston Restaurants Weeks. Weeks is the operative thing. It used to be week, but it's now pretty much a month. But I think they branded it as week, so they've gone to weeks. And in fact, there's a TM next to it, so I know they branded it. And you can take part in that up until September 1st, which is Labor Day. Diners across the Greater Houston area, you can enjoy specially priced meals at participating restaurants. Some of the restaurants are Tejas Brewery, Perry Steakhouse, the original Carrabba's, and much more. You just go find all the restaurants at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. Some of the meal prices include, and with that will come a donation, $55 dinner and a $5 donation. It'll provide 15 meals, and a $39 dinner plus $3 donation provides a nine meals, so on and on and on. So if you want to help people out, you can do it that way. And of course, you can just go to the restaurants and help yourself out and enjoy the great food. But check out everything about it at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. It helps the Houston Food Bank. That's where those donations are going to go to if you decide to do that. But of course, you can also enjoy those restaurants yourself. We've got a great list. We do things with Carbach. They're on the list as well. And we mentioned McCormick and Schmick's earlier as part of our summer circuit tour. That's there as well. So the Houston Restaurant Weeks is going on right now. Houston Restaurant, I struggle because I'm trying to say weeks as well. HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com is the website. So take a look at that and help out the greater Houston area. So we're about done. Paul Gallant's coming up next. And I posed this question to Sean during the break because I got stuck watching a trailer for a new Woody Harrelson movie. Woody Harrelson is a known bald man. We don't mind that he's bald. We love that he's bald. It's fine. He rocks being bald. He doesn't care. But why is he in a wig in this movie? He's playing like in the movie, from what I can tell, I've only watched like 20 seconds of the trailer. He's in it. Jamie Lee Curtis is in it. There's some other people that you would recognize that are in it. He's playing like an absentee dad of a now successful lawyer, his daughter. And they meet, and I see him. The first thing I see is him in a wig. Why? It's only because they want to make him look like a sad sack, I gotta imagine, because he's too charming as a bald man. Like, Woody Harrelson's one of those guys who, while bald, we don't mind.
Yeah. I think you hit on it. I think it's because he pulls off being bald, you have to make him not look like Woody Harrelson.
Yeah.
So you have to make him look more pathetic.
Yeah, I think it has to be because it's not even a good. Oh, we're gonna give you a full head of hair. He's balding. The wig is balding. It's a comb over type deal.
Yeah. So I think his character is balding.
Yeah, he has, instead of bald, he's got to be the sad sack who won't give it up, who won't come home, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Like, I get.
Have you seen Flight Risk starring Mark Wahlberg?
Yes, they gave him a cul-de-sac. Yes.
Similar thing.
You don't know what a cul-de-sac is. It's just when
Jeff Van Gundy.
Yeah, it's Jeff Van Gundy. It's a cul-de-sac. It's Jason Alexander, not the one pitching tonight.
No.
The one who
George
on
Costanza.
Seinfeld, George Costanza. That's what the cul-de-sac is. Yes. I get it. I understand. They want him to be less debonair, so they give him the wig because
you're like, no way, this guy's a deadbeat. He's Woody Harrelson.
He's Woody Effie Harrelson. Of course he's cool, but instead he's a jerk.
It's True Detective right there.
Well, that was a vibe certainly.
Different vibe.
Yeah, much different vibe. Much different vibe for Woody and that series, which was rumored to bring those two back together. There was a rumor that another True Detective season would have those two guys back at it.
No disrespect to True Detective or HBO, but you know your anthology series is going well when you're bringing back guys from.
Well, the other one, the second one, which one was it?
The Vince Vaughn one was second.
The second one with what's her name? I go the one that had Rachel McAdams in it because she's Rachel McAdams. That one didn't go well. 3 was okay. It had Mahershala Ali in it. And then there was another guy, I forgot his name, who was relatively famous. And 4 with Jodie Foster, she won, I think, an Emmy for it or something.
Oh,
so
okay.
that one, or maybe it was a Golden Globe. Either way, that one was reviewed pretty well. 2's the misstep.
I feel like
no one talks about
I feel like
2.
in the public trust and like no one captured the magic like the first ones. I think that's what it is. It's like publicly True Detective's name isn't ringing the same as it did during and after season 1, but before season 2.
Yeah, True Detective season 3 had, what's his name? Oh, Stephen Dorff, which ironically was in a Blade movie, which Mahershala Ali wants to make. And they were co-stars.
This was like when Mahershala first wanted to make the Blade movie that still hasn't been made.
Yeah, and we hear that it could be coming out, but who knows now. I saw a promising report, but Woody Harrelson, one of our best bald men, he's taken over from Bruce Willis. Bruce Willis has hit hard times recently. I don't want to. You've seen the video; it's not great recently, but Woody Harrelson's taken that role as the cool bald guy. The Rock, not so much. He's not.
No, I wouldn't say he's cool.
No one really thinks The Rock is that cool. Not anymore. As The Rock, yes. As Dwayne Johnson, less so.
Yes, the actor, yes.
Yes.
The actor is not cool.
Yes.
The wrestler, still kind of got it.
Still kind of got it. You're right. All right, we're done. Paul Gallant's up next. He's followed by the Killer Bees. That music means that we got to hear Sean's choice of the day. What is it today?
Texas is back, folks.
At number 1 in the country, according to the coaches, which is the least cared about poll in all of college football. They could be number 1 in the AP. We'll see when that comes out.
Then you know what? I'm playing that day, too.
Great. I look forward to the college football season. Don't you? I'll talk to you tomorrow.
felt good to be wearing orange again and playing third base. Different, but it was fun.
That is one of the newest Houston Astros, Carlos Correa, who also is simultaneously one of the oldest Houston Astros. After the Astros lost to the Red Sox in 10 innings on Friday night, 2-1. Didn't kill the vibes too much on Friday, that loss. I mean, we were still riding high. The Astros were and still remain trade deadline champions. Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, Ramon Urias. 1, 2, 3 more bats. One game where you score one run, not the end of the world. And then the rest of the weekend happened, and God did not will this. Reality did. The Astros offense struggles, which were a problem earlier in the year when they were healthier, was bad. So Friday, 1 run in 10 innings, 7 hits but 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position, biffing a great Hunter Brown start, his first quality start in a month. Saturday, 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position. 14 men left on base despite 14 hits. All but one of those hits were singles. And on top of that, you had some base running issues. And then Sunday, 3 total hits, one of them a Carlos Correa homer. 5 for 9 in the order is 0 for 14. So that offense, or lack thereof, gives the Astros 1, 2, 3 via a sweep. 15 losses in their last 22 games. 8 losses in their last 10. 5 series losses in their last 7 series. And you take a look at the American League West standings, the Mariners are now just 2.5 games back. They are one sweep of another team, and you getting swept by a Marlins team that's playing pretty well, just swept the Yankees for the first time in regular season history. Things are a little bit dicey. And I'm ready to press the button. The vibes, which were immaculate on Friday, we had such a fun time leading up to Friday night's game. The vibes are bad. Hit it.
Bad vibes alert, man. Bad vibes alert, man.
And I mean, that shouldn't happen 3 days after winning the trade deadline, but they're bad. The vibes are back to being bad after 3 days. So now I got to ask a difficult question. Going forward for today's show, do I need to be panic man? Do I need to put the mask back on and freak out about all the issues the Astros are having? Or are we going to go back to our Nicolas Cage freakout scale, 1 through 5, where we at? I am choosing to go with the latter. I could do it impromptu, panic man at some point during the show, but I am choosing the latter. And 1 through 5, Astros panic meter, we're not at a 1. We're not at a 2. We're at a 3. What does that sound like, Sean Mapes?
What do you say we cut the chit-chat a-hole?
Oh, getting a little perturbed. Not feeling so hot. A bit agitated. So that's where I'm at. You can tell us where you're at, 1 through 5. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The Red Sox are playing really well of late. The Astros did win the trade deadline. But the vibes, the injection of life, all that's gone after 3 days. You're back to square one. Now you got to find it somewhere else. And you're going to Miami, which is also a little dangerous. No? Miami is fun. Might be a little less fun this time of year, but anywhere is less sweaty and humid than Houston this time of year. You're on the coast. So you got to dial it in. You can't even enjoy the time in Miami because the Marlins are all of a sudden playing well. you're in a tough spot if you're the Houston Astros. The vibes are bad. Welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show. It is Monday, August 4th, 2025. Sean Mapes is behind the glass wearing his University of Houston Cougs hat. Go Cougs. Rawr, rawr, rawr. Vibes for the Cougs, great, always. Vibes for the Astros, bad.
Yeah, definitely not good. You would like more than 2-day grace period after bringing back beloved Houston athletes back in the fold. And
maybe they need to bring back another one, like Ryan Presley, who, by the way, they're thinking about. Bring back more.
Yeah, we'll just keep bringing them back. Until we're World Series champs. Keep bringing back World Series champions.
Exactly.
Until we're World Series champions.
Yeah.
This is bad. The offense still being what the offense has been for most of the season, really, other than a stretch in June, or basically all of June. The offense has kind of been the Achilles heel of, like, you can get good start. Now, you didn't get a good start from Framber Valdez, but you can get a good start from Hunter Brown, and it doesn't matter because you just can't score on Criswell or whatever this guy's name is.
Yeah, I don't even know
some jabroni that Apple Plus was like, he's going toe-to-toe with Hunter Brown. How about this guy?
Apple TV.
It was a tough weekend to watch the Astros.
Yeah. What Roku at 10:30? I was still in bed.
I didn't even try. I didn't even try. And then I saw I got a lot live alerts, and I saw they're down 6-1. I'm like,
I did too, and it was because Framber had a meltdown inning. Framber was pretty good, other than that inning. He said afterwards, "Yeah, I thought my stuff was good," as all pitchers do, through his translator. But he had a meltdown inning, and it was a vintage Framber meltdown inning, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in the next segment. 713-780-3777, text to call to text. From the 346, Josh from Philly. Is this Josh Innes? Despite Carlos's home run the other day, he's just as washed as Nick Chubb for us in Houston. A quick glimpse of the old you, but ain't getting much out of the current you. I don't know about that. He had a nice throw from third base. He had 2 hits on Saturday, so I don't buy that at all. In fact,
he was the only guy who scored a run for the Astros.
He did, right, exactly.
Like everyone else on this offense is worse than him.
I'm not coming out of this weekend saying Carlos Correa looks washed. I did think he looked haggard in Minnesota, and he definitely looks a lot older. That's what being up in that frozen, god-awful town and city and area will do to you, where Tim Walz is running the show, and you got riots everywhere every 5 seconds. But to bring it back to Carlos, I'm actually optimistic about Carlos because I saw this little tidbit. First off, Minnesota apparently got rid of their entire major league hitting staff this winter. And also, Alex Cintrone, Astros hitting coach, wrote Correa a long message about his swing mechanics. I guess it was ready to go as soon as the trade deadline happened. Cintrone and Correa have always been close. I feel like the Astros will have a better approach than the Twins. I think Carlos Correa will be solid for the Astros. I do not expect great. But I do like, from a defensive perspective, I feel like you're in pretty good hands with him at third base, even though there will be an adjustment period. And offensively, I mean, just look at where you've been. You have been in the gutter for a little bit. This is an upgrade, but it's definitely not the Correa of old. Chubb has not looked like Nick Chubb at all at training camp, so I think that's an unfair comparison to make. From 713, I blame horrible base running for the loss on Friday night. I forgot, because there was some bad base running on Saturday. Friday was where they had the 3 base running issues. It's all lumping together, and now third base coach Tony Perez-Chica is under fire, for sure. Because I think someone got thrown out at home on Saturday, and everyone was like, huh? Why are you sending him there? From the 832, he's blaming me. Paul, don't press the button. Don't press the bad vibes button. You cursed the team. Quote, "Oh, we will get better when people come back." Yeah, suck it, Paul. I mean, that's a fair assumption to make. I think calling the American League West a couple of months ago, maybe not my best decision, but listen, we play dangerous games when we talk baseball on this show.
Yeah, because
we got to make it entertaining, because the sports
do it for 5 months before football comes back.
Right, exactly. This is a random question on the text line. Paul, how tall is your old lady? 5'6", though it says 5'7" on her license. Just like for me, it says 5'11" on in real life probably. But one time I got measured as 6 feet tall, and it says 6 feet tall. Also, if my hair is floofed up enough, and if I got my plantar fasciitis, little inserts in my feet, in my shoes, I'm actually 6'1". So, getting taller by the day. said the 5'11" and a half man in denial. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Are the vibes bad? Should the Astros consider calling on superhero Panic Man? And where would you put the Astros 1 through 5 on scale of freaking out about them? Up next, we had a Framber Valdez moment. Is that Framber Valdez moment for you justification to let him walk this offseason? All of that's on the table. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston. Stick around.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. A couple of questions on the table. Yes or no? Are the vibes bad for the Astros after getting swept by the Red Sox? Or is Boston just playing well right now? Do you chalk it up a tip of the hat to the Red Sox and Alex Cora getting things back on track? 2, 1 through 5 on the Nick Cage scale of Astros freaking out. Where are you after the sweep over the weekend? I'm at a 3, which means I'm agitated, but I'm not quite panicking. 3, does Panic Man need to make a return today? Some answers to those questions and some commentary on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston on YouTube. Don Minack said, talking about the pushback by Josh from Philly on Correa. Correa had a home run yesterday. Meanwhile, Altuve had 2 hits, a walk, and hit into 3 double plays in the series. I also think he had another, it's Jose Altuve on the bases. He's so cute moment as he does. Another texter asks this question about Framber Valdez. If the Astros shipped off Framber Valdez, how many games will they win? Well, certainly less. I mean, I don't think he was to blame entirely for yesterday. The 4th inning was just a mess. The 4th inning, they looked like a clown car. Framber was a big part of that, but the 4th was rough. So Taylor Trammell misjudged a deep fly ball from Roman Anthony against the Green Monster. Catcher Yainer Diaz had a pass ball. Could have been given another. Jesus Sanchez airmailed a cutoff man on a single, which gave the Red Sox an extra 90 feet. And then you had Framber Valdez doing Framber Valdez things in the 4th inning. He balked home a run. He allowed a bunt to roll between his legs. And on that, could have been given another pass ball for Yainer Diaz. Framber definitely threw a wild pitch. He has these innings from time to time. Said Framber after the game, I feel like it was very frustrating for me that inning. There were some plays that I feel like couldn't believe they executed, but they did. And then Framber patted himself on the back for finishing the game strong, per his translator. I saw enough of it online to know that there's a segment of the fan base that believes that this is a way to justify moving on from Framber Valdez after the year. The Astros do seem unlikely to bring him back. Going to be expensive. Seems like Framber would get a ton of money on the open market given his durability and the fact that he's a lefty. Also, he seems to be the perfect kind of pitcher for today, inducing all the ground balls that he does in a sport that is all about launch angle and trying to blast the ball into outer space. But he has moments like this where he just has complete meltdowns out there. And this meltdown happened with Carlos Correa back, you know? The Framber Valdez pacifier from back in the day. Correa's leadership, unable to rally Framber for that 4th inning. So he had his meltdown. And the question I have, is this a quirk or is this a red flag? If you're dating somebody and they're reliable, they're consistent, they're one of the best lookers out there, but every couple of months they have a big meltdown, is that just a quirk that you chalk up to nobody's perfect? Or was that a red flag? Comparison for me, way back in the day, there was a person I went on a couple of dates with. Very much enjoyed the person. But there was one date we went on where I picked her up and she was annihilated. And then we went to one of my favorite Italian restaurants and she was throwing breadsticks at me, which I laughed at. And then we went to go see a movie that we had missed already because she had been drinking. And she fell asleep during the movie and was snoring very loudly. Otherwise, though, the experiences were great, but that one moment for me, it was a red flag. Probably shouldn't have been. I hope she's doing all right. Is that inning from Framber Valdez? Are those meltdown innings from Framber Valdez? To you, are they quirks or are they red flags? We're going to look at it the same way that we look at dating. I'm going to call it a quirk. I think you look the other way. I think you talk about all the good. I think you say, she's got a great ass and my head's buried all the way in it with Framber. I do think they should make an effort to bring him back. I get it. Like, these innings happen, and especially when it happens in the postseason, it drives you crazy. You're like, what the hell, dog? You're doing this against the Rangers? Biggest game of the year? Choke, choke, choke? Come on. We got to be better than that. I'm not allowing you to use this as a justification to get rid of Framber. I know some people perhaps might suggest that today. I don't think the hot takers are even going to do that, though. You need Framber. You need Hunter Brown to do what he did on Friday as well. I'm back to a point where Astros pitching I feel like I know what I'm going to get. The Astros bats, which struggled earlier this year, even when guys were healthy, that I do not know what I'm going to get out of it. Consistently, can you score runs? Well, for most of this season, you've proven you can't, even when healthy. And having Jeremy Pena back is huge, and adding Carlos Correa is huge, and not having minor leaguers in the lineup anymore is huge. Like, you do have reasons to expect things to get better. Jesus Sanchez had a pretty nice first weekend with the Astros as well. I mean, take a look at him. He had a hit Sunday. He had 2 on Friday. Christian Walker had a homer on Friday and Saturday. The Twins had brought up Christian Walker in trade talks for Correa. The Astros declined. Victor Caratini had a 4-hit game. Ramon Urias had a hit as well. So guys are getting hits. They're not scoring runs, though. And this has just been an all-year problem. They're definitely more capable of scoring now. Are they actually going to? I am a little concerned on that front. I think you should be too, but I'm more concerned about that than I am about Framber Valdez the rest of the way. You look at a Framber Valdez shaky start. They're going to happen. And a shaky inning, it's going to happen. I am actually allowing Framber Valdez after this game to say, yeah, I finished strong. Yeah, I thought my stuff was good. I'm allowing him to do that. You're not, Sean?
I mean, just in general, that that kind of talk is.
We roll our eyes at it, but
Yeah.
like every now and then we got to make.
I'm more okay with the behavior than I am the. I thought my stuff was good. Yeah, I mean, at some point, like, I can't believe we're still talking about this with Framber Valdez.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Like, we're past like this is like red flag or quirk dating wise. This is like the thing you learn to live with as you're married. like you're just married. You're like. It's not really a marriage because you know that it's gonna end in November, but it's just like I guess we're an old couple now, just like bickering.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
where it's just like this is just part of the relationship now. We do this every every 2 months. There's a Framber start.
I would say like 4 months.
Twice a season.
This year's I would say twice a season. Yeah,
like twice a season.
And once in the playoffs, definitely.
Yeah, and. Whatever, we keep it moving, but we kind of know there's not a lot of time left in this relationship. So
yeah, well, so just this is not me like saying, "Oh, Paul's always going to be wearing upside down pineapples on his shirts the rest of his life," but there are some who believe that's swinger language. Sean. That's for swingers.
I thought it was. About
I have a shirt with pineapples on it, and someone said like, "Oh, it's the swingers." Like, no, these pineapples are right side up. I don't play that. I think they thought I did. I think they thought I might. I think they were about to ask around. This is when I was single, by the way. But I remember someone seeing that, and I was like, nope, not doing that. Not doing that. I do not want to end up getting shot by some jealous person down the road. But anyway, bringing it back. There's this idea. We talk about contracts for baseball players. There's an idea that marriages should be contracts.
Oh, yeah. Like
I've seen it put out there.
5-year deal.
Yeah, like a 5-year deal. Let's see what happens in 5 years.
Mutual
go our separate
opt-out.
ways. Yeah. And honestly, it makes so much sense. I've heard it a couple of times. Maybe it's because I'm a byproduct of divorce and, I'm scarred forever. And honestly, I have a lot of baggage that I carry with me as a result of it. Thanks, parents. But it makes a lot of sense. It really does.
You'd have to change the verbiage of the wedding ceremony, though. A lot of those vows have to get tweaked a little.
Yeah.
Sickness and health. It's like, it's 5 years.
Right. I mean, that would be pretty funny.
In sickness and health. Until
for 5 years.
Until November 2030.
Until this date, 5 years from now. Could be your anniversary. Could be your back on the market.
That's basically what Jim Crane is doing with contracts, though, where it's like, hey, this isn't a lifetime deal. We're just doing the first 6 years of team control. Then you can go out, play the field. We'll always be here, though.
Yeah.
And the minute Carlos Correa's other wife is paying his contract right now to play for the Astros. It's basically like he had to take a buyout to come back to us.
713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also on the brand new ESPN Houston app, iPhone, and on Android. From the 8-3-2, the fourth inning also had 3 soft contact grounders for singles where a play couldn't be made. Yeah, and then Framber, gets a little crazy every now and then. Like the bunt through is like, good God, dude. His defense is so bad. It's like, actually real. What's the more charming Astros? This guy's just so bad at this one thing. Altuve is a base runner, which we saw this weekend, or Framber Valdez, the absolutely crazy Jameis Winston-esque fielder.
I was gonna say the Altuve thing. It's more just he's Jose Altuve. You're not gonna get mad at him for this.
Yeah.
Framber Valdez, it's more just hilarity. The way it's always a funny way too. It's never just normal bad fielding. It's either ball goes between his legs, or you can see it happening in real time when he gets a ground ball and he's gonna go for the double play. And just every time he's gonna go for the double play and it will not work out.
Right.
When he throws a ball that's nowhere near the guy. They're always more funny than. Because Altuve, there's always a split second wait, what just happened?
Mm-hmm.
What? The camera isn't ready for an out to be there.
Framber's
you have to watch the replay to understand what happened.
You know yakety sax?
Yes.
Oh, wait, that's the circus. Yeah. That's Framber in the background. And perhaps a sound effect for the people. Yeah, exactly. The banana peels slipping cartoon noise. That's what Framber. What else do we have here on the most interactive sports talk show in town? For the 713 positive guy, I know it hurts, but look at it this way. Stros swept Boston their last 2 visits to Beantown. Things usually even out. Fair. All I will say is the Astros had all the vibes going into this weekend, and the Red Sox fan base was about to riot. They were collectively pissed because they did nothing at the deadline, even though they've been playing better of late. Then they get this. I suppose just chalk this up to baseball if you want, but the Astros have lost 5 of their last 7 series. They have lost 15 of their last 22 games. There's lots of things to look at and be a little concerned about right now. The hope is that this offense, now that it's got some reinforcements, is going to be a little bit more ready to go going forward. 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Are you more concerned about the Astros and their lack of offense, or the Houston Texans and their lack of offense? Another rough day at training camp today. Want to talk about it? Let's talk about it. 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. If we're looking for bright side of things, poor Marine commented on YouTube, no one, and I mean no one, has more troubles with basics than the New York Yankees. Did anyone watch them against Miami this past weekend? Yeah, it is wild to see where the Yankees are right now in the midst of another second half swoon like they had 2 years ago. But this time they're doing really goofy stuff. And you do got to wonder what the state of that fan base is. They're already annoyed that Brian Cashman's still around. They're already annoyed Aaron Broone's still around. More comments as far as the Astros and their offensive struggles that led to them getting swept by the Red Sox over the weekend. One texter says Correa is a jinx. Stop with that. Stop with that. We're not doing that. Another, I'm most concerned about 2 out runs batted in by the other team, runners left in scoring position constantly. Yeah, that one, I mean, geez, on Saturday, it was insane. I think the official number, 2 for 11 with runners in scoring position on Saturday. 14 left on base. They had 14 hits. All but one of them were singles. Could use some more slugging, that's for sure. This texter continues. The amount of double plays we hit as well, frustrating. Altuve is almost a predictable double play. All fair points. All of them. From the 210. Do we need Martin Maldonado back? Yes. Yeah. If we're trying to make the vibes better, today would be a great day to sign Martin Maldonado or hire him as a coach. It also would be a great day to bring back Ryan Presley. Because that's what we do. For vibes, we turn to nostalgia. And then sometimes we unfortunately realize that the nostalgia isn't what we wanted it to be. The Texans are at training camp in West Virginia. Their first practice was today. And I do not think there has been an update on this, but the guy that they spent the most money on this offseason on their offensive line, Cam Robinson, who they spent north of $10 million for a one-year deal for the former Viking and former Jaguar to play left tackle, he left gimpy after his first play with the team. So the Texans made some shuffling on the offensive line. They moved Titus Howard, who was at right guard, to right tackle, which is where rookie Ariante Ursery had been. Ursery got moved from right tackle to left tackle, and Juice Scruggs, who not too long ago was practicing with the third-team unit, is, at least today, the starting right guard. Some of this, I imagine, was done because of Cam Robinson. I don't know that this is necessarily a reflection of the starting offensive line going forward, but for at least that moment right there, that's what they thought. And the interesting one, last year's second-round pick, Blake Fisher, did not rise the ranks. So once again, to the people who are weirdly on this, Blake Fisher is going to be fine island, of which there are enough that I got in a stupid argument with one for about like an hour a couple of days ago. He's not looking good.
No, because it definitely is easier just to put, even if you want to move Ursery to left and then Blake Fisher at right, that's involves a lot less steps than bringing in Drew Scruggs, who, like you said, isn't exactly someone who's tearing up camp on his own either, which I guess none of these guys are
offensive linemen
tearing
really
up
are
camp, but
yes.
But
Ursery, the fact that he's a starter is a great sign for him, and Ursery's a natural left tackle, so they're moving him back over to left. Blake Fisher's supposedly naturally a left tackle. Supposedly. I don't know what he naturally is. I remember a lot of people last season were like, oh, he came in on strong at the end of the year. I didn't think that.
He played at the end of the year.
He did play, but I don't know that that's necessarily a reflection of him being a good player. He was just out there. And all of last year. So getting some more vibes of this, because when this line change happened, Sean, the defense, again, killed the offense. It killed. This is apparently the most one-sided it's been for the people that have been there. God. I was not there today, but it's been pretty one-sided the few practices I've gone to. And some have said that the practices I haven't been to, it's been even worse.
Yeah. It reminds me of last year where we would talk to DJ and you were there too. And every week during training camp, DJ was there, just be like, another great day for the defense, bad day for the offense.
And Stroud said this on Saturday when I was there after practice. And Stroud is not, I don't want to read too much into how a guy composes himself at the podium or how he is out on the practice field, but Stroud seemed annoyed. He seemed annoyed on Saturday. That was the sense that I got. I don't blame him because this is certainly a work in progress. And he was asked about the offensive line, and he said, the defense we're going up against is great. This is the best defensive line in the league. At a certain point, it can't be just that.
Yeah.
I think that's as far as he's going to go when it comes to throwing that unit under the bus. But to me, I heard that, and I was like, okay, he's not thrilled with the progress to this point. There's still plenty of camp left, but preseason game number 1 is Saturday.
Yeah, and this is a rare thing. Maybe not actually the preseason game, but at least the joint practices that they get kicking off pretty soon.
Yep.
I think.
I forget.
Is it leading up to this game or is it leading up to the next one? Okay.
I think there's some joint practices with the Vikings. I think,
who are basically the Texans.
But I know definitely there's joint practices with the Lions and there's definitely joint practice with the Panthers. And now that I think about it, I think they're confusing NFC North teams, and it might not be joint practices against the Vikings.
Yeah, I think they play the Vikings in the preseason.
I do know they play them on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's the Lions. Yeah, I was getting my NFC North teams confused. Yeah. They joint practices are against the Lions and then against the Panthers here.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that, okay, if the line of thinking is that the Texans defense is so good that that's why they look bad every single day of practice, eventually you're gonna see them against other teams, and they'll have to be better against the other teams. You know, like if they look decent against the Lions and whoever else they're scrimmaging it against in the games, even though the games, just because of how preseason games go, I'm not going to put as much weight into that because the defenses, they don't get exotic. It's very, very vanilla. I need to hear some reports of like, wow, you know who's really turned heads is so-and-so on the offensive line.
I want that. I'm not holding my breath.
Neither am I.
I don't think anyone should.
You would see flashes of it if it's in there, even against the best defensive line in the NFL. Like it wouldn't be this bad as consistently.
And like I get that some of the aggregators are actually out there and they are boboing up a storm and everything is sunshine and rainbows. I'm just telling you, it's in the same spot as it was last year. The good news is it's August and there's a lot of time left until, first off, just the kickoff. I mean, we're officially a month from kickoff. On top of that, we've also got a long season ahead where the offensive line can theoretically get better, but hopefully they don't get hurt because that could throw more complications in there. And if Cam Robinson's hurt, I mean, we'll see what the update is, but if Cam Robinson's hurt, certainly a little bit concerning. A couple other tidbits just to show the defense's mastery over the offense. Will Anderson almost killed Stroud, and D'Amico yelled at him. C.J. Gardner-Johnson had a pick 6. He's been having a lot of interceptions. Azeez Al-Shaair had an interception of Stroud in the end zone. E.J. Speed had a pick. Yeah, and the defense supposedly could have had more interceptions today. So blame that on the offensive line, blame that on C.J. Stroud. All that said, D'Amico Ryans thinks that the Texans' offense is improving. Here he is after practice today.
In the same vein as I said for the defense, our offense is getting better. That's training camp. I talk about it all the time. I'm not just throwing out a term, but when I talk about iron sharpening iron, if everybody brings their best every single day, we will all get better. We're still one team. We're going to go out and compete against another team. We are making each other better here. Our offense is making our defense better. Defense is making our offense better. And that's what training camp is all about. So I'm very, excited to see where our guys are. And really, I'm excited to see them go play against someone else. It's becoming that time of camp where it starts to get a little chippy. Guys are tired of going against each other. So I'll be excited, when the end of the week comes and we're able to go against Minnesota.
Training camp cliche, you hear that all the time. Oh, you're getting tired of hitting one another. You hear that all the time.
Yeah, this is around the time you start getting them, too. It's like,
right, exactly.
Good to hit someone else for a change.
It happens usually after there's a fight at practice. But no, this they were asked about the offense, and D'Amico, he's going back to something that we dealt with a lot of last year, which is positivity that feels like gaslighting. I get he's the coach and he's not going to throw the guys under the bus, but just based off of what I've seen and what everyone else has seen, a little bit different. The messaging versus the reality. More from D'Amico Ryans. He talked about some of the changes on the offensive line, and here he is doing what we like to call, in the words of Detective Dignam from The Departed, feeding the media bleep and keeping them in the dock when it comes to injury updates, because Cam Robinson getting hurt led to some shakeups on the offensive line today.
As you see with our offensive line, you'll see different guys in different spots. You've seen that from OTAs. You've seen that throughout training camp. No different, no extra news to report or anything about it. Today is just our guys are moving around just like they've done kind of all camp.
Well, there was moving around after a guy got campaign. That's all. That's all to make up. Anyway, you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Texans offense. You concerned with what you're hearing about? Tony the Handsome comments, CJ's running for his life again. Mustang Boy 7, another rookie coordinator with Nick Caley. It's over. Here we go again. D's 1560 says steel sharpens these. Well, iron sharpens iron. I have a shirt on right now that the Texans gave out. It's nice start. They're going back to starter brand, which is kind of cool. But it's even got like a stitched on starter logo here.
Oh wow!
But it says iron sharpens iron. I'm just saying, like the offense is not sharp. The defense is very sharp.
No,
the defense might be getting dulled by the dull nature of the offense. That's all I'm saying right now. It's early. There's a lot of time left. But I mean, if iron sharpens iron, the offense is pretty dull.
Yeah, knife sharpens butter. Yeah. That's what it is. That's.
Yeah. So a lot of time left. Some other observations. This from Saturday when I was out there. Couple of interesting notes. Dalton Schultz has been looking really good. I am very curious as to what he will be this year. D'Amico Ryan's made a passing comment when asked about Dalton and said he looks like he basically that's the old Dalton Schultz. So perhaps he believes he can get to a level that he couldn't get to last year. Schultz, you should watch his full interaction with the media. I was entertained. He said at one point, like, I've always been trying to get past the bleeping division round. And he was asked if he was hurt last season. He said, everyone's hurt. But it seemed like he was implying that he was dealing with a little bit of something. But Schultz has been making some really nice catches. And remember, he had a couple of drops down the stretch that were pretty tough. So the tight end room, a perhaps small positive in the offense to this point. The rookie class, they've all been out there and they've all done stuff. So that's also nice to think about. Higgins is a huge body. Jalen Knoll is pretty damn quick. Woody Marks, the running back, has been making a couple of plays. Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC, who they drafted in the 4th round and everyone thought was a reach, has probably been, of all the rookies, like the most surprising in that he's looked really good. And Ariante Ursary is already out there. So they're getting immediate contributions from this draft class. And you want to give Nick Caserio his flowers again. They are merited at this moment in time. So there you go. That's what's going on at Houston Texans training camp, which is now in West Virginia. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. I am Paul Gallant. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Stay there.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. We were talking about the Houston Texans at training camp in West Virginia. Cam Robinson, their left tackle, was a little gimpy, and they shuffled their offensive line a bit today, where now Ariante Ursary, a rookie, is on at left tackle. Juice Scruggs, meanwhile, up to right guard. Titus Howard moved over to right tackle. That's the biggest thing as far as changes that happened today. The offense got its ass kicked again by the defense, which we've seen a lot of to this point. And it is natural to a degree to see that happen at training camp. But at a certain point, and C.J. Stroud even acknowledged this, at a certain point, I mean, the offense has got to start making plays. So we will see what happens. Meanwhile, the Dallas Cowboys. Remember what happened on Friday? Caught in all the hullabaloo of Carlos Correa's return to the Astros, we saw that Micah Parsons put a notes app out demanding a trade from the Cowboys. Did the Cowboys respond over the weekend? Well, it's time for another rousing edition of Playing with the Boys. What a scene in Top Gun. Appreciate it. I'm just going to let it play for a little bit. Don't know the words of this part, but guys are playing volleyball in the jeans with up chests. Paul, why would you notice that? Great question.
I'm actually surprised when I hear this song and I don't hear Troy Aikman and Jerry Jones innuendos.
I want me some glory goal.
Yeah.
He starts the car that he pulls out. Actually said by Troy Aikman.
Kenny Loggins should go back and Kenny's version. Throw those clips in there.
So, Jerry Jones has responded to Micah Parsons. Speaking to reporters Saturday, Jerry Jones dismissed Parsons' trade request as, quote, part of negotiations. When asked if he'd consider trading Parsons, Jones said, I don't really piece that with any real seriousness. I can't do it, Jerry Jones. We'll work on it. Jones compared the trade request to the bad back that's keeping Parsons from practicing, all part of an effort he believes to get a deal done. Jones is not surprised. Quote, not really at all. This is just negotiation. It's been happening since March. He's talked contract with many players. And when asked about Parsons still being at practice, Jones said, I wish his back would get better. But he told Cowboys fans, don't lose sleep over it. We will see if there are reasons to lose sleep in the near future. Meanwhile, you've got new head coach Brian Schottenheimer. Oh, poor Schotty. This just sucks. Because Schottenheimer, I know he's been with the Cowboys for a little bit, so there's certainly some cachet that he has in this locker room. If this was a new guy, like this could be an absolute disaster waiting to happen. But Schottenheimer was asked if it'll be a distraction for Micah Parsons to be out. He said this, quote, I don't think so. I think, look, our guys are focused on what we're trying to build. They're focused on what we're trying to build on the field and in the meeting room. Listen to all this. This is talking around a question.
Filibustering.
Right. I mean, look, it's going to be talked about. We've talked about it anytime you're sitting in this chair with this organization. There's going to be things that are hot topics amongst the masses. Oh, my God, Brian. But our guys have a very singular focus, and that's getting better and getting ready to have a hell of a practice today. I talked to Mike. I talked to all of our guys and had great conversations. I'm not going to share with you guys what he and I talked about. But again, I know you guys are going to ask it. I get that. I'm not going to continue to talk about Micah's contract situation. Oh, you think this is going to get people to stop asking questions? A lot of great things going on. I get it. Seriously, you guys have a tough job to do. Oh, now he's brown-nosing the reporters. And you're going to get bored with the press conference if we keep asking it. But again, I had a great conversation with him. They're asking if this is a distraction. And by the way, like 5 Cowboys have changed their profile picture to Micah Parsons.
Yeah. It is funny, the idea of like a training camp distraction.
Yeah.
of just like, I if you actually think about it, like what is really happening that is making the Cowboys worse? Like that the defensive line that are there aren't practicing well because in the back of their mind they're like, man, I wish Micah was here. Like,
Yeah.
I wish they'd stop jerking around Michael Parsons, giving him his money. Like,
the offense is probably happy.
Yeah, at a certain point when you run onto the field as a Dallas Cowboy, like I would hope that in practice you're not thinking of a different guy's contract decision.
Yeah. When you're like supposed to be covering somebody one-on-one, you're like, damn.
Yeah,
what if Micah doesn't play?
Yeah, Diggs is out there being like, man, I can't believe I have to guard George Pickens. I wish I was here with Micah. Yeah, I wish Micah was here.
Where's Micah?
Like, yeah, it better not. If Micah Parsons was out there, I feel like that, and this was going on, I think that has a better chance of being a distraction. If he's not there or not practicing, I don't think it's that big of a deal.
I'm with you. But when you add up all the injuries that they're currently dealing with,
that's worse.
Trevon Diggs expects to return to the field by September. Tyler Smith has tendonitis in his knee while he's looking for a contract extension. Left tackle Tyler Guyton's going to miss 4 to 6 weeks with a neck fracture. Check that. Bone fracture. It was thought to be a torn ACL, so this is actually good news. Rob Jones, another guard, has a broken bone in his neck. So that's going to keep him out 2 to 3 months. That just sounds awful. There's so many offensive line injuries that they're working out. Lyle Collins again. And third-round rookie corner Siobhan Ravel had a setback from his ACL, torn ACL. He'll be out another 6 to 8 weeks per his dad. So a lot of injuries for the Cowboys right now. You almost wish they were talking about the injuries instead of Micah Parsons. By the way, somehow Des Bryant and Rock Nation got mad at Jerry Jones too.
Oh, yeah, because I think Jerry Jones said that when he negotiated Des Bryant's contract, he didn't do it with Rock Nation.
They did not negotiated a contract.
Yeah, and then Rock Nation put out a statement. He was like, it was like all Rock Nation people that were there. But it was like, I feel like the story was a little bit like Chandler Parsons signing a contract with the Cowboys in a nightclub. It was like a little bit like that, where it was like, were they at a nightclub? And I think that was part of the release. It was that they're in a nightclub negotiating this contract. Wrote it down on a napkin.
It's kind of wild. Like it's all caps. Des Bryant posted all caps at Jerry Jones online. Jerry Jones! I don't think it's smart to mention my name. I keep quiet about a lot of unfair bleep on some G bleep. We could have story time if that's what we are doing. And then I think Rock Nation also did all caps. In 2015 at the 21 Club on a napkin, Jerry Jones.
Yeah, it was at a nightclub on a napkin.
Blah, 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 blah. The claim that Mr. Carter or Rock Nation representatives did not return a call from Jerry Jones is not only a false statement, but it's a comical one. All caps. Relax, guys.
I feel like most things Jerry Jones says are not only false, but also comical. Like, I feel like you can say that for most things.
Yeah, I agree.
Not only is this what Jerry Jones said in the last 2 weeks false, it's also comical.
That's our Jer Bear. Anyway, guys, that's Playing with the Boys. Sean Mapes behind the glass on Paul Gallant. We talk about the Cowboys for the ratings a lot on this show. Up next, the Astros were swept by the Red Sox over the weekend, but at least on this front, things are looking up, I think. It's on a front that you generally expect things to look terrible. You'll find out about that next. Stay put.
he feels like he's never left. The players feel like he never left. Just the dynamic, the energy in the clubhouse. It's definitely different today. So happy to have him back.
Carlos Correa is back. Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa. The vibes were good on Friday, and then the Astros got swept. That's what happened. They got swept by the Red Sox. The offense really struggled. Wasted a great start by Hunter Brown. Framber Valdez had a bit of a meltdown in the fourth inning yesterday. And base running inning issues galore Friday. Some more on Saturday. And despite 14 hits on Saturday, their best day, only one of them was an extra base hit. So swept. They're now just up 2.5 games on the Mariners in the American League West. The Rangers are also creeping back into the picture. They are 4.5 games back. Things, vibes-wise, are bad. And if I'm on the Nick Cage scale of freak out, 1 being the most chill, 5 being most freaked out, I'm at a 3. I think 3 is
What do you say we cut the chit-chat? A-hole!
aggravated, but not quite panicking. But we're close to panicking. We do this a lot because the Astros medical staff is a lot less trustworthy than their offense at all times. We give you updates on what's going on with the Astros and their barber surgeons who, from time to time, don't appear to be know what they're doing via a segment that we like to call Astros ER. Jeremy Pena was back on Friday night. He had 3 hits in his first game back. Everything's great. Let's go. And then if you're watching the game in the 9th inning, all of a sudden, wait a second, what? Wait, what happened? Carlos Correa's moving to shortstop? Jeremy Pena's out of the game? My first thought was that he re-aggravated the ribs. I know after the game we got more details. It was a hamstring issue. It kept Pena out of Saturday's game. It was a cramp in his hammy. Hamstring cramp. Have never had one of those. Usually cramps are in the calves. But how's he doing? How is Jeremy Pena? He did play yesterday. Here is what Joe Espada had to say about Pena before yesterday's game.
Jeremy is where you thought he would be right now? Yeah, he's good. He's ready to go. I'm glad that we just only took 1 day, but he says he feels good to go.
He says he feels good to go. Not going to lie, the paranoia had me freaking out. Friday night, I was like, oh, here we go again. Oh, it's off the bone. He's going to be out as long as Isaac Paredes is, which is 6 to 7 months. That was my first thought. And I blame the Astros medical staff because every Astros injury makes me think about that.
Yeah, especially because, I didn't see, we didn't see anything with Jeremy Pena.
No, it was
Isaac Paredes, you saw him running up the first baseline. You're like, okay, this guy has a hurt hamstring. Yeah, Pena was just in the shroud of darkness. Just I didn't even notice, honestly, until I think after the game. I saw tweets. I was like, oh, he wasn't.
I saw posts about it, and I saw posts that he was out of the game, and that's where I was like, oh, no, he must have re-aggravated his ribs.
Yeah.
Okay, it was a hamstring issue. He talked about it after the game. Everyone was talking about it like everything's fine, nothing to see here. And I'm sorry, the track record of the Astros with their medical staff and training staff makes me assume that they are always wrong and that everything is always the opposite.
Yeah. Jake Myers was doing great too.
He was.
Until first. You know what? Credit to Jeremy Pena. He finished the 2 games afterwards.
We have not had a Myers update in a while.
Doesn't seem good.
No. His Achilles might be busted based off of the way things looked. More Astros ER. Joe Espada was asked about Yordan Alvarez. This ought to be fun. What's the latest on Yordan, who's dealing with hand inflammation now that his hand has fully healed, allegedly?
Down in West Palm, he's hitting. He's feeling well. So right now is continue to, build him up. But he's doing well. Coaches BP and in how intense his swings are. I saw him swinging the bat at home, and he was taking some really good swings. So like percentage wise, I don't know, but he looked pretty intent to me when he was taking those swings.
Poor Joe has to answer these questions. I'm watching a video from Florida. I'm not here. I don't know. I can't talk with him. Look good, I guess.
Yeah, well, he's getting BP thrown from coaches. I feel like I think this is new on the comeback timeline of like hitting off a tee, doing what was the dry swings at one point. Like we are building out the like how many different steps does it take to play baseball again when you have a hand injury. And coach's BP doesn't seem like it's like knocking on the door.
No, it does not.
Coming back. Normally I like a live batting practice.
Not off a tee though. So
no, live batting practice where it's like an actual pit. One of these rehabbing pitchers.
Yes.
Like Sean Dubin threw pitches to Yordan Alvarez.
It's hand inflammation. They told us it's healed. So either they're wrong about it being fully healed, and Yordan said like, well, maybe I need surgery, maybe I don't, and he was kind of wishy-washy, and again, it's through a translator, so there's also that dynamic. But remember the last update we got? It was on Friday when we were at Landry's Seafood House in Galveston as part of the ESPN Houston Summer Circuit. That was a full month ago, and it was inflammation was when we found that out. It was like, oh, it's not a setback like it's a break. No. It's hand inflammation. It's been a month.
Every month, once a month, we get like a update that's not really an update. It's really more of a setback.
Right. and I guess this isn't a setback, but good God, it's been a month and it's inflammation. At a certain point, I don't know. The messaging, it seems, as always, flawed with this team, so you don't know what's true.
It seems like there's an injury that they don't know that's causing the inflammation, as opposed to inflammation for 2 months.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
But we do have some good news on the Astros ER front. Spencer Arrighetti is back from a broken thumb, and he is expected to potentially start this week. I think Tuesday, the Astros don't have a starter right now. Tonight on the Hill, it's Jason Alexander against the red-hot Miami Marlins, who did play the Yankees, who are a bunch of clowns right now, and sweep them.
Yeah. But unfortunately, the Astros are not full Yankees-level clowns, but they're running the bases like clowns. So,
Yankees are 4-6 in their last 10. The Astros are 2-8 in their last 10.
Oh, okay. No. I mean, they're worse, but they're not as clownish.
Right.
They're losing games. You know what? They're losing games with dignity. They're not going viral with how they're losing games.
That's fair. Just no offense.
But they are losing. Don't get me wrong. They are losing.
At the fourth inning yesterday, and some of the base running errors this weekend.
Yeah, not great.
Vibe's not great. But today could be the greatest day of the rest of your life.
Yeah, Miami trip. We'll fix everything.
Yeah, get some Presidentes. Perhaps an empanada.
Yeah.
You say, is it empanada or empanada?
I think it's empanada.
Okay.
I don't think there's an inye on there, but I could be wrong.
Okay. I don't know. I'm just trying to make it sound a little spicier. Paul, that's racist. No, I don't know. I didn't take Spanish. I took French, which is like the most useless thing I ever have done in my life. I did it for heritage. Je m'appelle Paul Gallant, mais je n'étudie pas le français depuis j'ai 19 ans. Like, that is actually something, but like, what is the point?
Have you been to France?
Yeah, when I was 12.
There you go.
Did an exchange trip in. I didn't speak any.
Yeah, when you said 12.
It was funny though. Like the French loved me because I was so like I spoke French, but like totally butchered the accent and everything. But they thought I was cute. My sister, who spoke really good French in 7th grade, like they hated her. And I was like, this is the best.
You're the Bart Simpson to her Lisa Simpson.
Basically, yeah. I was just charming MFer. But yeah, worthless to take French. I should have taken Spanish, and I would be able to pronounce empanada correctly.
Yeah, and Sandy Alcantara.
See, got that word. I know that. That means yes, and it also means yes in Italian. Interesting.
See,
who's to blame for the Astros' current struggles offensively? Is anyone going to say Jose Altuve? How about this guy, who all of a sudden looking dicey?
I'm Paul Gallant with Sean Mapes behind the glass. It's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Astros got swept over the weekend by the red-hot Boston Red Sox. Friday, they lost 10-1 in extra innings. Saturday, they lost 7-3 despite 14 hits. And on Sunday, they lost 6-1. They did have a 1-0 lead for a brief moment of time. Carlos Correa hit a homer over the Green Monster, dude. But then the Red Sox scored 6 runs in the 4th inning in a Framber Valdez, not his best inning, aided by some really brutal Astros moments. This was a pretty sloppy weekend by them, start to finish, considering they just added Carlos Correa, Jesus Sanchez, Ramon Urias, and seemed to be the trade deadline winners, given that they gave up so little to get those guys. They kept Christian Walker, who the Twins apparently wanted. They kept Spencer Arrighetti and Bryce Matthews. This, I think, killed a lot of the vibes, Sean, and I hate it because it was so fun on Friday doing the show and talking about Carlos being back.
Yeah, it is the most like whiplash, or it's just like whiplash of like Thursday show for us because he got traded 5 minutes after it ended. That it was like, oh, probably not gonna do anything, and we're kind of cool with that. Whatever, what can they do? And then Friday's show is they are trade deadline champions. Carlos Correa's back, and then on Monday it's like, the vibes bad again. Yep. like it's literally like we literally played a sounder the first segment of the show that we haven't used since
it's been a while.
Last year when they were like 10 games back in June. Like it's like when they were a terrible team to start last year's season. That's the last time we really played the bad vibes alert. We've already swung all the way back to that.
But it goes to show you that no show is more optimistic and positive about our Houston Astros.
Yeah.
Than this
heartbeat of the fan right here.
It is.
When they win last night, when they win the night before, it's who's stopping this team.
Exactly.
When they lose, it's whose fault was it?
Right. But we do not do the whose fault very often.
No.
But we're going to do it right now.
Yes.
Cam Smith's been sucking it up of late. He's a rookie. Was bound to happen. But the struggles at the plate have been pretty concerning because you do wonder now that this is the most he's ever played this season. Remember he was playing in college just a couple of years ago. What was it? Even 2 that he was in the College World Series?
No, it was 2024 College World Series.
Yeah, I mean, goodness gracious. And then, so this is the most he's ever played. And by the way, he's doing it at the major league level. And also, after a while, guys do tend to figure you out. Is he going to have an adjustment by the end of the year? Is he going to be able to get back to form? Since a home run that I witnessed in person against the Cubs, Smith is slashing 200, 267, 267 in 116 plate appearances. He's had 6 extra base hits. None have left the ballpark. That's what's interesting right now. Smith is really struggling. And Altuve, his numbers look solid, but Altuve has had a lot of moments and opportunities, and he hasn't come through on them. Christian Walker's hitting better. Yainer Diaz is hitting better. Some guys you're seeing all of a sudden, I think, bounce back. Jeremy Pena's alive. Jesus Sanchez in his first couple of games has actually done pretty well. Hell, even Hector Urias had a hit. Or excuse me, Ramon Urias had a hit. I don't know why I keep on calling him Hector. But Cam Smith seems to have hit the rookie wall.
Yeah, and I'll be interested to see if maybe Jesus Sanchez does a little platooning with Cam Smith. Mm-hmm. Maybe this is more of a if/when Jake Myers comes back. So, another, or Jordan, where like another outfield spot kind of gets closed off there, and you're just trying to get Sanchez some time. But yeah, I think Cam Smith, it's officially like rookie wall time, which is understandable. He was good in May and June, but every other part of the season where it's like, yep, this is, and to start the season, it's, hey, listen, he made this crazy jump. He's going to struggle for a little bit. Seems like he found his footing for a little while, and now he's kind of hitting the side of like you said, rookie wall. League figured him out a little. I'm still positive long term on Cam Smith, but in the short term, like, I'm not expecting much from him. He's already been asked to do a lot. There's times like 2 weeks ago he was leading off for this team. Like, yeah, it's been a wild ride for Cam Smith.
We had a really nice couple of months from him after a start that was, what you expected out of a young player. And I remember Jeremy Booth was telling us to keep your expectations measured. He's going to join us on Wednesday, talk about what happened at the trade deadline and Cam Smith and other things. Smith, I am concerned about the rest of the way. That Sanchez bringing him in, great. But I do feel like, with Jake Myers gone, that's also a sign that Myers ain't coming back.
Yeah.
So
I think it's a, fingers crossed with Jordan. Now the left field is going to be Altuve for the most part. Maybe Sanchez and Smith split right field. Mm-hmm. I think that's That's the hope, but we'll see.
It is the Paul Gallant Show, most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. Something just popped up on the timeline, Sean, and I'm going to put this in the rundown. And if you want, I'm assuming that we can play this, but
just 3.5 minutes long.
What? Oh, no, not that one. Not that one. No, there's a 14-second one. I think it's just a TikTok being posted, and I don't think there's actually any audio to it. So you know what? Here we go. A female Houston police officer is under investigation after she threatened to give, quote, everyone, end quote, a ticket because she didn't get laid the night before. Her name is Jennifer Escalera. Gotta say, nice face. Can't really tell about anything else because she is sitting in a cop car wearing a police uniform. Looks like she's Kevlar'd up. She filmed herself in the police cruiser, posted this on TikTok. She complained about how she didn't get cracked the night before. I guess that's the slang for getting shaboinked, banging, the sex, if you will. She spelled didn't like this. This is, I don't know why she misspelled this on purpose, but D-I-N-T, get cracked last night, so everyone is getting a ticket, ...
Not enough D.
That's so
in the word didn't and in her
Yes, Sean, you're right.
Off-duty line.
It's a very, very astute observation there.
Yeah, there's something there.
I don't know why she posted this.
Go viral, dude.
Her TikTok account has multiple posts of her in a police uniform. Some have since been taken down. She is also a mom, per Colin Rugg, who posted this. Harris County Constable Precinct 5 office posted this. Our administration is aware and Internal Affairs has opened an investigation. We have no other comment at this time. I mean, I doubt she's pulling people over because she didn't get boinked.
Yeah, you'd have to, like, actually pull, like, did she actually give everyone a ticket?
Right. But what an idiot.
I mean,
don't pull me over on my way home. Like, actually, if you do, you're a strong, powerful, independent woman, and you're a model for women everywhere to be strong and independent and to be a single mother, for sure. But, if I don't see you, you're an idiot. Why would you post this? Why would you post this?
Go viral. That's what life is about now.
Is she trying to do the viral jump after getting fired to OnlyFans?
Yeah.
Because that's the progression.
That's one. Crypto rug pull is another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. This is just like, I don't know. Just you have a pretty good job. Just don't. Decent job.
I don't know what her salary is because I don't know what level of police officer she is. But I mean, I imagine she's gonna get. They're like, give me your gun and your badge and your phone, you little tramp, you dirty whore.
Yeah.
Because that's how they talk that's how they talk in down in the station at the precinct. That's how they talk to each other.
Yeah.
Very honest.
I can't believe that's someone's job today to be like, I guess I have to look into this.
I know, that's gonna suck. Like, we're Internal Affairs. Let's look into that hoe over there who happens to be a police officer who posted this stupid TikTok post saying that she's gonna pull people over because she didn't get laid last night.
Like
cracked. My bad.
Cracked.
Didn't get cracked.
Didn't.
D-I-N-T.
Yeah, I mean, you can chalk this up to like, hey, let's just try to make a joke. I didn't.
For sure, she was
I
trying
didn't
to make a
actually
joke.
pull everyone over.
Yes, but if she did pull anyone over, they'd probably have to review it. And honestly,
I'm contesting that ticket.
Yeah, I know.
If Officer whatever face pulled me over today, I'm showing up to contest this ticket.
Officer Jennifer Escalera, yeah. Well, here's the thing. You probably wouldn't be able to countersue here because if she doesn't show up, and she's definitely not showing up, if she's busy posting TikToks on company time, she's not going to show up for a court date if she's pulled you over. But if she did, you might be able to pull some sort of like, hey, let's bring in Tony Busby. Hey, let's get some money out of this. She persecuted me because she didn't have sex. And then I'd probably make up Although they got the body cams things, so I guess she couldn't proposition me. Anyway, I'm just running it. Listen, I want to make money.
In your Tony Busby brain, your defense was gonna be that
she propositioned me. I mean, I am handsome. I mean, it could happen.
Like the start of a video you see online.
Oh yeah. Wow.
Normally it's reversed.
You have the right to take your pants off.
We're gonna have to do a thorough search. down.
Anyway, you know what? I will say this about the.
Stay safe out there.
First off, stay safe out there. Second, I will say this about the Houston Police Department. I've seen some baddies. I've seen some. What? Disproportionate.
I was not. I was just not ready. When you start a sentence with "say what you want about the Houston Police Department," I was braced for a lot of things. I was not braced for that.
There are some strong, powerful, independent women that work at the Houston Police Department. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay.
Hopefully they live very fulfilling lives, so they don't pull us over.
The one of the times I got in a car accident. This is the one time it was my fault. The person who pulled me over was like a very attractive police officer, and she said, like, "Yeah, just show up for court. I won't be there." And I was like, "Yes!" And then I somehow conned the tow truck driver drove me into a parking lot, and then I said like, and then he put my car down, and I was like, "Oh, you don't have the right to touch this car again. It's now been removed." And he got very mad at me, and I said like, "Yeah, do something, bitch." I didn't say it like that. I basically said like, "You have no rights to
do something, sir."
Yeah, like, well, this is a tow truck guy, not the cop, you know. But anyway, no one cares about this. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Jennifer Escalera, I wish you well in your future endeavors, which I'm assuming are going to be on OnlyFans in the near future. If you want to jump in, you know how to do it. We are closer and closer to the kickoff of the 2025 NFL season. Oh, my goodness gracious. We're just 31 days away. That's a month. The long kind. Stick around as we continue our countdown. Stay put. 31 days away from the start of the NFL season. Who was the best 31 in NFL history? I don't like the first one that pops up. The Hall of Fame gives us our starting point, writes Pigskin Dispatch. Jack Tatum. Jack Tatum was also often called the assassin for his hard-hitting style of play, but also it could blanket a wide receiver in coverage as well. No mention of paralyzing Darryl Stingley in that write-up. Also number 31, LSU great Jim Taylor, who played for the Green Bay Packers over his career, combined for 10,500 yards from scrimmage. Other number 31s, you might remember way back in the day, Aaron Glenn, who played for the Houston Texans from 2002 through 2004. An original Texan. I think he was their second pick in the 2002 expansion draft. Number 1 was Tony Baselli. Aaron Glenn is now the head coach of the New York Jets. Other 31s, I think there's a pretty strong case to be made that Bernard Pollard was one of the most important Texans in team history from 2009 to 2010, but he wasn't there for the turnaround. Also, Shiloh Kao, special teams legend. Charles James, special teams legend and Hard Knocks star. Also, Steven Nelson, ward number 31 when he played for the Texans in 2022. David Johnson, part of the DeAndre Hopkins trade. He was number 31. Number 31 for the Texans is currently Damian Pierce.
It's not a bad number. There's,
no one's great.
Yeah, it's a lot of guys,
But
just
you recognize the names.
Yeah.
So there you go. We are 31 days away. We told you about this a little bit earlier. Jerry Jones basically called Micah Parsons' bluff over the weekend. Micah, of course, on Friday, via a very long notes app, demanded a trade. Jerry Jones dismissed it as a negotiating ploy, suggested that his back injury is also a negotiating ploy. I do think that the back injury is a negotiating ploy. Do what you got to do. Show up to camp, but don't get fined. That's what Micah Parsons is doing here. I am very curious to see how this plays out because Jerry is being rather cocky about it. And I wonder if there is any team that is willing to send 2 first-round picks to the Cowboys to go and get him. He is worth 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those situations where he is worth someone actually trying to trade him. He is also so good that the Cowboys should not try to trade him. You just sign him to the biggest contract in defensive end, make him the highest paid defensive end in NFL history. Boom, done.
I think the Titans should think about it. You have Cam Ward. You're hoping Cam Ward's the guy. Obviously, you never know, but you're going to be with Cam Ward for the next 2 to 3 years because you drafted him first overall. If you want to get a guy to help you reset the defense, that's the way to do it. And I feel like Parsons has randomly weighed in on the Titans in the last couple of days.
The last couple of days. I don't know. I don't know about that. I thought you were going to say over the last couple years. I was like, well, he has a podcast, so he weighs in on a lot of things.
That is also
don't
true.
Expect him to weigh in on. But, yeah, for the Texans' sake, can I say please not? Please not Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I wouldn't like Micah Parsons.
Cam Robinson's hurt. They have no chance to block him now.
So Parsons has his own podcast, but also regularly joins all sorts of other media outlets. He was on, I think, A to Z Sports. I don't know what the hell that is. And in said time that he was on A to Z Sports, he was asked about Cam Ward, and he said this: I love it. I think this is what the Titans need. My comp is Joe Burrow. If you watch that Miami film, there's games where their defense gave up 25 points a game. They've been playing from behind. But when I tell you I've never seen a college quarterback, and I talk about him on the pod all the time, I thought he was a Heisman favorite of mine, cool, calm, collected, able to make throws. He's gutsy. He trusts his arm. The confidence that he comes back and he wins those games for Miami, except for the game that they blew a 21-point lead against Syracuse, but no one's talking about that one. Kyle McCord, going to be a Hall of Famer? I don't know. I'm just asking the question. To bring it back to this. Parsons knew what he was doing there, but that was a couple of days ago. And as you have the trade request out there, this is another interesting little nugget to put out there. A lot of Titans people are like, yeah, go do it. And honestly, I think they should. I don't want it to happen, but I think they should. So we'll see if Parsons ends up elsewhere. Meanwhile, Brian Schottenheimer gave a very mealy-mouthed explanation about how this is not a distraction, and bless his heart. Bless his heart. The 10-minute drill continues 31 days away from the start of the NFL season. Dan Quinn asked about Terry McLaurin's trade request, which took the back seat on Friday after Micah Parsons made his. I'd be pissed if I was Terry McLaurin. You've been doing this. You've been playing for this god-awful organization for a while. At least the Cowboys have been competitive and have made the playoffs. You play for this god-awful organization that has like a dump-ass stadium. The vibes are good. You have a great quarterback. You make a trade request because you want to get paid, and then Micah Parsons does it a little bit later, and it just completely supplants you as the number one story in the NFL. Dan Quinn said it's normal business when asked about it.
It isn't. I mean, it is kind of normal.
Definitely normal business, yeah. Still bummer.
Yeah. No, you definitely want the spotlight. Like, you want to be the first take on NFL Live, like when they're talking about holdouts and trade requests. You don't want to be the second guy, because Terry McLaurin is a very good receiver, but he's not the Micah Parsons of receivers. No. So it's a little bit of like, this guy is way better, also plays for the Cowboys. We're probably going to run with this story. Thanks, Terry. Terry.
Yep. Crazy, though. I mean, they were in the NFC Championship game, and he is their best offensive player, not named Jaden Daniels.
And they should pay him. The only, concern is that I think he's a little bit older than you think.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
But also, guys, like, who is getting paid on the? I guess other than Tunsil, who's a high price guy on the Commanders?
I don't know what Deebo Samuel's contract is after they traded for him. So
yeah, it feels like they should have room, given their rookie quarterback or rookie deal quarterback and not a ton of talent around him.
They do have Marshawn Lattimore. That's a pretty expensive deal.
Yeah. I forgot they traded for him.
I forgot about that as well. Yeah, they've been pretty aggressive.
They should get this thing done. And hey, if
Javon Kinlaw also rather expensive.
If he gets old in 2 years, like, try to front load it to where it doesn't hurt as bad. But
yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean, that's what you do, but like, I don't know. This doesn't make any sense going into a year where the vibes are finally good for this team. Now all of a sudden it's like, our second best player on offense is holding out, and the president is not going to let us build a new stadium unless we call ourselves the Redskins again. Two things that are actually happening allegedly.
Yeah, not great. Not great stuff.
Because I think everyone wants the new stadium. I think they would be like, hey, call us the Washington things that are getting thrown on WNBA courts if they got them a new stadium. I think they would be okay with that. By the way, if they were called the Washington Hogs, you could say that would be similar.
Yeah,
similar
there you go.
They should be the Washington Hogs. It'd be so funny. I'd buy a shirt. Hall of Fame. Some players were inducted over the weekend. Sterling Sharp honored his brother. We played some audio of his brother on Friday. Shannon Sharp, who was fired by ESPN, getting a little bit mad that he had gotten fired when his brother is supposed to be the one getting honored this week, and they could have done it a little bit earlier. I suppose they could have, honestly. It's weird how long they dragged it out. But Sterling honored his brother in his speech. Shannon left his seat to join Sterling Sharp at the podium. Sterling finished his speech arm in arm with Shannon. Sterling, 3 years older than Shannon. For those who don't know, early 90s, Sterling was the best receiver in the NFL. I mean, he was awesome. And then he had a neck injury, and that was it. So Shannon Sharp, when he won his first Super Bowl in 1997 with the Broncos, not knowing he'd win another one, gave Sterling Sharp his Super Bowl ring, which was honestly one of the coolest brother moves ever. Maybe Shannon knew they were going to win it the next year, but I don't know.
Yeah.
They were a dreadnought that year. They were undefeated very late in the year. I think they were 13-0, 14-0, the 98-99 Broncos, and they smoked the Falcons in the Super Bowl. But
he did it after the first, like, he did it
so cool.
not knowing
honestly,
that they're,
one of the coolest, like, I don't know much about Shannon Sharp other than that time where in the midst of the Broncos killing the Patriots.
Oh, called the National Guard.
Called the National Guard, and I'm sort of like, I mean, it's funny, but hurt my feelings. This is one of the coolest things I've ever heard about Shannon Sharp. Truly.
Yeah.
That's an awesome move. Antonio Gates was the first player who did not play college football to get inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He credited Chargers tight end coach Tim Brewster, who I guess was the one that thought he could move from playing basketball at Kent State, right, to being a tight end at the NFL.
Good call by Tim Brewster.
Yeah, damn.
Tim Brewster should be in the Hall of Fame.
Tim Brewster, I hope you got paid out of that bunch.
Yeah.
Jared Allen wore a cowboy hat for his speech. His speech was about selling your why. You got to find your why. And his whys, as far as why he wanted to be a successful pro, were fear, respect, and the pursuit of greatness.
He also wore number 69.
Yeah.
That's what I remember. Jared Allen. Cowboy hats and wearing 69. And being a really good defenseman.
Yeah, he was really good. Eric Allen also inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Not as many fun tidbits from that, other than he had been waiting for a while and he got in. So good for Sterling Sharp and good for Eric Allen. Paul Gallant said, it is the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, 713-780-3776 to call to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, and Twitch at ESPN 975. 31 days away from the start of the NFL season. You want to weigh in on the Astros and their struggles offensively? You know how to do it. Up next, there's an epidemic going on in a sport that some of us love. Stick around. First, though, I got to tell you about my friends. I got some friends, some new friends, everybody. My friends at St. Arnold started off my weekend with a little St. Arnold Summer Pilsner. You already know St. Arnold's got a beer for everyone. Their beer garden is a place for everyone. And now, if you want to host private events at St. Arnold's, they've got a space for everyone. You can have your private event at St. Arnold, a wedding, family reunion, a birthday party, a company happy hour, a trade show, corporate meetings, holiday gatherings, celebrations of life. Why not? There's a space for groups of 20 to 300 people. For a small group, there's the Investors Pub. For larger groups, they've got the beer hall with full audio-visual capabilities, projector screens, and an in-house catering menu prepared by the St. Arnold chef. From an appetizer table to a full-on feast. And, of course, they have all the beer you can handle. It's the freshest St. Arnold beer in the world. It's right there. They have wine, cider, root beer too. Book your event now. Holiday season's coming up. To get prime dates, whether it's a daytime rental or an evening event, weekday or weekend. And if you really want to get the biggest bang for your buck when you get this event, since you listen to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, mention ESPN and get the brewery game package or my name, Paul, for your event. The game package gets you a combo of dartboards, Jenga, cornhole, a pool table, and as a bonus, a photo booth. Get started at starnold.com. Click on private events. That's starnold.com. Click on private events. A beer for everyone and a space for everyone. It's St. Arnold. Get your party started the right way at an awesome spot.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. Rough week for the Astros. They lose not once, not twice, but 3 times to the Red Sox at Fenway Park. Boston is playing well of late, but the vibes were immaculate for the Astros coming out of the trade deadline. They lost 3 in a row. The offense still struggling. You want to get flustered with the pitching. I mean, Hunter Brown did what he was supposed to do. And for the most part, Framber Valdez did what he was supposed to do. But it was a sloppy weekend from the Astros. The bats weren't there. Bad base running. Bad defense. No excuses for this one. If you want to weigh in on it, you can. I'm at a 3 out of 5 on the Nick Cage scale of freak out. For those who don't know, that's what this sounds like. Here's Nick Cage freaking out in, I believe, The Rock.
What do you say we cut the chit-chat a-hole?
There was a moment where Sean Connery's character in that movie thought that they were bonding a little bit because Nick Cage's character, Stanley Goodspeed, could have thrown him under the bus in front of his daughter. Instead, he didn't. This was after a massive chase took place in downtown San Francisco that led to Michael Bay levels of damage throughout the city. He wasn't having it. He wasn't happy. So he got on his ass. And that's where I'm about to be with the Astros right now. We're a very optimistic and positive show, but the offense has got to show up. You got to show up because we need some runs. And our heart depends on you. That's from Greece. You're welcome.
Thank you. I was wondering, like, you know what I could really go to? A random
song by
off
Paul
Greece
from a musical.
Yeah. I woke up today being like, man, Greece, huh?
Yeah.
What a great flick.
Listen, I don't know why that one stuck in my head, but John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John. If you ever want to watch it, now you've heard of it. Women, they play basketball. Did you know that? It's the WNBA. There's a problem in the WNBA. It's time to check in on the other league that plays its games in the heat of the summer. Let's do it. We got a problem in the WNBA because you have seen now multiple times, twice, bright green sex toys tossed onto the court. Once, okay. Oh, we're just watching a game amongst Buffalo Bills fans because they do this too. Generally, it's pink for them. But now, WNBA games featuring the Valkyries from, I'm not 100% sure. The San Francisco Valkyries from, the Golden State Valkyries. They're the road team for both of these events. So maybe this person is a, I don't know, Valkyries fan who likes to travel on the road. But you have now seen in a week 2 bright green sex toys tossed onto the court. We have a copycat. Here's what's really wild. The FBI has reportedly found and arrested the fan who did this. I mean, that's really, really quick. That's impressive work by law enforcement there. But I do feel bad for the WNBA that they're dealing with stuff like this. Like, you want to be taken seriously as a league. You're fighting for better pay and better conditions. And even if the interest in the league is not as, I think, high as it's being made out to be due to Caitlin Clark, like, it would still piss me off if I'm out there and all of a sudden people are throwing giant phallic devices onto the court. Sophie Cunningham actually had to write this out. Stop throwing. I don't think I'm allowed to say this word on the air, on the court. You're going to hurt one of us. And I mean, it actually might happen. And I mean, it would be an absolute shame if it happened.
I guess if they step on it.
Yeah, you could trip on it. You'd break hurt your ankle.
I was thinking like getting hit by it.
You get hit in the face by that. That would probably not feel great.
Wouldn't feel great, but don't know. Injury. People do
a
a lot of aggressive stuff with those things. That's all I'm saying.
Some people from the WNBA weighed in on this. Chicago Sky center Elizabeth Williams labeled it super disrespectful. Whoever's doing it just needs to grow up. I shouldn't find it funny, but it is kind of funny.
Yeah. It was funny when the Bills fans did it.
Yeah.
Was that against the Patriots that they did?
It was.
At least one of them they did. Like, it was like almost hit like Rob Gronkowski or something. Who is the funniest guy to be in that situation? Yeah. I mean, that was like a long time ago now.
It was a while, but it keeps. I think it happens once a year with Bills games. Like somebody sneaks one in because they're not allowed to break the tables anymore.
It's like tortillas at Texas Tech.
Yeah,
they throw it.
Sean, they outlawed breaking tables in the parking lot.
Did
like
they
a couple
really?
years ago. Yeah, a couple of years ago. I remember when this happened. I was like, damn, this is actually a pretty big deal. Angel Reese actually blamed someone for this sex toy fiasco, and she didn't blame Caitlin Clark. Progress from Angel Reese. Angel Reese blamed one of Caitlin Clark's teammates, Sydney Colson. I'm sorry, but this is a hilarious line by Angel Reese, who, again, I would do great PR for. Hey, Sydney Colson, why do you keep throwing your mean green in different areas? It's getting weird. Mean green, what a name. Hell yeah, Angel Reese, that's funny.
And in a story where you've had to hear a lot of people on air talk around it, like we can't say the word. For some reason, we can't say what these things are called colloquially.
No, I don't know why either, but yeah,
yeah, but that no one's talked around it. Said the thing without saying the thing better than Angel Reese with that. Just a random like, hey, stop throwing that thing.
Anyway, there you go. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. That's us covering the WNBA. It's a very serious league.
I mean, you want us to do the Valkyries? You want actual Valkyries talk?
Yeah, no, we don't have it. It's just
no one. People only want to talk about
the stupid stuff involved.
The stupid stuff,
the culture war,
or yeah, like it's not even like what Caitlin Clark does.
Nope.
It's what other people are doing in response to Caitlin Clark.
Correct.
Like Caitlin Clark herself isn't that interesting. Doesn't drive that many topics.
Wonder what happens to this person if the FBI is arresting you. Like you're probably gonna face some serious charges.
You probably get on a sex offender list, right?
That's a great point. I think so.
Because like there are kids at these games. like it is like we have a lot of fun with it. It is a crazy thing. It probably is something that gets you in way more trouble than we think.
For the 832, the FBI can find the launcher instantly, but we can't see the Epstein list. Yep, great point.
I mean,
no, that's focus on this. This is a problem. That'd be so funny if Trump comes out.
Trump is like, it's a huge problem. They can't even play the game. People are tripping on them.
They're not respecting these beautiful, powerful women, especially Caitlin Clark, my champion. Yeah, not doing that. Anyway, yeah, we're focusing on Nazi advertisements for American Eagle and devices being thrown on the court. Pleasure devices. Yeah. Anyway, it's the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975, also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. There was a controversy in Saturday's Astros game, and I'm wondering if the Astros are allowed to be mad about said controversy. What am I talking about? You'll find out next. Stick around on the Paul Gallant Show. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You heard the voice guy himself say it. 713-780-3776 to call in, to text it. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Also available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. By the way, tomorrow afternoon, we're going to be at the Federal American Grill. That's exciting. It's part of Houston Restaurant Week, which is now through Labor Day. There's all sorts of different places that you can go where you get a little more bang for your buck with a multi-course fixed meal, brunch, lunch, dinner. 350 participating restaurants in the greater Houston area. They support the Houston Food Bank. Some of the restaurants are places that you've probably been to before. Ooh, Original Carrabba's is on the list. Didn't know that. Hugo's, love Hugo's. Get the duck there, it's so good. Some good options here. So, if you are looking to get a little more bang for your buck, go to HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. We're going to be at the Federal American Grill tomorrow, so come out and hang out with us. The Astros were swept over the weekend. We're not going to talk about this sweep right now, though. We're going to talk about something that happened on Saturday. Is it okay for the Houston Astros to be mad about another team doing something that's dodgy, as the Brits say? For those who did not see this, in Saturday's game, there was a moment where Hector Neris, Astros reliever who is once again back with the team, intentionally balked Trevor Story. Why did he do that? Chandler Rones-Reed was clearly, he thinks the Red Sox are picking up on his grips from second base. So Trevor Story goes from second to third. A little more difficult for them to see whatever Neris is throwing and then relay whatever is being thrown via some sort of sign to home plate. This is Hector Neris being asked about what the hell happened after Saturday's game.
I think it's part of the game. Something funny. But yeah, he taking the people coming to maybe hear what happened, but nothing serious.
Do you think they were stealing signs?
Maybe yes, maybe no, but just I want to stay concentrated. In this situation, I don't think about it. Just I want to do what I'm feeling right in the moment, and just this is the reason why I moved him to the third.
Was that part of the funny conversation in leaving the inning, or?
Yeah, maybe.
Nothing happened. It's just baseball. Did anything happen? Maybe. For those who don't know, it sounds rather casual when you just hear, hey, he did an intentional balk. But at the end of the inning, Neris got in the face of a Boston Red Sox player as they were going towards the dugout and actually was held back by both Carlos Correa and Christian Walker. We know Neris is a bit of a hothead. Remember that incident that he had against the Seattle Mariners where he got canceled because he may or may not have used the Spanish version of the F-bomb while talking with Seattle Mariners slugger Julio Rodriguez in the midst of a testy back and forth between them. So this could be Hector Neris just getting mad and, as he always does, wearing his emotions on his sleeves, maybe wanting to squab in that moment for just a brief amount of time. But what's interesting about this, because I see a lot of people that are saying, oh, look at the Astros. The Astros are mad about someone stealing signs? Huh, pot me kettle. The Red Sox are a little different on this front because the Red Sox have Alex Cora as their manager. And Alex Cora was the ringleader, along with Carlos Beltran, for the Astros sign-stealing operation, at least based off of what we know, back in 2017. He got hired by the Red Sox in 2018. 2018, the Red Sox win the World Series. Alex Cora, still the manager of the Red Sox the next year, fired after the Astros cheating scandal came to light for his involvement and then the Red Sox brought him back after a year. The Red Sox, for their part, had a sign-stealing incident of their own involving Apple Watches, but this took place before baseball sent out that memo to the entire league where they said, hey, y'all got to stop. They got off scot-free with that, but they were warned. So you could say, okay, well, historically, can the Red Sox talk trash to the Astros about sign stealing? I'll leave that up to you. But this year has been interesting for the Red Sox because there have been multiple incidents where teams are being rubbed the wrong way with something that they're doing. Something that they're doing that I believe is technically legal, but is frowned upon. People don't like it when other teams steal their signs. I would say to those teams that get mad about someone stealing their signs, change your signs up. I would say to those people who are mad about the way they are gripping their pitch, being able to be visible from a second base perspective, I would say maybe you make your grip happen in your glove as opposed to with your hand behind your back in a way where someone's actually going to be able to see the grip. Honestly, I think every single pitcher, you should make your grip happen inside your glove. It's the best way to not give a tell because now that the pitch comm situation's in place, or the pitch comm system is in place, now theoretically no one can steal signs.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Nearest getting mad at the Red Sox is on brand with things that have been happening to the Red Sox earlier this year. The most recent moment where somebody called the Red Sox out for possibly doing something nefarious, implying that they are maybe bending the rules or doing things that are against baseball's unwritten rules, was former Red Sox manager Terry Francona, who had this to say about Alex Cora and the Red Sox after a Red Sox-Reds game a couple of weeks ago.
Almost as if they knew it was coming. Could they have had something on that?
I don't know. You know, that's something that you always probably need to check. You know, he threw some pitches that caught a lot of the plate, and they were definitely looking hard. But those are always things we try to check for. They're really, you know, Cora's one of the best at that. But you're right, they were certainly ready. I mean, they were coming out hacking, and they were squaring it up pretty good.
At part in the middle, Cora's one of the best at that. You can almost hear his eye roll. That's about as much of an implication as you generally get when it comes to baseballers going after other baseballers. So that's one incident that happened earlier this year. Also, you might remember that in a game between the Red Sox and Angels earlier this year, tempers flared. Red Sox first base coach Jose Flores and Angels pitcher Tyler Anderson got into it before a game between the Red Sox and the Angels in early June. So Anderson took issue with Flores apparently stealing signals during the left-hander's start against Boston a couple of days before. People are looking at Boston with a bit of a side eye, suggesting that they are perhaps doing something, and I don't know what it is, that shouldn't be happening across the sport. I don't know if this means Rob Manfred needs to step in, and I don't know what's happening. I would just like to push back on the people who were saying the Astros can't be upset about this. If other teams are upset about this, I think it's fair for, even if the Astros have that history, I think it's fair for the Astros to be mad about this. I would just like to know what it is. I would have liked Hector Neris to go into a little bit more detail there. Instead, from Hector Neris, he's being coy and he's saying maybe. No, I'm curious. I really want to know. I know that Boston's up to something, and I want to know what it is. Because maybe the Astros could do it and do it better. That's what I'm looking at. The Astros should perhaps take a look at what Boston's doing and try it themselves. Cora's the best at it? Okay. Well,
Alex Centrone, get ready to learn signs, buddy.
I mean, there's got to, the offense is struggling right now, and I do not care. The ends justify the means for the Astros. I do not care. Baseball, not my favorite sport. If the team cheats to win, great. Awesome. I love it. I love it. So, That's what I'm saying here. First off, the Astros can be mad at the Red Sox if they want, but they should do this. They should be trying to figure out what Boston's doing and start doing it themselves. Whenever they're on second base, steal those signs. Get good at that. Let's do some film study. Got long plane rides. You're on the road right now. Don't want you going out and about in Miami. I want you figuring out ways to steal signs from the guy who's going to be on the mound tonight, tomorrow night, and on Wednesday too. Let's make it happen. They're doing something. They're winning despite not having a very good roster and doing nothing at the trade deadline. You're better on paper. Do what they're doing? Just a thought. I'm Paul Gallant. Sean Mapes is behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call it, to text it. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. The Astros thought the Red Sox were doing something nefarious on Saturday. My suggestion, they should do it too. Why not? Let's go back to the old us.
Yeah, those guys won a World Series.
Can't spell championship without CH, the first two letters of cheat. Just saying. Just saying. I'm Paul Gallant. He's Sean Mapes. Stick around. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Paul Gallant.
Most interactive sports talk show in town. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Red Sox swept the Astros over the weekend. Saturday, things got a little testy between the Astros and Red Sox. It seems that it was caused by a belief that the Red Sox were stealing the Astros' signs. Some consider that ironic. I, more so, want to know what the Red Sox were doing and want the Astros to do it themselves so that they can get some more hits. Junior Broncos commented on Twitch, trash can, trash can, trash can, trash can, trash can, trash can, trash can. Yeah. Listen, if you can find a way to help get a W using a trash can and just banging on it, there's other ways to continue to give your team the best chance possible to win. The commitment to winning must be absolute. It's sports. Who cares if you cut a corner? Who cares?
It's also the sign stealing in baseball is always so funny because it's like, as long as you don't use, like, you can steal signs. That's actually fine. It's the, like, when you get too good at it, that's when it's bad.
Exactly.
That's when it's bad. It's like a guy standing on second base, he can, if he knows what every single pitch is, he could tell the batter, and that's just like, yeah, part of the game. But the second you mix in like an extra step, now get this guy cheater.
It's very clear that whatever the Red Sox are doing is working. There's actually statistical evidence that shows that. They've had a lot of games where early on they have smoked dudes, so they're very good at picking up tells. But there seems to be something else that they are doing that has drawn the ire of now a tenth of baseball.
Yes, 3 teams.
3 separate teams have had issues with what Boston's doing.
And like vocally, it's Hector Neris on the field. It's Terry Francona in the post-game press conference, and it's I forgot which pitcher it was.
Tyler Anderson with the Angels.
Yes, confronting a guy 2 days after a start,
and it seems to happen like once a month.
Yeah,
it's like,
but it's also like when you at this point when you're a team going in to play Boston. Like there's that paranoia
for sure.
Yeah, there's the paranoia built in. It's
the paranoia that people used to have for the Astros.
Yeah, and the paranoia that the Astros used to have for other teams too.
People are calling the Astros out for being a little bit hypocritical when it comes to the sign stealing thing. I do find it amazing though that everyone has just completely moved on from Boston doing the same thing. People hate Boston sports. They do. So you're not going to bring up their Apple Watch thing too? And that they have Alex Cora, who they literally fired for a year only to bring back. Yeah. And, like, we're nothing to see here. Cora's got a reputation. And, hey, if it helps give his team the best chance to win, great. But.
Yeah, it is. It's the biggest, like, people are just, like, rooting for laundry of it all. Of, like, Astros. If you're wearing an Astros uniform, bad. Any other team in baseball?
Orange team bad.
Doesn't matter. Orange team bad.
Orange man bad. Orange team bad.
Wise man once said.
As a wise man once said, that's true. Okay, Texans training camp. Offense is not looking good. Not looking good. I'm trying to see if there's anything positive that came out of today at training camp. I've been taking a look at our friends, whether it's DJ Bieneme of ESPN, the Houston Texans beat writer.
D'Amico Ryan said the offense is improving.
Sure.
In a very non-confidence building way.
D'Amico also said his defense is edgy and competitive. No, if I were D'Amico and talking about the defense the way it's looked thus far, I'd say this is the 85 Bears. We're doing the Super Bowl shuffle. We're shooting it already.
It's insane that the Bears did that before they actually won the Super Bowl.
And then they won it 46-10. It was the biggest blowout. I mean, understandably, that Patriots team had no business.
But imagine
a wild card team that won 3 games in a row on the road.
Imagine there being a rumor that a team filmed something called the Super Bowl Shuffle before the Super Bowl got played.
And also the Patriots tried their own version of it, and it's like we, the Patriots, and me, or something like that. It was awful. It's truly one of the worst moments in Patriots history. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I need the Texans to That's what they need to do.
No,
they need
a pregame hype video.
No.
They'll
I meant
shove to their face.
I was going back to the real conversation that we're
okay.
having. They need to lean into the fact that like this team is like the 2000 Ravens. Like this team is. This is one of the greatest defenses, not just in the league, but in recent NFL history. Like that, they need to go all the way minister of propaganda. Like
start going. Nobody believes in us.
Not nobody believes in us. No, like we are the greatest defense in NFL history. Like this defense can single-handedly. This is the Broncos with dead arm Peyton Manning. This is the Legion of Boom. Like you need to start bringing up these names. 85 Bears.
Yeah. Just that pitch is really all you got if you're hoping for more from the Texans offense this season. But there's a certain point, and C.J. Stroud even said it on Saturday, where you keep on talking about how good the defense is. Eventually, the offense has to show up. Here is a quote from DJ Bieneme from today's practice in West Virginia. Take me home, country road. Maybe they're not used to practicing outside of the heat. Quote, this is easily the worst start for the Texans offense I've seen from them this training camp. End quote. Not good.
Yeah, no, there hasn't really.
At least it's in West Virginia, so no fans are seeing it.
I was going to say, and there's less media.
A little bit less, that's for sure.
Yeah, I would go for a day. Like, can D'Amico or someone like engineer like a good day from the offense? Like, can he just like purposefully? Because they know what plays they're gonna run, like in the 11
iron sharpens iron. He can't do that.
But like, just
says it on my shirt, Sean. Iron sharpens iron.
For whatever reason, they gave you a iron sharpens iron. Shirt.
Yeah, because I'm always out there helping sharpen the iron.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say you're not part of the team.
I asked the tough questions that also sharpen because I am
the
iron.
mental iron.
Yeah, mental iron.
That C.J. Gardner-Johnson
Got to go
has.
through mental. I mean, my first question of the off season happened on Saturday. I asked Gallant Ursary. So, I mean, you're going up against Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson. It's quite the welcome to the NFL kind of moment. How do you feel you've been adjusting? And he gave me like the very straightforward, just trying to do the best thing I could do. I haven't done anything yet. And I was like, great, okay. I helped Ariante Ursary become good with the media.
That iron's a little bit sharper. And he might be the left tackle now.
No bulletin board material from the Texans when I'm on the scene asking questions.
Wait, but the bulletin board material
from the Texans
from the Texans would just be for
like
the
Ariante
Texans.
Ursary being like, I'm the best tackle in the league. Nope. This is he's saying I haven't proved anything yet. Okay. I like that. Now he's at left tackle because of injury to Cam Robinson today. So a rookie, has moved from right tackle to left tackle, which is a little alarming given that the offensive line has not looked very good to this point. Juice Scruggs is now at right guard, Titus Howard's at right tackle, and Blake Fisher is on the bench. Anyway.
But it's getting sharper, though. That iron's getting sharper.
Cody Stoots, the Texans' defense is feeling it today. Offense has had a tough one. Landry Locker on the Texans. This was total dominance all around by the defense. Everyone has said the exact same thing.
I get
the defense dominated,
and it's every day. It's every day at practice. I would just like one day where it's just like, you know what, the Houston Texans offense held their own. They fought them to a draw.
By the way, on the other side, before we get into case of the Mondays, who has the biggest case of the Mondays today? You can jump in. 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975 on the most interactive sports talk show in town. The Texans' offensive line room last year was supposedly toxic. Well, Laramie Tunsil just got interviewed by the Washington Post, and some shots were fired between ex-Houston Texans coaches. You'll hear them on the other side. Plus, who's got a case of the Mondays? It's the Paul Gallant Show. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
The Washington Post has a feature today on former Texans left tackle Laremy Tunsil. Adam Kilgore wrote it. Tunsil was asked about that report that last year's Texans offensive line room had become, quote, borderline toxic, end quote. Here's what Tunsil had to say. It did make me feel a way because our room wasn't like that. Did we play well? No. Did CJ Stroud get sacked a lot? Yes. I see where the rumors could be made up and come from, but I feel like we had a great ass room. Agree to disagree. The most frustrating part of last season is that I don't think that Texans offensive linemen would have said, when asked, did we play well? I don't think they would have said no in the middle of last year. I think after the year, especially at the very end, maybe they start saying it around late December, early January. But they were way too, I thought, apathetic about how badly things started. And if you want the most proof of that, take a look at how they responded to all the false starts they were called for in that game against the Minnesota Vikings. But on that front, perhaps it's something else that you can blame Bobby Slowick for. Former Texans offensive line Chris Strausser, who was fired and seemed to be, perhaps last year in the eyes of some, thinking about retirement. He had this to say about the offensive line room when asked if he thought it was toxic. Quote, I don't think our room was good last year. It was a combination of a lot of things. By no means Laremy being the issue or the main one. It was a combination of so many things. A lot of guys trying to figure out an offense that, honestly, we were not that well educated in. Shot fired at Bobby Slowick, that's for sure right there. We did have different personalities in the room. Our chemistry just was not right. But it was not at all Laramie's fault that our chemistry was not right. It really wasn't. There was a lot of things going on, and it just wasn't good enough. My fault. I would point my finger to myself, number one. Classic coach pointing at himself. I would point at Tunsil. Tunsil's supposed to be the leader. I don't think Tunsil has the leadership qualities that you want from a guy that you pay that much money. Tunsil is as good of a player for that kind of money, but you need a little bit more, and I felt like that was lacking from the Texans offensive line room. And right now, I don't know who is that voice in the Texans locker room amongst offensive linemen right now. Is it Titus Howard because he's been here the longest? Like I don't know the answer to that.
Howard, Cam Robinson.
But he's new, you know, and also he's banged up right now.
I would just like he's an experienced starter in the NFL where, you know, look at all the other guys. It's either guys that are young rookies, you know, your Urseries. I mean, probably not Blake Fisher.
Definitely not Blake Fisher.
Yeah, and then it's Jared Patterson, Drew Scruggs. Like it's there's not a lot of like established Jake Andrews, like established like longtime NFL like starter who got regular playing time. It's
Laken
those
Tomlinson
two guys.
and Cam Robinson. And people have been talking up Laken Tomlinson this offseason. And on one hand, good. On the other hand, we're talking up Laken Tomlinson as a leader. Okay, that's where we're at. But again, you got to start from somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm not dumping on this offensive line's possibilities this year, but it is an uphill battle. And right now, the move uphill has been rather slow. More from Chris Strausser.
There's more.
He was asked about the false starts that Laremy Tunsil got. Said Strausser, quote, he tried to get better at it. We definitely did have a different cadence than what he was used to. I think he would say it was not that offensive tackle friendly. It took him a while both years to get used to it. End quote. Okay, I can understand that, but he had 2 years.
Yeah.
Tunsil was worse in the second year than he was in the first year.
Yeah.
And you can blame the cadence all you want, but you should adjust more quickly than that.
Yeah.
And you know what happens? You know what helps you adjust? Being there for the offseason.
Yeah, I was going to say, hearing it in practice would have helped.
Yeah. I mean, that's a way to get a head start on it at the very least. Again, I'm not trying to crucify Tunsil for this in the ways a lot of other people will. Strausser's defending a guy that he coached, and I do think that he is once again taking some shots at Bobby Sloak saying, well, the cadence wasn't great. But Tunsil has always been a player that tries to get the best possible head start at tackle. I understand why a player would do that, but it has bit him in the ass a lot. He should have adjusted to this more quickly. Unless they completely change the cadence from year 1 to year 2, I don't think that he's got a lot of defense from this shield that Chris Strausser is trying to offer here.
Yeah.
Strausser wrapped up saying this in this Washington Post piece, and shout out to Matt Young of the Houston Chronicle for summarizing this so I could not have to subscribe to the Washington Post. Quote, I feel a little bit awkward being Mr. Positive on Laramie, but I think there's a little bit of a semi-negative vibe out there about Laramie. The guy's a great guy. The guy's a great player. I went in there. We were not very good for 2 years on the offensive line. I got fired, basically. I shouldn't have really good feelings, but I do have good feelings about Laramie. I feel very lucky I coached Laramie, end quote. Everyone has thought Laramie Tunsil is one of the best tackles in the league for a while. Being a great guy and a great player can still mean criticism. And I think for Tunsil, it's always been about the idea that he's Laramie, and I hate to say it in the most shock jock sports talk radio way I possibly can, but Tunsil, it never seemed like he cared as much about what the others were doing as much as what he was doing. When you're paid that kind of money and you are the established veteran on the offense, you have to be better there. And I think the Commanders are going to find that out the hard way with him now in Washington. I think it's going to be difficult. So there you go. That is an update when it comes to Laramie Tunsil in Washington. And
Chris
Strausser, he's not a coach.
Defending his guy.
Defending him and taking subtle shots, but shots nonetheless at Texans offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
No more Bobby Slowick.
So is Bobby Slowick, he's the head fall guy, right? He is even Chris Strausser can go, oh, it's more, it's an offense that no one taught us. That everyone can pass the buck, everyone, the current Houston Texans can go, well, got Cole Popovich in here, got rid of Strausser, got rid of Laramie.
From what I know,
we're going to have a swarm mentality on the offensive line.
Popovich did not like Slowick, and I think Popovich was annoyed by Strausser's direction. From what I've heard, and I've heard of a couple other stories that I can't necessarily corroborate when it comes to Slowick, but I can see why Slowick lost credibility early. And if you go back to the pre-draft story about Stroud and Slowick that Lance told that a few months ago, you can understand how it ended the way that it did. Hopefully this new offensive line coach will make things better, but new offensive line coach and all new talent, I understand it can't be much worse than it was last year, but at the same time, this is a work in progress at best. By the way, Bobby Slowick is the senior passing game coordinator for the Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, I was going to say, it was with the Dolphins.
Miami Dolphins. Tyreek Hill's not showing up for practice again. By the way, Tyreek Hill said, hey, I'm going to put in more effort and doesn't show up for practice.
You saw the quote from Mike McDaniel, right?
Yes, I did.
It's good stuff.
It was a funny quote. We'll play that tomorrow.
Yeah.
It was a funny quote. That's not winning you games, bud.
Yeah, no. Not also kind of bad if that's your takeaway from practice.
For sure. Who's got a case of the Mondays? Let's do it. Oh, the Texans offense. It's
every day.
It's been rough. It's every day, but this Monday, first day in West Virginia, apparently their worst day.
Yeah, and Cam Robinson gets hobbled.
The guy who spent the most on the offensive line this offseason. By the way, Trent Brown seemingly nowhere near close to being out there. That's another guy they brought in this offseason. So, hey, the defense is looking good, though.
Yeah, they sure are.
They are, but that might be partly due to the offense.
Yeah. I mean, part of it is also we hear a lot about, and it's also a good defensive back room, so it's not the most shocking thing, but it's a lot of interceptions.
Yeah.
A lot of interceptions. I don't know if that's because of the pressure. All this is connected, but at a certain point, I would like a good day from the offense. And I'm sure the offense agrees.
Same. From the 409, Paul, is the Texans defense so good we should be coming up with an all-time nickname? I hope so. That's kind of all you got right now. That's all you got.
The swarm
Yeah.
army.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
the swarmy.
the swarmy. It's a terrible one.
Oh boy. Who else has a case of the Mondays? We talked about this in the commercial break. The poor person who has to keep on picking up these devices that get thrown onto the court, as hilariously called by Angel Reese, the mean green.
Yeah.
This neon green device that might have been some places. The person who has to pick that up, like, you definitely got to wear gloves for that. I would think.
Well,
right?
and it was at 2 different games. It was at 2 different games in 2 different arenas, but involved one team consistent.
That's
like there's
true.
one. So it's like, are we reading too much into Is there something going on here? What is happening? What is going on? Like, is the team being like not followed? But you know how like this is unfortunate what I'm about to do to these.
Hit them.
You know how like Debbie the Texan travels with the Texans and maybe Ultimate Fan. I don't know if he does road games.
I don't think he travels, but he's at every home game.
Yeah.
Steve rules.
Yes.
Also, Debbie rules. I think this is Debbie's last year. By the way,
she
doing
did
it.
announce her farewell tour. Is this kind of situation, but with a sex toy thrower? He's traveling with the Golden State Valkyries to do this
Not
for
anymore
whatever reason?
because this person, per reports, has been picked up by the FBI. So this person also having a case of the Mondays.
Oh,
you get arrested
for
by the
sure.
FBI. Damn, that sucks.
I do feel like
That's kind of, I think, honestly, misuse of government resources, but that's neither here nor there.
I was gonna say that, but I feel like it's also so easy for the FBI. Like this is what the Houston Texans need. This is what the offense needs. An easy win. Just give us an easy. This is a layup. There's a million cameras when you walk into these buildings now. Like we can figure this one out in an afternoon.
FBI does have a little fumbleitis.
They do
historically.
Yes.
Just
I will say this isn't exactly investigating JFK. I will say this is a little bit lower stakes.
Slightly lower.
Less moving pieces.
Who else has a case of the Mondays? The Astros.
Yeah.
I mean, getting swept by the Red Sox after getting Carlos Correa, it just killed all the vibes from getting Correa.
Yeah, the best they can do is try to get the vibes back when he makes his home debut.
True.
That's the next time to, I mean, that is a week from now.
Right.
Obviously, they can, go 6-0.
I mean,
but
they do have this Marlins series. It's
tricky.
not a layup, but with how well the Marlins have been playing of late, could be a nice little spark before you play the Yankees this coming weekend.
I was gonna say they have the Marlins and then the Yankees. So
the Yankees were just swept by the Marlins after a comical loss on Friday night.
Just
all of their new
ludicrously
additions
ridiculous.
Crap their pants. They are definitely the Yankees after getting swept by the Marlins. More of a case of the Mondays than the Astros. That's for damn sure.
And
because they got the New York sports talk callers that are acting like the sky is falling. Boston overtook them in the AL East. Boston is ahead of them now.
I saw that. Yeah,
by a game and a half.
Probably have a Yankees watch in us
for sure. They're in third place now. Third.
Oh yeah, behind the Jays.
Yeah, the Blue Jays are tied for the best record in the American League with the Tigers. Like out of effing
Jays,
nowhere,
Red Sox,
man.
Yankees. Yeah,
they've lost 6 of 10 too. On top of that, case of the Mondays.
Oh, that HPD.
Yeah, she's that Houston Police Department officer for sure.
Didn't get cracked.
Jennifer Escalera, who posted on TikTok, didn't get cracked last night, so everyone is getting a ticket while in a police uniform. And she actually is a police officer. I gotta say, nice face. Does have a nice face. Can't really tell what's going on, but listen, if she gets cracked, not like that, but cracked by her bosses. No, not like that.
By internal affairs.
By internal affairs.
Matt Damon from The Departed.
Also, again, not like that. Cracked like as in, under investigation, and she can turn her case of the Mondays into a lucrative OnlyFans career, I believe.
That's the blueprint. If you get fired, start posting on social media. Or start posting on social media so you get fired. Hopefully an aggregator, signal boosts you. You can pivot this into a lot of ways.
Case of the Mondays. I'll just say that the 100,000 subscribers to remember that girl that went viral about 8 years ago or so. Her name was Lil Tay. 10 years ago, 8 years ago, there's this awful, just terrible little brat who went viral for having a lot of money. Like, she sucked. Just absolutely sucked. I would tell that kid's parents that they sucked and raising them, and that kid sucks. Yeah, this girl sucks.
I just Googled her so I know what story you're about to tell.
She turned 18 and she just joined OnlyFans. Down bad. 100,000 subscribers for some little bitch when she was a girl growing up. Like, you guys are paying so that she's made $1 million in 3 hours after turning 18 and joining OnlyFans. Like, how down bad are you? Also, like, kind of weird.
Kind of weird?
I thought she was dead. I literally thought she was dead. I think there was a story about her dying, like, over the last, 8 years or so.
I feel like the FBI should take the information from OnlyFans and just swing by. Ask these people some questions.
Oh, absolutely.
If you're waiting. Again, she just turned 18, which is it's already weird when people do that a little bit. But this girl was most famous when she was, 8 years old.
Yeah. For being a little bitch.
Yes.
I feel comfortable
for yelling at the
child.
camera.
Like, I hate her.
About how rich she is.
When I heard she died, I was like, well, that's honestly, I mean, you don't wish death on anybody, but
yeah, don't.
karma?
Don't.
Anyway, on that note, listen, she's rolling in the big bucks.
Yeah.
And that could be
not a case of Mondays for her.
Not a case of Mondays for her, but I think the down bad people that you're paying this former child on OnlyFans.
We're all former
the day
children,
she leaves.
I
know, but the day you leave childhood, you're like, yeah, I'm ready. I've been waiting.
Take my money. Here.
It's disgusting. Anyway, that's Case of the Mondays. Little garbage time next before we get out of here. Stay put.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. Most interactive sports talk show in Houston. You want to get in, 713-780-3776 is how you call. It's how you text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975, and available on the brand new ESPN Houston app. Don't forget, our summer circuit tour continues Friday. We are going to be at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy. You stop by, find the promo table. You can register for a chance to win a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company. It's a $4,000 value. Find the entire summer circuit schedule at ESPN975.com. Tomorrow, we are going to be at Federal American Grill. And I know there's multiple Federal American Grill locations.
I believe this one's off I-10. I forgot where. Hedwig Village? Is that the
Hedwig
one?
Village. Okay,
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Now we know.
I'm not going to be there, but I
close to me. I'm a fan of this. This is close. This is
Okay.
close.
This
is
passes the approval.
Just passes the approval test. So there you go. We do have a quick Astros injury update. Nothing bad. Nothing bad. Nothing bad. Chandler Roan just took a picture from the Astros notes. Spencer Arrighetti scheduled to join the Astros today, starting this week at some point against Miami. JP France threw 2 innings with Sugarland Saturday. Luis Garcia threw 2 2/3 innings with Sugarland on Friday. And Christian Javier is going to continue his rehab assignment with Sugarland this week. He threw 3 1/3. So some nice progress from 3 Astros pitchers. Lance McCullers threw a simulated game. Does that mean a rehab start is around the corner? Brandon Walter has begun a throwing program with left elbow inflammation. Jordan traveled to Florida on Sunday to continue his hitting progression with his right hand inflammation.
Why'd you say it like that?
Because they spelled Florida, and because I have so little faith in the Astros training and medical staff, I am hoping that there's not some place called Florida that he has accidentally been left at now on the side of the road by the airport, perhaps without a translator, wondering where the hell he's supposed to go.
Yes. It's super, it's Florida. It is. The rapper, pop star, he's kind of both.
It
made it very easy to spell Florida for kids everywhere.
It's a typo. By the way, it took me the longest time, even someone who lived in Florida, to realize that Florida was supposed to be a playoff of the state of Florida. We are musically challenged, aren't we? Jake Myers is currently rehabbing in Houston, and he has progressed to, get this, flat ground running. I don't know what that means.
Jesus.
But he's running flat ground.
He's running on flat ground.
He's running on flat ground, not on hills.
What's he in? It makes me, oh my God.
What is flat ground? I don't know. I think that's good. I don't know, though.
But I think running uphill would, okay, I'm sorry. You know what? This is garbage time. Would running uphill be like the next step up?
If only we could make a deal with God. I'm running up that hill. I'm Jake Myers, running on flat ground. Now I'm running up a hill, and I'm running on the ground because it's flat.
But at the same time, there's not hills in baseball anymore.
No, not Towns. No, that's right. Townsend's gone.
So you don't really need to run up a hill.
No, you don't.
So flat ground running is most of what baseball is.
It should be all of baseball.
Almost
honestly.
entirely. There's 3 little bumps around as you're running around the bases.
Garbage time. Alex Earl and Braxton Berrios are still together.
That's huge. That helps them make the team in my book.
I think so too. By the way, the girlfriend got complimented by Alex Earl once.
Whoa. TikTok's it girl?
Yeah. Well, listen, the girlfriend's got like 43,000 followers on Instagram, so.
Whoa.
Yeah. That's right.
Instagram's it girl.
Yeah, she is. Certainly trending in that direction. Her apartment got featured on.
Oh.
Yeah, she's famous. I'm just
hold on as tightly as you can.
I
ride this rocket ship to the top.
What else is going on? She watches the show. It's fine. What else is going on in the world of garbage time? The U.S. Open announced they will be filming, producing, and releasing their own series, which fuses the emotional roller coaster of a dating show with the electric energy of one of the world's biggest sporting events. They're doing a dating show centered around a sporting event? Doesn't really sound like it's got electric energy if you're going to be doing a dating show surrounding the U.S. Open for tennis. Doesn't seem to add up.
Yeah. No, I don't understand this at all.
Me neither. Houston is the 10th most expensive city to buy clothing. Who would have thought?
What does that mean?
It's expensive to buy clothing here.
I guess.
I always buy stuff online, though.
Yeah, that's what I was
maybe
thinking.
Maybe it's the taxes or something like that?
I don't know. Or is it like designer stuff? I don't know. Who cares?
Did you know that Gen Z picks its travel destinations based off of, 1, hot local people, and 2, aesthetic backdrops for selfies? Learned that in a study.
That makes sense. Basically, it seems like people go on vacation for the pictures a lot of times, with how many, or with at least how many they decide to post every time they go on vacation. Seems like all they did was take pictures.
Yep.
But I'm okay with the first one being a reason.
I am too.
What's the local scene look like?
I mean, that Barcelona, I will say, as a city I've been to, holy crap! I was like, everyone's hot. Jeez, this is awesome. And to wrap things up, Liam Neeson, did you know he's dating, first off, Pamela Anderson? I do want to see the new Naked Gun when it comes out. I think Liam Neeson as the straight man in that movie, taking over for Leslie Nielsen. That's awesome. By the way, a source told Page Six that Liam Neeson has one of the biggest hogs in New York City.
In New York?
In New York City. This
like
is
11 million people.
A porn star told Page Six that. So Liam Neeson does have a very particular set.
Good for him. Good for him.
And on that note, we wish him well. Good for him.
Does he need more?
Dating
Good
Pamela
luck.
Anderson and has a hog. Good for him. And on that note, that's going to wrap up today's edition of the Paul Gallant Show. Big thanks to everyone who made this show happen. Our texters, our callers, our YouTubers, our Twitchers. And on top of that, everyone who listened on the app will be out tomorrow as part of Houston Restaurant Weeks at Federal American Grill in Hedwig Village, as you said, Sean. For Sean Mapes, I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Monday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace!
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Brian behind the glass. It's a Monday edition of the Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. That one a little more peppy than usual?
Same.
I feel like there was a little bit more giddy up behind it. What do you think, Brian? About the same? Or?
Yeah, I felt about the same.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't notice the difference.
Okay. All right. Astros didn't have any giddy up at Fenway.
Whew,
no.
Zero giddy up in Fenway. It wasn't intentional. I can just kind of go, whatever's.
You like
whatever's
water.
feeling.
You just flow wherever there's an opening.
That's right. Astros get swept in Beantown. They get swept in Fenway. They broke my heart up there at Fenway. The Astros offense did nothing. 1 run Friday, 3 runs Saturday, 1 run Sunday. All that excitement of Major League Baseball trade deadline Thursday, it was the exact opposite of that over the weekend in Boston.
Yeah, I mean, you score 5 runs in the series. You got enough runners on. I mean, the Walker Buehler start, was one where I was like, okay, every inning it seemingly they had 1 and 2 guys on and were trying to get something started, and then it would be a double play here and a fizzle there, and before you know it, then everything else falls through. And you're looking at another loss. And the Friday night was the best game, obviously, and that was a hell of a game where I thought they probably should have won that game. But then the next 2 games, they were just a debacle.
Yeah, that was about as bad as it gets. And look, the division lead is shrinking. Seattle took 3 of 4 at home against the Rangers, so things are looking good now for Seattle. And there's a little bit of pressure now on your heels. And it feels like the Astros get swept every weekend now. And it seems like Jason Alexander Costanza has to be the guy that stops it. Because the last time the Astros got swept by the A's, you know who it was that stopped the streak? It was Costanza. And it's up to Costanza against Alcantara in Astro Target tonight in Miami.
Yeah, not a great matchup that doesn't favor Houston, and hopefully because of so many of those that have happened this year where the Astros have found some way to find a way to win a game like that, it can happen again. But you don't like the matchup as it looks on paper, and I don't really have a ton of confidence that George Costanza is the guy that's going to get you through, but you have no other choice. And it looks like in this series, much unlike the last series when you got Hunter and Fromber in 2 of the 3 games and looked on paper like you'd feel pretty good and then got swept.
Yeah.
In this one, it's going to be the exact opposite because it looks like you're going to get blue ball sometime in this series.
Hilarious. You're going to get Arrighetti, too.
Yeah.
Arrighetti
and you don't know how deep he can go, but hopefully, because it wasn't like surgery, it was his thumb, hopefully that he'll be closer to being who he was.
The Astros rotation, whatever, is going to be Costanza tonight, and then probably blue ball tomorrow, and then Arrighetti on Wednesday. So not exactly a murderer's row. It kind of feels that way. And the Marlins have been streaking. They swept the Yankees for the first time in franchise history.
They sure did. And I'll tell you what, that's a tale of 2 different teams too, because from the Marlins perspective, you normally look at a series against Miami in the past and go, well, that's a get-right series right there. You've lost 8 of 10, but you take on Miami and you figure you can get 2 or 3. They're probably the hottest team in baseball right now. And on the flip side, the Yankees are an embarrassment. I mean, every single game, they are finding ways to, embarrass themselves and look stupid playing baseball.
Mm-hmm. So we do the good, bad, and ugly every Monday. Lots to get to today. Texans escaping the heat and the rain, apparently, and going to the mountains of West Virginia. Those are the Appalachians, right? Those are the Appalachian mountains.
I
believe that's true, yes.
Don't say Appalachians. They'll get mad at you. Appalachians, like a latch. Appalachians. But they're up there escaping the heat and the rain. They're working on things. We'll discuss them a little bit later. Mailbag Monday coming up with the Killer Bee, since it is a Monday if we get to it. So lots to get to today. Good, bad, ugly. We always start with the bad and ugly. If the Astros lose the series, since they swept the series, maybe the ugly, I guess. But what do you have, bad and ugly? Hit me with the first one, Blinkers.
First one, the offense, like I said, 5 runs over a 3-game series just ain't going to cut it no matter what, and especially when you continued to put runners on base to start innings and you came through with zeros, it was tough to watch.
Yeah, the off, and you felt good about things. Like, you see the lineup come out on Friday, like, okay, Jesus Sanchez there, Carlos Correa's there. They're batting right there at the top middle of the order. You're like, okay, let's go. You finally have an offense that looks good, and then they let out a dud. I kind of feel like the Astros. Like, I don't know if the travel is enough, but I feel like sometimes whenever you have like this huge, wave of emotion, this huge wave of excitement, that a lot of times you like fall back down to earth. That's the way that I symbolize the Boston series.
They call it like a hangover or just a letdown?
It can be a hangover. It can be a letdown. It can be both. It kind of depends on how you describe it. So hangover, letdown, like whatever we're going with, the wave of emotion. Sometimes you're so worn out by that wave of emotion that you lay duds. Like you don't have that energy. And like this sounds like a massive reach. Like I understand that. But I almost feel like the Astros needed a plane trip to Miami. Maybe they even need a day off on Thursday. Maybe this series ain't going to be much better. But I feel like they need that respite to kind of put I guess a halt in all the emotion, all the excitement, the wave of all of those things to kind of regroup. They need to regroup for sure.
I mean, maybe so, because when you think about it, the hype of just the trade deadline wasn't enough, but then the first game when you get Carlos Correa in his uniform and the new guys, you play Alex Bregman, you play the Red Sox, you play, in a series on Apple TV in which everybody now have more eyeballs on the series and hype it up even more because you made a trade, because this is Bregman's first series against the Astros. And like maybe the wave of emotion just kind of finally crashed. I don't know. I hope they get right. I've got a really bad feeling about how this team has played because they've been so bad since the All-Star break.
So how bad is this feeling? Like you've been Astros win the division by 5 games guy. So where are you now?
No, I mean, I still am going to hold true to that I believe that they're going to right the ship again, and that because this lineup is good and you're getting help from a pitching perspective, I'll stick with that. I just looked at the schedule, and I've looked at the schedule, and the same way you looked at that gauntlet of games when you started it, when you were playing the Dodgers on the West Coast and Arizona, who had been playing decent baseball, but you found a way to persevere through. You look at this stretch right here because you're going to play Boston again at home. You got the Yankees coming up. You got the Marlins who are hot. And so you've got to kind of right the ship quick because of the fact that, like you said, the Mariners are right there on your heels.
So you still feel good about division?
I still feel good that they're going to win the division, and I'll still.
Then how worried can you be?
Because this is the first time all year where I felt less than confident about the fact that they're not playing good baseball right now. But in the past, it was like, how many Space Cowboys are we going to see before we run out of bodies that you feel confident in? And they found a way to kind of to stay afloat there. But now you've got a lineup that should be worthy of winning baseball games, but they're trying to settle in, and you're playing bad baseball. You're making bad base running decisions. You're having innings that just completely implode and cost you games. That isn't really Astros baseball all year.
Yeah. Astros tend to do this. Like, they're like, okay, we're going to lose 3 games randomly. Look, the Red Sox are a playoff team. You're playing at Fenway where they're stealing signs probably. At least Hector Neris thought that. And they were, legally, because there was a runner at second. They were looking at grips. I get that that's legal. But Alex Cora, shady Alex Cora. Also, the third base coach running his mouth. That's kind of weird. It always bothers me when base coaches, I don't know if he started it, and Neris looked at him funny.
Yeah.
And then the third base coach was kind of laughing at him. It bothers me when coaches talk to players. And I know that they're all grown men because it's professional baseball. It's Major League Baseball. Hector Neris, heck, could be older than the third base coach. Hector Neris is an old guy. Third base coach looked pretty young. But it always bothers me when coaches are trash-talking players. It never really sits well with me.
I think if the coach starts it, that's where I would have an issue with it. But other than that, I mean, what's the most famous one of all time? When Zimmer and Pedro got into it, and Pedro dumped him on his hiney at home plate. I mean, I don't have a problem with it.
You didn't have a problem, Pedro throwing Zimmer by his head to the ground?
No, I'm not talking about that specific incident now. I'm talking about the fact that, to your point, that you don't like coaches talking to players. I mean, I think the context all matters. Like, if the coach starts it and starts chirping right at a player, then I would have a problem with that too. But I think that if the coach is following up on what happened on the field, and Neris had already been chirping, it's just part of the game.
Yeah, I'm not really worried about the Astros, though, is the point. I kind of got sidetracked there. I think that the Astros are going to figure it out. I think the Astros are going to be fine. Now, the pitching is a concern. And that was the first bad that I have, is that if you're going to have a rotation that's stars and scrubs, basically, I mean, it's Fromber, Hunter, and then like whatever 3 guys you can find, you need to win the games when Fromber and Hunter Brown start. So, like, if you were to be like we just set out the Astros projected starters this week, it's Alexander and then some combination of Blue Ball and Arrighetti. Like, you get swept there, it's different. But whenever you get swept, whenever you have Hunter Brown and Fromber Valdez on the mound in that 3-game series, it's like an extra added punch. It's like a defeat booster whenever that happens. So that was the thing that I was frustrated the most with. Again, I still think the Astros will be fine. But whenever you're Fromber, Hunter Brown, and then other guys, you can't get swept whenever both Fromber and Hunter Brown are pitching in that series.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And Brown pitched well enough to win, like I said, and I felt like they should have won that ball game. I thought he got squeezed in that last inning a little bit on 2 pitches at the bottom of the zone that I thought at least one could have been called a strike. But overall, he pitched his tail off. And I'm not going to complain about anything that Hunter Brown did on the mound. And from a Fromber perspective, it's a different story because – there was some things that happened in that 4th inning, but overall, you're right. It's like when we were talking about it to start the show. I looked at the series and said, with those 2 guys, I'll take my chances in winning 1, but probably 2 out of 3 games in the Boston series because you got them going. Mm-hmm. But when you don't have them going, until you get some of these guys that we've been talking about coming back off of rehab starts that are eventually going to filter in, like Arrieta's going to be the first. You need them sooner rather than later because as much as we were happy that they got a lot of offense at the deadline, now maybe more than ever you understand why Dana was looking at least one more pitcher because of the fact you just don't know when these guys are coming back.
Well, Arrieta's coming back.
I mean, besides Arrieta, right? Because even when you look at him, and I know people are scrutinizing everything these guys did in terms of their minor league rehab starts. I'm not looking at how many runs they gave up and things like that because I know they're working on pitches and such, and how many pitches they threw is important. But you can't expect that, these guys are going to jump back into the rotation and be the guys they were prior to the injuries.
No, and they're getting lit up. That's one of my bads, too. Like, I understand that rehab assignments, don't matter. That's what they tell us. But it'd be kind of nice if they mixed in a scoreless inning every now and then. Just to, you might throw 3-4 innings, give up a couple of runs, rehab, working on things, but maybe mix in 1 inning where there's a goose egg. Just one. Just throw a scoreless frame. I'd feel way better about that.
Exactly. I mean, even the France start was mind-numbing to me because I think it was like hit by pitch, error, then a hit, then the run scored, and you're like, oh boy, this ain't going to be great. And so yeah, I mean, from the standpoint of even just from a control. From a pitcher's perspective, going against AAA hitters, if you're a major league pitcher, you should probably have the upper hand.
Zimmer did not want an apology from Pedro the next morning. He mentioned that it was his fault and he deserved it. Zimmer came at Pedro, would have put him on his behind too. I think we were all on the same page there, for what it's worth. I don't think anybody's like, yeah, Pedro shouldn't have done that. The man ran at him. Pedro, I think, said he didn't really realize who it was. He just saw a guy in pinstripes. I guess they weren't wearing pinstripes because I think it was on the road. But anyways, I think we're all pro Pedro in this case. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texans at Greenbrier, Mailbag Monday. Prominent players in the NFC East are requesting a trade. We'll talk about some interesting trade scenarios out there for them as well. But good, bad, ugly, you're bad, you're ugly, 713-780-3776. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN975, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sack by BMAC, I'm at Jeremy Branham, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The ESPN Houston Listener Party is back. We're giving away tickets all month, and the only way to get in is by winning. The party will be September 5th from 6:30 to 9:30 at St. Arnold. Today we'll be giving away 9 pairs of tickets on the ESPN Houston app. The contest is live now, so just go to or download the app and enter the contest to win.
Did you notice a grammatical error?
I did. This is my first take. I'm Ron Burgundy. I'll read anything. I'm Charles Barkley. I'm and I'm a dumb. I'm Ron Burgundy. Yeah. I don't know if the S in pair needs to be. I don't think there should be an S in pair. 9 pair. I don't think it's 9 pairs.
I think that's
it should be plural if there's multiple pairs.
I believe that's grammatically correct.
I don't think
a pair is 2.
I don't think you would put an S at that. That's like deer. You wouldn't put an S at deer. Like I shot 3 deers. You wouldn't say that. I ate 3 shrimps. You wouldn't say that.
In the Midwest, they say beers.
Well, beers would be right? I drank 3 beers. I think beers would be right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think beers
they
would
love
be
that.
right on that.
It's not 3 beer.
I don't know. It's not
3 beer sounds wrong.
Yeah, it does. I don't think it'd be 9 pairs. I think it'd be 9 pair.
They actually both oddly sound right to me. I don't know.
Well, I don't think both can be right here, Brian.
I agree.
I
just think I don't know where to go.
Anyways, regardless.
9 pairs is a lot of fruit.
We don't care about grammar. We lost Paul because caller Paul because he came in.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Caller Paul the other day.
I just noticed the pause. I knew your pause immediately was zeroed in on the
I didn't have to look up at the script, and I was like, oh, he found something grammatical.
I'm gonna have to Google AP, see what the Associated Press thinks about this, or MLA. MLA's fine too. As much grief as we gave Paul for calling in and bashing our grammar, I am a bit of a grammar police, and I'm terrible at it.
Kindred souls.
I'm brutal at grammar too, because I'm ESL. English is my second language. Michael, Marlins are now you could be other things. You could be just because you're ESL doesn't mean you're Mexican, Brian.
Yeah, but you're talking about you specifically.
Michael says Marlins are now the only franchise with an all-time winning record versus the Yankees. I did not know that. That's miraculous.
It doesn't sound right.
Because they also mentioned it was the first time they've ever swept them. Like,
they could win series.
I thought it was since
but it just feels unlikely.
Something like that.
They didn't play a ton, right? Interleague baseball is not that old.
Well,
but
30 years.
But they were probably playing one series a year, Like, you win a couple of series here and there. You go 3-0 in a weekend. What's the intern up to? Have them look it up. Ask Siri. All-time Marlins Yankees series history between the two. Michael says Boston, Miami, then back north to the Bronx. Looked like a doozy when I saw the schedule this time last season. It is a long road trip too. So I'm saying that they need to regroup and they need to catch their breath. They're on the road for a very, very long time, which isn't great. All right, good, bad, ugly. Still talking about the bad and the ugly. Texter says, well, your PR team did misspell McCormick and Schmicks when you had a remote there. So, yeah, I noticed that. I noticed that too. But you also misspelled there. You just spelled there like THERE. You just said there, THEIR, or you typed that. So you're criticizing the PR team for misspelling McCormick and Schmicks, and then you drop a THEIR instead of a THERE. So, pot calling the kettle black, which is like me calling the pot black all the time, too. All right, more of your bad and uglies. What you got, Blinkers?
Let's see. Lots of bad. Altuve base running yet again reared its head or its legs or both and looked ridiculous. Gordon was not good. That one, to me, is 3 bombs given up, and that wasn't a good start yet again for him. The sweep. Sanchez missed the cutoff man in the 4th inning that really kind of set that inning on fire. And he had the 2 plays on the left field line. And granted, I get it, he doesn't play left field much, and he probably doesn't play it in Fenway. But that's what kind of warm-ups and everything to know that the ball tails back towards the field. Because he almost missed the second ball that would have been fair that he caught when the runner tagged and scored.
Yeah, he misplayed those balls weird. Both, he had the 2 balls on the line when he was in left field. I guess that was in game 1. Where, he overran the first one and it landed in play, but, that far foul. It was okay, that's not a great play. And then he had an almost identical play where this one was going to be fair, and he had to lunge backwards to make the catch. That was interesting. He had the base running mistake, which a lot of people on the internet were blaming Tony Perestica. I didn't see Pettis-Chico wave him, but maybe somebody did. You saw him wave?
No, I was just agreeing that was going to be one of my bats.
So I'm not really sure who to put the blame on there. Somebody deserves the blame there. The throw to the plate was weird. Yes, bad to overthrow the cutoff man. You had no chance to get him. Keep the runner at first. 100% agree. He also stepped to second. Like, it was a really weird way to do it. And I saw Marlins fans on the internet saying this is the full Jesus Sanchez experiment. So I think this might be who Jesus Sanchez is, which is like, uh-oh.
So wait a minute. So
he's outfield Altuve?
We got excited because the highlight reel plays were the ones that kind of frequently get out there, but the everyday fan knows that it's not that way?
The Marlin fan.
Yes.
Like I've never watched Jesus Sanchez play a real game of baseball because I've never seen the Miami Marlins other than when they play the Astros play a real game of baseball. But apparently Miami Marlin fan, but they were also like complimenting him because he had a couple of hits in his opener. So they're like, yeah, he's really, really good at times, but then he does these really lackadaisical things at times as well. And I think we saw a lot of it in the 3 games in Boston. So we'll see how it goes. But maybe we have a space cadet and Jesus Sanchez. It might exist. It might be there. But yeah, he had a very eventful. I like him though. Like I liked his at bats. Yeah. He's not going to do anything against lefties. He makes a little bit more contact than I thought. He's going to hit a 450-foot bomb here over the next week or two, and I think he's a fun player. But maybe he does have some deficiencies.
I think he's a good fit for this team. I think he's going to help this team. I think he's Chazzy-esque when you start talking about if he's got the tendency to maybe make a brain fart here or there. But I'm with you. I like him. On coming up with some pop in his bat to give you a better offensive option than what you've had in the outfield. He's athletic.
Yeah, it's I think he's gonna be a fun player, but just know that he might have a few of these weird plays every now and then. That coming from Miami fans on the internet. What did you say about Fromber's 4th inning yesterday?
It was first of all, it started and it got really kind of. It really kind of got going when he missed the cutoff. I was hoping they could minimize that to 1 or 2 runs. He missed the cutoff. They moved up to 2nd and 3rd, and then the carousel started with all the other comedy of things that went wrong.
See, I saw a lot of people saying the Fromber meltdown, and I felt defensive of Fromber in that moment because I thought Fromber actually handled it pretty well yesterday. Like, he wasn't yelling. He wasn't like, Teapot Bill on the mound. I actually thought he did a pretty good job of controlling his emotions in a very, very bad inning. Like, he still gave you a couple more innings and put up zeros on the board. I didn't see like meltdown Fromber like we used to see in the past, so I kind of took exception to that yesterday. People just bashing Fromber, like, oh, here's the meltdown from Fromber, and it's like, I don't know. That inning, Roman Anthony, look, he doubled off the monster. I thought Trammell had a chance to make that catch.
I was just going to say,
I thought he alligator armed it.
I think that's one where, and with all the different angles that you got, especially from Apple TV, but I really thought that Taylor Trammell took a bad route to that ball. I think he started going across first before then he realized he had to go back. I thought he could have caught it.
I'm with you. So like that one, and plus it's a leadoff double. So like Fromber's melting down before the inning started. So I don't put any thing in Fromber's box in terms of Fromber meltdown examples. The walk to Rami Gonzalez was frustrating. Like that, that's don't walk a guy. I hate walks. But probably trying to set up the double play. Although Trevor Story's been just absolutely beasting. I'll take the blame on that. Little Branham foot and mouth, talking crap about Trevor Story all these years, and then kills the Astros. But he singles to right field, like good piece of hitting. Like he hits a single to right field. You mentioned the throw from Sanchez, not a great idea. Rafaela then hits a line drive to left field to Dubon. Like they're just kind of singles. Like they're not crushing the baseball on you. The balk. I thought that was a weak balk. Like, I've seen Fromber do that a million times, and I get called for the balk. I had trouble seeing that balk. Like, you could probably call every single pitch when a pitcher's working out of the stretch almost every time that they didn't stop. I didn't really see anything egregious there from Fromber on the balk.
I think every umpire's different. Some want that 1,001 stop. Some just feel like if you pause, and change the movement, that it's okay. Mm-hmm. And it's a technicality based on who's calling the game, and he got called on it. I thought it was a BS time to call it.
I thought it was a bad call. I thought he did come to a stop. Laz Diaz, who had a rough weekend. Toro singles on the little bunt to Fromber. Like, that was probably the biggest, like, hey, Fromber, make a play there. But that wasn't because he melted down. It's because he's a poor defender. Yeah. Would have had a chance at the plate, all that. Then the next guy gets the sacrifice bunt. I forgot a wild pitch that was was called on Fromber there that should have been on Yiner. A pass ball by Yiner, should have been 2 in the same inning. Then gets a fly ball from Connor Wong, go Cougs, and then gets a fly ball from Rob Reif-Snyder, and then Bregman hits a laser to Jesus Sanchez in right field. I didn't think that this was one of those Fromber going rogue, shaking off every pitch, Fromber not being able to control his emotions. I didn't like the narrative that was on the internet yesterday that Fromber Valdez was having a Fromber Valdez meltdown moment. I thought his defense let him down. His defense specifically let him down, and I thought he kind of got nickel and dimed to death.
This was an Astros meltdown moment. This was the 4th inning when I was referring to it. He had one play within an entire meltdown of a team that's been really good all year defensively. They've been above average defensively. And you can credit Paris Chica if you want, and he gets credit for some of it. But overall, the guys that you added and the fact that you got a lot of good gloves on defense, they played really good baseball. They did not play really good baseball in that inning. And you went from up 1-0 and kind of getting a little momentum on a Correa home run to a comedy of errors, literally, because I'm with you. I thought Trammell screwed up. He should have caught the ball. I thought Yiner had 2 pass balls. He should have. I thought Yiner was awful behind the plate, specifically in that inning. He hasn't been great all year, as we know, but that was terrible. And then Sanchez misses the cutoff man, and that was tough. And then Fromber with the ball that gets between his legs. So it was a comedy of errors by a multitude of players that let that whole thing get out of control. And in one half an inning, you went, well, there goes the ball game.
Yeah, I bothered me the meltdown thing. Certainly, it was a meltdown for the team. Bad defensive plays, mental, heads up, IQ, baseball, all that stuff. That was a comedy of errors in the 4th inning. I didn't think it was a Fromber meltdown, though. Other than the 4th inning, though, the rest of the play was very good, Mrs. Lincoln. I mean, it was 8 shutout innings by the Astros pitching staff, other than that 6-run 4th. So, yeah, I thought it was mostly good, except for that 6-run 4th inning.
We grade on the curve, take out your worst, take out your best, they're fine.
I had Gordon as well. I thought the Friday game they found a way to lose. Like, they had multiple runners on base. They had multiple chances to score. I thought Laz Diaz squeezing.
Is that who was behind the plate?
Squeezing Hunter Brown cost him the run that sent the game into extras, and then they won it in extras. That one really annoyed me, too, because they should have won Friday's game. Hunter Brown was fantastic.
He was fantastic. He really got squeezed, and he did a hell of a job to keep his composure because I felt like he was out of the inning on 2 separate pitches. I thought he made the right pitch, and they get screwed because of it because I felt confident that with as deep as he was in that game and giving them what he was able to give them, I thought with Abreu and Hader, ball game over. Hell of a first win for the series, sets the tone for the other 2 games. Instead, you go home with a loss, shaking your head and kind of scratching your temple going, how the hell did we just do that?
Yeah, they were a Laz Diaz and 6-run 4th inning away from winning the series in Boston. Moral victory Monday. I saw horrible baseball 3 days in a row, not 1 inning. The offense specifically. I mean, I think they played fine baseball on Friday. They just couldn't hit. They didn't score. They didn't get hit with runners in scoring position. What badge did you have, Brian McDonald?
I mean, obviously, I share the Colton Gordon take. Some of the base running errors. You mentioned Sanchez and Altuve. Those are on my list as well. Altuve overall, 2 for 12, no runs, no didn't drive in anybody. Not a great weekend for Altuve anywhere. And then the runners left in scoring position on Saturday. You have 14 hits, only one of them extra bases, and leave 14 guys stranded. I mean, it was just unbelievable.
Every inning of Walker Buehler.
How do you get 14 hits and score 3 runs?
Every inning of Walker Buehler, you put 2 guys on, it seemed like, to start innings. And then you did nothing with it.
Frustrating. What about 2 pairs of shoes? Don't ask Nelly, though. He said, give me Turpur. So I think Nelly's on my side here with the grammar. Brian looked it up, and apparently there can be pairs. The plural of pairs is there is an S on pairs. So I was wrong. PR guy was right. I'm terrible at grammar. This backs up my ESL. Jasper, grammar talk right up there with lawn talk on bits that get people going. Good point. Texter beat the intern in our crack research here. Marlins 25 and 24 all time against the Yankees.
Yeah, I mean, I texted it to you.
I had it.
You texted it to me?
Yeah, I texted it to you.
I didn't get it.
You didn't?
I got it's correct.
Oh, well, that's what it was.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about pairs.
No, I was talking about.
So I could still be right on that.
Marlins have won 5.
Oh, is that what you were basing it on?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I was talking about Marlins Yankees.
Oh, I thought you were saying it's correct that it's pairs and not pairs. So I could still be on the right side of history.
You could be right.
There. Oh.
I was talking about Marlins Yankees. They're up by 1 game.
People smarter than me need to check in on the pairs thing.
I had it right as we were kind of going back to Astros talk, but the other thing about that was interesting about they're up by 1 in the all-time series. They've won 5 of the past 7 meetings with the Yankees.
Did you hear the
so that's something.
Did you hear the broadcaster jinx that Michael Kay and Paul O'Neill put on David Bednar Friday?
Yes.
It was unbelievable.
No,
we'll have to play that later.
Yeah, it was pretty good. They were just like Michael Kay was saying he was talking to the Marlins radio TV people or whatever, and they're like, "Hey, David Bednar's been really bad, and whenever he faces the Marlins, don't know why, but he's terrible in this ballpark." And then who was it? Paul O'Neill, you said?
Yeah.
And Paul O'Neill was wearing a different uniform now, and then like knock, hammered.
Literally the next pitch home run.
His next pitch homer?
Yeah,
I didn't know it was that
pitch.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he definitely put the broadcaster jinx on him. All right, 713-780-ESPN. We'll get to some of your bad Hive. And any good? Any good to salvage from Boston? Maybe the T? 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Cody says it's called a double plural. If you have multiple species of multiple deer, it can be deers. Same goes for socks if you have multiple pairs of socks. Thank you, Cody.
It's too far. Too
Yeah,
far.
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed that text thoroughly. Very educational, and that's what we do with the killer. We educate. We school. We learn you a thing or two. 713-780-ESPN. If you want to tell us how much we don't learn you. What other bad do you have, Blinkers? Do you have
I had
more?
one other one that we didn't get to. Israel, this one probably is going to hit you harder than most, but Cam Smith has been awful. I mean, 6 for his last 62, a .097 batting average. He's got 22 strikeouts in that stretch since July 11th and 2 extra base hits. It's just the wall is hitting him and beating the hell out of him right now.
What would you do to try to get him out of this?
I think they already tried it. I think sitting him down.
So he's toast. He's done. He has no chance.
No. I think he can snap out of it still, but I think that they've tried to give him a game rest in this last series too. I think you got to continually. I think you can't just continue to just trot him out there every night. You got to give him some more time off. I know that Chandler wrote the article about the fact that they don't want him taking the first bus anymore and that he was putting in his normal routine of a lot of work prior to games. I don't know when he has a chance to kind of just relax a little bit, but I hope he figures it out between now and the end of the regular season.
Maybe he needs to be back on the first bus. Second bus ain't working for Cam Smith.
Do you consider this worked for Jose Abreu once, a fake IL trip?
No. What I think they need to do is I think they need to give him more off days. He shouldn't be playing more than 4 times a week right now. And with the addition of Sanchez, you can just play Sanchez in right field against righties. You can do the Altuve thing in left and whatever you want to do at second. Maybe a Dubon, maybe an Arias, whatever. No, I do think they need to limit his exposure. I think he should be in the lineup against every lefty and then play 3 times a week against righties until he breaks out of it because he is feeling the wall. I think they need to go back to what they were doing at the start of the year. I like that he moved them down in the order. That way you try to lessen the pressure on them. But remember at the start of the year, and you had Zach DeZinzo then, but it's okay. You have enough outfielder options now. They weren't playing him every day. I mean, he was getting like every series finale off. So that's how I would handle it.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to in the fact that, there was a time when you could give guys days off and you could rest them just in the course of the grind of the season to kind of keep them fresh. And then with everybody that was on the IL, you just couldn't afford to do it. And I was kind of mentioning the fact that it was kind of torquing me a little bit when Yiner, who finally started getting hot and had good numbers against a pitcher, I want to say it was against from Oakland, the guy from the Yankees.
Severino.
Yeah, Severino. That he sat. And I'm like, you can't afford to do that right now because your backup plan just ain't great. But now that you have some depth and you have some guys that are capable, for a spotter to choose from, I definitely think that he needs to get more frequent days off for a while.
Texas takes all Cam needs is a hard hit double and he's back on track. It's a head game with him right now. I tend to agree. But I also think, lessening his exposure while he's in the slump is something that would be beneficial. And he's never had this many games in his life in a calendar year. Same thing with the at-bats. And he's doing it against Major League Hitting, and they've probably seen something that they're probably going to the well very often. Like early in the year, he was having good at-bats, and he was working walks, and he wasn't striking out much. That hadn't been the case lately. No. He's not working great at bats. He's not walking a ton. He's striking out a lot. They've exposed him a bit, and he needs some time to figure it out. And he will. He's a talented rookie. He's hit the wall a bit. Has Cam's issue the wall, or has the league figured him out a bit? I think it's a combination of both.
I definitely think it's both, and I think that he'll find a way out of it. And everybody, the league, they make their adjustments. Cam will make his. Cam will be just fine, but I think the biggest thing right now is that he's not used to playing this many games, and he is drained.
Mm-hmm. Eric says his Diaz just Gary Sanchez 2.0. I thought of another nickname for Yiner. I think he's a Latino Evan Gaddis.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh. And I think he's Yiner ADHDS.
You don't think he's a better hitter overall than Gaddis?
Gaddis was pretty good in his heyday. It's mostly because he's a bat first catcher that is a what would you call him? A butcher behind the dish.
Liability behind the plate.
That's the reason. I'm not saying that he's like a lesser or equal hitter to Gaddis. I'm saying he's an offensive first catcher that is a major liability defensively. He's Latino Evan Gaddis.
I think that as much as we were talking a year ago or so about him being the future catcher of this team for the foreseeable future, I think that this is one of those situations where it now is more likely than ever that they should start trying to seek out a different position for him or another position for him that he can play, because whether it's first base or anything else, he's not great behind the dish, and it ain't getting better.
It's very hard to do it now. Like, how are you getting Yiner to
with
first
Christian-
now?
Yeah, with Christian Walker there, and the fact that Caratini has been really good when he fills in at first, but he won't be here probably after this season. So maybe he is your backup first baseman, but you're still not going to sit Walker down very frequently.
He just needs to go stand by the backstop, wait for the ball to quit rolling, and pick it up. That's how bad he is behind the plate. What really annoyed me with this Fromber thing, and I get that Fromber's tough to catch and his sinker moves, and sometimes it's a little unpredictable how much it's going to move. And Espada was defending Yiner. The thing that bothers me with Yiner is he doesn't know when to give up a strike. And I bet you some of this is because he's been told he's a bad framer, and hey, we needed you to improve your framing. Here are some things that you can do to improve your framing. So I do think that it's kind of a catch-22, but he also has to be able to make the determination mid-pitch that, okay, this isn't a strike. I need to do whatever I can do to literally just catch the baseball. At this point, I give up the strike. I just need to catch the ball. Yeah. And both times whenever Fromber was throwing his sinker, he tries to keep his glove where he can get the call, and he doesn't just flip it. The moment you flip it, you give up the strike. But you need to do that on a few pitches. Like, you have to just, it prevents a pass ball. It prevents a wild pitch. If it's ball 2, so be it. And I understand that because he wants to be a better framer. He doesn't want to flip the glove, but he has to be able to make those decisions mid-pitch of like, okay, I'm giving up the strike here, but I'm not going to allow a base runner to move up because I'm going to catch it.
The body movement has to be there. He basically.
I don't even think it's that.
I think because of the fact that, like, to what you're saying, that backhanded sweep catch is just not great with him. And his timing on it is poor. And I think that a lot of times, knowing the situation and knowing he's got to put his body in front of a baseball if he has to, he can't just rely on his wrist action and that backhanded flip to get to the ball. I think that he's got to make sure that he is literally a backstop to make sure that he keeps the ball in front of him. And we've seen it too many times this year where a lot of people's easy answer is that he's being lazy. But regardless of what you call it, he uses that backhanded glove flip a lot, and it does not work.
I mean, the 2 plays in the 4th inning with Fromber gave it the 6 runs. They weren't in the dirt. Like, they were like, I guess what you would call the middle of the zone if they were in the strike zone, but they just moved inside.
But he still has to move his body. Like, he kept his body.
I mean, if he just flips his glove like this, he catches the ball.
You
like,
hope
flip
so.
It.
But at the same time, even if he doesn't catch it, if he moves his body at all, the chances are he's going to keep the ball in front of him. Instead of the fact that
you're not blocking
a
ball that's
off
5 feet in the air. Okay. You're not.
Okay, then we disagree, Jeremy.
Have you ever seen a guy block a ball 5 feet in the air?
I'm not saying that he's got to smother it and get on the ground with it. I'm saying, but if he moved his body so that if it does, the opportunity presents itself that the ball doesn't stick in the mitt, that at least he has the rest of his body behind the baseball so that it stays in front of him.
Yeah, I just think the ones that happen with Fromber are ones where just flip the glove and catch the ball as opposed to trying to do the backhand, keeping the strike alive, the possibility of a strike alive. Texture Astros seemingly love catchers who have one good year than multiple mid-years. I don't know if that's the case with Yiner. I think Yiner had 2 pretty good years. Last year was a good year offensively. The year before that was a good year offensively. He's had 3 years in his big league career. 2 of them were good. This year he's been disappointing. He got off to an abysmal start. He's actually been much better as a hitter though since May, like really good actually.
Mm-hmm. And he had a hit in every game of the series. I believe in Yiner as a hitter for the long term.
Same.
I just don't believe him as a catcher because, we were saying before that Maldi started to get kind of lazy late in his Astros career, but this isn't laziness for the most part. I just don't know if he's ever going to really take to the catcher position and all the things you have to do behind the plate.
Yeah, I see. Like, I agree with you that he has the tendency to be lazy at times, but I think it's more talent than desire.
I hate to say this because I don't want to make the comparison that Yiner catches like my daughter and the girls that we have in softball. But my daughter gets in the bad habit of doing everything with that sweepy backhanded thing. And once you start doing it with your muscle memory, it's hard to get out of it. I don't know if it's that simple. He cannot stop doing that with just that flailing backhand, and he just doesn't catch the baseball.
I think he's trying to keep the strike alive. I really do think it is because his framing's been really bad, and they've been trying to work with him on his framing. So they've been telling him, don't flip your glove because the moment you do it, it's a ball. The problem by doing that is all of a sudden you get a pitch that rides in on a righty or away from a lefty, and you're trying to do that. It increases the likelihood that you're not going to catch it cleanly. That's why a heads-up catcher is going to be like, okay, this isn't going to be a strike. I'm just going to catch it because that's the most important thing right now. It's the same thing as the first baseman coming off the bag. Like, hey, I want to keep the bag because if I leave the bag, I can't get the runner out. But the moment that you know that you have no chance of catching the ball, staying on the bag, you surrender the out and just go catch the ball so you don't give up an extra base. But it goes goes into the baseball savviness.
I just think that even if he catches that ball backhanded wise, from an umpire's perspective, he's taking it out of the strike zone.
If he's slapping at it, yeah.
He's got to turn that glove the other way no matter what. That's the habit that I'm saying, whether it's muscle memory or whatever. He just can't seem to get out of doing that.
Well, catchers don't want to catch the ball that way because if they do, it's not a strike. Like, you want to catch the ball like that because if you flip it, the moment you flip it, it's a ball. No chance you're getting a strike.
But when he's doing this, he's
slapping
taking
it. You're right about that.
He's taking it right out of the zone.
Swiping at it and letting the glove extend out of the zone, it probably has the same exact effect. You need to be able to do that and stick it. And he always likes to yank the ball into the middle of the zone, too. I hate watching Yiner catch. I used to argue with nerds. Oh, the analytics of Yiner's catching isn't that – do you watch the games?
Well, speaking of the analytics, while you guys were talking, I pulled up his Baseball Savant page. Holy cow, all his catching things are Jose Abreu 2024 level, basically. Like what Jose Abreu's offense looked like in 2024, the dark blue, like his framing is 7.
It used to be pretty good too. Like some of the
computer
metrics on Yiner defensively used to be okay. Where like the analytical people could argue it. Like his pop time in his rookie year was solid. Yep. He used to not be this bad, and it has regressed. But even back then, it's like, man, you watch him catch the ball. He's not a good receiver.
No, and lately you've seen teams try and run on him more too because he's not what we saw when I was going to say the pop time early on in his career looked like his arm and his pop time meant that he could throw guys out, but he's not getting behind the baseballs. Yes. He throws a lot of baseballs from his knees where he just doesn't put anything on it.
Well, he's trying to. I mean, if he's throwing from his knees, at that point it's a prayer. He's like, well, I have no chance to get on my feet and throw him out. I'm going to try to throw him out from my knees because he has no chance. The Astros pitching staff doesn't do a great job of it either. It's a real problem. What were you saying, Brian?
No, his pop time, 24th percentile, framing 7th percentile, blocks above average 11th percentile. It's a complete travesty on that side of the ball.
I went back to 23 just to compare. In 23, he was in the 90th percentile on blocks above average. 90, so it used to be like, okay, that's solid. Caught stealing above average used to be in the 82nd percentile. Okay, that's solid. His framing wasn't good then, but it was 21st percentile. So like it was not good, but passable. You said now it's like in the first percentile.
5th percentile right now.
So it's gotten way worse. His pop time back then was a 1.90, which was in the 86th percentile. Now it's at a 199 in the 24th percentile. Like, how did he lose almost a tenth of a second?
Yeah, that looks like a guy aging, but he's not old enough to have the natural father time regression.
It might be working at his craft. That might be the issue. It might be the issue where, like, okay, these are my laurels, and I'm going to rest on them. It could be that. Like, players can get worse by not working on their craft. And
I mean, his hitting ones are all good except for chase and walk.
How does he go backwards with pop time in 3 years? He's in his mid-20s. How do his blocks above average go from the 90th percentile to the 11th percentile? Like, that's kind of like, hey, I care about this or I don't. I don't think he cares about his receiving skills.
I would tend to agree that he's gotten, at least he portrays the look of someone that's very lazy and lackadaisical behind the plate.
He does. It's brutal. 713-780-ESPN. You brought up Cam Smith. Israel wants to talk Cam Smith. Israel, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up?
What's up? Hey, first of all, he batted 252. That's not terrible. That's average in the major league. Right now, his WAR is 1.8. The last game, he didn't play. They scored 1 run. Listen here, it's the whole season. Yeah, in the last 20 games, he did this. Look, he's back 252. That's average in the major leagues. Couple more hits, he's back up there where he needs to be. 270, you're doing good. 300, you're doing great. Only one player last year for the Astros batted over 300. So 252 is not, he needs to go down. No. It's not like when Tucker was there and he had to go down because he was batting 150, 170. Two different things. You know what I'm saying? He's doing okay when you factor in his defense. Now, what happened yesterday, he wouldn't try to get the man at home. He hit the cutoff man. That's why he don't have any errors. That's why he got 1.8 WAR. You know what I'm saying? And then 252 is not as bad as y'all trying to put it. Well, y'all can say 252. He's doing 209 in the last 20 games. 252 for what he's doing with the 1.8. He's not going down nowhere.
No one said to send him down, Israel. No one said to send him down. Sit him down for a game or two in a series is what we said.
For like 4 games, 4 times a week. That's what he said. No, he's not. I'm sorry, Dana is the man, and Jay is not. They see, okay, we get a time off that. 252 is not horrible. Stop y'all trying
What's
to paint
horrible?
this picture,
What's
trying
horrible?
to prove that he's not belonging.
What's
but
horrible?
He's doing great.
What's a horrible batting average in your mind?
What 252 is average in the in the major league.
That's fine. What would you consider a bad batting average?
Okay. Well, Mike is batted 228, and he was a star center fielder for the year.
All right.
So we as long as you go down in that area, I call that bad, right?
Okay.
He started the whole year in center, 228 for the year.
That's fair.
So all this saying this, y'all just mad. You're mad. You think he's still going to
Israel. He's hitting 198 since July 1st. He's hitting .097 since July 11th. He struck out 22 times. Israel, hit the brakes. Hit the brakes.
He's not going nowhere. He's not going away.
Israel, no one said to send him away. Everybody said shut up and let me talk sometimes too, Israel. Give everybody, we're having a discussion here. You're getting all defensive. No one said to send him down. He's been really bad. He's hit the wall. We've said maybe some more rest will cure him between now and the end of the regular season. No one said that he's awful or he should be sent down.
Thank you for the call, Israel. 713-780 ESPN. I wanted him to say what he thought was a bad batting average because Cam Smith has had a bad batting average in a few different timelines. Y'all went the July 1st where he's hitting, what was it?
198.
198. His last 22 games, last 96 plate appearances, which is a pretty good sample. Like it's almost 100 plate appearances. The average is 129 with an OPS of 383.
And it's not just the average. It's, as Joel mentioned, it's the strikeouts. The number I pulled since July 1st, 36 strikeouts would be on pace for 224, which is like 5 short of Mark Reynolds' record.
It's a lot of strikeouts.
Since July
It's
11th,
a lot of strikeouts.
In 62 appearances, he struck out 22 times.
The Cam Smith has been bad lately. Like that cannot be argued. That is a fact. That is not an opinion. Cam Smith has been bad for a finite number of games, finite number of at-bats, plate appearances. There's no argument to that. Cam Smith has been bad over the last however many games you want to mention. No one said send him down. We said maybe play him 4 or 5 games a week. That way he could try to recover, lessen the pressure. I like that a spot is batting him lower in the order. It seems like they're going back to the idea that they had early in the year. Let's lower the pressure on Cam Smith, lessen the pressure on Cam Smith. I mean, he was batting 4th and leadoff in 2nd while he was in the slump, which I think probably magnified the slump. Which how do we get him back? Because everybody agrees when Cam Smith's going good, Cam Smith is good. And we all think that Cam Smith is going to continue to be good. But do we think he's as good as Nick Kurtz? American League Player of the Month.
Are you revisiting that?
Yeah.
You traded for Nick Kurtz now?
All right, 713-780 ESPN. Textures have some bads. We have a few goods to sprinkle in here a little bit. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. We said we're going to sprinkle in some goods. You know, the first good we're going to sprinkle in, the greatness of Monument Chevrolet, the best dealership in the city of Houston, best dealership in the Lone Star State. They're the best dealership in the country. And if you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen, Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent. They don't hassle you with pricing. You get your car shopping done fast. You're in and you're out. You get a great deal in the process. Monument Chevrolet has been serving the Houston area for 50 years. They've helped generations of families get into new vehicles, and these families just keep coming back because they trust the people at Monument Chevrolet. Family feel there at Monument Chevrolet. Friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, and these great people lead to a fantastic culture. You're going to absolutely love getting a deal in a vehicle from Monument Chevrolet. You get a fair deal, you get a fast deal, you get an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. Maybe it's the 25 EV Blazer that you have your eyes on. Maybe it's the Chevy Trax that you have your eye on, which is a top-selling small SUV. They have tons of options. You know the Suburban's been around for over 50 years, close to 100 years. Maybe it's the Suburban you have your eyes on. It doesn't matter at Monument Chevrolet. Whatever vehicle you want, you're going to get, and you're going to get a great deal. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com, monumentchevrolet.com, or visit them in person at 225 and Beltway 8. That's Monument Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter says Correa is a jinx. You just don't have any power in the lineup, says another texter. How big was Isak for this team? He was on pace for over 30 home runs. He was massive for this team. I think you have some power, though. I think Correa's going to hit for more power than he showed in Minnesota. Hopefully Jordan plays baseball again. That'd be nice. I think Sanchez is going to hit a few home runs. You're not going to replace Isak's power, but I think you have enough power.
Did you see the latest on Isak?
Mm-mm.
Chandler Rome just 26 minutes ago tweeted out that Paredes received a PRP injection in his right hamstring and is going to rehab in an attempt to return this season. Astros GM Dana Brown said surgery was on the table, but Paredes chose rehab instead.
Yeah, I don't like
How do you feel about that one?
And he's going to play second base next year?
Sounds like they're trying to
such
speed it
classic
up, or
Astros.
not that they're rushing. I just don't. That doesn't sound like it's going to end well.
I mean, you're in the race. His bat would help you. It sounds very a team that has lost all benefit of the doubt when it comes to injuries. This sounds bad. But I admire. He could DH. I mean, he could Kirk Gibson it. I admire, but I mean, you have Jordan too. You have Altuve
That's
as
the
well.
problem.
You have
Yeah.
tons of DHs on this team. I do admire his attempt to get back and try to help this baseball team this year. Do they deserve a benefit of the doubt? Does it sound like the right plan? No and no. But I do tip my cap at Isak trying to help the team this year that has playoff aspirations.
Well, and notice that they emphasized that Paredes chose to rehab the injury instead, which kind of gets them from kind of still living in what everybody looks at them for.
They still have to approve it, though. Like I wouldn't be willing to
can't
give them the
force them.
benefit of the
force a
doubt.
player to have
if he-
surgery.
Yeah.
You just can't.
Yeah, like if something catastrophic comes from him trying to get back, I would not take away all blame from the Astros. They still approved it.
Yeah, but at the same time, you can't tell a player he has to
You
have
can't tell.
surgery.
Yeah, you can't tell he has to have surgery.
No, but you don't have to put him on the field.
His
It's
body,
the same thing
his
with
choice.
Christian Wilkins with the
It's
Raiders.
your choice to put him on the field.
There's many different ways that he can heal from injury, but you can't force him to have surgery if he chooses not to.
No, I this kind of feels. Remember when Aaron Rodgers tore his Achilles a couple years ago? And he kept telling us all fall that he was going to be back before the season was over. It kind of feels like that. Like this feels like a guy trying to play team hero, but we know he's not actually going to get back.
I see what you're saying, but I think it's a terrible comp.
Okay,
I think
why?
mostly because of the injury. Like from the attempt to come back comp, I think it's a fair comp. But the injury comp is a terrible one. Like Rodgers had the surgery and was trying to recover
I'm just
and
talking
rehab.
about the
I know you
attempt.
are.
Okay.
I know you are. But I'm picking holes in it. I mean, this is a guy that's choosing not to have surgery so he can come back and take a few ABs in the postseason. I don't love it. I probably would prefer him to just, have the surgery, be ready to go at the start of the year, especially with their infield surplus now. At the same time, like he wants to help his team this year because they're a playoff team. It's hard for me to be mad at the guy.
Isn't this kind of like the Lance McCullers second, where he eventually had the second surgery but didn't think he needed it the second time and was going to go through the rehab stuff instead, and then it elongated the process to the point where, 2.5 years later, we finally saw Lance McCullers start throwing a baseball again? Like, it's not the same timetable here, but I think from the standpoint of, look, he still leads the team in home runs, for God's sake. He was having a hell of a year, and he was a big piece to this puzzle that had fit so well all season long. And he realizes there's still be a place for him, but at what level? He's not going to play defense, I wouldn't think. And if he does, I don't know where. But yeah, I do commend him for trying.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on the recovery. Like, I mean, maybe it works. Maybe he's fine, and it's just a ticking time bomb. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Hopefully he does this, and then as soon as the season is over, he still has the surgery.
Yes,
that's what I would want to happen. And they said it's like, what would it be? How long would it be? How long would his recovery be if he had surgery?
Oh, I thought it was a 6 to 8 month.
That long? So if he has it let's say he has it when the Astros are eliminated. Let's just say he has it in November. So November, December, 4 months. He'd be back in May. That's not awful.
It's not bad.
Like, I wouldn't mind him being able to get some pinch hits off the bench, and then it sacrifices me the first month of next season. I would take that trade-off.
Yeah, I think you got him for a couple more years of team control too, where he's going to be a part of this mix, and you need him to be a part of your team. I don't want to to have him not do it and then have this thing linger and be again where you're going to do the same thing again next year.
Yeah, I would still hope he has the surgery in the offseason.
Yes.
Like, that would be something that I would really hope that he does. Because you're right, it would feel very McCullers-y. We're like, oh, I can just get through this with rehab and pain threshold. And then, oh, now he's going to be out for 18 months. So if he does go this route, and that's what's being reported, and it's what Dana Brown has commented on, I'm okay with it. And not that they're asking me, but how would you feel about it? What would your druthers be? My druthers would be he comes back, tries to play, and then the moment that they're eliminated, he has the surgery anyways.
Yeah, and you look at it from the perspective of talk to the physicians. I know that's a cringe thing to say, but talk to the physicians to realize, can I do any further damage than I've already done if I do attempt to do the PRPs and try and come back and play?
Mm-hmm.
And then that should play a part in your decision making as well, because the last thing you want to do is affect next year.
Yeah. You do have an infield surplus, though, so you can get away with a month and a half of no Isak Paredes.
For next year, yes.
So, like, this isn't the worst thing in the world. Now, if he doesn't have the surgery and then he tears it opening day next year, then we have a big problem on our hands. Now, I choose the right to recant this conversation if he doesn't have the surgery and then he tears it off the bone opening day next year.
Because I think it's what you were alluding to a week or so ago. The biggest thing that happens with these injuries is he had the other leg first. You overcompensate, whether you realize it or not, and you mentally may say, no, I'm not. You can see it in the gait and the way the player runs and some of the things that he's doing, that you're probably trying to overprotect the injured leg, and in the process, you end up hurting the good leg. And I think that might be what happened here.
Some people on the internet were mad I even brought up the suggestion that could be possible, and we have no idea that that's what happened.
Happens
no idea
all the time.
I had trainers talking to me saying that is very. Like, it's a very common thing that they discuss is if you have, a hamstring at 75%, does the other hamstring try to overcompensate to build up the strength that you need for the human body? And as we all know, I view my body as like, a temple. So I know a lot about the human body. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Horrible base running, says a texter. Texter schedule doesn't tell me anything. I've heard nothing about the Astros' second half schedule. Was supposed to be the easiest in baseball. Just no excuse. Base running was atrocious. Pereschica. Pitching Fromber. Fromber was great other than that 6-run inning. Hitting Altuve and Cam. Pereschica's had a bad year on the base pass, though. He's no Gary Pettis. I'll tell you that. Pereschica clearly waved Sanchez to third the other day. He also waved Walker home like he was Pena or Smith on the bases with the Munster in left with a short porch. That was a terrible
That
send.
was awful. He was so dead to rights, Walker was. I was going to say I was trying to remember which game that was, but that was just a bad send.
Saturday, no? Was it Saturday? I think it was Saturday. But terrible send. Is this what Dusty was referring to in regards to Yiner when he said he'll thank me later when he always chose Maldonado to start? I really don't know what Dusty meant by that. Maybe Dusty meant more like I know more than is being seen. Like I see Yiner's deficiencies and I'm kind of keeping him away from those deficiencies. Playing him every day would expose him more to those things. I don't really know if that means thank you, like thanking him. I think it was more like, trust me, I know. I think he kind of misspoke with the thank you, but I definitely think that this justifies his defense, rather, what Dusty saw.
Yeah, I think that, I think at a certain point, Dusty probably would tell you exactly what he was thinking or what he meant by saying it. But I think that, there was probably some limitations or some lax moments that Dusty had already seen, experienced, that he hoped that, like, a young player would kind of work hard and get his way out of that maybe didn't, but maybe those are the things he saw.
Yeah. Couple of textures want to bring back Martin Maldonado to coach Yiner Diaz. He's still employed by the Padres, right?
They let him go.
Did they DFA him?
Yeah, they DFA'd him the other day.
Maybe they can bring him
trade
back
with the Royals to get the catcher.
Bench coach him.
So he's out there.
I'd be down for that. I'd be down for him to be a bench coach. I don't want him to be on the roster, but a bench coach is fine. Key from LA, funny how you guys always try to find something good if the Astros got BTA. Haven't been good since your midseason World Series. Laughing face emoji, laughing face emoji. Key from LA is right. The sweep of the Dodgers in LA right now is the pinnacle of the year. It has regressed since then. He's right about that.
Funny about how Key from LA likes to crawl under his rock and hide when his Dodgers get their ass handed to them, and then when he gets a chance to kind of come out from under his rock and point fingers, he's all over it, but he doesn't take his medicine much and makes a whole hell of a lot of excuses when his team sucks.
He texted us that Monday. in fairness to Key,
and blamed everything but his team.
He didn't accept the fee.
He
but
took the injury.
deflected the
He
hell
took the
out of
injury
it.
out.
He did. He took the injury card. He played the injury card. Well, Key from LA will play your injury card now for the Astros. Although I don't know if that might be a week too old to play the injury
Pitching
card.
staff's still injured.
They are, that's true. Although I don't know if they're going to be any good. I saw the Astros picked up a pitcher from the Marlins after the trade deadline, and I saw some traction on Verlander being traded. How does that work after the deadline? Are they just not eligible to pitch in the postseason? So the minor leagues don't have a trade deadline. You can trade minor leaguers all the time. So that's why the Astros traded for a minor leaguer, because it was a minor league trade, and then they activated the minor leaguer. Justin Verlander cannot be traded. The trade deadline of July 31st is for the big league players. Verlander cannot be traded. Now, he can be DFA'd, he can be released, and then the Astros could pick him up as a free agent. To be eligible for the postseason, I believe that you have to be on the roster at least once prior to September 1st.
I believe it. I was going to say there's a deadline early in September for the playoff roster, but I want to say that the pitcher that they acquired from the Marlins, they had DFA'd or they were going to DFA. So that's how the Astros were able to trade for him because
you can trade for a minor leaguer, period.
So as soon as they,
I'm not arguing that he wasn't DFA'd, but you can trade for any minor leaguer.
But I'm asking you,
that's not on the 40-man.
As soon as the team decides to DFA him, that means he's destined for the minor league, so therefore he becomes tradable?
No, you can trade any minor leaguer that's not on the 40-man roster.
That's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is once the team announces that they're DFAing him, then he's a minor leaguer and he can be traded for.
No. It depends on if he has a minor league contract or a big league contract. Because if the Giants DFA'd Verlander today, they couldn't trade him today.
Yeah, and I'm specifically talking about the Marlins guy that he was on. I thought he was on their roster, or maybe he wasn't.
I don't think you can be on the 40-man and be traded.
Okay.
You have to have a minor league contract in order to be traded after the Major League Baseball trade deadline. So, I mean, the Astros could trade Walker Yannick today. But you're trading him for another minor leaguer.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to be on the roster, I believe, have at least a game of service. A day of service, not a game. A day of service prior to the September call-ups. I believe that's the rule. Pretty confident on that. Another texter, with Correa coming back and being under contract for a couple of years, is there any chance we move Paredes to first to replace Walker? Trying to figure out what we do with two good third basemen, Adrian.
I mean, I don't think Walker's going anywhere. It's going to be really interesting. We've talked about that, and of course the Astros we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an interesting situation that's going to be arising if everybody's healthy at the start of next season, because you don't have enough spots to fill everybody, because Walker I don't think is going anywhere at first base as long as he's on the roster. He's playing first base. Paredes I would think is third, but Correa's already moved once, and Correa seems to like third base. Now you're going to ask Correa to play second base. It's the most logical position I think for him, because I don't think if your options are just the guys that we're talking about, Correa, Paredes, Pena, and Walker, I just don't think that Paredes I think he's too bulky and big to play second base.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Jeremy would be the right guy for the job, but Jeremy has to agree to do it.
I think he's your best shortstop, though.
I'm sorry, not Jeremy. I'm sorry. Correa is the best guy for the job. He has to agree to do it and move yet again.
Robert Ford asked him.
Correa?
No, Robert Ford asked Dana whenever they did the Sunday hit, they do a Sunday hit, like what would be the plan next year? And he's like, we might try Isak there. We might try Correas there. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I mean, heck, Isak might miss the first 2 months of the year recovering from hamstring surgery. So, it's really not that you can talk about now. They'll have options. Like, if they think everybody's healthy, maybe they will shop Walker and $40 million left on his contract around. Maybe they try to make a sweetheart deal and get a Kyle Tucker return for Jeremy Pena. Like, they're going to have options. I don't think anybody's making that decision quite yet. I mean, the goods I have are Hunter Brown and Carlos Correa. Carlos Correa, I thought, looked the part. He played good third base. I thought he had good at-bats. He couple of deep flyouts to center field, hit the home run over the monster. Those are the only two goods I had.
I added to those two others. Christian Walker, 2 home runs in two games. And again, he was 3 for 10 in the series with 2 bombs. So I'll take that from him, because hopefully that it's still showing progress for him. And Caratini, unfortunately, when we were talking about everything we were talking about, the one guy that has also kind of had to take a kind of a backseat role, he doesn't play in 2 of the 3 games. The game he plays, he has 4 hits.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough, man.
It is tough. Yeah. Any other goods you wanted to add on there, Brian?
Besides the one you guys had, because I had Caratini and Walker also, but I thought, Kurt on Saturday, 3 Ks over an inning and a third, and then Caleb Ort, who you never know what you're going to get with Caleb Ort, but he had 2 scoreless outings with 4 Ks, so Tip of the cap to
It
Caleb
was the
Ort.
Caleb Ort revenge series. Everybody was talking about Bregman playing his former team. They were talking about Correa's reunion. It was Caleb Ort going up against the Red Sox, his former team. It was Caleb Ort revenge series, and he let it known because he pitched well. Eric says
That's
the
certainly
Correa,
the headline.
It was the headline. The Correa trade made getting a starter irrelevant because he can lower the ERA of the entire staff by himself. Mound visits. It's a good point. Mound visits were lit.
I did think about you on Friday when he had a mound visit, then Hunter Brown immediately got out of second and third.
Mound visits are unbelievable. Carlos Correa's mound
I had
visits.
the same. I'm
Best
watching
attribute.
I'm watching it going, uh-oh. Jeremy's watching this right now.
Love a mound visit from Carlos Correa. There's nothing that excites me more in Major League Baseball than Carlos Correa visiting a mound. And to visit the hollowed mound of Fenway Park, even better. Even better.
The mound of Ruth. The mound of Schilling.
Can you imagine? Pedro stepped on that mound. You mentioned Ruth. I don't know. Was it that Fenway? Or didn't Fenway burn down? Maybe that was Wrigley.
I have no
don't
idea.
remember. You've had a lot of greats go through there, but none of them had a mound visited by Carlos Correa. Fromber and Hunter Brown and Colton Gordon should be excited. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texans are at Greenbrier today. What has piqued your interest with the Texans being at Greenbrier? And do you
Go
like
Texans.
when your team goes away? Do you like them going away for camp for a little bit? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Live in the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees. Now back to Joel and Jeremy.
Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Texans are in Greenbrier, the Appalachians up in West Virginia. They said the weather there is beautiful.
Yeah.
It's like in the 60s.
Yep.
Weather here got pretty good after the rain came through. It's like
Yep.
in the 70s when we got to work today.
Yeah,
In
it was
the 70s, August 4th. How about that?
even last night, because we got rain last night in Sugar Land, and last night walking the dogs, Lisa and I both said you could definitely feel the humidity kind of went down, and it was more tolerable.
Flex. Why? You're flexing that you have enough means to be a pet owner.
That's not a flex. Lots of poor people have animals.
Enough of a flex that you have the means to walk around a neighborhood.
Oh, come on.
Jesus. Yeah,
flex that you're exercising,
Yeah,
that you care about your
I should
body.
mention
It's
my
the biggest
HOA,
stretch I've heard today.
It's big. Those are three different flexes.
I thought Israel's 252 batting average stretch was a stretch, but this one's quite a.
Those are three flexes, Brian.
No, not a single
pet
one of them
owner,
is a flex.
He can afford dog food, neighborhood to walk in, that he has the ability to walk.
You're telling
incredible
Blankers
flexes.
to check his privilege?
Three different
Yeah,
flexes.
especially
there.
since they're even there's organizations out there will give you the food for the pet.
Really?
Yeah.
I was not familiar with that.
There you go.
Is that your case?
No.
There you go.
I think you know that. Yeah, since we're both
Check your
working. No.
privilege.
There you go. Even more of a flex now that we can cross that scenario out.
Rome says the surgery would carry 6 months plus. Dana said 6 months plus.
Well, he's not doing it. He's not doing it until at minimum first day of the offseason.
Yeah.
If he gets it done November 1st, I'm cool. I'm cool with it. First day of the offseason, I'm cool with it. But if he's not having the surgery at all, that is a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, then now you're already screwing with next year. I mean, I think worst case scenario for all of this was even if it is surgery, he'd be ready to go for next season. When you start delaying and messing it with it to where it could significantly or at least to some point hinder your next season.
I'm not really worried about that. I'm not worried about him missing the first 40 games next year. I'm not. Like, you have Walker at first.
It's not ideal.
You have whoever, Altuve, if you want to play him at second or left, doesn't really matter there. Dubon's under contract. Arias is under contract. Pena's at short. Correa is at third. I don't care if Isak misses the first 40 games next year.
It's not ideal for me to have my best offensive lineup every single game. Sure, you could get by, but I would like to have this entire roster fully healthy from the jump next year because I think that they could jump on everything.
That would be great. Or do you want him to be a big bat for you in the postseason? Well,
yeah.
That's the alternative. Which alternative do you
like?
like?
But I'm saying when the injury initially happened, the thought process I think with everybody was, hey, it sucks. And initially I don't think anybody was even thinking that he'd be out for the rest of the year. But even so, worst case scenario was he'll be out for the rest of the year, but he'll be ready to go at the start of next season. Now we're looking like there's a scenario where he might not be, and I don't think anybody was counting on that one.
We're also not considering the scenario where the rehab goes great. He plays starting in the September, and he doesn't miss a game at all next year.
Great. That would be great.
But the options that were presented right now, would you rather have Isak for the playoffs, or would you rather have him for the first 40 games of 2026?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the only two choices, then I would love to have every option on the table for the playoffs.
Well, those really are your only two choices.
No, you just
considering the news.
Yeah, I mean, again, and considering his choice, ideally, we don't know the severity of the hamstring.
Well, we kind of do. We know at minimum that it could need surgery. Actually, we know that it could have surgery. They're saying that they could have operated, but he chose not to.
Yeah.
So we do have an idea.
I would hope the discussions have happened like we talked about, where you at least want to know, hey, if I do try this PRP and I do try and come back this year, can I do further damage to the hamstring, or is it just, what it is what it is, and if I need surgery, the surgery is no matter what more I do to it.
I'm just guessing, but if he has an injury right now that could require surgery, I imagine that it can get worse.
There's situations where you can, it's completely torn.
But that's when it requires surgery.
Sometimes it doesn't have to be completely torn. It can, but because most pulls
6 months.
are a tear.
I mean, that's a complete hamstring.
But most pulls are a tear.
Right, but if you're requiring a surgery that you're going to be out 6 months, that's a severe injury.
Sure, I'm not doubting the severity,
but if he had another injury that's like as bad as possible, like let's just entertain the conversation. He recovers, he doesn't have surgery, he's playing in September, he does it again. I think that we're looking at a 6-month timeline, regardless.
Okay, I'm not, like I said, I don't know from a medical perspective if that's indeed the case, and tearing it completely or tearing it off the bone in certain situations or things like that make it even worse and with a longer recovery time. But I commend him for trying to come back, and ideally, yes, I understand the first, playoffs aren't made in the first 40 games of the series. I mean, of the season next year. I'd love to have him. I don't know at what level he would be back for the playoffs this year.
Right.
But yeah, it'd be ideal.
The other thing too is that you do have a surplus of infielders now. Like we're sitting here trying to figure out a way that they all can play next year. Well, a good way they can all play is if Esau comes back 40 games into the year, and then maybe you have another injury by that point. Aggie Mad, come on, Branham, his body, his choice. It is his body, and it is his choice, but I reserve the right to tell him what he should do with his body.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that I'm sure that in the back of his mind too, it's one of those situations where I got to get back to because I want to play third base. I don't want to be left out of this mix. I think he likes it here too. And I'm not saying that's what's driving him, but any competitor on a team that he knows is in the middle of a pennant race with a chance to do something now with what they did at the deadline, I'm sure he wants to be a part of it.
Yeah, maybe he was trying to help his team. I just hope he has the surgery. As soon as the offseason is here. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the Texans at Greenbrier. What is piquing your interest about Texans training camp? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, and ESPN 92.5. A few of the things I just said might get me into a little bit of trouble, but that's okay. I have HR&P on my side, Human Resources and Payroll. It's owned by Mike Holly, Cougar, go Cougs. Used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business, and that's how you know the company's good. Chris Fisher's over there, too. He's an Aggie to balance things out. He's good people as well. They're all good people at HR&P. But business owners, let HR&P help you. That's the brass tacks of it all. They can help you with HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding. You don't like to do any of that stuff? Well, call HR&P, and they're going to help you. They're a great ally to have in your corner. They're always up to date and staying up to date with all the trends in the industry, in the business world. We'll let you know everything that you need to know on what's going on. But no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job. HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you or your business needs. You need a little bit of help with the HR thing. They got you. You don't like to do the payroll stuff anymore. Numbers annoy you. They got you. You don't want to do any of it anymore because you want to play more golf. They got you. They do it in a way that's unique too. Technology meets service. They have the best technology in the game, but you're going to fall in love with their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. We mentioned the great people they have over at HR&P, and that is the truth. You'll never talk to a stranger either. You'll always talk to someone who knows you. They know your business needs. They're going to become familiar with your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HR&P customize a plan for you. 281-880-6525, or just visit them online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
What's going on at Greenbrier? What has your interest piqued? Texans training camp, 713-780-ESPN. HRP listener line. Summer Circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different restaurants all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer, a pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value. For registration, stop by the promo table at the broadcast. This week, we're going to be out at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy. Come out, join us this Friday, noon to 6 at BB's Tex Orleans in Katy. You can find the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's piquing your interest at Texans camp, Blankers?
Well, I mean, in looking at everything that continues to go on, I'm interested in terms of from an offensive perspective. I understand they're going up against a hell of a defense. But a couple things on that front have kind of piqued my interest. One is the fact that at a certain point, when do we start worrying about what this offense is, how good this offense is going to be?
Now, right now.
No, I'm saying that because there's a lot of people losing their mind already that are like dialed into everybody that reports every single play that's run on 11 and 11.
What if they're right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So
Right
I'm
now.
asking the question.
Right now.
All right, if that's your answer, so be it. I'm just looking at it from the perspective of I understand you're not going to go up against a Texans level defense every week, but at a certain point, like when is it fair to turn it back and say, okay, but offensively, it's not just the offensive line.
Right now.
If CJ is not making the throws that he needs to make, if the fact that we're looking at guys dropping passes, we're looking at the offense not clicking. It's fair at a certain point to look at it and go, now that's a massive concern because the defense, they could be the best of the two sides. They could do a lot to carry this team this year. Your offense still has to do some things, and they have to be able to move the football a little bit. And whether it's ball control or otherwise, you have a lot with C.J. Stroud where you feel like they're capable of doing this, and it's a little bit concerning at a certain point that they're not doing anything offensively because every report you see from everybody is defense dominated. Defense just owned the offense. That's not great.
So what is your answer?
I think it's about 2 weeks, two games into the preseason. In 2 games in, because and maybe it's week 3 when you actually have the ones going for a longer period of time. But at a certain point, as good as it's good training and it's good to go up against a great defense, you have to be fair and reasonable, and you have to be, look yourself in the mirror and go, and Nick Caserio and go, maybe this offense doesn't have enough, whether it's the line or otherwise.
How are you going to fix it at this point? Like that's the danger to me. That's kind of like the trouble hearing that statement.
But that you say how, it's not easy, right? But the answer is that that teams are going to have tough decisions still to make. Maybe they're looking to move on from a veteran. Maybe they drafted someone to where there's a competition and a position battle to where you might be able to find a guy that's better than what you currently have. But at a certain point, you have to kind of focus in on and identify your offense just might not be as good as people think it's supposed to be.
So what are positions you'd be looking to upgrade?
Well, you look at the offensive line specifically, and you spent a lot of money on Cam, and he got hurt today at left tackle. I think Ursary is going to be good, and everybody thinks he, long and short term, he's going to be a mainstay on your offensive line. I think Howard is fine. But I think that you have to look at the interior linemen, and you have to make sure that who you brought in with the belief that systematically with a different system and because of the fact that you got different guys that are going to execute the way you want to play offense, you have to be honest with yourself and see if those guys are truly capable of doing those things.
I think there could be some, like maybe one position on the offensive line where you could find help there. And look, it might not even be starters. Maybe it's in your 2 deep. Maybe you can find a swing guard that's a little bit better than the interior guys you have there. I think you're pretty set at receiver, unless there's injury, knock on wood. You're not going to be looking at training camp, cut, casualty receivers. Probably not tight ends, I don't think, right? I think you're okay at tight end. I think that interior offensive line could be a position where that could be truthful. And also running back. I think they could be in play for running back depending on Mixon's situation.
Yeah, I notated today, is it possible, and I meant to, for this segment, I was going to ask you guys, is it possible that their number 2 running back is not on the roster yet? Because you hear conflicting reports about a guy like Nick Chubb. You hear that, some people are saying, you know what, whether he lost a burst or he doesn't have what he used to be, he's still, D'Amico says, when he gets his pads behind it, his running, he's still going to get yards for you. And he said that today. But you still are going to need a guy that's not just going to be like, a couple yards in a cloud of dust. Like, you have to have a guy that maybe, again, just like we were talking about, that he's not on the roster yet, but depending on what other teams do and other talent that they have at the running back position, maybe he's not on the Texans roster yet.
Going back to the offensive line, like because my level of concern kind of, I think, starts now. Because, Caserio told us, what was it, last week? Or not us, but the Texans radio, like last week or the week before, that once they got to West Virginia, then to the Greenbrier, and then into the Minnesota game, which is this weekend, we were kind of going to know who our offensive line is. And once they get into the preseason game 1, they play probably, a series? Well, week 2, they'll play a little bit more. And then week 3, none of them are playing. Because, I know that used to be the dress rehearsal, but those days are gone. So we're not going to see a whole lot of dress rehearsal in the preseason. I think you're kind of looking at what you're going to have. And I'm also getting tired of, and I'm guilty of this as well, but making the excuse of, well, they're facing the Texans defense. They're facing a top 3 defense. Of course they look bad. Well, okay, sure. Maybe they can still get to the postseason with this offensive line, and I think they can. But what happens when they get to the playoffs? They face the Chiefs, the Bills, the Ravens, other elite defenses. Like the idea of, well, it's okay because they're not going to face a defense as good as the Texans. Well, they will, to ultimately get to where we want them to go.
Unless the Texans are the best defense in the NFL, Brian.
Well, they would
then they won't play a defense as good as the Texans.
Okay, fair. Technically that is correct, but I've heard this excuse a lot, and I've made it as well. But as I've thought about, it's true, they will look better than they have in practice against top 3, top 5 defense. But in order to get past the second round, get past to where they've been before, to take that next step, they're going to have to face other elite defenses.
The issue that I have with this conversation is, where are you getting help?
You're not.
Like that. So you're
not.
Then either it changes your take or it changes your expectation, because there's not moves that you're making. And look, you're always looking to, marginally help your team. But for there to be significant improvement of this offense between now and the start of the season, or between now and week 8, it's going to have to be on development. Like, there's not this magical player out there that you're acquiring really at any point this year that's going to make your offensive line going from 25th in the NFL to 15th in the NFL. So, it has to be player development for them to have a substantial improvement. Now, the hope, if you're looking at it from an optimistic point of view, is that your defense is just so great, and your offense, which is in year 1, and they're figuring it out, and by week 8 of the NFL season, they're starting to click on all cylinders, and they've reached their ceiling, and their ceiling is high. But it does feel like we should probably change our expectation of this offense based on what we've heard of offense versus defense. Now, look, maybe their offense is going to be very, very good, but we just don't have a tell on it right now because the defense is so good and they're very early in year 1 of Nick Haley.
Look, it's fair that you got a new offensive coordinator, you got a new playbook, you've got everything new on the offensive side, and you still got D'Amico, and you still got everybody in place on the defensive side of the football, and you've added talent. So they always say the offense is a little behind the defense when you start camp. It's fair to say that, yes, the offense is behind by that and everything that I just mentioned. But it's also the reality of not hanging on too long going, hey, I just really believe in the players we brought in, and I believe they're going to figure it out at a certain point. And this whole connectivity is going to happen, and the chemistry is going to be there. And like you said, by week 7 or 8, if it looks bad and you have early indications that it isn't going to get better, I hope they're honest with themselves quick enough to realize there's still an opportunity. Maybe it's one player, maybe there's a couple because of who gets cut instead of picking guys off the street in the middle of the season, that maybe there's a player or two from another team that you can still get right now to still save some of the offense before you get 8 games into the season.
I just don't know how you're helping it significantly.
If the guy's getting cut, he's getting cut for a reason. I mean, maybe it's marginally better than a Laken Tomlinson, but it just doesn't feel like that's like a magic cure-all.
No.
Like, you picked up Andrews off the scrap heap last year. But I'm saying that if
we don't know what he is.
But Brian, let me finish. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying you're picking him up off the scrap heap. I'm talking about now maybe there's a veteran that's been in the league for a while, and maybe there's a team that has some young guys, or they're trying to cut salary, and between now and the start of the regular season, you have an opportunity to get a guy that's not street worthy.
What's best case scenario, though?
You get a guy that can actually play better than one of your guys that you have, that you don't have to give up much for, because the team is not even looking for compensation in return. They're looking to get it off their books.
And how many points does that help you a game?
It depends on who it is. I mean, I think
that's why I asked best case.
But I think if you get an offensive
scenario.
lineman, say you get a good guard or even a center, but I think say you get a guy on the interior offensive line.
Let's call him above average starter center. Like, okay, like I think it's feasible. I think it's in play. My point is more, let's say you do find that guy and it is an upgrade, no argument. How much is that really helping you? Like, I think it helps you 3 points a game maximum. I think it helps you a quarter of a win maximum.
But like I said, I think the position matters too, because I think that if we're talking about, I hope Joe Mixon's ready for week 1.
Okay, let's do the running back thing then.
But you need a running game. And right now, if there's doubts that the guys that you have on the roster are capable of being a guy that can be at least an average running back to get you bridge the gap until Mixon returns, I think a running back that you could get that actually is a good NFL, I mean, an average NFL running back makes more than a 3-point difference if it's the difference between running the football and not running the football.
Okay. Like, I'm not even saying that you're wrong. I think the argument and the conversation here lies with how much is it actually helping you.
Mm-hmm.
I think their running back room could use some help right now if Joe Mixon's not available in week 1. Like Nick Chubb, we've had concerns about Nick Chubb and what he was going to be, and then we've heard reports out there on Nick Chubb that kind of back up those takes. Woody Mark's a free agent. Jawar Jordan's a second-year player that didn't play at all last year because of injury. So let's say you go out there. Let's say you even find a running back that's better than anything you currently have outside of Joe Mixon. Let's say he's better than Woody Marks. He's better than Nick Chubb. Running back better than those guys. I don't know if that helps you more than 3 points a game. And if it does, how many wins is that adding? A half win instead of a quarter win?
The thing is what we don't know. It could be that you might have to address both, because your offensive line might not be capable of blocking for whatever kind of running back you go out and get that's better than what you currently have on your roster, and vice versa. Maybe you get a guy that fixes it, but right now you don't have a running back that's capable of toting the rock on an average to a slightly above average level until Mixon returns. So that's why the dilemma becomes, and the honesty with Nick Caserio has to be, hey, look, at a certain point in this camp, I've got to be honest with myself and this team, especially if the defense is that good, that maybe we got to find a fix or two before we even start the season.
Yeah, I just feel like Caserio's always looking to upgrade his team. Like Caserio's always turning over every stone and bringing in players. I think it's one of the good things that Nick Caserio does. I feel like a lot of general managers kind of like, if it's not a significant upgrade, they won't bring in a player. It has to be significant for them to do it. I feel like Nick Caserio, if they're better by 1 iota, he's willing to bring that guy in within reason. So I trust Caserio to be looking for players he thinks will help. I'm more of the thought that realistically, in where we're at in the NFL calendar, that there's not this one elixir player that's changing the forecast of the Houston Texans offense.
No, but to my point, I don't think it just has to be one. I think there's a possibility that they still might need multiple guys that aren't on this roster yet, depending on where this offense honestly truly is.
So what's best case scenario though? Let's say starting center, starting running back. What else? Starting right guard. Like, how many players are really going to be out there that can upgrade the starting lineup of this team?
So it would be left guard, right, Tomlinson?
I mean, I think they like Tomlinson, but I don't we can play out any scenario.
No, so I'm saying it could be an interior offensive lineman. It could be center. It could be left guard. It could be a running back. But at least you know that there's still a possibility if you handle it the right way. Because you're right. Look, there's general managers we talk about all the time that just are going to be so stubborn or set in their ways. We got the guys that we identified are going to make us better, and we're going to stick with it. And we're going to try and, square peg, round hole if we have to stick with them. I think that Nick stuck with Kenyon Green a little too long, but at least at a certain point he was willing to pull the plug. So I think I just want to make sure, with as good as this defense is, that it isn't just this great defense dominating this offense, but it'll be fine against others.
I think it's very difficult to find 3 starters from August 4th to week 1. Even if they do, I don't know how much of an upgrade it would make. I do have hope though. I have a realistic hope with what we've seen, and it pertains to this conversation. 713-780-ESPN, Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN. Kenyon Green fiasco, biggest reason the O-line sucks right now. I mean, Blake Fisher ain't looking great either. I mean, you're looking at Blake Fisher, a second rounder that doesn't look like he's going to be a starter. Kenyon Green, who's like, say what you will about Kenyon Green, and I completely agree, bust, didn't work for you. I hope it works for him in Philly. He's an Atascocita guy. We were his first radio show he was ever on, at least as a pro. He got you C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He got you a starting caliber player. Right now, his impact is more than Blake Fisher's impact.
No, at least you were willing to cut your loss at a certain point, and it turned it into maybe not a net gain overall, but it could be, because if C.J. Gardner-Johnson's got stuff left in the tank to really help, and so far it looks like he's given an extra spark to this defense and a little more attitude to this defense on top of everything else, to where at least you turned it into somewhat of a positive, where a lot of GMs are just going to sit there and roll with it, force feed it to you, and decide that no matter what you can see with your own eyes, that they're going to tell you it's a bouquet of flowers.
Yeah, it's at least he's got you a starter, Kenyon Green. Blake Fisher's at best right now your swing tackle. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Joe, you're in the hive with the Bees. What's up, Joe?
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
Hey, listen, I get it, the talent deficit on this line, but really, to me, I'm more interested. I mean, 5 warm bodies given effort could beat last year. If they're coached up, can they pick up a stunt or a blitz? I mean, I'm really more concerned about how fast CJ can pick that system up. It sounds similar to what Tim Kelly brought here, which, man, it took Deshaun Watson a year and a half to be deadly within the system. He got by on physical talent. Davis Mills, I mean, he started to pick it up, 11, 12 games into the season? It's not an easy system for a quarterback to pick up. And I think coaching could help that line a lot.
Well, I mean, look, a lot of that remains to be seen. I'm not going to sit there and tell you that a Tim Kelly offense or something is going to be too difficult for CJ to pick up. And I think that he's going to get all the coaching he needs. I think he's a sharp enough football mind. He's going to be just fine. I think as it relates to picking up the stunts and the blitzes and everything else, again, you're looking at a guy like Ursery that looks like, because I was going to throw Juice Scruggs into the mix too. You look at Blake Fisher, you look at Juice Scruggs, where they were taken and what these guys were supposed to do. It wasn't just all on Kenyon Green. There were guys that you drafted in a position to where within a year's time, if not sooner, and definitely down the road to where, especially like a Scruggs, he's supposed to be a guy that's supposed to be helping you and becoming a starter on this team. Neither guy looks like they're going to get that opportunity this year. So you have to question all three when you when you just say Kenyon Green.
Yeah. They traded up for Juice too. Yeah, that's that appears to be Casario's blind spot.
For
now,
sure.
I am willing to give it one more OC though. Like maybe it was a blind spot with Slowick, because Slowick's, and we'll get to some of that stuff in a little bit. So, maybe it was more of like who's coaching them up. Like, because maybe Joe's right. Maybe they're going to be really good at, maybe they won't be as talented as they were, but they're going to be really well coached and disciplined, and they pick up stunts, and are they going to get beat by the Will Andersons and Daniil Hunters of the world? Probably, but is a stunt going to beat them? Hopefully not. And that's the hope that I have, I guess, is that it's hard to know right now, because they're playing one defense. Right. They're playing one defense. They're mixing and matching. They're very early in the infancy of this offense and what Nick Caley's going to do. So it should progress and it should get better. Like, that's the hope. I'm not saying this is going to happen. I'm saying if you're looking at this from an optimistic point of view, the defense, which it's in its third year now with D'Amico Ryans, has a lot of returning players, should be very far ahead of the offense, which has a lot of new pieces, a revamped offensive line, an entirely new offensive coaching staff for the most part. So the defense should be way ahead of the offense as we talk on August 4th. The hope is the offense continues to progress. The hope is the defense is the best defense in the NFL that's making the offense look bad. And by the time you get into the fourth week of the NFL year, the Texans' offense is looking like it's going to be pretty good.
I mean, you honestly look at this and say they couldn't be much worse. And we've talked about this before. You couldn't be much worse than a team that was in the lower, 3 or 4 in the entire league last year as a unit, offensive line-wise. So you get rid of individuals to hope that hand becomes a fist, and because you hope that with better communication and better chemistry between the offensive line, the stunts and those things that they were embarrassed on, because you're gonna understandably face defensive players that are just going to be better than what you have on offense to block them, to stop them. But when you put up a defense that has two of the better defensive backs in the league, and maybe one of the better duos in the league, two of the best, pass rushers in the league, and as a duo, and you say that every single play you're going up against those guys. Yeah, that's going to be tough, especially for a young offensive line to try and a new offensive system to try and be successful against.
That's the hope. That's the hope.
Yeah.
Less penalties on the offensive line would be great too. That would less, first and 15s, a little bit more manageable down in distances would help a lot. Texture, I think the Texans should sign Brandon Sheriff to at least a 1-year deal to help out Stroud. What do y'all think? Rocky brought him up too. He also brought up Hernandez, Dalton Risner. Hernandez is one that I'm the most surprised that he hasn't signed. That's pretty interesting to me.
Sheriff's a guy that's had a lot of success in this league, but you don't know when a guy's going to hit the wall and just be done, and maybe mentally he's done.
Yeah, I mean, they feel like they did the best that they could with the options that they were given. But Hernandez is one that is surprising to me. Key from L.A., the Texans faced an elite pass rush week 1. Yeah, probably not a great week 1 opponent there. The Rams, who are pretty good at getting to the quarterback. Yeah. Can the Texans go out to a team like the Saints and have to overpay for line help, knowing they can't blow the season on, quote, we thought we had it figured out, but it did not work? Look, I think that the Texans could potentially be in on offensive linemen. I don't think they're going to be looking – I mean, yes, they'll be looking at the waiver wire. Yes. I don't think they're going to be looking at the waiver wire expecting a starter, though. You signed Laken Tomlinson. You moved Titus Howard to right guard. The center is – Andrews is a guy that has experience with Popovich. So – I mean, yes, I think they'll scour the waiver wire. I don't think they're going to scour the waiver wire with the idea that we're going to have a starter in place.
Well, if it gets to the waiver wire, you're right. I think that they'll look at everybody's camp situation to see if maybe there's a cap casualty because of salary for a veteran. That they'll, and I expect that Nick will do the due diligence the same way before they even get to waivers. Could you find a starter there? You might, depending on who it is, but it also depends on who you've already brought in and how they're performing.
Yeah, I think you might too. Again, it goes back to I don't think it's going to be that substantial of a difference. And then also, if you believe in the cohesiveness of an offensive line and that they need to gel together and they work together, picking up a waiver wire guy, a cap casualty guy, and then plugging him in because he's a little bit better than the other guy would then rock that cohesiveness, would rock that gelling. Caserio didn't adequately address the offensive line. I mean, he signed multiple free agents and then used a second rounder to draft one. I just think that the offensive line was in such bad shape that it was very difficult to do so. They were trying to trade up for the guard from Bama. So, I mean, I don't know if you can really blame Caserio. You can blame Caserio, I think, for the state of the offensive line. I'm not sure that you can blame Caserio for the offensive line off-season activity. I think that's going too far.
Yeah, it's not like you're going to sit there and you had a redo that there were so many offensive linemen that were out there on the free agent market, and you had the money to spend that you could just go get the best offensive lineman out there. You got Cam Robinson, who was probably the best tackle on the market.
I mean, their offseason, their offseason. I think he was second. Okay. I'd have to go back and pull, but I think he was second. We can blame the offensive line and the offensive line not feeling comfortable with it. And I totally get it. They were awful last year. They're probably less talented this season. Hopefully they're better coached. So I totally understand the disappointment of where the offensive line's at, the state of the offensive line for the Houston Texans. That said, Nick Caserio found 3 starters on this offensive line. Cam Robinson, who got a leg injury today. Hopefully that's not serious. He's your left tackle. Laken Tomlinson's your left guard. And then you drafted Tay Ursery, who's looking to be your right tackle. So, you don't love – he should have done more. He found 3 starters. What do you mean he should have done – that's a lot. Well, it's a lot of starters.
If Andrew starts at center
60%. Did they bring him in last year?
They found him last year as a tackle.
Wouldn't be an off-season move, but a guy you found.
Yeah, but I mean, you retained him, right? You signed him for another year. You brought him back after he was playing tackle, and now he's playing center. So you did bring him in technically this offseason, and he's playing a different position.
Yeah, I mean, he was on the team last year. It's hard for me to say that was
and I'm just for the sake of
discussion. He was released. No, he was this year. He was released in late April of 25. So Nick Caserio should have done more. He brought in 80% of a new offensive line. What do you mean he should have done more?
But if the players he brought in to start aren't good, why is that worthy of a pat on the back?
Give me the map of how he does more to this offensive. Do that on the other side. 713-780-ESPN. Give me the map of how he should have done more. A guy who brought in 80% new starters on the offensive line. How could he have done more? Tell me how he could have done more. Also, there was some stories. Is this the Washington Post? Is this what they call this paper in the D.C.? Newspapers a dying industry. I think it's the D.C. Post, Washington Post. Laramie Tunsil with some quotes about last year's offensive line. Charles Strouser, last year's offensive line coach, maybe throwing Slowick under the bus. We'll get to that next too. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Houston Restaurant Week going on right now through Labor Day, September 1st. Dinners across the greater Houston area can enjoy specially priced multi-course, outstanding brunch, lunch, dinner at nearly 350 participating restaurants, all while supporting the Houston Food Bank. That's the thing. Dine out, do good. Some of the meal prices that you can enjoy. How about $55 dinner, $5 donation, 15 meals provided to the Houston Food Bank. You can go for a $25 lunch, $1 donation, 3 meals provided for the Houston Food Bank. Tomorrow, we're going to be out at Federal American Grill in Katy. It's one of the spots that you can dine out and do good with Houston Restaurant Weeks. Fogo de Chao, if you like a little Brazilian steakhouse, saltgrass, a black walnut, many, many more. You can check out the full list at HoustonRestaurantWeeks.com. But a fantastic time of year, really good food, And you're supporting the Houston Food Bank and also the restaurant industry and what's typically their lowest time of the year. So make sure you're doing that. Fantastic food, and you're helping out, which we all appreciate. Tip the cap to you that are helping out. All right, so I look, Nick Caserio brought 80% starters. 80% starters on this offensive line, and he should have done more. Text line, Caserio didn't adequately address the offensive line. His offseason O-line fix was dumpster diving. Nick Caserio, the dumpster diver. Starters by default. Fair. Big picture opinion, I think defensive fronts are just better than offensive lines across football. Another text, found mediocre starters. Another text, there's no math when you pick up trash from everyone else and call it a starter. That doesn't make it gold, Jerry. Gold. It's like picking up Presley off waivers right now and saying, we have 2 closers. What more could you want? That's not similar. That's a reach. Supporting the Houston Food Bank. Appreciate that, guys. You got it. That one snuck in there with the offensive line. Should have signed the 2 linemen from the Colts and went to the Vikings. Will Fries, I prefer French fries, and Ryan Kelly. Instead, they signed bargain bin and has-beens. How to get better. We'll get to this one in a later.
That's a good line.
Ronnie Stanley was number 1 left tackle available. Yeah, he was number 1, and then Robinson was number 2. That's
Correct.
Right. That's right.
Stanley resigned?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so how would you have done better than Caserio to fix this offensive line?
First off, I want to shout out that line, bargain bin and has been. That's a pretty good line. But yeah, I mean, to one of the texters point out, like, you can't just go out garbage dumping and slapping on the top of the depth chart and call, oh, we got 80% new starters. Like, they had opportunities. Look, I know they got out Cam Robinson. Ronnie Stanley was never truly on the market, so they did shop at the top of the market for offensive tackle. But we all knew going into the offseason that the mission wasn't until the trade of Tunsil wasn't necessarily to shop at the top of the market for tackle. They had options there. We all knew the interior line was where this team was lacking. We saw the Bears steal Joe Thuney from the Chiefs for a 4th-round pick. That was something the Texans could have done. Kevin Zeitler went to the Lions for a one-year, $9 million deal. That was someone I was asking the Texans to sign. They could have pulled the trigger on the trade for Booker, the offensive guard Alabama, who went 12th. There was a couple offensive lineman tackles at the end of the first round, and Connerly and I think Simmons that the Chiefs picked. Like, they had options to pick guys with at least higher upside, and they chose not to. So they did bargain shop, and they signed guys who are only really starters in name only, not because they're really qualified to do so.
I don't think it's fair to say the other rookies are going to be better than Ursery yet. Like, to me, that needs a runway to see how it plays out.
Okay, that's fair, but that's one spot. Like, you're right. You're right about that. But I'm just saying those guys were thought of higher than Ursery. You're right. Ursery could be better, but they didn't. They had opportunity after opportunity, other than Cam Robinson, to aim their sights higher, and they chose to go lower.
The Thuney one is one that would intrigue me.
That was the one on my list.
The other ones are kind of meh to me. And the rookie thing needs to play out. And also there's opportunity cost of drafting those players. Because, like, you could have drafted those players and you don't have Jaden Higgins. So let's not ignore the opportunity cost of also getting those guys. So if Ursery's equivalent or in the same ballpark as those rookies late first round that you mentioned, and Higgins is a boom, yeah, please. Thank you. Thank you, Nick. So, like, there's other things that are involved with the rookie tackle market that the Houston Texans were involved in. Because if Higgins is great, I don't think we're crying foul about the Texans not drafting one of those guys.
As long as Ursery's also good.
He has to also be good.
Yeah.
That's fair to couple it with that. Because if Higgins is good, if Higgins is the equivalent to one of those tackles you mentioned late first round, and Ursery's Blake Fisher, loss. Agree. I'll concede defeat there. No doubt about it. So I can't go right tackle, bargain bin, whatever we labeled that. Because that's a second rounder. That's a substantial pick in the NFL. It looks like he's going to start from day one by default, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Cam Robinson was the highest paid free agent at tackle that left his team. So, like, that's not bargain bin. Sorry, that's not.
Left guard and center are certainly,
the left guard and center, I think, is fair to say that about. Because Jake Andrews was a waiver claim. And then Laken Tomlinson did not have a good year last year. Now, they do look at Laken Tomlinson as like the glue guy in that offensive line. They're like, he's the monster. He's the meanness that we need there. He's the culture guy. So that one, let's like see how he fits the scheme. Because I think if Laken Tomlinson turns out to be an above-average left guard, maybe that's a stretch. But if he's an above-average left guard, that's a win. So if Cam Robinson's an above-average left tackle, the highest paid tackle in free agency that left his team, so that would eliminate Ronnie Stanley, and of course Laremy Tunsil was traded. If Laken Tomlinson's an above-average left guard, I think if Jake Andrews is just playable, right? Like, I don't think the bar for Jake Andrews is high. They moved Titus Howard to right guard, and then you drafted Ursery. If he's an average right tackle in his rookie year, I think that's a successful offseason.
Yeah, I mean, the thing
A lot
is,
of ifs.
I think
A lot of ifs.
one of the things that's fair that we have to bring up is the fact that you can only go out and you spent money on Cam Robinson because, to your point, the market wasn't great. Like, there are other years, but most teams aren't going to let an above-average offensive lineman walk away, especially a tackle. They're just not. Their left tackle is going to be a highly valued position that if they're coming up on free agency, they're going to do everything in their power to sign him. So you had Cam Robinson because he was the best available, and that was who you had to choose from. There wasn't other guys really that gave you another option from that standpoint. Andrews, we don't know if he's going to start or not. But if he doesn't, your former 6th-round pick could be the guy that starts at center.
Yeah, it looks, yes. Like, one of them is going to be, which, again, like, if they're below average, then I think it's fair to critique Nick Caserio there. But if whoever's starting there and they're average, I think it's a win. If you have an average starter that was a waiver claim or a 6th-round pick, that's a win. It's a salary cap league. You can't pay everybody.
No, but I also, look, I'm a firm believer in what they did. I support what they did if they just basically told us without having to come out and tell us that you had some individuals that just weren't on the same page as what they were trying to do and philosophically and culturally in the locker room, what they expected of their offensive line. And if Tunsil was one of those guys and some of the other guys either couldn't play anymore or they fell into that mold and they had to go move on from 3/5 of their offensive line, I'm totally fine with it. We just, the jury is still very much out and deliberating on who they brought in.
Hey, look, the only way that's going to define this is the play in 2025. Like, us arguing about it, it does not matter. It depends on their play. Like, if the offensive line is dreadful, I'm on the wrong side of this conversation. Like, they didn't do it. If Cam Robinson's mediocre, if Laken Tomlinson's as bad as he was last year, if Tay Ursery just looks like below average, even though it's his rookie year, if they have bums playing center, whoever it is, then Nick Caserio did a terrible job. If the Texans' offensive line's like the 20th best offensive line in the NFL, that was probably a pretty successful offseason.
Yeah, because I think
like, what is the bar for Nick to have a successful, like, whenever we look back in history, when we're having this conversation in a year, when we're having this conversation in 3 years, to what level does this offensive line have to play for Caserio to get credit for having a positive offseason in 2025 from an offensive line standpoint?
My from the hip answer to that is that people don't look at this offense and say that CJ and the constant pressure that he was under completely obliterated any chance of them to be successful offensively
this year.
Yes.
Okay. That would be disaster.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think, look, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that what they're preaching to us is actually truth. You might have, in the past, you could have 3 or 4 guys, 5 guys on an offensive line and have 2 of them that were regarded as really good at their position. But if they don't play together, then your offensive line can still fail. Do I believe that whole cohesive unit thing has a chance to? Absolutely, and with a new system and with an OC that seems to be more capable and putting the right system in place. It's just that there's nothing to feel good about right now because we haven't seen it.
I think if they're top 20, it's a successful offseason for Caserio.
I don't know if I want to put a number on it.
No,
I'm going to answer the question. Going in a similar direction to Joel, but I would say if we look back once they exit the playoffs or exit the season if they don't make the playoffs, and we're not talking about the reason they got knocked out is because C.J. Stroud got sacked 8 times like he did against the Chiefs in the divisional round last year. As long as the conversation is something other than the offensive line was the biggest reason they got knocked out or didn't make the playoffs, then it was a success.
So it depends on the playoffs?
No, just the way they play.
Wherever they exit, whether it's in the playoffs, if it's not making the playoffs, if the reason they got eliminated, wherever they got eliminated, is not, or the biggest reason is not the offensive line.
So to your point, it's not injuries. It's not.
Yeah.
It could be someone that fumbled the ball at the wrong time or something like that.
Well,
instead of CJ running for his life and not being able to do anything offensively.
Yeah, because that's exactly what we were talking about the day after the Chiefs game. Is 8 sacks, Stroud had no chance.
So the Texans lose in the Super Bowl 24-21, and Stroud got sacked 5 times. That was a bad offseason by Nick Caserio?
Okay, yeah, sure. They get to the Super Bowl. I'm pretty sure you knew that's not what I meant. But, okay, all right.
You said when they're eliminated.
No, I'm talking about if they're not advancing past where they've been, and the reason they don't advance or show improvement is because the offensive line held them back, then it was a failure.
So conference championship, Stroud sacked 8 times.
If he stacks 8 times in the conference championship, I would say it's a failure.
Wow. It's a high bar.
Yeah, I think it's got to be. I
Eight
think
sacks is a lot.
Sacks?
But you made the conference
Hit me with 4
championship.
and I'll change my mind.
It is a lot.
But you made the conference championship,
Yeah,
which
but
means
that
that you put a lot of things together that went right for the offensive line for the majority of the year.
Maybe, but we're missing context there. They could have made the conference championship because the defense forced 5 turnovers.
Yeah.
You know,
I agree that it's a very arbitrary conversation to have right now. It's kind of one of those we'll know it when we see it.
It's kind of the combination. It's kind of like, to your point, the numbers should increase, right? Because whether it's just from continuity and otherwise, if they have any kind of level of success to do what they've done, the number's going to improve for their offensive line rank.
Yeah, maybe it's too binary to be like top 20. Like I see Brian's point there, but I think it's also too binary to say that if they get eliminated and the offensive line is the reason, then it's a bad one. Like,
because you got to do enough to secure playoffs and do, one, make the playoffs, and two, get to a point where you've won some playoff games, and then you might run into a beast of a defense.
Yeah, you might have you won't have a top 10 offensive line, but you might have the 10th best offensive line that plays really good, way above their head all year. They're good through the playoffs, and then they run into the Kansas City buzzsaw that sacks you 7 times.
Or Baltimore, the way they've been in the past, where they can just absolutely, turn a game upside down with how disruptive they are.
It's a know it when you see it. It's a know it when you see it. 75 says, "Shut up, Brian." Another texter, never thought I admit it, but BMAC has some good Texans takes. So you've run the gauntlet here, Brian.
That's what I
expect. You got somebody yelling at you, and then you got somebody saying, "Good job, Brian. Not bad." How about drafting an offensive lineman in the first round? Texans didn't draft anybody in the first round. They traded down.
Here's the other thing, and they did try to move up. But look, just to rebuttal that quickly, do we really believe that Nick Caserio would have gotten the pick right for an offensive lineman in the first round?
I mean, if we're gonna say he got Ursary right, why could you say no to that?
It's possible, right? But for every Ursary, there's a Juice Scruggs and
then you just
and
can
a
never
Green
take an offensive lineman.
I mean,
if
that's
you
why
can't
I
get
was
it
okay
right.
with them not taking offensive linemen in the first round if they didn't, if there wasn't, and I would think that Kaylee and others were involved in this decision. But look, his track record isn't great with offensive linemen in the draft.
I call BS on that. I don't think Nick Cayley's telling Nick Caserio who to pick.
Based on his system, he's going to get his input.
I think that you probably go to your coaches and be like, "What do you think about these players?"
Yeah.
But, I mean, that's the end
I'm
of
not
it.
saying he's telling him you got to have that guy.
Yeah.
But I would think that if you're changing your system and you're bringing in a new OC, I would think that both Popovich with the line and with Kaylee, that they would have some input on players.
So do you think that Caserio should ever draft an offensive lineman?
I'm not saying I'm never going to tell him to draft an offensive lineman again, but his track record ain't great. We can all admit that.
Drafting offensive lineman, I would agree. But if you're saying I don't want him to draft an offensive lineman at the end of the first round because he can't hit on offensive linemen, you're saying that he would never draft an offensive lineman again.
No, I'm not, because I believe that from what you hear, and again, we won't know till we see him on the field. But in a lot of people's minds, regardless of how the rankings were, that Ursary was a guy that a lot of people thought was going to have a lot of success in the NFL.
Tyler and Conroe, last time the Texans drafted an O-line in the first round, it was Kenyon Green. Never forget. Kenyon Green got you C.J. Gardner-Johnson. My line is if the offensive line looks better than last year, it's a success. I think that's a fair point, too. That's an upgrade. That's an upgrade that improved the offensive line. Texture, should they have traded Tunsil away?
Yeah, I think that, again, we don't know what we don't know. But they've sugarcoated a lot, and they've given you little morsels here and there about what may have gone on behind the scenes. But in terms of what we don't know, and we talk about continuity, and we talk about their room, and we talk about all the things that have kind of leaked out, if they felt like he wasn't a fit anymore culturally and otherwise, that they had to move on from him, I support it.
Yeah, I think I have no problem with the Tunsil trade. You traded him before he wanted a new contract, and then you actually got a decent return for him.
I was going to say, yeah, the word hadn't leaked out that he was a problem child or otherwise to where the value would have gone way down. So at least, like your C.J. Gardner-Johnson comment, at least you got something for him.
Yeah, I actually like the trade. I like the Tunsil trade. A few things that came out in I think it's the Washington Post today. They did an article on Tunsil and last year's toxicity with the Texans offensive line. Remember that report that the offensive line was toxic last year? That room was toxic. Laramie about that. It did make me feel a way because our room wasn't like that. Did we play well? No. Did CJ get sacked a lot? Yes, and he didn't help him up. I see where the rumors can be made up and come from, but I feel like we had a great room, said Tunsil. So he denies the toxicness of the Houston Texans. I don't think the room was toxic. I don't believe that.
Okay. When he's been the guy most kind of directly attached with why it might have been toxic, I can also kind of see why that quote would come out. Because he was getting he was catching, whether it's strays or direct at him, that he was kind of the meaning behind why that room was toxic and there wasn't continuity.
All his teammates love him.
As a person, that's fine. You can go hang at his crib and you can think he's a great dude and you can break bread with the guy. But it doesn't mean, and because they love him like that, that doesn't mean he was the ultimate offensive lineman.
I agree with that, but I don't think that you can be loved by your teammates and have a toxic room.
I think it depends on how it relates to your coaching staff. I think the room is dictated by a coach, and if the coach is saying things and your most known player in that room that everybody is looking to as the best offensive lineman in that room, and he ain't having it, he ain't doing it, or he ain't following the instruction of the offensive line coach, you could lose a room.
So you think they were toxic last year in the offensive line room?
I don't know because I wasn't in there. But do I think that Laramie Tunsil was a main reason why it was a less than room? Yes. And offensive line.
I think the room was fine. I think the production was bad. Strouser, quote, I don't think our room was good last year. It was a combination of a lot of things. By no means Laramie being the issue or the main issue. It was a combination of so many things. A lot of guys trying to figure out an offense that, honestly, we were not that well educated in. Stray at Bobby. We did have different personalities in the room.
Football is football.
Our chemistry just was not right, but it was not at all Laramie's fault that our chemistry was not right. It really wasn't. There was a lot of things going on, but it just wasn't good enough. My fault. I would put my finger to myself, number one. So that's Strouser. What do you take from that quote?
I take that it wasn't a great room, and that whether everything that I said was right or not, that Tunsil is the fall guy. He's going to be front and center.
Great room is not the same as toxic. Like, you're not going to be able to compare those two things. Saying I don't think our room was good last year is not saying our room was toxic. That is a stretch.
Okay, toxic, it may be too severe, but the room wasn't great, okay? If the room wasn't great, it goes back to what I said about whether you say it's all the fingers on a hand or however it works, but there's a lot of different reasons why the room wasn't great, whether it was toxic or not. Again, I'm not in the building. I don't know, and I don't know, how severe it was.
But you are making the claim. You're making the claim that you think it was toxic.
I said that I don't think – okay, maybe I should have used toxic if that's what you want to get at. I don't think it was a great room, and I don't think that even if you have an all-pro left tackle, that if he's not doing the things necessary as a leader and to bring the room together, that could be a reason why. I do believe that.
Yeah, I think he's taking it. My main takeaway of the quote is he's taking a shot at Bobby.
There's no doubt he's throwing Bobby under the bus.
Yeah, I think a lot of guys trying to figure out an offense that honestly we were not that well educated in, which kind of backs up the Bobby Slowick not being able to change his scheme for personnel, which I think I don't think he knew what to do with three receivers. Like, I think he had no clue what to do with the three receiver set, 11 personnel. I think he wanted to run a bunch of 12 personnel, and they gave him an 11 personnel roster, and he could not figure it out.
It also kind of backs up, I know you don't think it was a shot at him, but remember D'Amico's comments about we don't want to run a copy and paste offense from someone else's scheme?
Yeah. No,
it kind of backs up that comment.
I don't think D'Amico did it intentionally. I think it was an unintentional shot.
Yeah, because we said all year last year, he didn't make any adjustments at halftime either.
Yeah, he was pretty good at game planning early, like kind of, okay, this is what's working, and then he would have a really difficult time adjusting to what the defense was counterpunching him with. Strouser partly blamed the rash of false starts on the Texans frequently changing the snap count, not allowing Tunsil to get into a rhythm. That's, again, taking a shot. I think it's at Slowick. He tried to get better at it, he being Tunsil. We definitely did have a different cadence than what he was used to. I think he would say it was not that offensive tackle friendly. It took him a while, both the years, to get used to it. So, yeah, I think that's a shot at Slowick, not putting his players in a position to have success. And look, I was on Tunsil's side of this last year. I thought he did improve greatly at pre-snap penalties. He had a terrible game early. Was it week 3, week 4, something like that? And then he had a stretch of like 2 months where he didn't have a single one.
But you hear what we just heard, right? If all that is true, and as D'Amico and everybody, as the governing bodies overseeing all of this, believe that is true, do you still trade Tunsil? Because then if you get rid of Bobby you get rid of the offensive line coach, and you feel like you get more competent people in there to do the things necessary to make it more conducive to a left tackle and to everybody on the offensive line, then why would you move on from Tunsil?
Because you got a really good draft return for an aging player that's about to want you money that you don't want to give him.
I just think that if you've got a guy that's that important to your quarterback that you need to keep upright, that you know is your franchise quarterback.
They didn't with him last year, though.
Right, but again, that's probably because of the things that you're reading in a combination platter, no matter who gets the majority of the blame. But I think that there were a lot of reasons why, starting with, and again, I'm not weighting it one way or the other, but with Slowick, with Strausser, with potentially people on the offensive line.
Last one from Strausser. I feel a little bit awkward being Mr. Positive on Laramie, but I think there's a little bit of semi-negative vibe out there about Laramie. The guy's a great guy. That's why I don't think it's toxic. The guy's a great player. I went in there. We were not very good for 2 years on the offensive line. I got fired, basically. I shouldn't have really good feelings, but I do have good feelings about Laramie. I feel very lucky I coached Laramie. So I think it goes to show you that Laramie was at least liked by teammates, even coaches.
Okay, that's fine. I think that some of the things that we've heard, Lance had some of the stories too about a guy that refused to practice with a thumb injury and had to be bribed to come back to practice. That's not the best example to set. If it was toxic or not, I don't know, but it doesn't sound like the ideal situation for an offensive line or an offensive line room.
No, I think it sets a bad I think it's bad for the culture. Like, I'm willing to give you that. I don't think your best player not practicing for questionable things is I do think it's bad culture. And I think that they believe a lot in the culture. I think it's why they gave Jalen Petrie at the time top nickel money, is because they believe in him and what he does for the culture. All right, 713-780-ESPN. A lot of people want to weigh in on this offensive line. We'll get your thoughts on it. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Hey, guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about the good people at Temperature Pro. Temperature Pro is the best in the business and handling all your air conditioning needs. It could be that you just want your system looked at right now to make sure that it's going to be up to snuff for the rest of these dog days of summer when we're starting to get into triple digits, or you're looking for a new unit or units for your house and you want to go to a place you can trust. Trust is the biggest reason why that you go to a business, because you're not going to get screwed over. You're not going to have people that are going to take you to the cleaners for the sake of their profit and not do the job and give you the kind of quality equipment that you need. That's why I'm recommending Temperature Pro, because I know from experience, it's not just the experience of a company that's been in business for over 20 plus years. It's because I know the owner personally. John and I grew up together. John Blitz, the owner of Temperature Pro back in Wisconsin. I've known him my entire life, and I know what kind of person he is. And I know whether it's me dealing with him or you're going to get someone that you can trust. He's going to take care of you. His ratings with the Better Business Bureau at A+ absolutely back me up 100%. And they sell all the major brands, so you're going to get the quality equipment. Trane, Carrier, Daikin, Goodman, and Lennox. And they're offering you fantastic financing right now as well. 12 months, no payments, no interest. That's why I'm telling you Temperature Pro is the only place you need to know, because you can put your AC needs in trusted hands, and Temperature Pro and my friend John Blitz are going to take care of you. He's done it for my neighbors. The minute that they tell me they got an AC problem or they want their AC unit checked, I said, here's my buddy's cell phone. Just call him. He's going to take care of you. And he does, and they tell me, and that's why I believe in him even more. Go to blitzproservices.com right now. That's BLITZ proservices.com, or simply call him by an easy-to-remember phone number, 281-247-5925. 281-247-5925. Get with Temperature Pro now before it's too late.
You found the Killer Bees. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
713-780-ESPN texter. Absolutely not. They shouldn't have traded Tunsil, says a texter. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Keith, you're in the Hive. What's up, Keith?
Hey, guys, love the show. You know, Texas offensive line is obviously a big discussion point. Today, the Dolphins signed Texas A&M four-year player and Westside High School legend from Houston, Germain Ifedi. Started close to 90 to 100 games in the NFL, 10-year vet. Would you have brought him, Germain Ifedi, into the mix to maybe compete for a starting job? You know, 5 or 6 teams, played a lot of games with Russell Wilson. 10-year guy was available up until, you know, August 1st, essentially. What do you guys think about Ifedi just getting scooped up by the Dolphins?
I mean, initially, it goes back to what we were saying about when do you start reevaluating. We haven't seen this offensive line play anybody except for the Texans defense. So I think that right now Nick's still feeling pretty good about the people that he brought in until performance tells you otherwise, and I think we need to see a little bit of the performance.
Not that the Texans' offensive line acquisitions over the offseason had a great PFF grade. Germain Ifedi's PFF grade last year was 48.5. He ranked 119th out of 140 tackles. Like, I'll go to battle with Cam Robinson and Tay Fisher over Ifedi. Now, you know, could he have been a swing tackle for you? I don't know. Like,
I'd also go.
I'm curious to see what Trent Brown looks like this year.
Not only the PFF score, and this is purely a take from just looking at his Wikipedia page, but whenever a guy has 7 different teams listed in his career, it kind of gives a red flag of maybe he's not good enough to stick around on these teams.
Could he have been an upgrade over the Texans' final offensive line spot, the last guy that makes the offensive line on the 53? Perhaps. Would I have been, you know, hopping on the table in excitement if the Texans picked him up? No, I would have Googled who he was.
No, exactly. I mean, look, I think all it takes is just a little research to realize some guys are still free agents August 1st for a reason.
Yeah. JB, I don't know if he's talking about you or me. JB, you always produce a topic for peeps, but you always provide your views strong before we can advance. You're too dang one-sided. I think that's a compliment. Like, a strong stance and being on one side of the fence is where you're supposed to be. Like, the wavering thing is the thing that would annoy me. That to me is a compliment. I don't know who which JB you're talking about.
That was
though.
Lamont. He didn't realize.
How do you know that's Lamont?
I was kidding because he didn't realize that we both had the same initials last week.
Oh, he did. I forgot about that. Yeah. Texture, I blame Bobby. Tank was blocking in the middle of the line. I forgot about that. Blocking in the middle of the box when he got hurt the first season. Why? Because Bobby's an idiot. The line was just as bad. Like, just run him on a go route. Get your defender out of there. What are we doing? That triggers me. I wish you wouldn't have brought that
just
up.
Split him out wide so that defender can't occupy the space.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But maybe he needs to be moving. I can't remember the play. He might have been moving in motion towards the line, but move him in motion towards the line and send him on a go route. Just clear the defender. Clear the defender. Like, you don't need a blocker there.
I can't specifically give you everything about the play, but I'm almost positive that he came in.
I thought he was in motion. Yeah.
Yeah, in
motion
in towards the end of the line. Just don't have him in the game at that point. Any of your other receivers or other players could have done that. Not your 160-pound when soaking wet wide receiver that you rely so heavily on.
Fair point. But at the same time, you can't just take them out of every single running play.
that was a very definitive goal line play that I don't think Tank is an adequate enough blocker anyway.
He should never be blocking.
Right.
Like, if he's on the field and you're running the ball, he needs to be running a route and clearing his defender.
Mm-hmm.
So either way would have been a better result than what happened on that play.
I think as much as we can talk about the offensive line and Strouser, Tunsil, the main thing here is that the more comments that continue to come out, not just from the offensive line perspective, but just systematically and as a whole for the offense, Bobby Slowick was not anywhere close to who everybody thought he was after a year.
No, I think he was good with a very specific personnel, very specific roster. I don't think he's very good at going against what he likes to do. Like, this texter brings up a good point. He says that the offensive line was just as bad during CJ's first year, but from what I saw, the first season they were using more 12, 13 personnel. Not a lot 13, but 12 for sure. Using a tight end in motion to block a defender. Last season I saw less of that, exposing the line's weaknesses more, which again, doesn't love 11 personnel. Bobby Slowick, not a huge 11 personnel guy. So I think creativity and being able to adjust and develop was something that Bobby struggled with. I can't imagine him being a head coach. Like work.
Take it a step before you get to that. I don't know when he's going to be an OC again.
It's going to be tough for him to get an OC job. I could see him being an OC for an offensive-minded play caller. Like, I could see him being the OC in San Fran. I could see him being promoted eventually if McDaniel has a good year as the OC in Miami. I think he's good to have in your offensive meetings. I think he is smart. I think his biggest issue is being able to adjust. So do I think he can be an OC for an offensive-minded play caller? Absolutely, I do.
I think that as long as the coach is the play caller.
Sure.
Yeah. And I think that maybe eventually he learns enough being under the tutelage of someone that is an experienced leader, coach, and specifically play caller with adjustments and everything else to where maybe there's a time down the road he gets it again. But in the near future, I don't see him being an OC.
He just doesn't strike me as like a leader of men who would be a head coach, though. Like, these head coaches are leaders. Like, Dan Campbell's biting your kneecaps off. Binary Bobby's like, football is football. Like, I mean, could you...
He already looks like he's 12.
Football.
Yeah.
You know, and on top of it, he doesn't seem like he has command of his of any room that he's in. It's hard to have the respect of all these, you know, professional athletes to believe in him if he doesn't have that kind of command of a room feel to him.
I'd be surprised if he was a head coach, and I wouldn't bet on him. He will forever be known to Texans fans as Bobby Slowwit, and Laramie got another false start penalty. Josh from Seabrook. Pay me millions of dollars. I'll learn the cadence. Couldn't get used to it. What a clown. AR Platinum. I think that is fair. But there's also great players that have limitations at what they do. Look at Jose Altuve with base running. Like, great players have weaknesses. And it's the coach's job to try to hide those weaknesses the best that they can. Texture, I'll never forgive Tunsil for blowing the Vikings games. Had to be a record number of penalties that game. That was insane. But he was pretty good after that.
Day?
I wanted to say 8 or 9.
Yeah, I think it was 8.
Which is incredible.
Oh, they were definitely over 100 yards. I know that.
Yeah. But I believe the penalties directly towards him and called on him was 8, I believe.
Tunsil was all world and can't
Feels
figure
high,
out
but
snap
could've been.
counts, question mark. I mean, Jose Altuve's all world and can't figure out base running. Like, I mean, every star player, not every, a lot of star players have an unbelievable weakness that you just cannot believe. So, again, coach's job to try to hide those weaknesses, not to expose those weaknesses. DC is welcoming Tunsil in with open arms. They're going to miss Larry, his talent. Not easy to replace. Texans are going to miss his talent. I don't know how you can miss his talent whenever you had the worst offensive line in football. Like, it's very difficult for me to say the Texans are going to miss the left tackle for the worst offensive line in the NFL. How could that be true?
Yeah, I mean, again, as much as we're talking about continuity and unity on the offensive line, it's not just one player. But if that one player was so great and your line sucked that bad, are you going to really miss him that much?
Like, if you can be the worst offensive line in the NFL with a talent as good as Laramie Tunsil, I promise you I can be the 32nd offensive line in the NFL without a talent like Laramie Tunsil.
So he had 6 in the Vikings game, 5 of them in the first half.
That's 5 in the first half.
3 false starts, 3 illegal formations on him.
Oh, that was the early season when they were still super enforcing the whole.
That was Hockley, if memory serves.
Yeah, so he had 6, and I believe that it was like 11 or something like that on including others on the
6 and 1 player is something I've never heard of.
It was pretty bad.
If we all agree Caserio can't draft O-line, then needs to actually draft more offensive linemen to improve his chances to hit on one. The problem with that is that he's really good at drafting other positions. So if he sits there and drafts offensive lineman, he's missing out on the Jaden Higgins, Jalen Knoll, Tank Dells of the Nico Collins.
Kamari
was
Lassiter.
A third round, Lassiter a second round. Kalen Bullock was a third.
Third round, yeah.
Like, I mean, I don't want him drafting a bunch of offensive linemen if he's hitting on all these other dudes.
That's the thing, and you touched it when you and Brian were going back and forth earlier, but that's the one thing that I totally agree with is you still had a need at wide receiver. And if that was the wide receiver that you felt like was perfect for your system, and he's also had a knack for drafting wide receivers, I'm not going to have him just limit to just go get as many offensive linemen as you can get that you think are good. No, I think he did the absolute right thing there.
Cash or trash, offside. This is a text. Offsides and false starts should never happen. You're in the huddle for crying out loud. You know what the count is.
Yeah, but at a certain point when you're watching, like the offsides, you're talking about from the offensive line perspective or a defender?
I mean, he said both. He said offsides and false starts.
Offsides, which is a defensive penalty, when you're looking at it.
I think he meant offense because he said you know what the count is. The defender wouldn't know what the count is.
What is an offensive offsides?
Wouldn't that be instead where he lines up? In the neutral zone?
Maybe you just confused it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that it's a little silly to expect perfection.
I think the difference is if you want to go back to what Strasser was saying.
Oh, it's when they line up wrong, illegal formation, basically.
And that's what I said. If that's what you're talking about, or lined up in the neutral zone, or when he got some of the infractions he got. But overall, from a cadence perspective, Aaron Rodgers' cadence is way different and really intentionally tries to draw linemen off with the way he does it, as opposed to some of the other quarterbacks that might be more even-keeled or what Tunsil was used to.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this is Keith. Keith says Texans can sign Kenny Galladay right now, and he would be the number 3 receiver. You're drunk, man.
What, in 2021?
What do you mean he'd be the best receiver? The Texans receivers are loaded. I like the Texans receivers
I like
a
the
lot.
Texans receivers a lot.
They just might not protect Stroud enough to give those receivers the ball. When the offensive lines up in the neutral zone, for crying out loud, that is a bit annoying. Kobe didn't have any weaknesses as a texter. Oh, yeah, Kobe had some weaknesses.
He had one. He went to trial for it.
Too soon, Brian. That's disrespectful for those who are no
It's
longer
not
with
too
us.
soon.
Turn off your mic. You're banned for
That's
the next.
fair.
Well, you have to do car wreck. You're banned for the next few minutes. You got a timeout like we used to do to the Twitchers.
Who's a fat guy
What
in
was
his
Kobe's
underwear, living in his mother's
basketball
basement.
weakness? But he's a little selfish. Early in his career, especially.
Yeah. I mean, look, I think that as much as you want to peel back the curtain a little bit, but Rudy had some health issues. But Rudy had a really hard time dealing with a guy that, when he was on the injured list, had a teammate put his cell phone on speaker and put it in the locker room so that he could reprimand them during halftime of a game.
Kobe reprimanded when he was gone?
Yeah, Kobe was out hurt, and he wasn't there, and had a teammate put his cell phone on the table in the
Sheesh.
halftime locker room on speaker so Kobe could tell them what they were doing wrong.
That's crazy. It's hilarious. Platinum says if your weakness is counting up to like 3, maybe not the right guy. That's fair. Touche. That's well done. That's a good way to end this conversation. 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Maybe you have an offensive lineman who's he's committing a bunch of false start penalties. Maybe you have an offensive lineman who's lining up incorrectly, and it's causing you stress. It's causing you anxiety. Well, you know what you should do? You should go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and forget about that offensive lineman for a little while. Escape the stress and anxiety of being in 1st and 15s. You don't have to do that if you're at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Escape poor offensive line play and enjoy the relaxing, great outdoors. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. You're going to have a great time getting rid of poor offensive line play. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, some of the best fishing in Texas. Two Creeks running along their property. Good fishing on those two creeks. They have a catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. Teach them how to cast, how to reel, how to do all that stuff. Hike the 92 acres worth of property, kayak, pickleball, or hang out by the pool with a drink and totally relax. It's all good. It's just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Get off work on a Friday and you're there before the sun goes down. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always taking care of their visitors. Branham family went up there a month and a half ago, almost 2 months ago now. We need to get back up there. But we had a fantastic time. They've been talking about how they want to get back up there. We're probably going to try to do it before the school starts. We stayed in the treehouse. Treehouse has trees running up through the house. It was fantastic. It's like you're perched up in a tree. Kids loved it. You can try the treehouse. You can glamp. How about the cabins? Pull up the RV if you have an RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com and forget poor offensive line play forever. twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
George Costanza's pitching for the Astros today.
The Summer of George!
They aren't scoreless through one. They start at 6:05. Astros in Miami. What a weird start time.
Yeah, East Coast time would suck.
Yeah,
That start time on yesterday was brutal.
It's weird. A little breakfast with your baseball.
Roku.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it wasn't fun.
So Alexander on the mound, George Costanza looked pretty good in the first. Can he get the Astros off the schneid? Schneid.
I hope so, man.
It wasn't very definitive.
I hope Sanchez has a big homecoming.
Is he from there?
He
Sanchez. I'm sorry.
yeah,
I thought we were
yeah.
talking about Costanza. Yeah,
No,
Sanchez.
yeah.
He actually hits really well in that park for some reason. But he's 0 for 1. Last Call with Joe George coming up at 6 o'clock. This is a season debut of Last Call with Joe George.
It is, yeah.
That'll be fun.
Is that a live show?
It is, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
It is live. George is actually.
Not of course.
Okay, well, you're right, because he does, the
That
Ice
other
Box
show with
with
the other
his
guy.
sidekick, Jeremy
well,
Branham.
that one's a podcast. I just ride in the sidecar. Last Call with Joe George. That'll be fun.
Just you, Joe.
You don't have to listen to Texans radio anymore on your drive home, Blankers.
Ooh, boy. The other options ain't good.
Yeah, so it'll be fun.
Joe will do a great job.
Should we do crosstalk with Joe?
Want me to go find him?
We can push his season debut of the Last
We've never
Call with
talked
Joe
to
George.
Joe before. Yeah.
Why did he do Last Call with Joe George and not just Last Call?
I don't know. You want me to go grab him?
I think it might be the ego. I
Oh.
think it might be the ego, George. Why could you just be the Last Call? We're not the Killer Bees with Blank and Branham.
It's true.
We're just Killer Bees. You know?
It's true. It's very true.
They changed the bench name to John and Lance.
You've been on him before about this kind of stuff.
The Olaleye Show, right? That's what it's called.
Yep.
Paul Gallant experiment, whatever. What's his? It's not the experiment, but
No, it's just the Paul Gallant show.
yeah, we're the only show on this station, and Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis.
Mhm.
We're the only show on this station that doesn't have our names in the show name.
But
we have no ego.
Doesn't Glenn's actually get the underbelly of the subheading?
I'm not sure.
With Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters with Glenn Davis.
I'm not certain. I didn't think that it did. I thought it was just Soccer Matters. But we're the only show on this radio station that doesn't include our names because we don't care about that sort of thing. We don't care about names in our show. We don't care about people knowing who we are. We don't care about ego. We have no ego. As Joe George steps in, half of the show name that's coming up after us. Last Call with Joe George. Joe, why is Joe George in your show name?
Because that's how we named it.
Who's we?
Who's we?
Me. Me, I'm we. I mean, to be fair, we do like when we
Who's fair?
like when we sell like remotes and things like that for your guys' show, we do say the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
And is their response, who are they?
No, they know some of the times.
That's in a
at least.
sales pitch when you're like, "Hey, Joel and Jeremy are the Killer Bees."
Yeah, I don't know. It's just like always how you don't just call it your name. I think you always put your name on top of it. You guys making fun of me. Already.
Blankers does say to put your name on it.
Yeah, put your name on it.
So
I can't sit
Joe
on
did.
it.
Joe put his name on it.
I might as well.
Yeah, whenever they're texters, they like say mean things about it. She's like, put her name on it.
Oh,
so you
put her name on it. Oh.
It might be her
I don't know,
sometimes.
dude, sometimes.
So what's coming up? What can all of our listeners expect with you tonight, Joe?
Well, what time does the Astros game start?
At 5:40.
5:40. Okay. So we're gonna awkwardly talk Astros for a little bit, even though the game's going on right now.
Yeah.
We're gonna talk about training camp, all the bad stuff that's happening. Blake Fisher, huge disappointment.
Yeah.
Rapid fire is gonna be the way we wrap up the show today. Just kind of hit on a bunch of stories that I only have an hour, so don't have time for a lot of everything. So we'll hit on that as well. Me and AJ hanging out.
Oh, Age is producing.
Yeah, AJ's coming in.
Oh, okay.
He's not coming in. He's there.
Yeah, he's
So
here.
Brian, you couldn't just stay an extra hour. Age would have to do an hour, just
Absolutely
1 hour
not,
every day.
No.
I mean, he's not even
I
on
see
salary.
Joe enough.
He
I'm
works
not
on-
going to work an extra hour.
He works hourly, and you're bringing in the poor guy for an hour worth of work.
No, he's gonna do other work after.
Oh, he's got to run something and run some spots, or
No, he's gonna not today, but he's gonna be doing some writing for us and stuff like
Okay.
that.
All right, that makes it. I mean, it's
Well, he's got to run Soccer Matters today.
All right, that's
it's
fair.
on it's on your rundown right there.
is
I
that
see
Soccer
it.
Matters with Glenn Davis?
Yes,
Okay.
it's on the name.
it's on the logo.
So we're the only show that doesn't include our name. Can we do something about that?
You just want to make that the car wreck today?
No, just kidding. I don't want to. I don't. Hey, we don't need to do that. That's not sold.
There's your car wreck.
I'm gonna change the show name now.
I really don't want you to.
Michael Carroll. Change it, please.
You're not taking your name out of it.
Whenever we do have
change yours.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I was gonna say. Okay, that makes sense.
I don't want to change ours. Let's not do that.
Okay.
No, let's not do that.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, well, we wanted to
wish you the best.
We wanted to promote your show.
Thank you. I
Since
appreciate
the
that.
Come a long way.
Season premieres.
I know.
All right. Well, you got to get out of here because I
All
got
right,
to get
bye.
out for you. It's going to do it for us.
Was
No
that the
car
car
wreck.
wreck?
We don't need one.
You just gave him one.
Yeah, Joe's the car wreck. Listen to his show coming up next. Thanks to Brian for all the hard work. He's blank. I am Branham. We'll talk to you tomorrow from Katy. Come out and see us at Federal American Grill. Until then, good night. Joe George is next with his show, Last Call with Joe George.
What's up, everybody? Welcome into Last Call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George and AJ hanging out with you for the next hour here before Glenn Davis and Soccer Matter takes over tonight. It's your last chance for all things Houston sports. We'll be on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays going forward for an hour. We'll be bringing some more guests in, things like that. We're going to be doing a lot of fantasy content, gambling content. I want to kind of incorporate that stuff into the show. Not something we do very often, or at least I've done very often, so I want to add that more to what we're doing now. But we're going to talk all things Astros, Texans, Rockets today on the show, and also a little Cowboys for AJ today. Not really like talking Cowboys, more like Colin Cowherd's going to make me defend a Cowboy. We'll get to that in about a half hour because Colin Cowherd's weird. But we'll start the show off today with the Astros. Yes, they're underway right now, but obviously they got swept over the weekend. And there's a lot going on with this team. So Spencer Arrighetti is expected to make his return at some point in this series versus the Marlins. But AJ Blueball is also up on the taxi squad, and Joe Espada said today when he was meeting with the media that there's a chance that Blueball makes an appearance in this series or he's here just in case, which is super strange to me because that to me is a red flag. With everything that's been going on and going wrong with the Astros right now, 18 guys on the injured list, none of them are coming back anytime soon, it feels like, besides Arrighetti and Javier. And even Javier is still at least a week away, or he should only be a week away at this point. But why is AJ Blueball up here on the roster right now? And it doesn't feel great after Fromber's outing yesterday. Like, I'm full on, like, conspiracy theory, who was hurt in the rotation? Like, why are they making this decision? Or are they just going to a six-man rotation maybe for a little bit? But that's what's going on with the rotation. Arrighetti is huge. John and Lance, they had the YouTube video today here on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel, and it was talking about Spencer Arrighetti's importance to this team. And the Astros have the 7th worst ERA in all of baseball, their starting pitchers, over the last 30 days. Everything that's gone wrong with this team since the All-Star break, it's been a lot of bad pitching, not coming through when guys are on base. They're getting guys on base, but then you're also seeing things like Cam Smith go through an extreme rookie slump. He has hit that rookie wall full force head on, and it is ugly right now for Cam Smith at the plate. But you've lost Pena. You've lost Myers. Pena's back today in the lineup. He's playing right now. So that, at least that's a positive. Obviously, you added Carlos Correa, who hit his home run yesterday and has been swinging the bat much better before he got to the Astros. So hopefully that carries some weight in what the Astros are going to be doing. But things are just kind of ugly right now. And it really is hard to figure out, like, watching the games this weekend. And Jeremy and I have been talking about this a lot on our Inside the Icebox podcast of just, you know, what you can hear on Fridays. Like, where is this team headed? And last week after the deadline, we talked about, when you think about, like, the peak of what the Astros could be this year. World Series contender, in the World Series, winning the World Series. I feel like right now, and it's weird saying this coming off the way they played this weekend, feels like it's still very much in play for the Astros. And that's because you have Pena, Myers, Jordan, Spencer Arrighetti, Christian Javier, who you think are all going to contribute to this team at some point in the near future. Again, Arrighetti in the next 2 days will be making an impact on the Astros. Christian Javier in the next 7. So that's the positive outlook. The negative is that Christian Walker still really can't get going. Yainer Diaz can't get going. Cam Smith is in a slump. You don't know when Jeremy Pena is going to get back to the level that he was at before, or even if he can this season. You don't really know where Jake Myers is at in his attempted return to the Astros. Yordan Alvarez is back in Florida. And look, we got another one of these, like, book reports, basically, from the Houston Astros today when they sent out their medical updates. And they're all largely positive, but they're also, none of them feel, besides Javier and Arrighetti, feel like any of them are close to returning. I mean, this is how they described Yordan Alvarez. They said, traveled to Florida on Sunday to continue his hitting progression. What does that mean? Like when is Yordan Alvarez actually going to be able to come back and contribute to the Astros? Jake Myers, currently rehabbing here in Houston, has progressed to flat ground running. That doesn't sound like someone that's coming back anytime soon. Zach DeZenzo reported to Florida to continue his hitting, throwing, and fielding progression. Now, look, these are small bullet points because there's only 18 guys on this list, it feels like. It's not actually everybody. But Jordan doesn't feel like he's much closer. It feels like we're kind of stagnant with him. Jake Meyer still feels a little bit away. And then we got this update on Isaac Paredes today, where Isaac Paredes decided his decision that he was not going to have surgery. Now, this surgery, per Dana Brown, if he would have it, would keep him out 6+ months. Instead, Isaac Paredes got a plasma injection on his right hamstring and is going to rehab in an attempt to return this season. However, he can't do any physical activity in the near future. Like, this is a kind of injury that you have to let it really give it lots of time before you can get to where you need to go with Paredes, and that's trying to return to baseball activity. So all that being said, I don't know where the Astros season's going right now. Teetering has been my favorite word to use when describing this team because, AJ, I don't know how you feel right now, but I feel like this thing is about to go in either one or the other very extreme direction the rest of the season.
Yeah, there's no in between. And that procedure that you just expanded on, I mean, it really sounds like you just might as well have just gotten the surgery at that point because it's like it's an inevitable thing you're just putting off.
This is my concern with the surgery, like
Right.
The Paredes part is, and they didn't go into this detail, or at least it wasn't tweeted out by the guys who were there talking to Dana Brown today, but is the surgery not a guarantee now that he is letting it rest? I'm assuming the answer to that is no, which means a surgery would still be on the table for Isaac Paredes. And if it's 6+ months, I mean, if he had the surgery today, you're already talking about being, starting to really ramp up like right before spring training, in next year. If you wait and it's 6 months, like, good thing you traded for Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to have Isaac Paredes for a while. And it's kind of like Justin Verlander in a way that when JV got hurt and he went through multiple checks to see if he had to have Tommy John in 2020, and then it eventually kept him out for that season and all of the next season because of how they pushed it back and delayed it, and he didn't want to have it right away. He wasn't diagnosed with Tommy John right away. But I kind of get the same feel with Paredes. And I know Dana Brown was on with Robert Ford before the game on Sunday and talked about kind of the future problems that the Astros could have with Paredes and Correa and how all that could work out. But if Paredes is out for 6 months and he doesn't have this surgery until, the end of September because he's officially not going to be able to make it back for the playoffs this season, then you're still talking about a March-ish return, but a March buildup for Paredes. Like, I think I just would call it the surgery.
Yeah, gotta do it because you don't want it to carry over.
And all you can ask for now is just it's just hoping for the best. And that's what it feels like for me with the Astros right now. Like, yeah, Fromber wasn't great. Obviously, he unraveled at one point in the game. I think it's unfortunate timing for Fromber to call out, decisions made by your coaching staff in one start about alignment on defense, and then your next start to have an inning where you give up a bloop hit, then a balk, then a wild pitch, and then you have a field, and then there's a fielding error. Like, all of that happens 1, 2, 3, 4 in one inning, and he wasn't great. Now, to defend Fromber here for a second, I think the way he called out the coaching staff was fair. I think players have the right to speak their mind. I don't think he crossed the line in any situation. And yeah, he had a bad start. But unfortunately for Fromber at the same time, for him and Hunter Brown, where the Astros are at right now, 2.5 game lead on the Seattle Mariners, they've put themselves in a position to where you basically need Fromber Valdez and Hunter Brown to be awesome every single time they're on the mound. That to really keep Seattle at arm's length, you need to win virtually every single start that those guys are out there. And then between Arrighetti and Javier and whoever else, Colton Gordon or whoever else is out there for the Astros, like just trying to win one of them, and in a 5 start rotation, trying to win 3 out of 5 games. Like, that's pretty much all you can ask for right now. And part of that is also the guys who are in the lineup have to produce at a higher level. Like, it's the Astros are just in a weird place. Like, it's I struggle with what I see on social media, and I know social media is not the end all be all, but like you see Twitter and you see all these people who are super angry about the Astros and how they're playing and what's going on and getting crushed over the weekend and not putting up a lot of runs. But it's also just like, it's reality check a little bit, like with where their team is. It's hard to have, for me, high expectations for this team as constructed when you have so much missing from your rotation and your lineup. And in reality, for me, it's just you have to be within striking distance of Seattle, whether if you fall back in the division as these guys start to get healthier. And if they don't get healthier, that's super unfortunate. And in a lot of ways feels like a little bit of a lost season for the Astros if they can't get, really get this thing going, because they've played really good baseball this year, but they have not been good since they dominated the Dodgers. They are well below 500. They're losing series after series. They're struggling since the All-Star 6-10 now since the All-Star break. Like, it's just everything that pretty much can go wrong for the Houston Astros has, and it's not great. It's not pretty right now for everyone's favorite baseball team here in Houston. All right, he is AJ. You can find him on. I should know this. I should have wrote this down. What's your Twitter handle, AJ?
Swaggy Russ.
Swaggy Russ.
Yeah.
I was getting your PlayStation name in my mind, and that confused.
It's close to it though. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. All right, you can find him on Twitter at Swaggy Russ. I'm on Twitter at Joe George Radio. Again, last call. We're here with you Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays from 6 to 7. You're welcome into the show at 713-780-3776 as well on Twitch and twitch.tv/ESPN975 and the ESPN Houston YouTube channel. All right, the Texans are out in West Virginia as training camp continues. An injury themselves today and what it sounds like is going on at camp and the concerns that are real and the concerns that are not. That's next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is Last Call with Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
All right, so we just got done talking some Astros here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. They are underway currently right now. No injuries to be concerned about yet. Knock on wood. This is an important series, I think, for the Astros. Just real quick before we, get into the Houston Texans and what's going on for them at training camp. More just that you got to get back on track. You got to take 2 out of 3 in this series. Like at the minimum, a sweep would be wonderful, but you got to go out there and get the job done against a team like the Miami Marlins that, has some guys that are hitting the ball pretty well this season. Obviously, you took one of them in Jesus Sanchez, but you can't just unravel. You can't continue to unravel. And so this is a good opportunity to get a get-right series underway for the Astros. But we'll see. We'll see what happens for this one. There's a lot of baseball left, but not a lot of time for these injured guys to get back. All right, the Houston Texans. They are in West Virginia at training camp right now, and most of what's been going on for camp is kind of same old right now for this team, except for one major change. And not change, but an injury that seemed to take place today, and kind of I was surprised what happened after. So Cam Robinson is in at left tackle for one play apparently today for the Houston Texans. He goes down, he gets up on his own, but definitely was struggling based on what guys like DJ Bieniemy were tweeting. So he's out. So, all right, shuffle the line, just like you've been doing all training camp so far. And they moved the rookie over to left tackle, but then they put in Juice Scruggs at right guard, where Titus Howard has been essentially all of training camp up to this point, either left or right guard. And then all of a sudden, Titus Howard's back at right tackle. And I've been waiting to see if there's been some kind of injury for Blake Fisher. It doesn't appear that way. It just feels as though he's not the guy. That the way he's been playing at training camp so far has not been good enough. And what I don't like about this is that when I thought about the Houston Texans this year, AJ, it was like the most important thing for this team was to figure out your offensive line as fast as possible and let them develop through camp together. And it feels like they are nowhere close to that happening.
Yeah, honestly, you can make the argument this is the one thing that's holding the Texans back, because you can make the argument that the Texans have a top 5 level defense. And then weapons-wise, of course, you have Nico Collins, arguably a top 5 wide receiver. But, yeah, the offensive line, just the uncertainty there. And, a lot of people are banking on Esri being a really good, rookie. But, also he's a second-round pick, too. So, how much can you translate instantly?
No, and at this point, too, it's – look, Nick Caserio has done a wonderful job building the Houston Texans in a lot of areas, okay? He is drafted well at the wide receiver position. He's going to have one of the best 5 defenses in the NFL this year. Like, he has added in the margins. He's added playmakers. He's paid guys ahead of time. He's ruined contracts in the NFL because of what he did with Jaden Higgins this year. Like, Nick Caserio has done a fantastic job. However, the one part where he has not done that is the offensive line. And it's not for effort. You draft Blake Fisher, you draft Jarrett Patterson, you draft Drew Scruggs, you draft Durante Ursary, like you bring in Cam Robinson and all these, all these different guys. You trade away Laramie Tunsil, like you trade for Shaq Mason. He's tried a bunch of different things. He's gone veteran, he's gone rookie, he's gone mid-level guys, he's gone, Laken Tomlinson, a kind of a last chance to prove himself guy in the NFL. But then you read anything, whether it's from DJ Bieniemy or Cody Stutes or whoever who are there in West Virginia with the team, and it's just like the offense just got dog walked again today. Now, again, you have a top 5 defense, but most training camps, like I have a firm philosophy that like you do not overreact to training camp in year 1 of a quarterback or year 2 of a quarterback with a new coach, a new head coach, because there's a big learning curve. But last year when Paul and I were doing the show together, every day Paul would come in from training camp with his little notebook and nothing good was said about the offense. constant issues with the offense. And it was just, hey, it's training camp. They were good last year. They deserve the benefit of the doubt. We'll see what happens when game action gets here. And what happened? C.J. Stroud got sacked a gajillion times. Last season, the offensive line couldn't run block. The only time Joe Mixon had any success was when he did everything on his own. You couldn't protect C.J. Stroud. Then the injuries started piling up, and it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. And you had a Super Bowl caliber defense on the other side of the ball. So this year, even though you have a new offensive coordinator, it's C.J. Stroud year 3. And the problem is not necessarily the connection between C.J. and Higgins or C.J. and Christian Kirk. That sounds very positive at camp so far. Or C.J. and Cade Stover. That also sounds very positive this year at camp. None of that is the concern. The concern is the offensive line. And they didn't really address it. And my initial reaction when they traded Tunsil was like, well, it can't get any worse. Well, like maybe it can. I mean, it's training camp. So like, well, you have to wait and see to actually if it's worse or not. But you would think it would get marginally better just on the fact of how bad it was last year, that you would think it would somewhat improve. And the early results in training camp are not that. Now, the Texans are going to win the division this year. I think it's going to be, I don't know if it's going to be next week or the week after. We're going to bring on someone from the Colts, Jags, and Titans beat to kind of get their thoughts on the Texans and look at what's going on in the South. Like, none of them, to me, are real threats to the Houston Texans. But that shouldn't be the goal. The goal this year should be winning 2 playoff games.
Yeah.
Because you've won 1 playoff game and won the division the last 2 years. Like, you have to get better at some point. Like, so is the offensive line going to be good enough to do that? I don't know, AJ. I don't know.
I don't think so either, because, I mean, when you look at the defense they have to pay against as well, too, I mean, we all know they match up bad against the Ravens, and you look against the Chiefs. I mean, you're looking at all these other AFC teams, even the Bills to an extent, with their defensive line. It's just not great. And you can make the argument that the offensive line, they're going against a top 5 level defense every day, but at the same time, I mean, you have to be able to win some of those snaps as well, too.
Yeah, and look, there are some, even though, again, I think you're going to easily win this division, there are some guys in Indianapolis and Tennessee that are going to be problems for CJ. And the other part of, like, the reason why the Texans don't win the division this year is only because CJ doesn't make it through the season. Like,
Yeah.
sorry. Like, I'm not scared of a team that's listing Daniel Jones or Anthony Richardson as their starting quarterback on their depth chart like they did. They're not going to be a good football team this year. They're going to be a fine football team this year. But if you have 2 quarterbacks, you have no
none,
quarterbacks.
right.
So, like, you just got to figure out, like, what, like, can this offensive line, because, court gesture here in the Twitch chat says the new O-line coach is teaching them to block out. Seems weird, facing the wrong direction. Yeah, I mean, like, there's some videos that are a little odd. But, like, more about just, like, the new offensive line coach. Why'd you keep Cole Popovich?
Right.
Like, can he fix this? Maybe. We'll see if he can fix it. But he also can only do so much with the talent that's on the field. So that, to me, is it's the number one concern. It's the number one question with the Texans at training camp. And we'll see. Like, we'll see what happens. It's just, you wonder, like, where this team can improve, and it's so obvious it's in that one spot, but I'm just not sure it's enough for what the Texans need this year. And the other, like, that's number one for the Texans, like, what the concern is for training camp and preseason. The preseason games, I'm very curious to just see, like, who gets reps in these games. Blake Fisher will obviously be out there. To me, the only guy who shouldn't be out there is probably Titus Howard. Like, Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, like, I know they're vets, but they should be out there just as much as everyone else. They haven't earned their, real place into this offense with, Cole Popovich and what this team is going to look like. So I'd be fine if they played a lot. We'll see. It's kind of a mixed bag with how the Texans handled training camp and preseason last year. Like, obviously, like, they didn't use it a ton to their ability. Think back to the Hall of Fame game, which happened this week, which apparently, for some reason, 9 million people watched the Hall of Fame game this week, AJ?
I think it's just return of football, that excitement. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
Like that. But then, like, why do people? Then, like, how is the UFL thing failing so bad?
well, NFL's king.
But it's these guys. They're all going to be in that league if it still exists next year.
It's true.
Like, they're not real. Like, no offense, but like, they're not real football players. Like they're not real dudes. I mean, Trey Lance is out there.
That's what they wanted to see Trey Lance.
I guess so. Trey Lance has the draw for the NFL.
And Kyle Allen.
The other part with training camp that's in preseason so far that to me is going to be the most interesting part for the Texans right now is going to be the running back room. Because obviously with Joe Mixon being hurt, and it doesn't sound like the worst injury in the world, but it doesn't sound like that he's going to be back quickly, and week 1 could be in danger or limited, and week 1's going to be interesting because as of right now,
Rams.
I don't think, if I had to put a bet on it, I don't think Matt Stafford's going to play week 1 based on everything that's being reported and said out of Rams camp with how his back is doing. So Texans could, get an easy W the first week. It is Sean McVay, though.
And their defense is really good, too. Jerry
Their defense is very, I mean, and that's the thing with this offensive line.
Yeah.
That's a big test. You have, Braden Fisk, Jared Verse, both guys from Florida State.
Right.
Who are on that defensive line. Like the Rams have really reinvested in that defense after losing Aaron Donald, and they looked very good. Verse was awesome last year. So this offensive line is going to be tested. But the running back room is, if you don't have Mixon, like what does that room really look like to you? And I haven't had a chance to go to camp yet this year, but everything that when you see the name Chubb in a tweet or video, it is almost always followed up with short yard gain or no yard gain. I mean, and look, he's year 2 off of an ACL. We know the running back cliff is a real thing that happens in the league. Like, Chubb to me felt like a desperation signing when it happened because of the state of Joe Mixon. And really it was weird because, again, if you think back to it, we didn't really know what was going on with Joe Mixon. The most positive thing is that today Dameon Pierce was activated from the PUP list. That's the guy still to me. Like I think there's still Dameon Pierce, who was there his rookie year in the NFL, is still in there somewhere. So hopefully maybe he can emerge. Obviously you have Woody Marks, like the kid you drafted out of USC. You have some bodies in there, Gumbawale. But do you have someone that can help carry the load while Joe Mixon is out? I don't know. And I do feel like for the Texans to play the brand of football that they want to play this year, they're going to have to. They're going to have to run the ball to be good this year. It hurt them so much last year to have no chance to run it again, except for when Joe Mixon would go out there and make an elite level play. So those are the two concerning questions. I don't think there's anything on defense. I think anything going on with the wide receiver room and the tight end room is more exciting in terms of the development of Cade Stover and that relationship that him and CJ Stroud continue to have. Again, this is a guy who's only played probably 20 games at this point as a tight end in his life. He was a defensive end before he converted to tight end at Ohio State. So he's still learning and growing. You have Nick Caley, who was there in the prime years, the New England Patriots tight end room with Aaron Hernandez and Gronk. Sorry, Gronk, I should have probably put you first. That's my bad. And then you have the receivers, the relationship with Christian Kirk looks very positive. You have Higgins, you have Noel. There is a lot of good surrounding the Astros wide receiver and tight end spot. And quarterback is obviously good. It's the rest that's a giant question at this point. All right, we will take a break here on Last Call. Joe George, AJ hanging out with you until 7 o'clock. We're going to talk about one more thing with the Astros this weekend. This next segment is going to be smart people saying stupid things, because I have two things to discuss next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to Last Call with Joe George
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Joe George.
All right, the Houston Astros scored 5 runs over the weekend against the Red Sox. They've scored 5 runs in the 4th inning. They were winning 5-0 against the Miami Marlins. Yainer Diaz comes through with a big 2 RBI double in this one. Needed for him to. He's really been scuffling at the plate this season. I've been largely unimpressed with him, and on behind the plate, at the plate, it's all been relatively disappointing for me, for Yainer this year. I expected big things for him. It's just not has come to fruition at all for Yainer this season. And I think there's a reason why people are wondering if he's the catcher of the future, based on the way he's played for the Astros this year, especially when you see how much, better at times that the teams look with Caratini behind the plate for sure. So, all right, 2 things to get to. Let's go back to this weekend, actually. This sign stealing stuff with the Astros and the Red Sox is so stupid. I get why Neris is pissed. I'm not discrediting Neris for getting angry and wanting to start a fight. I appreciate it when your team's playing so terribly. Now, if it's that obvious in your glove, I don't really know what else is supposed to happen. Now, this isn't the first time this has happened this year. This is the 3rd time this has happened, actually, this season with the Boston Red Sox and another team. I think it's fair to assume that this team, the Boston Red Sox, is doing something more nefarious than just stealing signs from second base and having Hector Neris do a balk on purpose to move someone over to third base because of who their manager is. You have Alex Cora. You have a guy that was the leader of the trash can stuff here in Houston, the designer of it, basically, him and Carlos Beltran, a guy that was proven cheating in Boston and was suspended in Boston. And then now, for the 3rd time this year, either before or during a game, there has been some level of confrontation between the Boston Red Sox and someone else. Now, for the Red Sox guy, announcer, pregame, postgame host, whoever you are, that felt the need to point out that it's ironic that the Astros are getting upset about the Red Sox and accused of sign stealing, it just shows how tone deaf you are. Because you have to. The thing with sign stealing that annoys me is these teams either go half in or half out, or these announcers or these fans. We see it this weekend. Okay, I get you're not going to boo your own player, but booing Jose Altuve and booing Carlos Correa and cheering for Alex Bregman is dumb. Now, Jose Altuve is the best player on the Astros. Could they just be booing him for that reason? I guess. We all know that's not likely the case. But you have this Red Sox organization who's cheated in the past, who has hired guys who have cheated, who has signed guys who have cheated, and then they make this big deal about it. I don't get it. And for Major League Baseball too, I don't know what's positive about this. I mean, I get what's positive about from a strategy standpoint, but you would think at some point Rob Manfred would think to himself, maybe instead of getting my life threatened basically by Bryce Harper in the Phillies clubhouse, I should address this in some way, shape, or form. Because he didn't address it with the Astros. Yes, he took away their draft picks, but he didn't address it because he let everyone else scot-free. We know the Rockies, based on what former players have said, were using a Theragun and using it against the bench, the massage tool, to relay signs. We know the Milwaukee Brewers were caught by the Cubs stealing signs and passing them from the right field bullpen to the guys at the plate. We know all these things. We know multiple teams were cheating, and they just let it go. But then you have stuff like this happen, and I'm just why is this still a story? Why is this still, why have they not just, put the kibosh on this at some point? Because you have to believe, most people, even me, who, I really, really love the Astros now. I love what they've become. I have loved being around this team, the opportunities in my career, to be around this team, to be in the clubhouse, to go to World Series games, to go to ALDS games, all these things. At some point, you would just think Major League Baseball would just try to stop it. And I'm not saying you have to ban sign stealing, but just to let it happen. And then all people can do is assume that the Red Sox are now stealing signs in which the way they did before, or the way the Astros did before. That's my assumption now. Because if everyone's calling them out on it, it seems more nefarious than just passing on that Hector Neris' splitter grip is too obvious. So I think the whole thing is dumb. And in a year in which baseball is surging in ratings and their star level is high, and like there are so many positive things happening within the sport, you have young superstars developing in front of everyone's eyes. People are watching these superstars. Like ratings are up in every metric you can. Local TV, every national broadcast, even the crap ones that we have to pay extra money for. Like all the ratings are up. And instead, we got to hear more about sign stealing and a lockout that's going to happen in like a year and a half. It's awesome. Like baseball, I love you, but my gosh, like, can you just get out of your way as a sport for once? It just shocks me how bad they handle all of these situations. And yeah, I think the Red Sox are cheating. I'm not like one of our kind interns who was like scared to write that in a podcast description earlier. I think they're cheating. Like to me, like you don't get called out that many times by 3 different teams.
Right. For nothing. Yeah.
For nothing. Like there's something else going on, and I think their history and their manager history deserves some of the reason why that people believe that. So that's one thing of smart, in air quotes, people saying stupid things. Here's the next one. Like we all have bad takes. I've been accused of them. I don't know. Sometimes I'm right. Sometimes I'm wrong. At least I have takes. But some takes I don't understand. And the first time Colin Cowherd yelled at Baker Mayfield for having a backwards hat, I didn't quite understand. But he did it again today. So here is part 2 of smart, in quotes, people saying stupid things. Colin Cowherd talking about Brian Schottenheimer, the Cowboys head coach.
You know, I don't like backward hats. What's worse is a backward visor. That's a 2-win team. I'm taking away 4 wins. So when you sit in front of a podium, you're representing the Cowboys, you're representing Bank of America, you're representing a $12 billion corporation. I think you got to do better as a head coach than a visor backwards. There's a reason at country clubs and private clubs you have to wear collared shirts and jackets. There's a reason for that. Like there's a standard. I don't want to look like a guy that's here to move my couch. Like I want you to do better than that. That's awful. That is so bad.
Okay, let's break this down, AJ. Okay, let's start with the one part that I agree with him on. The backwards visor is strange. I mean, why? I don't. What's up with the backwards visor?
I don't know.
It's very little hat to begin with.
Yeah, he said something about him like he started wearing visors because of Steve Spurrier because he went to Florida and stuff like that. I don't know. That's his swag, I guess. But
that's his swag.
Yeah.
I don't. Sorry, I don't know if that word describes your coach very much.
I mean, I don't know.
Style, sure. So the backwards visor is weird. I don't like visors in general.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not. Well, I mean, I'm missing a lot of hair up here, which is why I wear a hat. So visor would be a poor choice for me for sure. But I don't get why Colin Cowherd gets so upset about people wearing visors. And he called them a 2-win football team, AJ.
That's wild, bro.
He said your Cowboys are a 2-win team. So what he really said is, because it misses in context. He says the Cowboys are a 6-win football team this year. And then he took away 4 wins because of a backwards visor.
Yeah, that's a casual take, but it's okay.
How many games are they going to win this year, AJ?
Honestly, if 4 stays healthy, that's what it depends on. If 4 stays healthy and they finally extend Micah, I have them going 10-7 or 11-6.
We'll talk about Micah Parsons in the next segment a little bit. I have some thoughts on what's been happening over the weekend, but yeah, I just don't understand. I mean, look, there are certain things, certain takes that I guess when you do this business, you have to just like put your foot down and like, this is my brand, this is what I believe in. A lot of times it's like I like to trade people before I should. That's part of my brand, I guess. And overreact a little bit. Colin Cowherd says you're not allowed to wear backwards hats. You can work with a weasel like he does with Jason McIntyre, but you can't wear backwards hats. So, whatever. All right. He's AJ. I'm Joe. It's the last call here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, when we get back, we're going to, on Mondays, we're going to do rapid fire. So it's going to be kind of quick thoughts on all the big stories that happened over the weekend, or since we're doing the show 3 days a week, it's gonna be a little weird with scheduling and things we get to and don't get to. So lots that happened over the weekend. So we'll get to that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
It's Last Call on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joe George.
Final segment here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 before we hand it off to Soccer Matters. We'll be on with you guys tonight from 7 to 9. We're going to rapid fire here through a couple topics that we have not the chance to get to today, only an hour show, so got to pick and choose what you can get through. So quickly, AJ, we'll start with something that just broke. That's not of high importance, but in the last segment, I think it was, we said if you have two quarterbacks, you have none, right?
Right.
What happens when you have five?
The Browns?
The Browns have added Tyler Huntley to their roster.
Oh, wow.
Because Shedeur Sanders, Kenny Pickett, and Dylan Gabriel are all hurt right now. So apparently the Shedeur Sanders injury is real. Some people thought it was maybe holding him out to be traded report trade we're about to go down. I have a friend that works in Cleveland. I feel bad. I feel bad because like training camp battles are tough to like really figure out like what's going on, and like people are all excited about Shador Sanders and they're tracking his stats. I'm like, isn't he like running with like the 4th team? And the answer is yes. And it's like then none of that matters. He's not playing.
Yeah.
But then everything you see from Dylan Gabriel looks awful.
Yeah, it's bad seeing the picks and stuff.
It looks so bad right now. So Texans fans, just be glad you're not the Browns. All right. Next, Ryan Presley. According to Bob Nightingale, the Astros, and then there's another report about the Twins. So both of Ryan Presley's former teams have considered the idea of bringing him in to add to their team. The Twins traded away like half their roster. The Astros, is Brian Presley better than Hector Neris? Yeah, probably. Obviously, if you know me, I've watched Brian Presley quite a bit this year. If you look at by outing, some of it's really good, and then a lot of it's really bad. But I think a lot of the really good stuff has been helped by having like 5 or 6 Gold Glovers on defense with you at one time. I don't think Ryan Presley, the advanced analytics have been that great this year, so I'm kind of meh if you bring him in. If you're the Astros, he's not coming in for the role that it was before, so it would be interesting. But I think, Ryan's mom tweeted he's a Texas boy, so I do feel like if he plays this year, it's going to be either go back to the Twins, Rangers, or Astros. But I'm indifferent. Today on ESPN, AJ, I'm curious if you saw this. Shams Charania, when talking about Luka Doncic's new contract, was asked for the latest update on Giannis Antetokounmpo. And he said Giannis has still yet to make a decision. He's still evaluating where he's at. The Rockets trade of Kevin Durant left them in the Giannis Antetokounmpo business. Should we still be on Giannis watch?
No.
No?
I don't think no.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I don't think so either. But the report's funny to me because it's like he still hasn't made up his mind yet. Why?
I don't know. It's late though.
Like they've added I don't think the Bucks would have added Miles Turner if they didn't think the Giannis was committed.
Right.
It'd be strange to make a trade request now.
The reports are also that he lobbied for Miles Turner to come there too. So
yeah, but we've seen that happen before.
Right, that's true. Yeah.
What's the young point guard's name from UConn that LeBron got drafted? Shabazz?
Oh yeah, Shabazz Napier.
Yeah, and then LeBron left.
Yeah.
He demanded the Heat draft him.
Yeah.
And they took him with the 30th pick, and then he bounced. Yeah. It's probably the only reason why he hasn't demanded a trade yet from the Lakers, LeBron, that is, because he knows that, no one wants Bronny. All right, the college football coaching poll came out today. It's official. Week 1 of the season. Lee Corso